Chapter 451. On some level, John had expected his life to suddenly improve upon being married, but that didn't happen. He was doing the same things as before, just less lonely. He couldn't quite say why. He expected a sudden change, but the fact that it was a big event tricked him into thinking the event was more important than what had been happening the whole time. Even if the actual wedding was mostly political, only a few details changed in the before and after. Rather than things suddenly being better, John had to accept that things had been gradually improving for a while. Astrid's presence made his life better, and he certainly hoped that he was making her life better at least as much. The amount of smiles he caught was probably a good sign. A time of peace after years of war. Though the relative lack of conflict in previous times had probably been the exception rather than the various troubles that had cropped up. John had grown too comfortable, even after the trouble with the Stormy Sea sect and others from the windswept sea. Perhaps that was true of many from the continent. They hadn't been slacking off in their training, because reaching greater heights of cultivation was a fulfilling end result all on its own. But feeling secure in their own borders had been a bit much. That, without actually knowing as much as they should about the areas beyond the continent. John resolved to focus more on that matter after they got around to the late tournament. That said, he could send requests to the more coastal regions to help pool their knowledge. They were the ones who would have had previously experienced strife outside the continent, at least occasionally. Older records might contain useful information aside from vague notions of other lands beyond. For the moment, however, John was focused on relaxing as much as someone with as many responsibilities as he did could relax. John came to Viriato, the strongest member of the Six Elements Crossroads aside from himself. At the peak of the consolidated soul phase, that technically put the Six Elements Crossroads at 2, behind those few sects and clans that had several ascending soul phase cultivators. But they weren't all that common. If the Sky Islands were counted together, they had just a handful remaining. However, the Milanovic clan had 3 if Lacanus was counted, which he absolutely should be. The same with the Tenebach clan and the Brandel clan, with John's children and their spouses. Though they were both close to raising more. The Amber Heart had 3, with Ursel and Renato having surpassed Johannes Dallin. His talent should not be construed as any less for that. After all, he'd been one of the first consolidated soul phase cultivators in his region. The Golden Tomb Guardians had Deirdre and Zachary, though it might also be appropriate to count Kjorn, in which case the Tenebach clan was one ahead. The Brandel clan couldn't yet count Carl as an ascending soul phase cultivator, but in a few decades the Leviathan would naturally reach that level. A few other clans throughout the Shimmering Islands had been caring for the children of the Leviathan as well, and might produce powerful guardian beasts given time. It was wonderful having so many allies growing strong. Even Archets of the Silver Haze sect had stepped into the ascending soul phase after the end of the war. John still wanted more. Back home, as some might say, what do you think of your chances of advancing? John asked Viriato. The sect will support your efforts. Viriato thought for a few moments, sipping his tea. He wasn't the sort that preferred to meet out and about, if he could help it. When he returned to Lunson, he liked to take a bit of time off from his business ventures. With the support of the sect, I have a reasonable chance of advancement. By your request, I could attempt the breakthrough within a year. John took some time to interpret that. Would you prefer to wait longer, or are you not currently interested in making the attempt? I would like to do my best for the sect, Viriato said. You have done much for me, after all. Viriato would receive respect wherever he went, as a cultivator at the peak of the consolidated soul phase. There was no need for him in particular to be stronger. How is your balance of elements? John asked. At the moment, I would say it is excellent. One more totem wouldn't unbalance me, but I don't think I would go much further. In that case, John said, I think it would be better for you to remain as you are, because your individual value for the sect won't improve enough to make up for a high risk. Even if he only had a quarter chance of dying, the work that Viriato performed was more valuable than his rank as a cultivator. If in the future you feel confident, the offer for additional resources still stands. It was a little bit disappointing, mostly because John would have to wait another couple decades for his strongest personal disciples to reach the ascending soul phase. Though there were a few others who had come to the Six Elements Crossroads with a higher cultivation who might beat out the various former street kids. John wasn't afraid for their position, However, with his personal strength and all of the allies he had, holding on to their influence was more or less guaranteed. He just wanted the six elements crossroads to remain strong. After him, John was hoping that after time would be at least a century down the line. He expected to easily live that long if he wasn't killed, but it could be earlier. Astrid might hold things together after he was gone, but she didn't currently have strong roots in the sect. So ultimately, John had to simply avoid dying in the near future. So far, he'd been managing that pretty well. Astrid was watching John as he came out of his meditation. Is it safe to modify your body like that? John shrugged. Is it safe to compress boundless amounts of spiritual energy inside your body? We have long-standing precedents paving our way. Well, except for the ascending soul phase and beyond, John said. We're just assuming that it's more of the same, with more control and insight required. I would be surprised if it wasn't, but the same is true for advanced body tempering. It's merely that we have less history for most of the early stages of things. Right now, I'm on the cutting edge of advanced body tempering, and I rarely cause myself long-term harm. I see, Astrid nodded. So you're saying, my husband, that you are the best. Not quite. Ursel has taken earth element things much further. I've barely even augmented my bones and muscles beyond the basics. But she hunts giant beasts and relies on that to build her strength. I will say for other elements I am probably the most advanced I have found, mainly because very few people try. You mentioned the Tenebach clan doing it to some extent. Cyritsel, specifically, John nodded. As a spirit beast, he has centuries of practice and instinct. It's only really augmenting the eyes in the way that manipulating darkness naturally allows. Then again, I always want to go with the basic attributes of each element. I could teach you my fire element temperature regulation if you wish. I don't have anything good for light yet. Astrid gave him a sly grin. Trying to drag me into your fringe cultivation, are you? I'll happily drag you anywhere, John responded. You might also be interested in impurity burning. Sadly, I doubt you could practice pure blood without a water element totem, even with my aid. That one is your water element one? Toxin nullification. That's right, John nodded. It's not perfect, and I really don't know if it has mattered at any point yet, but I've tested it in practice. Like Mithridatism. Except I shouldn't have to be exposed to individual toxins beforehand, John explained. Hopefully, anything significantly out of normal proportions in my body will be filtered out. I should notice in time to actively expel it. You're doing each element, right? I know your earth one is diamond defense. What about air? Air's swiftness. No, it doesn't make me faster. I've just slightly enhanced my reaction speed. Astrid made a face. Can't you do that with spiritual energy anyway? Only if I know there's something to react to, John pointed out. I also tried air filtration in my lungs. It's been less successful. A waste of time then? John tilted his head. I don't know if anything has been a waste of time. Even the abject failures. After all, I learned from them. It's like practicing new techniques even if you never intend to use them. Learning is the point. I'm better at development. Now, anyway, if you want me to help you create some fire or light element advanced body tempering techniques, I'd be happy to. Tell me more about the temperature regulation. Is there any point besides being warm when I've run out of spiritual energy? There is, John confirmed. First, I think not having to expend spiritual energy to regulate my internal temperature is quite valuable. Second, it doesn't just make me warm. Right, Astrid nodded. Fire element is the control of temperature in general, even cooling. Precisely, Astrid had known that before she met him, but only on a surface level. People in the sunfields didn't practice a whole lot of freezing techniques. Astrid might never do so, but she had learned to support John's water element with her fire element, and that included freezing. It was still easy to naturally lean towards the mindset that fire equaled hot. On its own, that was what fire element was best for. Though John thought that might be a perspective issue. For light element, Astrid pondered, some sort of dark vision? Except that's not necessarily useful. Flash resistance. Do you ever blind yourself with your own attacks? Not anymore, Astrid said. But I also have to actively shield my eyes. Since that's a constant thing, I don't think anyone can tell when I'm going to launch an attack, but I've been wrong before. Given your showing against Ursel, I can at least say most people won't notice. but it might be better to conserve energy. In combat, of course, it will probably take quite a bit more energy outside of combat to develop it. Plus, you can bluff. Oh, Astrid raised an eyebrow. Focus energy on your eyes, obviously. Create a few flashes. Then do it when your eyes aren't specially protected. Spoken like a sneaky darkness cultivator. John nodded. Light cultivators can also be sneaky if they try, like the Golden Tomb Guardians. Technically, other elements could create weapon blades like them, but light is more suited to rapid shifts. The way their glaives have blades only when they wish is a valuable technique. How would you go about doing that sort of body tempering? Astrid asked. Do I just flash light in my eyes a bunch? Depends. Do you like being able to see? Yes. Then I wouldn't recommend it. You might cause permanent damage. Though as cultivators, permanent wasn't necessary forever. It simply wouldn't heal naturally and would require spiritual energy or special medicines. Dealing with old injuries could actually be a significant use of cultivators' time and resources, even when they were just minor flaws that build up. I think it would be best to try something like polarization of your cornea. Astrid just furrowed her brow. What? John demonstrated what he meant, creating a patch of air that polarized light with his light element. He hadn't actually tried it before, so it took a couple minutes. However, in the end, Astrid could clearly see him using light to result in less light. So you just block some light? You could say that, John said. Consider this. John created another patch the same as the first. If you layer these on top of each other, what will it be like? Well, they block maybe half of the light. So together, maybe a quarter will get through. Take a look. With the segments lined up perpendicular to each other, all of a sudden no light at all passed through the area. It was a bit tough to maintain both at once, not from a power perspective, but because of technique. Now, obviously you don't want to block all light. If you can't see, you can't see. But you might manage adaptive polarization. The key is not turning it into a different sort of weakness. If a sudden flash darkens your cornea, then once there's less light, you basically can't see. What about taking active control over your iris? Astrid asked. I don't know if that would be possible without active spiritual energy, in which case you're pretty much back to what you do now, but you could accidentally damage your eyeball mid-combat. You might be able to change the rate at which it responds to stimuli. However, then with a minor amount of light blocking, it could handle pretty much anything. Of course, at some point rather than body tempering, they should just wear flash-resistant goggles or something. Not that anyone had the right tech to make such things. Maybe with enchantments. Still, the discussion for how to do it with body tempering would still be valuable as long as neither of them actually messed with their eyeballs until they'd worked out the kinks in the plan. Chapter 452. The tournament delay was slightly convenient to allow for people to practice for the non-combat events. As cultivators, the main draw of the tournament would always be the combat portion, showing off who was strongest. However, this was their second attempt at introducing alternative events. John's intention was to vaguely replicate the Olympics, but doing it precisely wasn't possible. First of all, he didn't even remember the various things that constituted modern Olympics, and secondly, some of them were pointless. Fencing and wrestling? Along with any other organized and limited combat, it was far too restricted for cultivators. With the benefits of formations, they could fight in ways that were most suited to individual cultivators without huge risk of permanent injuries. Real combat was still important, as seen by the continent just coming out of 2 wars. Others weren't going to stop being threats just because they could go fast. Certain events simply didn't make sense as cultivators. High jump and pole vault were a bit nebulous in their value when people could fly. There was some thought to implementing non-energy events, but the idea wasn't really popular. With the aid of Deirdre, John recalled as many modern events as possible, adapting them as necessary. He had sought out Sidora as well, but when he asked her about it, he realized she predated modern Olympics. Not by much, but she was more than a century older than him, and thus hadn't quite gotten to them. So it was up to John and Deirdre. Throwing things had been popular before, but they had to limit the options. They came up with various compromise options that really weren't at all like the original. Javelin was effectively the same, except with the ability to use spiritual energy. The goal was to get the javelin literally as far as possible from its starting position. The only other rule was that the javelin had to remain whole. In the end, the javelin toss ended less about throwing and more about maximum range of energy control. John could see various techniques developing, from those who made their javelins rise high in the air to arc down into the distance, as well as those who tried to impart as much horizontal momentum as possible, with only a small measure of upwards angle. Because the javelins weren't particularly aerodynamic, the latter usually won. A moderate position was sometimes better as height. Plus, horizontal momentum were both necessary, and the total distance from a cultivator usually remained the same, with certain exceptions. For example, earth cultivators who could extend their energy further through the soil. Ultimately, even though the javelins hit the ground, the final resting place was all that mattered. Air and earth cultivators seemed to be the most consistent in that category. However, the winner was an earth and fire cultivator from the burning delta. Radamil threw with the force of a volcanic eruption and was quite ecstatic that he managed not to destroy the javelin, unlike most of his attempts during practice. Well, it might have become slightly melted, but it was enough with intolerances that nobody could really complain. Shot put was modified to require releasing energy control at a certain distance, shortly beyond the physical release. This was aided by formations, but it was still good for a cultivator to dissolve their own energy, as the formations could accidentally slow down the projectile while removing spiritual energy. John thought it still had some way to go before it became a popular event. Once more, air and earth tended to dominate. Earth had brute strength and force as one of their baselines, though fire element cultivators could also build up a lot of power at once. John also saw some interesting water techniques involving ice shells and steam expansion, which almost made it more like a cannon. The grand prize winner was a cultivator who performed such techniques from the boiling springs, previously unremarkable. John wondered if there was something special about regions with mixed water and fire elements. But Radamil hadn't followed the typical elements of the burning delta. Venkat, on the other hand, seemed pretty typical for the boiling springs except for his creativity with ice. It was quite possible that some people John knew would have won those events, but they were competing in others or reserving their energy for the combat tournament. For Ursula specifically, she was more interested in another event that clashed with the timing. Weightlifting. John rarely saw his earthen daughter outside of armor. It wasn't that she was defensive around him most of the time, she just didn't see a reason to take off her armor. For her, it was more like casual clothing. However, even she had to admit that it had relevant weight. The bar and weights were heavily enchanted. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly compress enough weight into a convenient size. Not when they were allowing people to lift with the benefit of spiritual energy. They could have had one for pure muscle, but it wouldn't have been even close to fair. Ursula would have won for certain. She did still win, but her competition was actually able to compete. Renato and even Johannes gave her a good match. A surprising second-place contestant was Venera from the Sky Islands, but upon further consideration, it made sense that an earth and air cultivator would be good at lifting things. The first cultivator to not have some earth element was sixth place, a water cultivator from, once again, the boiling springs. However, he was a pure water cultivator instead of mixed water and fire. An important part of weightlifting that didn't come up on Earth was supporting your weight on the ground beneath. While it was possible to enchant a platform that wouldn't crack under such large amounts of weight condensed into the space of 2 feet, to really be practical, a cultivator had to be able to do something like that in other conditions. Thus, only basic stone platforms were provided, and the cultivator had to distribute their load over the ground properly, or simply enhance the buoyancy of their weight so that it didn't press down. Spiritual energy could negate counterforce to a large extent. John was certain that broke all sorts of laws of physics, but that wasn't new. They didn't have any cycling-based events, due to the complete and utter lack of bicycles. John wasn't sure they would be of much use to cultivators, and they would be less useful for commoners in most places, except where they had proper sorts of roads. Obviously, they didn't include earth-based competitive sports. They did, however, have a few teams compete in local world sports. Cultivators tended to find them mundane, but that might have been an excuse to fight more. Either way, there was a decent amount of running around trying to deposit various shaped balls into nets or hoops. Perhaps some of these sports would become more popular in future years, and suggestions were open for what people wanted to see. Some of the more cultivator-oriented sports that were popular couldn't be reproduced in a short time. For example, the Burning Delta had some lava-based sports that required more volume of volcanic rock than the arena normally produced. Gymnastic events weren't necessarily popular, however, John planned to encourage similar things in the future. Since much of it was about practicing a sort of dance routine in odd circumstances, it took time to get people convinced it was interesting and actually good at it. Then, of course, one had to consider how much it would be based on spiritual energy. They could easily split by cultivation rank, but focusing purely on the body was uncommon. People weren't much interested in running around a track, but agility courses were quite popular. Air cultivators had certain advantages, but they couldn't just fly about however they pleased. They had to follow the track, and there were tunnels and obstacles that they had to navigate through. Instead of just past, they might build actual tunnels if things got more ambitious. But in that case, they were going to need to move further outside Lunson. They were already doing that with many options. In future decades, they would no doubt swap out events. But John was pleased that people were interested in the non-combat options. They were still of interest to cultivators that wished to show off, and the ability to become the best in some category besides the ability to kill someone was of interest to many. In addition to traditional sports-type categories, they were still expanding secondary events related to crafting and material growth or retrieval. There was an entire mining segment that involved cracking apart artificial or veins. Then there was rapid herb growth. Maybe someday they would have a long-term version of that event where they could actually produce something useful instead of just quick growing and cheap options. John hoped the shifting emphasis would prove beneficial to overall cultivation growth for the continent. But of course, battle was still the big draw. And that wasn't likely to change unless the world itself changed. Ursel unsurprisingly swung her way to the end of the combat tournament. Her fighting prowess and tenacity were well known, and she often seemed invincible. She wasn't, of course, but her armor was certainly a contributing factor to that perception. It wasn't completely immutable, but she was constantly looking for improvements as her own power grew, combined with a powerful body in case any attacks did pass through. She was durable enough to take hits that would fell others without using a drop of her own energy, allowing her to focus more on offense. Still, specific matchups were bad for her. Even if she could defeat many fire cultivators despite their elemental advantage, that wasn't limitless. Lacanus was extremely powerful, and she was merely lucky that she didn't meet him on her path to the finals. Justina did, and she defeated her own husband. As far as John could tell, they had both fought with proper seriousness. Justina's experience as a water cultivator in her previous life gave her the leg up she needed to defeat him. Plus, John found her adaptability was a bit better. Both cultivators were very familiar with each other, as one would imagine, and Lacanus wasn't rigid in his fighting style, but Justina had managed to provoke him into overextending himself. Then came the final battle between Justina and Ursel. They fought all over the arena, with Ursel usually on offense chasing Justina around, but occasionally, she was forced to retreat. Whenever Justina took over a section of the battlefield, she could fill it with flames that could flow past Ursel's armor. Diamond defense only did so much against fire element assaults, so Ursel had to actively resist the attacks with her spiritual energy. The difference of a couple ranks wasn't enough to overcome Ursel's advanced body tempering. But in the end, Ursel's club came down on Justina, at the same time as spears of fire pierced towards Ursel's eyes. The tournament ended with a completely unanticipated tie, yet neither seemed upset. Indeed, they were quite eager for the next step, which was challenging John to a match. Technically, they could have done that any time, but they could be much more serious in the context of the tournament. It was a bit expensive to activate the formations the rest of the time, especially for mid-ascending soul phase cultivators. John didn't actually believe he was the best, but he did believe he had the potential to defeat anyone he went up against. He hadn't fought Abrit to the end, but that wasn't because he didn't have the potential. He'd simply spent more energy than necessary on theatrics. That had seemed important at the time, and John still stood by it after the fact. He had kind of expected to fight both winners, one at a time, but obviously the more exciting prospect was a three-way match. They did have to extend the tournament date by several days to make sure that the arena could handle that safely, as well as to make sure the other two were in decent shape. Nobody complained. Each of the three wanted to win, but they didn't need to. They were quite happy to test their limits. John found he couldn't accept a single moment of distraction. Otherwise, he could take a blow from Ursel that if it didn't kill him would greatly weaken him. And Justina could set up any number of tricks if he forgot about her. Any two focusing on each other meant the third party would be able to gain an advantage. It was fun. John wanted to look good in front of his wife, and he had to admit he had a bit of a competitive spirit in him. There was a moment of pause as the three split apart, leaving broken ground in the middle of the arena. The next few moves would determine the ultimate winner, but it could be any of them. Chapter 453. It was amusing that the single combat tournament had ended up with a three-person match due to a tie. However, unlike the group battles, nobody was on different sides. If there were sides, John was going to lose, because he certainly hadn't arranged to work with either of the combatants. And while he could reasonably say he had a path to victory against either Ursel or Justina, both together would be pretty impossible. Perhaps it was lame of him to not say he would strike down 1,000,000 foes alone or tear apart the heavens. But it would be far worse to think too highly of himself. Perhaps if he had weeks or a year to put together a specific plan for this combination of people, he might win, but John wasn't going to go further than that. In short, he had to presume they weren't working together. They were also the sort to want to win properly, so they would ultimately be disappointed if they opted for an easier option. John did happen to have an elemental advantage. Then again, that was likely to happen with about half of the possible configurations. Of the unused setups, they had an air and darkness arena suited for ascending soul phase cultivators. It wasn't a huge elemental advantage, unlike if it had been water and fire, which would be dominant against both of his opponents. But having matching elements where they did not was still useful. Floating platforms filled the area, while a thin outer shell represented a sort of cavern. It wasn't fully dark inside, partially as a concession for the viewers, and also because making an arena too infused with a single element went beyond advantage into unfairness. A worthy training scenario, perhaps, but tournaments were about performance more than practice. As the three combatants sprang apart, John had to pick his first target. Ursel. He threw a dagger coated with spectral flames and the essence of his spiritual energy absorption to sustain it. Unfortunately, for that to work, he had to reach Ursel's spiritual energy. It was no good if he simply hit her armor, which he did. She didn't even try to avoid him, and his attack was deflected uselessly. Well, John anticipated that was likely, but he had to start somehow. Justina rapidly vaulted up to one of the floating platforms, leaving John as the easiest target for Ursel. As Ursel had already chosen to assault him first, he was in a tight spot. He threw himself to the side, calling upon Earth Element to gather a chunk of rock. He filled it with a decent helping of different sorts of spiritual energy and lobbed it at Ursel's chest. If it hit, it might knock her away and provide some space. Ursel spun her club, smashing away the dense clump of material, but she seemed to pick up on the opportunity John had prepared. When there was a convenient option to work against the third party, why wouldn't she take it? The rock retained its form instead of shattering, flying up in the air as she batted it towards Justina, who deflected it with a wave of flames that coiled around her. Then Ursel reached John, taking a grand swing at his torso. She was fast enough that completely dodging her attack was problematic, and letting her hit his shoulder, thigh, or one of his limbs might actually be worse. So John took the hit, though obviously he did his best to absorb the impact by turning it into momentum as he went flying backwards. Ursel chased after him, but as he hit the outside edge of the arena's formations, the edge of the cavern, he leapt off of it and well over Ursel's head to land on one of the platforms near Justina. Of course, she tossed a nice present in the form of a fireball towards where he was going to land, so he changed his trajectory. Since John could actually fly, altering his momentum in the air was pretty trivial. He actually pushed himself towards the middle of the arena, hoping to make Justina a more desirable target for Ursel. While he had half a moment, John focused on his internal body, burning away the small roots of earth element Ursel left behind. They were minuscule and harmless in their current form, but if he allowed them to build up over a succession of strikes, even if he absorbed the entire impact, he would eventually lose. And his ribs were already creaking from what had occurred, even with diamond defense at play. For her part, Ursel didn't maintain a laser focus on John. instead swinging her club to sweep up some of the stone floor. The main chunk was just slightly larger than what John had tossed at her, but it also included a scattering of smaller pebbles around it in a spray. Justina leapt away, her rapid movements leaving behind a trail of flame. She moved counterclockwise around the arena, trying to return the focus onto John. Even as she dodged, Justina gathered her spiritual energy to form a sheet of fire that she launched towards John, trying to cut off his movements away from Ursel. Ursel was a serious threat, but John also couldn't afford to let himself get worn down. Rather than dodging, John cut away the rightmost section of the assault, separating the flames from Justina's control and trying to recapture as much energy as possible. His spiritual energy came out slightly behind where it had been, but Justina had expended quite a bit more in the last few moments. John tossed out several more throwing daggers at both of his available targets. But instead of trying the same move on Ursel, he created more of an empty shell of spiritual energy. It was easy enough to make a convincing attack with the darkness element surrounding them, making it seem like his focus was more on her. His attack on Justina was more serious, water that fed into lightning suddenly boosting forward the throwing dagger at its final moment. He only caught her ankle, but he harmed her defenses. Ursel was clearly debating whether to stay on the ground for a few moments, but she hopped up towards John. However, as she did so, she brushed against the lingering flames from Justina's escape. Rather than it being blasted away, it clung to her, the entire trail compressing towards her. She concentrated a bit of her spiritual energy outside of her body, letting the flames cling to that as she tossed it towards Justina. While it didn't really have any hope of harming the other woman, it did free her from the danger. Her armor was durable, but even if it could endure nearly endless heat, it couldn't really provide the same to Ursel. She was durable, of course, but fire was still her weakness. Her momentum still carried her towards John, who had barely recovered from her previous strike. He wasn't interested in repeatedly clashing with his daughter, so he tilted the platform he was standing on and jumped off. The floating platforms weren't meant to tilt, of course. They had an intended orientation, but a little elemental manipulation went a long way. John put more force than he absolutely needed to move out of the way. Indeed, he treated it more as an attack, launching the platform at Justina. She probably didn't expect it, but she was able to react by moving further along the edge of the arena. However, when things settled, Ursel was in the middle of the arena, with the other two not quite on opposite sides of her. John tossed more throwing daggers towards Ursel, some of which were filled with insidious combinations of elements, and others that were practically nothing. Ursel had to block them all, not able to pick and choose which ones would be dangerous. At the same moment, Ursel and Justina leapt towards each other. Perhaps Justina expected Ursel to move against John, or perhaps she envisioned things going differently. Either way, as Justina tried to launch an attack, perhaps beyond Ursel to target John, Ursel was fully focused on her. She pushed through the flames surrounding Justina, striking her in the thighs with her stone club and blocking her momentum. Justina was out, as even if the blow wouldn't have been lethal, it would have incapacitated her. John was already making his move, which was rather boring but his best use of his abilities at the moment. When Ursel turned to find him, he was gone. Ursel didn't let that stop her, though. She leapt up towards the platform John had been standing on to catch a trace of him. The way her stone club swept through the area, she was probably hoping he hadn't moved. It wasn't unreasonable, as that was a ploy he liked to use. However, he was one step beyond that. Not far, though. He knew how his daughter usually reacted as well. Ursel managed to figure it out from a slight shift as he pulled himself back onto the platform. But as she spun towards him, John used the most light element he could control at once to blind her with a flash. That was one thing he could guarantee to bypass her armor. If she could see him, he still was clipped by her blind swing, but he tagged her wrist with spectral flames, the nearly undetectable heat clinging to her. John let himself be seen as he slid down the wall of the arena, finding it impractical to further hide himself, especially with Ursel's energy in him. He needed to avoid taking repetitive strikes, but with Ursel able to focus fully on him, it was difficult. John called upon the utmost of his mobility, trying to land hits on Ursel without being crushed himself. Clash after clash, neither gained much advantage. However, both of them were building up towards a greater result. Ursel's strikes all carried the power of roots cracking boulders, for those rare occasions when brute force wouldn't do. John kept building up ethereal flames, though of course his daughter was already well aware of their existence. She repeatedly shed her earth elemental spiritual energy to stave off his attacks, but that was still useful for John to some extent. They continued to clash, until finally John ducked under one of Ursul's decisive strikes, and her club shattered. John took his chance, diving for her legs. He was well aware of the grappling prowess of his daughter, but he shielded himself with 4 elements while earth fed into fire, boosting it. As usual, John's cycle of elements enhanced all of his abilities. His total quantity was greater, though Ursul's advanced body tempering certainly made up much of the difference. He forced heat through her armor as they shattered the ground around them. The one to collapse first was Ursul, drenched in sweat, though it was sizzling inside her armor and not helping her situation. You win. John wondered what they should do with the prizes. They never went to him, as it was inappropriate as the organizer of the tournament. Despite them being close to him, however, nobody could deny that Ursul and Justina deserved their positions in the finals. They could undoubtedly come up with a reasonable way to split the rewards after the unique circumstances. Most likely, Ursul's club would be replaced first. The weapon had actually been John's target for the final stretch of their clashes. It wouldn't have broken through Ursul striking the outer barriers otherwise. It was made of rare and enchanted stone, but the workmanship simply wasn't up to the same standards as Ursul's armor. Mountain steel, constantly being tempered with her usage. Soon, it might reach the continent level, the Earth-specific name for the ascending soul phase. As she was in the ascending soul phase herself, it was only reasonable, but John found that was one area the continent was lacking. Even Abrit only had tolerably good equipment. The problem was that even slight upgrades to equipment rapidly became cost-prohibitive. Despite various potent regions on the continent, there were limits to rate materials, and enhancing more modest ones had their limits. But all that was for after the tournament. John still had to pick himself back up and finish the ceremonies. Chapter 454. Even if a honeymoon trip wasn't a tradition in this world, John still kind of wanted one. It might happen to be a few years late, but by cultivator standards that was right on schedule. For anything that didn't require specific timing, cultivators were extremely relaxed. Obviously, when interacting with others, it was necessary for everyone to agree on a time, but when planning to do something in the near future, it was like meeting an old friend on Earth and agreeing to hang out sometime. It might or might not happen at some point. The current world didn't really have the idea of a honeymoon anyway. Despite about a fifth of John's current memories being from Earth, they were his core memories around which everything else had to be measured. No matter how much he adapted to the current world, he might not fit perfectly, and that was fine. At least he wasn't alone in that regard, with his friends from the club, and he thought he at least looked like he fit. There was one significant difference from Earth. If he was going on an ocean cruise, he wouldn't have expected there to be so many weapons. However, it wasn't like they were going somewhere expecting a fight. They simply didn't know what to expect, and no self-respecting cultivator would go on a long journey unarmed. Astrid stood near the prow of the flagship. Exploring is quite exciting, don't you think? Except for the many days we'll be sailing through the open ocean, I agree, John commented. Though I do wish we had proper records of the area west of the continent. Given that they had experienced trouble from all other sides of the continent, the plan was to be proactive in this case. They didn't plan to start a war, they just needed to know if there was anything around to worry about. Or rather, how much was there, because there were old maps that had some islands out to the west. Old maps, clearly not made by cartographers that cared about accuracy or anything, really. John understood that cultivators were usually pretty insular, but he still thought they should have more accurate understandings of what was around them. Supplies had been prepared for a journey that could last up to 3 months. However, even if that turned out to be an inaccurate prediction, they wouldn't be too concerned. The biggest issue that long sailing voyages had on Earth was water. It was strange to consider, given that sailors were literally surrounded by water for the entire duration of their voyage. But it wasn't potable water. But any water cultivator worth anything could extract pure water from seawater. John could probably manage it for the whole fleet if he had to, with the biggest roadblock being that he would get bored. The next biggest issue tended to be other supplies such as food, though at a certain length of voyage scurvy was also an issue. Scurvy wasn't an issue that cultivators suffered much for various reasons. Not being at sea for so long was one of the main things. However, even spiritual collection phase cultivators had healthier bodies than Earth humans. Ultimately, those issues were something that could be bypassed with proper cultivation like anything else. First, gathering food was simple when you had people that could dive and fight at full capacity underwater. Even if there were dangerous sea beasts, this fleet had sufficiently powerful cultivators to overcome anything, even leviathans, if it was necessary. As for vitamin C to stave off scurvy, it seemed that sea mammal livers would do. It sounded right to John, but he couldn't say he was an expert. There was one method he was certain of, however. Earth cultivators could grow fruit on the ships, especially citrus. It required lugging around some amount of soil and trees, which was a bit of an issue for the weight of the vessels. However, enchantments helped overcome some of the weaknesses in that regard. At the point where people could throw floating islands at each other, John really didn't think that seafaring should be an issue. It had only been any effort at all because the Shimmering Islands didn't have any issues of the sort, as they didn't have such long journeys. It only took them a few weeks to go across the whole breadth of the Shimmering Islands, and they'd have to specifically choose to not encounter any islands. Thus, while they had general seafaring knowledge, long voyages were their weak point. Even now that they were circling the continent for trade, they still didn't generally go far without resupplies. The seas were calm and peaceful, at least on the surface. And for a good distance beneath the surface, that remained true. Enough so that John stretched leisurely. All right, time for training. Astrid looked back at him. Sure, what kind were you thinking? John grinned evilly, causing Astrid to take a step back. Even so, he still got an arm around her and hopped into the sea. Swimming. John could only detect Astrid rolling her eyes because of how his spiritual energy senses worked, since he couldn't actually see her face from his angle as they splashed into the water. If they were in private, he would have expected an exaggerated protest, but she cared too much about her dignity. John maintained a serious manner when he needed to, but he couldn't very well tell his disciples to enjoy life if he never bothered. Obviously, if John kept his hold on Astrid, she wouldn't get any proper training. He could absolutely do anything he was going to do with her under one arm, but that wasn't saying much. One extra person wasn't a big deal past a certain point. First laps. John declared, "We'll start with the flagship. Maybe later we'll work our way up to the whole fleet." Astrid wasn't a terrible swimmer. If she was able to use spiritual energy, she would outperform anyone on Earth, though that wasn't a really fair comparison. Without spiritual energy, she was decent enough now. She'd been quite embarrassed at her weakness when they stopped at the lunar island, and he knew she'd trained in her own time. John thought it was adorable, and also practical. It was still difficult for her to swim faster than a proper sailing ship, however. That was why it was training. Obviously, it was easy to swim to the rear of the vessel, but circling around back up towards its front was quite difficult for a cultivator that was primarily fire. John kept a pace where he remained just in front of her so that she could follow through the smoothed-out flow of water he created. Skilled water cultivators didn't leave a notable wake. That would imply they were imparting more energy onto the water than they needed to. With the supernatural abilities afforded by spiritual energy, they could avoid creating even ripples. John could have left the waves in the same state they were in when he first reached them, but that wasn't his point. He was a goal for Astrid as well as a slight decrease in difficulty. The ability to keep up with ships was important, though they were maneuverable enough that they could go back and pick people up. They wouldn't abandon the most lowly cultivator in their ranks, let alone an early ascending soul phase cultivator. A number of other individuals were inspired to swim laps around their own ships, coming up with impromptu competitions. It was good for the fleet to remain active. Being confined to a small area was rough on people, though in this case many of them could move between ships on occasion. Everything was peaceful until the call of alarm from the northern flank of the fleet. Tenzing of the Dark Shore amplified his voice to speak to the fleet. Trouble in the waters. Ready yourselves. There went the fun swim. John immediately dropped back and took Astrid by the hand. She mixed her own energy with his as he lifted the two of them out of the water. However, instead of depositing them onto the flagship, he flew towards the source of the trouble. Once his attention had been drawn to the area, he was able to pick out the incoming threat. Two long necks rose up between several ships. It would be an easy mistake to assume they were under attack by multiple creatures as the necks snapped down towards cultivators atop the decks. That would be an incorrect assumption, however. John could sense that beneath the long necks was a single creature. A turtle, if he was generous with his definitions. A barrier of darkness from Tenzing deflected the creature's strike towards one ship, while the other was protected by a unified squad. However, that was only part of the creature's efforts. It also created a vortex in the surrounding water, pulling ships closer towards it and its sharply spined shell. Astrid launched an attack from her elevated position, a beam of light striking one of the creature's eyes. In return, it shot a jet of water. John deflected it, taking note of the creature's strength. The large beast wasn't quite comparable to an ascending soul phase cultivator, though that didn't mean it would be trivial to defeat. Beasts had to be judged differently, as they had more than their cultivation. For example, cultivators didn't happen to wear armor more than a meter thick. Besides, even if it could only call upon a maximum quantity of spiritual energy for any single task, its total amount was quite high. A troublesome foe, such that John wished they had brought along Carl. The Leviathan youth could probably match the creature, and more importantly, keep it away from the ships. As the surrounding handful of vessels were pulled inward, their pilots and crew strained against it. John didn't plan to let it act as it pleased, gathering lighting on one of his throwing daggers. He launched a fairly straightforward attack, but aside from blinking closed its eyelid, the turtle didn't react much. Though the creature's spiritual energy displayed only water element, its body appeared to possess earth elemental properties. John determined that as his spiritual energy spread over the creature's skin instead of penetrating through it like he intended, the creature charged towards one of the nearest ships, as they weren't being drawn in as fast as it liked. However, John managed to bring himself and Astrid into striking range. They landed heavily on one of the heads, dropping it into the water instead of letting it chomp at the ship. The turtle's shell still sliced along the hull, splintering the wood, but the cultivators aboard and the vessel were mostly all right. No huge holes yet. John sliced at the turtle's head, wiping away the water element's spiritual energy as Astrid pelted its skull with darts of fire, which grew as she continued to add more power. The head dove further underwater, but that forced the rest of the turtle off course. A little bit of natural water wasn't going to stop Astrid's attacks. The second head of the beast bit towards the two of them, but they simply changed their target to the inside of its mouth. Astrid targeted the creature's tongue, relying on John to disrupt the spiritual energy defenses and dry out the area. The turtle was not happy with them, diving down into the ocean while trying to shake them off. They didn't let it flee. After all, the beast would be enough turtle soup for the whole fleet. More practically, they didn't want to let a beast that attacked humans live, especially not if it continued to grow more powerful and held a grudge. Once they got through some of the scales on its head, the creature was quite vulnerable. And unlike tortoises, sea turtles couldn't retract fully into their shells. The creature's size worked against it as the pair of ascending soul phase cultivators doggedly pursued it, with others from the fleet diving after them. But only a few of the stronger water cultivators managed to keep up. That included Stithulf, one of John's first proper disciples. The cultivators' people from the Shimmering Islands happened to be on the southern end of the fleet, so they had the most distance to travel. Turdo and Verusha were back at the northern part of the continent, helping to train up the local fleets, but there were still representatives of the region. Of course, the fleet had cultivators from all over, as evidenced by Tenzing from the Gloom Desolation. Even though he had a city to govern, it was a show of solidarity from the relatively recently acquainted allies. The turtle meat was tough. Stronger beasts weren't necessarily tastier. Still, it had a whole lot of water and earth element for those who were interested, and the shell could be considered a treasure. It did take up half of the deck of two different ships, though. Chapter 455. Most attempts to swim around the fleet were less exciting than the first one. There were still occasional attacks by sea beasts, but they tended to be by the local strongest alone. Many such beasts had never been challenged in their own domain, or at least not in a long time. Attacking a fleet of human ships was just instinct for them, and usually resulted in their demise. Unless they quickly retreated. If they were wise enough to retreat, they would be more cautious about ships in the future, which was good in case the continental forces actually returned to the region. It would be nice if, should they find any islands, they could reach a peaceful trade agreement. Ultimately, They wanted to avoid trouble with the final cardinal direction, but that might be unlikely. Once or twice, John felt a vague sensation of something beneath them. Powerful somethings in the deep that could easily be compared to the Leviathan, though nothing had quite the same sort of energy signature. They might even be stronger, though as far as John was aware, there was nothing that surpassed the ascending soul phase. That was what they had to be truly cautious about, though it would be troublesome if a powerful beast seriously damaged or destroyed some of their ships. A fleet searching randomly for islands might find it rather difficult, especially since the various records were less than precise about where they might be looking. As it turned out, oceans were big. However, they had several advantages. They could afford to sweep about looking for islands. They had people who could fly to get a bird's eye view. And perhaps one of the most important, they had the aid of spiritual energy, and most islands would concentrate spiritual energy in some form. They almost missed their first chance, or perhaps they had already bypassed a number of islands. However, John happened to be up and gazing at the stars when he sensed something off in the distance. Rather than immediately alert anyone, he sought out a better angle, flying a bit closer. After all, he wasn't entirely certain if what he was sensing was anything at all. That was how darkness element tended to work, and the island was infused with it. Even once he could see it, he couldn't really see it, except for a vague shape. Tempted as he was to land alone and explore, that would be a bit rude to everyone else who came along on the expedition. Thus, he redirected the fleets towards what he had spotted. It was a bit more troublesome in the middle of the night as some crew had to be woken up, but it was no good to wait until morning and be a dozen kilometers further away. Ships didn't stop just because most of their crew were sleeping. An expedition group was swiftly put together to explore the island. That, of course, included John, as he would be capable of acting efficiently no matter what they found. If John was going, Astrid would as well, even if it was a bit difficult for her to operate in a dark element zone. The most notable addition beyond that was Tenzing of the Gloom Desolation. The total makeup of their squad was a dozen individuals, all at least at the consolidated soul phase. Even with his darkness-enhanced sight, John couldn't make out anything about the island from a distance aside from its size and general shape. Not until they were actually about to step foot on the island, passing through some sort of barrier, could they make anything out. Strangely, the sky went from dark night and sparkling stars to a pleasant blue. Or perhaps not, because everywhere John looked was tinted by that same blue. Curious, he commented. This feels like swimming underwater? Astrid suggested. John nodded. Indeed. He didn't feel wet, but he did feel somewhat heavy. His movements were slower and sounds were distorted. It was certainly something close to being underwater, except clearly not that. Tenzing frowned. A strange island. I sense very little water element, for all that it has such properties. John took a few moments to carefully consider the surrounding spiritual energy. It's not particularly lower than the surrounding seas. It's simply the vastly more plentiful darkness that makes it seem that way. Several members of the squad were shimmering island cultivators, as they were quite common among the fleet. They looked quite relieved to still have access to their primary element, though if they had to convert darkness, it wouldn't be so bad. It was still an allied element, after all. In addition to the strange watery filter, the island itself contributed to the feeling. John was reminded of a kelp forest with the way the trees stood tall and proud, reaching high into the sky. It was as if they had suddenly descended to the depths of the sea. The shoreline had a number of barnacles and similar creatures on the rocks, though that wasn't particularly unexpected. John kept his senses alert as he walked along hand in hand with Astrid. He diverted the surrounding darkness element towards himself so she wouldn't have to constantly wrestle with it. Darkness was more easily drawn inward, and he was able to constantly make use of costly sensory techniques, sweeping his senses far and wide. They walked further into what appeared to be the forest, soon finding a pool teeming with small fish. There were also some large anemones and sea urchins, as well as crabs and other creatures. He swept up a bit of water, tasting it. Salty, he commented. Like a tide pool, but it's a bit far from shore. Astrid nodded. The island slopes upwards towards the center, from what I can tell. Perhaps the tides rise a few meters beyond what is typical. Tenzing was prodding one of the thin trees. These trees are strange. They have little in the way of branches and simply grow leaves all along their length. I've certainly never seen anything quite like them, John commented. We should take some samples. We'll have to break it down to allow it to fit anywhere. However, he looked upwards. How high did they go? 100 meters? He approximated that with his spiritual energy and thought it might be even a bit higher than that. Perhaps they had to compete for sunlight during the day. It was rather surprising that they would be so tall, but in a world of spiritual energy, it wasn't impossible. So far, the only native beasts outside of the tidal pools appeared to be some seabirds high in the leaves. They were infused with the darkness element that permeated the whole island, but he at least noticed some of them when he was poking around in the area. Look here, Astrid commented. Fish. John was expecting another tide pool, but instead they were just laying on the ground, dead. It shouldn't have been that long, since they didn't smell that bad yet, but John noticed some of the tree's roots wrapping around them. How high are we now? He looked back. He couldn't see the ocean line, and the ships were barely a vague feeling he could have been making up. The darkness element here sure makes it difficult to be certain of your senses. Astrid concurred, and no doubt it was especially tough for her. Unless she wanted to actively use her light element, of course, but that would wear her out quickly. For the moment, she was conserving most of her energy. John was converting through earth into fire, allowing part of that cycle to bleed off into her to replace what she used while he retained the majority for his own usage. He could keep up such a pace all day. Or night, as it turned out. It's strangely light, Astrid commented as they picked their way along. Not exactly bright, but I can see somewhat better than under the night sky. Is it? John asked. It's difficult for me to compare since my night vision is excellent. His eyes made sparkling stars extremely interesting to look at, seemingly far brighter. I find the watery distortions here a bit harder to see through. It's like being underwater in the daylight, Astrid suggested, more than being out in the night. As a darkness cultivator without specially enhanced eyes, I concur, Tenzing said. I don't have to actively look through to get a decent picture, though I can still only see so far. They took samples of various plants as they continued along, including chopping a few trees into manageable bits. There were also some darkness-infused plants that seemed like they might be valuable. However, they didn't pull up whole patches. They still didn't know if anyone lived on this island. And even if there were no human inhabitants, it was best to not disturb things too much. After all, they wanted any valuable resources to replicate themselves for when they came back later. It was stupid to take everything at once without giving it a chance to make the next generation. Especially for cultivators, who would live a long time. A surprising lack of dangerous beasts made John confused. Surely something had to have grown more than anything else, with the quantity of spiritual energy on display. Maybe the birds were hiding something. They came upon another tide pool, if it could be called that when it was more like a lake. However, it was similarly filled with salt water and what would be considered sea life. Did we head downhill? John asked. Astrid shook her head. I'm beginning to think that all the water here is like this. At some point this lake was populated and then, she shrugged. Then she looked up. The weird thing is that the birds aren't trying to eat any of this stuff. Maybe they're too small, John suggested. However, he knew that was a rather weak thought. There was no reason they wouldn't just eat several times as many of the easy pickings. It was possible the creatures simply bred fast enough to survive. The problem is that it's pretty shallow. It was strange to look into water when everything already looked watery. He didn't get the expected distortion, allowing him to see the bottom easily enough. There was nowhere for fish to hide, which was different from a proper lake where they could at least dive down to avoid predators. Everyone found the island quite strange. Astrid also noticed something interesting. The trees are all the same height. No, they all reach the same height, but some start further down. Once it had been pointed out, it was impossible to ignore. An even line where they all ended became quite obvious. It was like they were attached to something. I need to check this out, John said. Was there a hidden roof of some sort? A glass ceiling? Or perhaps even solid rock that was disguised by the darkness element? I'll need both hands to climb. He could fly, of course, but that might disturb the local wildlife. He wasn't interested in attracting the attention of some sort of king of beasts or a swarm of birds. Both were equally undesirable. He couldn't sense anything problematically strong, but assuming that on a dark element island was a bit foolish. Astrid let go of his hand and let him climb. John found that the leaves couldn't really support him, but he was able to climb by bracing his feet against the trunk and pulling with his arms behind it. It was like climbing up bamboo, and while he didn't do that often, he could. He wasn't really worried about falling for any number of reasons. He thought there might be an interesting view, but he couldn't see terribly far given the local darkness element. Because it wasn't normal darkness, his eyes didn't really help. If he focused on his eyes, he was still blocked by the physical reality of the numerous trees. They were all the same type, but that wasn't a surprise for an isolated island. Reaching the top of one tree that didn't have any residents, John saw quite a few birds. There was no solid roof or anything particularly different at the top. Just confirmation that the tops all hit a level plane, more or less. He spotted a glisten out of the corner of his eye and tuned to pick up the small object atop the wide leaves. He found a small crystal. Investigating with his earth element made him lick it. A chunk of salt. Strange. Everything was strange. Chapter 456. An island of strange darkness, filled with tall and thin trees and veiled in mystery. It was an abundant source of darkness, elemental spiritual energy, but it still felt wrong. And what was to John, who was a darkness cultivator himself? Astrid clearly noticed his thoughts. "What's wrong?" she asked. "If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be worried," John commented. "Something about this place feels dangerous." Flickering flames became a curling blade of sungrass in Astrid's hand. Light gathered on the triple edges of the projection, then dispersed into the surroundings. "As far as I can tell, we see truly, at least immediately around us." That was comforting in its own way, but insufficient to assuage John's concerns entirely. He looked up at the sky, unable to judge the time by the light or lack thereof. According to his estimates, it should be getting close to morning. "We should return to the fleet and get our bearings," John suggested. They could take a better look at the samples they had gathered outside of the influence of the island. Everyone agreed, but it was as they were heading back that they first noticed deleterious effects. John felt strangely cold, his breath short. "I don't like this," John said, the vocal distortion seemingly greater. He kept his spiritual energy ready for some sort of assault, but felt nothing to fight against. Unable to keep his eyes off of the strange trees, John noticed that the local birds were taking off. "It must be near morning, then." Tenzing grimaced. "Why isn't it any brighter, then?" A good question, but the island was already unnaturally bright, at least for the depths of night. Nobody had an answer for him. They hurried their steps towards the ship, uncertain what changes might be coming to the island. It was clear others were becoming uneasy as well. Two events happened at about the same time. A school of small fish were spotted swimming out of several nearby tidal pools, simply rising into the air. Flying fish weren't a unique thing, but it was certainly unexpected given how they'd previously been isolated. Then, one of the shimmering island's cultivators collapsed. "She's suffocating," said the closest expedition member, scooping the woman up. "My own breath is," her strained tone made it clear. John immediately began to refresh the air within his own lungs. It was strangely heavy, but he felt a bit more clear-headed. Then he reached out for Astrid. She was standing in a daze. His energy delved into her lungs, providing needed air. It took her a few moments to have her thoughts clear up, at which point she created a burst of light element that penetrated the surroundings. John was able to close his eyes, sensing her energy manipulation. When he opened them, everything was the same, and yet different. His body felt cold and heavy. Wet. Visually, everything was the same as it had been, but John realized that they were now actually underwater. He immediately created air within his lungs, pushing out the salt water that filled them. "We're underwater," he declared. Most of the expedition group had already been refreshing the air in their lungs to their best ability, even not quite understanding what was happening. "Clear her lungs." John ordered the man holding the comatose woman. He first did the same for Astrid, his energy entering without resistance. There wasn't much to be seen, a gush of water entering the ocean, but the effects were clear. John pulled Astrid along towards Tenzing. The darkness cultivator was familiar enough with water, but he didn't have any control over air element. Even if he could force his body to function, with his lungs full of water, his level of exertion would be far greater than it needed to be. Tenzing had to force himself to allow John's energy to enter his body. It went against all the natural instincts of a cultivator. A moment later, his lungs were refilled with fresh air, just one breath, but a cultivator could make that last quite a while. It would certainly be easier on his body than 2 lungs full of salt water. The rest of the cultivators rapidly adjusted. Many of them were from the shimmering islands. where the sea was a constant. While actually getting a lungful of water was rare, it was something they could deal with. Enough of them were capable with air element that even if it wasn't their specialty, they could manage something. The unconscious woman couldn't resist as her lungs were cleared out. John hoped that it hadn't been too long. Of course, he didn't expect her to be perfectly fine, but with less than a minute since she passed out, she could hopefully avoid any significant brain damage. That was the best they could hope. Once everyone was more or less stable, John had everyone linked together. Then they swam off, up at an angle away from the island. They left the perimeter of the island before they hit the surface, and they were suddenly able to see the ocean. But they were only a few moments from the surface as they looked back, seeing only a vague blob of darkness. They broke the surface on the opposite side of the island from their fleet, but they could once more sense them. Astrid, John said, help me reveal something. He gathered all the light element he had. It was maybe a third of each of the other elements he had. A tiny percentage of what he carried overall, even if it was slightly growing as he gained more experience. Astrid's energy joined his, closer to half of her total. She couldn't release all she carried at once, but instead poured it out in a stream as John directed light towards the island. Darkness element was momentarily dispersed in front of them, revealing the tops of the trees just above the surface as the island sank beneath the waves. Massively high tides, or an actual moving island. John wasn't sure which, but he felt it was the latter somehow. Dawn broke as they pulled themselves onto the ships. The image of the island faded as it completed its journey beneath the waves. Had they arrived as things were now, they might not have known there was an island there at all. John breathed a sigh of relief as everyone was able to breathe, including the unconscious woman. Those around her had been keeping her air refreshed for the short time they had been rushing away from the island. It wasn't particularly large, their slow exploration pace and meandering around the island eating more time than a straightforward path. For a moment, John almost didn't want to try to breathe fresh air, but he was certain everything around him was real now. And in some way, the island had been more convincing because it was real, just not all at once. I can't believe an island just tried to murder us, John grinned slightly. In truth, aside from the one woman, they hadn't been in serious danger. If they turned to flee as soon as they felt weird, they would have easily left the island and observed that they were underwater. Most likely, they had been subconsciously responding to their body's need for air, or more of them would have passed out, and more quickly. They had to have been underwater for more than a few minutes, breathing water. John was the least at risk, since he'd modified his body. Astrid might have been the worst off, but she'd recently been practicing with him underwater. He also paid her more attention, so he would have likely noticed something before she actually passed out. What happened? Stidhulf asked. Of course, the rest of those in the fleet would want to know. Was it some sort of trap? John explained as best as he knew. The island visibly kept a state of both high and low tides, or rising and falling. They could investigate which by observing the sea floor. He wasn't afraid of a bit of a swim, especially not when he was expecting to be underwater. There were no signs of human life, nor of man-made formations. The island simply had an odd flow of darkness energy that befuddled the senses, showing the island as both above and below water. Astrid nodded. The local wildlife seems remarkably adapted to the circumstances, she said. Then again, how could they not be? They wouldn't survive. Only a small number of fish were caught ashore and didn't end up in one of the pools. The birds, she gestured to the seabirds, flying around. Some were sitting atop the water, others were diving to catch fish. They nest atop the trees. Said trees looked even more like kelp with their heads just reaching the surface of the water, their broad-bladed leaves bobbing near the surface. No, perhaps they were a sort of kelp with a solid spine. It wouldn't be the strangest thing in a world of cultivation. Whatever they were was a form of plant life that was happy enough being underwater for a significant portion of their cycle. Was the island dangerous? Someone asked. The way you returned. John pondered. It was certainly dangerous, he said. But that's true of any sort of unfamiliar terrain. It was unexpected, but it didn't feel malicious or like a trap. It just is. He began pulling out some of the samples they collected. They were just as full of darkness and water element as he had felt, not that he would have expected otherwise. While darkness had the effect of displaying a false truth, if they weren't infused with spiritual energy, it would then not have felt like much at all. Not without active distortion in the surroundings, at least. John continued. There is some value to be gained from this island. Those who are aware of the dangers would find it rather trivial to deal with. Fortunately, he looked over at the woman who was just coming to consciousness. We didn't suffer too much to learn about it. It was hard for John to be mad at an island for nearly killing him. It would be the same for being mad at a tree for him falling out of it. Certainly, the island concealed the truth, but that was the very thing that made it valuable, the concentrated darkness element. The expedition marked the location of the island according to their charts, as well as noting its disappearance. They spent the rest of the day taking a closer look, diving around the island though avoiding passing over it. There was a distinct line where reality blurred, which made it easy to avoid. John himself investigated the base of the island, and he did indeed determine that the island itself was likely moving, though there might be some tidal effects involved as well. His earth element senses went deep into the sand, feeling a line of separation as the island buried parts of it in the sandy ocean floor. The total depth was a little over 100 meters, which was relatively shallow for open ocean. If that remained consistent, they were fairly likely to run into more islands nearby. As night approached, the island appeared once more. Even watching from the surface, they couldn't properly see its movement. Instead, the vague image of the island slowly built out of darkness element. John and Astrid were able to determine it wasn't fully surfaced at the point the darkness element formed an outline of the island. Midnight seemed to be close to its peak, though it was visible from sundown to sunrise. John paid close attention to the island. After all, with his core as a darkness cultivator, he didn't like to be fooled by such things. As best he could tell, it was so effective because it was displaying something that was real, at least for some portion of the day. The image of an island underwater overlapped with an island on the surface at night. The memory of the truth was a powerful force. Chapter 457. After becoming aware of the perils of Midnight Island, it actually seemed to be quite safe. Even for those who couldn't pierce through the grand illusion over it, simply keeping track of time would be sufficient. Going underwater unknowingly was certainly a risk, but the island didn't seem to have any dangerous predators. It wasn't of much use to the expedition beyond being a source of dark element, but they were all well enough trained to convert other forms of spiritual energy that it didn't matter much. It had no fresh water, so the only true resources that could be gathered were resources like bits of spirit water and spirit darkness. Useful for the future as such things regenerated over time, should they make frequent trips past the area. However, the island wasn't much good for getting some time on land. Even Shimmering Island's cultivators who were experienced with ocean voyages were used to frequent stops. So far, the Western Sea had been fairly low on islands, though the appearance of one island indicated that they might be close to others, especially if they watched the depths of the ocean below. As the expeditionary fleet continued onward, they kept an eye out for further islands. Some of that was actual sight, as John flew high into the sky. At 1 kilometer up, he could see about 100 kilometers out. He managed to pick out something like a dozen islands, though it might actually be more depending on how he counted. From such a distance, he could only vaguely make out spiritual elements, and it wasn't enough to tie anything to one particular island. Though he did learn the valuable piece of information that they were not all water element, nor even of allied elements. It seemed the local seas had quite the elemental variety in their islands. Making their way towards the closest, it was less than a day away under sail. Before they got close, however, they encountered an incoming vessel. They remained at a distance, clearly keeping tabs on the fleet. It was understandable that they might be hesitant to approach given the total force the expeditionary fleet represented. Aboard the vessel was one mid-ascending soul phase cultivator, but their total numbers were lower, so they simply couldn't match the quantity of consolidated soul phase cultivators. And though their leader was an ascending soul phase cultivator, they didn't have a second aboard. John considered the situation, discussing with the others. John going himself could be seen as an aggressive move or a confident move. Likewise, not sending him might signal that they didn't consider these others important enough, or that he felt he was above them, or that he was afraid. Ultimately, as the leader of the expeditionary force, John decided he had to make contact, or at least attempt to. He was confident he could handle himself if there was danger, but he still chose not to go alone. After all, it was quite appropriate to bring along a bodyguard, and there was no one more qualified than his wife Astrid. It was likely the other side was already aware of her, so bringing over only ascending soul phase cultivators was a strong move. However, rather than sending forward their flagship, John instructed the fleet to keep a certain distance from the local ship, whereas he and Astrid leapt out and ran atop the water. Such an ability was perfectly normal at high cultivations. Any good foundation phase cultivator could do it, and John couldn't imagine anyone reaching the ascending soul phase who couldn't. Even Astrid, who didn't interact with water much, had been able to do it. It was her actual swimming that had been subpar, mostly relying on quantity of spiritual energy rather than technique. John could have flown over, of course. That would be more impressive, but it might also reveal too much at the moment. It was possible he would be spotted in the skies in the future, should people be looking in the right direction at the right time. If he could see an island, the inhabitants could theoretically see him. He was just smaller, so he would be a tiny speck. On the other hand, many cultivators could pick such things out. Fire and light, Astrid commented as they approached. Perhaps the oddest elements for an island. John nodded in agreement. Yes, it has the least synergy with the surrounding water element. Though, of course, it depends significantly on their techniques. John could vaguely sense the island itself, and it was the same. In short, because a natural zone existed with the elements, it clearly worked, and since they had an ascending soul phase cultivator, their cultivation method had to be pretty decent. Once they were at acceptable shouting distance, John projected his voice. Greetings, sect of fire and light. We come from the continent to the east, with the intention to establish contact. They slowed their pace as they approached, not needing to look combative. John had reluctantly given up Astrid's hand, as it might make him appear dependent. They still had a flow of energy between them, of course. It wasn't strictly necessary to have physical contact, it was just nice. Little comforts like that were something John was growing to appreciate in life. The ascending soul phase cultivator, the same rank as John, stood atop the side railing of the ship. We did not anticipate so many visitors, the man spoke in return. Especially not with such an unusual mix of elements. A full cycle between the two of you. He paused for just a moment, but John could tell he had more to say. If you come peacefully, we will welcome you to Great Eye Island. Even from a distance, John could tell the man's eyes swept over their fleets. He wasn't hiding it, and perhaps he even exaggerated his form as he did so. We do come in peace, though we imagine there might be great danger in the seas. Indeed, we encountered some mighty beasts along the way. Rather than carrying these shells all the way back to the continent, we would happily exchange them for local resources. John figured that this cultivator could spot the turtle shells on their ships, or at the very least feel the spiritual energy imbued in them. They exchanged introductions. The ascending soul phase cultivator was Lakan of the Great Eye sect, son of the current sect head Xianxia. The Great Eye sect would accept them, though clearly they were a bit uneasy about receiving all of them. John arranged for the flagship plus the two ships carrying the halves of the double-headed turtle's shell to dock at their port, while the others would remain some distance away. It would be slightly annoying for replenishing their supplies, but it was also a bit much to land a huge military force on their island. Obviously, it was a bit tougher to refuse a more modest number of cultivators, even if John and Astrid were the most dangerous part of that as a pair. That was simply how cultivators worked, and it would show weakness for the sect to reject them, especially since they had two ascending soul phase cultivators of their own. After all, Xianxia was also in the ascending soul phase, though one rank lower than his son. Either his son had great talent, the father had poured many resources into him, or some combination of both. Most likely both. John expected Lakan would be taking over the position as sect head soon enough, with his cultivation. Though perhaps it didn't matter, as long as they got along. Sect head positions weren't usually directly hereditary, though in this case there didn't appear to be any significant competition. Great Eye Island had a single impressive peak. It was likely the result of volcanic activity sometime in the past, though in the present day, it was something quite unique. Atop that peak stood the Great Eye, a gemstone of great size. It had been cut into something like the form of a wide lens, and John could see where the fire and light came from. It was certainly more direct than the Summer Sun sect. There was a clear arc of blackness across the island, with molten stone being visible where the sunlight was currently focused through the Great Eye onto the island. It was practically an oversized magnifying glass, melting a path across the island day after day. That much was obvious to John even without anyone explaining anything. The island had numerous exotic fruits John had never seen before, and most of them were served at a meal as the expeditionary fleet leadership met with the Great Eye sect. Here is the eye fruit. Xianxia explained them one after another, revealing a fruit about the size and shape of an American football. You pry open the outer layer to reveal the fruit inside. John followed along and saw a translucent whitish sort of material, quite like a citrus, including the individual sacs of juice, though he wasn't sure if there was any actual relation. He wasn't a fruit expert, though Xianxia seemed like he might be. The sect head was very animatedly describing everything. You can hold it up to the light to see the seed inside, the man said. John wasn't quite sure. Then he realized the seed took up most of the inside of the fruit. If you extract the seed, the man carefully injected his spiritual energy into the fruit, protecting the soft parts from bursting as he pulled it apart, removing the fist-sized seed. You can see all the way through. It was more translucent than transparent, but John could indeed see through the flesh of the fruit. How interesting, Astrid commented, watching the way it distorted light onto the table. It wasn't nearly so impressive as the Great Eye itself, but it was a cool fruit. John was glad he didn't seem to be expected to finish any of the fruit, because most of them were massive and there were so many. There were a handful of things he would liken to bananas, something vaguely akin to pineapples, some bite-sized fruits eaten with the skin on, and many others. Some fruit had spikes, others hard shells. Apparently, many were taken from other islands and cultivated locally. John wondered if Xianxia hadn't missed his calling as an earth cultivator, or some sort of other mix of elements that involved plant cultivation. Still, he was quite pleased to be received with what appeared to be genuine enthusiasm, though aside from the sect head and his son, others appeared significantly more wary. Oh, and then there's this one. Xianxia held up a large, lumpy fruit. You just peel it apart to get to the tasty insides. He made a gesture, though John noticed Xianxia, the sect head, didn't actually do anything. Very subtly, John inspected the fruit with his spiritual energy senses. It was packed full of spiritual energy, but not to a level that could harm John if for some reason the fruit exploded. Looking at the spiky fruit, John had a vague association in mind. The way Xianxia was grinning, he could not try it. Despite the spikes, it pulled apart easily into sections. John kept a calm face. Astrid stiffened next to him. A cultivator's instinct to not give away a weakness was strong in her, and they weren't exactly in a friendly environment, besides the man himself. It's quite pungent, John commented. He hadn't actually had durian in person, so he couldn't say if it was the same or not. It smelled vaguely like gasoline, which was both good and bad. He kind of liked that smell, but it didn't make him want to eat something. Xianxia laughed, pulling open his own. Some say it is more than that. Without hesitation, the man grabbed a section of flesh, taking a large bite and pulling about half of the chunk off of a golf ball-sized seed. It's not to everyone's taste. John was unbreakable and also resistant to poisons. Not that the fruit was actually poisonous in any way, but that helped him engage some bravery in pulling out one of the sections and biting down. It was a bit stringy, but the taste was pretty good. Rich and custardy, and of course sweet. Most fruits were. John also handed some to Astrid, who managed to glare at him with one single eye as she turned her head and smiled. She didn't actually look too upset once she ate it, though. It was an interesting experience. John hoped that they could get along as well with other powers in the nearby region, but he wasn't going to bet that all of them would be fruit fanatics. Chapter 458. While it was technically possible for the expeditionary fleet to have preserved food by freezing it with water element techniques, it was a waste of spiritual energy. They could gather fresh fish, but otherwise they had various dried preserves. Trading some of the spirit darkness they gathered with Great Eye Islands, they were able to secure a wider variety of food for their people. It would make the journey more pleasant. It was expected that reaching the next islands would be faster, so they would be able to replenish their stores of fresh food often enough. Though it would normally be considered lower value, John offered sect head Xianxia some of their dried fruit. The man was clearly quite enthusiastic about their local produce, but he seemed like he would enjoy something different, even in a limited form. Indeed, Xianxia happily ate a few morsels of each fruit they had brought along, commenting on each. He especially liked something akin to apricots. Obviously, nothing was exactly like Earth. Even if it could have been at some point, Human food cultivation was a constant process, and nothing stayed the same forever. Especially good cultivars might be preserved for centuries, but with enough time things would diverge. Regardless, it was close enough to an apricot for John to think of it that way, even if he mostly used local language. He couldn't completely overcome his first memories, nor did he want to forget his origin on Earth. Even if he couldn't go back, and probably wouldn't if given the chance, certainly not with family in this world, it was still an important part of him. Do you have any more? Jayendra asked hopefully. He had sampled some of everything, keeping the rest of the packages of dried fruit for later. John shook his head. It wasn't practical to have a wide variety of options. Even having a handful of different fruits was somewhat a luxury. However, when we meet in the future, we can bring some fresh fruit with us. Alternatively, you can come visit the continent. It was quite convenient for the sect head to have such an interest. While things were still uneasy regarding the total forces the continent had sent along, the more they interacted peacefully, the better. It could lead to more peaceful interaction in the future. That was the whole point of this expedition, to fend off potential war. They hadn't had good luck with neighbors in 3 directions, but perhaps the 4th would be better. Jayendra got a serious look on his face. That might be possible, he said, though not right away. Of course, if you can't come yourself, some representatives would be fine as well. It's pretty easy to find the continent, I think, John grinned. Though you'll obviously want specific ports. Unlike individual islands which might have some tactical advantage from uncertainty about their positions, the continent wasn't possible for people to miss. Coming from this place, it was pretty much guaranteed that they would run into the Viridia wildlands unless they went wildly off course. John suspected that the records they had of the continent would be significantly more accurate than the continental records of the islands, simply because of the sizes involved. Though John didn't wish to overstay their welcome, remaining more than a few days to build up mutual understanding seemed valuable. Leaving too swiftly might make them more akin to a passing oddity than a serious diplomatic gesture. Of course, they were also a show of force to some extent. There was a proper balance that needed to be maintained. After all, not all of their time was spent with Jayendra or Loken. The Great Eye sect had other things to be doing than entertaining guests, and said guests needed some time to themselves. John and Astrid had some excellent quarters. They were especially good for Astrid, as the local elements matched her. John would have likely been quite uncomfortable with the local light element if not for his years of interaction with her that had helped accelerate his adaptation. John was looking at various strange foods on a tray. There was nothing particularly wrong with any of them, but they were unusual, and he wasn't that hungry. He was picking at the tray a little bit when Astrid wandered over and picked something out. A moment later, Astrid was curled up in a corner holding her wrist, while John was looking at his own hand. He certainly couldn't deny that he'd slapped her hand away, but he also didn't know why. The look of fear in Astrid's eyes pained John, but he couldn't blame her. He was the one who was in the wrong. Yet he didn't know why. "I'm sorry," he said, standing carefully. He wanted to move to comfort her, but would that help? It might. It might also make her more fearful. I don't know why his mind was racing. He'd playfully slapped her hand away from things in the past, but this was far different. Obviously, he'd struck her in sparring, but that was with proper protections in place. Here, he'd certainly called upon his spiritual energy, at least a little bit. Astrid's own look of betrayal just about matched how John felt inside about himself. His own body had betrayed him. Was something wrong with him? That introspection wasn't simply theoretical. He delved into his own mind and body and came up with an answer. Something was wrong with him. And he slowly strode over to the side of the room, where the thin slice of meat Astrid had plucked was splattered against a chair. He plucked it up, sniffing at it. It smelled fine. He'd eaten some of it previously, in fact, but his spiritual energy senses revealed something. He held it up, showing it to Astrid. "Don't eat this," he warned. Then he tossed it to her. She managed to catch it in her good hand. John could already see her other hand was swelling up, likely with something broken. It hurt him to see that, even if it hadn't been on purpose. Astrid inspected the morsel carefully, including with her spiritual energy. Then she slumped against the floor, letting out a heavy sigh. Her strained face turned into a half-smile. "Next time, just say it's poisoned." Saying it once wasn't good enough. "I'm sorry," John said. It was his fault, even if it had been for a good reason, even if a subconscious one. He was at the level of power that he had to be in complete control of his reactions. I should have done better. Why had that happened? John felt turbulence inside him. Inside his head, certainly, but also throughout his body. He'd eaten some of that, and whatever poison it had was already passing around his body. Shouldn't you be purifying your body? Astrid asked. Didn't you eat some of that? She was still cradling her wrist, but in a much more relaxed state. Rather than focusing all of her spiritual energy around her, some was inside her hand and wrist putting things back into place. I'm testing my body tempering now, John said. Also, it hadn't occurred to him. His head was foggy. The good news was that pure blood seemed to be working. He wondered what the full effects would be. He really didn't want to know. He tried to drop into a meditative state, but his energy was too unsteady for him to feel comfortable using it inside himself. What a terrifying poison. It didn't even have any spiritual energy signature. He would have had to carefully inspect each bite, and even then he thought he might not have picked it out with only a casual suspicion that something was wrong. The precise meat was unfamiliar, making an equally unfamiliar chemical compound not particularly notable. John noticed Astrid stopped using her spiritual energy and looked up. Her wrist wasn't better yet. It couldn't be healed in a minute or two regardless, but she certainly hadn't done all that was possible. Even so, she was making her way towards him and where he sat. He held up a hand. I don't know what is a good idea right now. You need to actively purge it. My energy is unstable right now, he said. I could hurt myself. I could hurt you worse. Astrid locked eyes with him, filled with determination. She held out both hands. Let me help. I trust you. That was probably the hardest thing she had ever done, at least in the moment. John nodded slowly. Okay. She sat in front of him and interlaced her fingers with his. John squeezed his right hand gently. The other he barely even felt comfortable curling around her still broken hand. Her energy poured into him, and John just let it. As for his own spiritual energy, he did his best to command it to settle down. It was eager to defend him, but it didn't know how. How could it, when even he didn't know what to do at the moment? The one thing he was certain of was that he needed to trust Astrid. Her energy was scalding. It burned through his veins, a purifying flame and revealing light. Nothing would escape her sight. She started at his heart and worked outward, finding her way to the tips of his fingers and toes. The only place she didn't touch was his brain, though she did purify the arteries leading into his head. John's own body slowly took care of what was left, tiny remnants that she couldn't safely eliminate. His head began to clear, and John was truly thankful for Astrid. Also the completely unnecessary at the time actions of his younger self, fooling around with advanced body tempering techniques for every element, because he could. He'd never gotten a proper test of his technique on unknown poisons. He'd tested a number he was aware of on the continent, but he couldn't be certain his technique would be comprehensive. His blood held tightly to foreign toxins until it was filtered out of him. John's guts were in pain. His liver was going to need some help, and his kidneys deserved a prize. Thank you, John said to Astrid as he slowly stood. Excuse me while I go vomit. That was one of the more unpleasant parts of the process, but garbage had to get out of his body, and that was the fastest way. John kept the smell away with some air element and burned the remains into nothing with fire. He was glad to see Astrid had taken the time to finish setting the bones in her wrist and hand. It was probably quite painful, but it was better to put things back in place as soon as possible. Fortunately, with spiritual energy, she could even move around smaller pieces that got out of place and promote healing. Astrid then pulled out a makeup kit, holding it up. I'm just assuming since you burned those remains, but are we hiding this? We don't have to, John said. Astrid waved the kit at him. I would like to catch whoever did this. It's not your fault. I could have done better, John said. Then I am sure you will, Astrid nodded. She first started on him, touching up his face so that it had proper color. I will aid you in training whatever part of yourself you find fault with. There were a million ways he could have done better, and John thought about them all. He could have said something, grabbed her wrist, gently, annihilated just the poison morsel of food without touching her at all. He could have recognized something was wrong with him earlier. Soon enough, Astrid was done working on John's face, and he helped her with her wrist. John suggested that she should wear gloves, but Astrid rejected that because she didn't usually do that. Instead, she forcibly reduced the swelling, and John reluctantly helped her color her skin to look natural. She couldn't do it well herself, as it was her right hand, and she was working on the internal issues. With his mind more clear, John understood how everything had happened. It wasn't the worst scenario, but it was a clear reminder of how dangerous he was. It was easy to forget that, especially around friends. His closeness with his wife actually made her more vulnerable if he acted carelessly. It could have been worse than just broken bones, and it was far from a trivial amount of damage, even for a cultivator. Chapter 459. Despite what people might think from John's neutral expression the next time he appeared publicly among them, he was livid. Decades of practice controlling his expression combined with a small amount of darkness element he was circulating internally were just enough to hide his true feelings. Someone had tried to kill him, or perhaps worse. The poison had done more than damage his body, it destabilized his mind. Even though his advanced body tempering helped him resist the effects, he was blindsided by the effects and lost control. If he had merely been a normal human and still able to resist the effects, it wouldn't have meant much. But with the power of an ascending soul phase cultivator, a lack of control was extremely problematic. He'd hurt Astrid, and even if it was the result of extenuating circumstances, it was difficult to forgive himself. Whoever's plot it was could have drawn Astrid in even further if John hadn't recognized it. She might have consumed the poison as well, perhaps killing both of them or resulting in them killing each other. That was the worst-case scenario, but John couldn't help but think about it. When he found out who was responsible, they were going to die. John didn't care who it was, though he did have a level enough head to make certain he actually found the right person. After all, it would be easy to presume that Loken and Xianxia were the ones responsible as they were in control of the sect, but there could easily be other factors at play. A hasty retaliation might be precisely what the true culprit wanted, so John kept his face more or less neutral. Astrid kept a modest grin as she hugged John's arm. He kept his movements fluid to avoid jarring her broken wrist. Only a small portion of the platter had been poisoned. Thus, their official cover was that they had coincidentally not eaten any of it. Everything was fine. Therefore, anyone that looked perturbed at their continued presence was a suspect. Xianxia greeted them with something John read as genuine affection. "Good evening. Did you enjoy your lunch?" Astrid smiled warmly. "You have such wonderful fruits here that we don't get on the mainland. I think I could eat them for every meal." "I do," Xianxia grinned. "I'm so looking forward to what you bring back." The sect head was convincing. If he was the perpetrator, he was quite skilled at hiding it. And while darkness cultivators usually were the ones known for deception, light cultivators were not beyond it. Indeed, it was entirely possible that his shining persona was put on to hide the truth beneath. Then there was Loken. Something had put the man in a sour mood. Was it John and Astrid currently being alive and in good health? It certainly could be. The two ascending soul phase cultivators were the primary suspects. They had the most capability to achieve something of the sort, not because of their cultivation, but because of their status within the sect. However, the tray must have encountered several hands on the way to them. The servant that had carried it in, those that had prepared it in the kitchens, and perhaps someone who brought something special along at the last moment. Astrid slipped away from John's arm at some point. She socialized with various members of the sect, as well as some of the expeditionary fleet. Tenzing was the most powerful darkness cultivator among them, but he would stand out among fire and light. Astrid might instead key in one of the air cultivators. She could also perform some investigation herself, though her presence would be notable and easily missed. Sadly, John couldn't easily run around investigating himself. Not until the night, and he wasn't certain he wanted to be sneaking around sect grounds. If they were friendly, he could ruin that. If they were unfriendly, he didn't want to run into the sect head and his son. He did his best to survey the various elders and notable disciples of the Great Eye sect, searching for negative reactions to his presence. They only had a day or two before they were scheduled to move on, so if they didn't catch the culprit by then, they might not have a chance. Alternatively, things might escalate before that point, depending on who was involved. For the near future, John very carefully encapsulated anything he ate within his stomach. His spiritual energy kept the food separate inside of him, until he could properly investigate it. Nothing untoward appeared during public meals, but John didn't expect anyone to be so obvious. The social maneuvering for meeting a new sect was already tiring. Having to deal with deadly subterfuge was annoying. If they just wanted to fight, John would have much preferred that, but he still wanted to believe peace was possible. The continent had united against dangers, and there was no need for them to squabble. Even the burning delta was friendly. Just because other neighbors only accessible via seafaring hadn't been so pleasant didn't mean it was a foregone conclusion. By the end of the day, John had nothing useful but suspicions, and Astrid had nothing conclusive either. Neither slept much that night. John hoped Astrid wasn't afraid of him. In the morning, they received good news from their fleet. In the middle of the night, they had intercepted a missive departing the island, carried by a local seabird. If they had been otherwise occupied, they might not have noticed it, but as they were more or less just sitting around away from Great Eye Island, they had little else to do but watch the seas and skies around them. The message was coded, but they confirmed the creature's flight path before chasing it down and capturing it. That would give a good approximation of where it might end up. Ultimately, the message made it to John and Astrid, giving them another avenue of investigation. It's handwritten, Astrid noted, with lingering traces of spiritual energy. John nodded. It was unfortunate that said spiritual energy didn't reveal much. It was clearly the aura of the Great Eye sect, while also not being either the sect head or his son. John had become quite familiar with the smaller details of their power. Unfortunately, the traces were too faint to tell much more, except that the cultivator was probably weaker. That didn't absolve anyone of suspicion. It could be a traitor, or it could be the Great Eye sect trying to call in nearby allies to help take out the expeditionary fleet. It wouldn't take all that much beyond the Great Eye sect's 2 ascending soul phase cultivators to overpower them. Having such a thing come through a subordinate was entirely possible, if less likely. Unfortunately, they weren't able to decode the message without the cipher. Perhaps given enough time they could figure it out, but it wasn't a simple cipher. It would have been quite pathetic otherwise. After all, John himself was used to figuring out simple replacement ciphers as a kid. Still, just having that lead gave them an advantage. It motivated Astrid to snoop around more, while John kept up a public appearance that everything was fine. If they had more time, John would have tried to provoke a response from someone. However, he couldn't guarantee that his target would even be in the same room at any given moment. Xianxia was giving John a tour of their orchards. They had at least a row of each kind of fruit, though John noted that some of what he'd eaten had clearly been imported. Then again, one similar to a kiwi had some clear notes of darkness which was unlikely to grow well on a light and fire-based island. Part of the orchard was placed just inside the arc formed by the Great Eye, the crystalline peak that concentrated sunlight, repeatedly burning a scorched section of island each day. It seemed to slightly change throughout the seasons as the few days John had observed didn't quite cover the whole area. A concentrated beam of light passed over the orchard, which was quite a beautiful sight. It would have also previously made John rather uncomfortable, but he was quite well adjusted to both fire and light now. Rather than an antithesis, light was merely awkward for John as the only element he couldn't control particularly well. Without a totem, it was still foreign, but it was no longer unpleasant. You chose the perfect season to arrive, Xianxia commented. Some fruits grow year-round here, but some are still seasonal. You got most of the best. Here, have this one. Xianxia snatched a pair of fruit from the branches with a tiny snip of light, pulling the fruit into his hands. He held them out towards John, who took one. Except for the time with the durian, John had noticed Xianxia always immediately dug into whatever fruit he held. If nothing else, this fruit fanaticism seemed to be a true part of the man's personality. This time, he ripped apart what John could only compare to a very pink pomegranate. Close to neon pink, even. Xianxia did something with his energy to cause the whole thing to explode apart, leaving only the seeds behind while somehow separating all of the unwanted flesh and the skin, which he tossed at the feet of a nearby tree. John didn't try to replicate the feat, instead pulling it in half and picking out seeds a bit at a time. John was fairly certain that his fruit wasn't poisoned based on it being fresh, and even having picked one of 2 out of Xianxia's hands. He was still cautious, however. Only after eating a few pieces did he finally get to taste it. It was like sour candy. It's good, John commented. Not much spiritual energy, Xianxia shrugged. But it is good. John smiled. The spiritual energy content of what people ate was certainly a significant factor for aspiring cultivators, as it was another way to absorb larger quantities. It was all part of a good diet and intake balance. In truth, the fruit wasn't as lacking as Xianxia thought. It was just more of a neutral mix. Nothing extraordinary, but John also wasn't determined to eat something with overwhelming energy at every meal. John tilted his head. Is Locke not joining us? He's more focused on cultivation, the sect head said. He's not much for receiving guests. I think he will be an excellent sect head once he takes over, as his focus on efficiency will help us balance our resources. Xianxia smiled. He could have taken over already, but he's focused on the late ascending soul phase. He might even try to push onward to the exalted soul phase, though that will be a long journey, even with his talent. John nodded. I can see that talent has brought him far. The same with you, Xianxia commented. Your unique style? I can't fathom what will happen when you reach the exalted soul phase. I'll make sure to visit again after I get there, John said. He wasn't actually that confident in the possibility. His progress through the ascending soul phase was relatively steady, but certainly slowing down. And he had no examples of the exalted soul phase to study. Oh, he's coming to visit. It was easy to sense one of the few ascending soul phase cultivators on the island approaching. A short time later, John sensed someone else walking with him. No, being carried along by him. Locke was carrying a disciple bound by chains with no regard for her comfort. He marched up to John and his father, tossing her onto the ground in front of them. Father, a traitor has been found among us. John didn't think it was that unusual, except for his presence. He focused his senses on the woman. He couldn't tell much, except that she was certainly one of the Great Eye Sect's disciples. Not particularly strong, at the late soul expansion phase. Locke focused on John. I have reason to believe she acted against our guests. Interesting. Unfortunately, John had to wonder if this was a legitimate act or if she was being used as a sacrifice because someone's investigations were catching on. His final judgment would have to depend on how things lined up, he supposed. Chapter 460. In front of John was a woman, Apoorva, who was potentially the individual that had tried to poison John and Astrid. Locke had dragged the disciple over to display to John and Xianxia, with no announcement of any investigation. Indeed, John hadn't even mentioned the poisoning incident. What has she done? John asked. Locke stood ready over Apoorva's shoulder. We have reason to believe that she was planning to poison you and your wife. It was a little late for that, since she'd already done it. However, the difference between planning to and has already attempted were important. It indicated a certain lack of knowledge which was bad for the Great Eye Sect's security, but good for their innocence. But if they were in on it, they would have known the plot failed and John was keeping it secret, so it wasn't a perfect distinction. How did you learn of this? John asked. We have various sources ensuring internal security, Locke commented. In short, he didn't want to share how. It was both reasonable and inconvenient for John's purposes. It could be anything from nothing at all if Apoorva was being set up to someone randomly noticing something strange to a whole internal force John hadn't been aware of. For the moment, John decided to simply go along with things. Why did you do it? He asked Apoorva. His calm tone clashed with the aura of menace around him. John really was ready to slaughter whoever was responsible. It just might not be her. Apoorva remained tight-lipped, which was quite a pain. She didn't try to deny that it was her, but that didn't settle much. Still, on the surface her posture supported what Locke was saying. She looked like she was upset about being caught more than resigned to be a scapegoat. Xianxia stroked his chin. What would you like done with her? He asked. We certainly can't allow one of our disciples to be a threat to our visitors. I'm quite disappointed to hear there was a plot to begin with. John considered it. For the moment, it would be best to keep her locked up, at least until it can be determined if there are any others in her conspiracy. I wasn't planning to interrogate someone in an orchard, so I have no further thoughts at the moment. Locke nodded. The son spoke seriously. You will have access to her cell as necessary. I'll let the guards know. With that, he carried her off once more. The incident had significantly dampened John's interest in exotic fruit. He wasn't even sure that the woman herself was involved, but it was hard to keep his tailored emotions. Then again, he no longer needed to hide his concern. John turned to Xianxia. I must ask, do you have any enemies that might wish to cause your people harm? Xianxia nodded. But of course, we have a few. Of those that we would frequently encounter. Either the drowning deep, the silver mirror, or the glorious veil. I'm just guessing, based on proximity, history, and influence. Thank you. Please let me know if you find out anything more. For the moment, I am going to retreat to my chambers. Of course, the sect head nodded. I apologize for our exchange being marred. John wished there was something he could do, but mostly he could wait. And his waiting bore fruit. of a more immediately practical kind than the food outside in the orchards. With the focus away from Astrid, it seemed she had managed to discover a few things. I started by asking around in the kitchens, Astrid explained. Naturally, it all began when sect head Xianxia asked for a fruit plate to be sent over. Naturally, John agreed. Astrid grinned. The kitchens decided that might be insufficient for a proper meal. Thus we ended up with the board of snacks that arrived. John nodded. At that point, one would presume someone in the kitchens was responsible. Presumably the head chef or whoever gave the orders. It was the meat that had been poisoned after all, at least some of it. But I have the feeling things didn't end there. They did not. I asked about the server, and then I asked him about everyone he passed on the way to meet us, especially anyone who stopped to chat for a few moments. Ultimately, that led to me spying in the chambers of a few individuals, and Astrid produced a feather, dipped in some sort of substance. I found an interesting bottle as well as a token. Astrid revealed a sketch. I left the original. I'm not entirely certain that this substance is the same, since I didn't interact much with the initial poison. She held out the feather for John to inspect. John took it. Just the slightest scent made him recoil. He couldn't say what was so unpleasant about it, but his body naturally recoiled. I recognize it, he confirmed. Just to be doubly certain, he used his spiritual energy senses to analyze it. It felt just the same as what had been inside him. Even the small drop felt quite potent. This must be it. When did you find this place? Earlier this afternoon. What? That unfortunately doesn't reveal as much as we might like. I'll explain when you're done. Is there any more? Not much. Astrid shook her head. I found both things hidden beneath her floorboards, in a very clever compartment infused with dirt, so that there are no strange air gaps for senses to pick up. John thought for a moment. Is it likely anyone will notice the disturbance? Astrid shook her head. It seems to have been frequently disturbed. Frequently, or just recently? Astrid closed her eyes as she tried to remember details. The floorboards had signs of rubbing up against each other as they moved. The compartment should have been there for a while. Great. Might I hear the name of this person you were investigating? Her name was Apoorva. I thought it might be. Are you aware she was arrested earlier this afternoon? Astrid shook her head. I didn't hear anything about that. What do you think it means? John shrugged. Either Locken is a good investigator or she's being set up. Potentially both, but that specific combination doesn't matter. It's good to hear about the hidden compartment, though. John explained what he knew, which was technically somewhat less, but it did include a number of suspicions. Unfortunately, it was difficult to rule anything out. Perhaps if Astrid had checked Apoorva's room first and had a reason to do so earlier, they might have been able to confirm nothing had been planted. Astrid did have something helpful to say. The aura of light and fire wasn't that strong. Perhaps you can see for yourself. Wouldn't they have searched her room already? John asked. Astrid shrugged. It was pretty well hidden. I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't been around a sneaky darkness cultivator so frequently. John raised an eyebrow. Have you been hanging out with my daughter behind my back? She hadn't. Or rather, Astrid kept John quite aware of where she went. She had spent time with each of the triplets even without him. It was good that they were getting along. She couldn't replace their mother, but she really didn't need to. They were all independent and had been for quite some time before her arrival. But of course the sneaky individual in question was probably him. He'd encouraged her to look at the world in different ways, which included increasing her ability to sense diverse spiritual elements. Let's go find Locken, John suggested. He was taking on practical aspects of the investigation. Finding the man himself wasn't terribly difficult. There were only two presences of comparable power locally, and there were subtle differences in flow and power between Locken and his father. Once the two of them got close, Locken actually came to them. The two of them were probably more obvious, as they were not members of the sect. Astrid's elements had to match, but even she felt quite different. And as both were ascending soul phase cultivators, they were like beacons unless they specifically hid themselves. During some of Astrid's snooping, she had gradually toned down her presence. Were you looking for me? Locken asked as he approached. Indeed, John nodded. I came to ask if you had checked Apoorva's quarters for any clues. John would have said we, but he was minimizing Astrid's presence intentionally, not with spiritual energy, but simply by treating her as merely coming along rather than actively participating. She might be in a better position to notice something that way. I have already, Locken confirmed. I found nothing of note. but we can investigate together if you wish. It would be easier if John could just confirm the Great Ice Sect had it out for him. So far, everything they did was perfectly reasonable, yet still slightly suspicious. It was quite troublesome. That would be excellent, John said. I have a different set of sensory elements, so I might find something. Please, lead the way. When Locke unlocked the room, after they stepped inside, John asked, why was it not guarded? We didn't want to give anything away. There are a few guards watching the entrance, though. Since when? John asked. About the time I came to you with Apurva, Locke explained. John managed to catch Astrid's eye, and she looked away guiltily. Perhaps she hadn't noticed them. John had, though he would have asked the question regardless. They began to look around the room, senses sweeping. Astrid gave no indication of where she'd found the floorboard, but John paid attention to everything, including the walls and the furniture. Everything seemed balanced. There wasn't anything unusual under the floor where he stood, but there was on Locke's side of the room. John sensed it just about the time that Locke passed it. It took him another minute to wander back that way. Then he suddenly looked down. Ah, it appears I missed something on the previous inspection. Come, look at this, he waved over John. There's something in the floor. He bent down. Locke wasn't expressive enough for John to read him. His voice sounded genuine enough, though. John was wondering how Locke confirmed Apurva's plot, especially without observing the poison. Locke's energy played around the board and then ripped it out, levering it the wrong way and snapping the board. Astrid winced. John's senses were locked on the things buried below. He'd have to take a good hard look at Apurva's energy, but the lingering traces seemed to match her quite well. Of course, even if she was the one who had done everything, it didn't remove the possibility that the sect set things up. She could have been a willing sacrifice for whatever reason. Locke rooted around in the dirt, pulling up two things. He rubbed the dirt off the token and frowned. The glorious veil, he turned it over a few times. But not enchanted. He flexed the metallic token lightly. How odd. May I see it? John asked. Certainly. Locke handed it over as he held up the vial in his other hand. We'll have to check this against the syringe I found. That was the first John had heard of it. Injecting poison into the meat certainly could have been done with that method, though John would have probably used pure spiritual energy. Then again, most people weren't confident in erasing their own traces, and light users weren't good at concealing things in that way. Less concealment, more overwhelming people. Even now, the token was slightly charged with Locke's energy. If he'd touched it before, he had been very careful. Of course, subordinates could have done the dirty work. As for the token itself, it matched Astrid's sketch. A strange symbol that didn't have any clear form in John's mind. Just two shapes. One was somewhat like an island. Where did you find a syringe? John asked. In Apurva's storage bag, Locke said simply. I believe she was on her way to dispose of it. That still didn't explain how he suspected her in the first place. John was going to have to probe more. If he was being paranoid, at least it was good practice. Besides, someone had literally just tried, and technically succeeded, to poison him. Properly confirming the origin was important. Also probably enhancing his level of pure blood when he had time. Chapter 461. There was more than enough evidence to convict Apurva of working for the Glorious Veil, and that she was responsible for poisoning John, and trying to do the same to Astrid. However, that still didn't solve the actual question John had, which was, why? Whether she was a pawn of this other sect, a willing sacrifice from the Great Ice Sect to make John want to move against them, or an unwilling sacrifice that had simply given up. John still didn't understand. The thing was, if she actually was responsible and not just taking the fall, Apurva's reasoning would doubtless be extremely mundane. Humans were only motivated by so many things. Cultivators especially were motivated by power. Pretty much everything led back to that. That was even true of the continent, despite their cooperative nature. John had simply convinced people that their combined power was valuable, and that individual power was still achievable. In two of the scenarios, Apurva had nothing to gain for herself. Letting herself be accused unfairly couldn't get her a higher rank in the sect, because John was absolutely going to make certain she was dead. If she was responsible, but she wouldn't. No. That for the unwilling scenario, and should thus be motivated to defend herself. Obviously, in the traitor scenario, she hadn't expected to be caught, whether that was realistic or not. John found a few moments to be alone with Astrid. Whispering a few words in the ear of his wife was quite reasonable. You look lovely today. I also appreciate your investigation. I do need you to look into one more thing. Apoorva herself. Astrid smiled. Friends, family, loved ones. I get it. She certainly did. She also nibbled on his earlobe before she pulled away, which made him want to choose a different afternoon activity. But they'd have time for that later. I'll see you later, John said. For now, I have an interrogation to get to. Cultivators were at least vaguely aware of something about torture that John heard about on Earth. Torture rarely actually got valuable answers. That didn't mean cultivators wouldn't do it. Hell, even nice governments on Earth engaged in torture knowing it wasn't useful. People would say whatever was wanted, and sometimes that was the result those in power desired. John had asked for Apoorva to be untouched, both because he knew those details and, more importantly, because he wasn't yet certain she was guilty. If she was, there also wasn't any point in torture. A swift execution was more appropriate. Over the past couple of days, John had built up a significant quantity of anger. It was quite easy to display that in his demeanor when Apoorva was brought before him once more, this time in an interrogation room. There were a number of completely unnecessary devices strewn about, but John just had her set on a chair. Remove her bindings, he ordered the guards. They just looked between her and John, then shrugged. He was more than a whole phase ahead of her. The chances of her hurting him were pretty much non-existent. Nor would it be much trouble for them to restrain her again themselves. Once Apoorva's spiritual energy flow was restored, John loomed over her, emphasizing his darkness element. The Great Eye sect cultivated light and fire, so darkness was an antithesis to their cultivation. Apoorva herself had 2 light totems of her 3 total. What made you think you could harm me? John demanded. He intentionally avoided mentioning that she might have actually succeeded on someone else. The poison was exquisitely hidden, and most people didn't engage in advanced body tempering. Any ascending soul phase cultivator could remove the poison, but only if they detected it, and only before it started affecting their mind. Apoorva stammered. John increased the pressure briefly, bringing his darkness so close that a few motes brushed against her light element, crackling and popping as the energies mutually annihilated. Then he drew back, slightly. Please don't kill me. Tell me why I shouldn't. Locken said you planned to poison me. John held up the syringe. Having him hold it was such a huge breach in forensic protocol, but it really didn't matter. Justice here was no doubt administered by the sect, or perhaps whatever they wanted to be called justice. The chain of custody of evidence wasn't important. You were carrying this, were you not? Her reaction told him enough. That was for my medicine. She wasn't very good at this. Honestly, John could have been done at that point. But perhaps she was afraid enough that she was just saying stupid things. Which medicine? This one. John pulled out the vial. We found this beneath your floorboards. I've never seen that before. I have nothing to do with whatever that is. Is that so? John tilted his head. He opened the vial and dipped in the syringe. We fed a few drops of this to a pig. Its muscles seized up and its heart stopped. I wonder if it works the same on humans. Apoorva's eyes widened. But that's not Dash. She barely caught herself, but it was too late. She was foolish, but not this. Foolish. John's darkness element was influencing her to reveal more than she intended. It wasn't a proper technique, so if she had actually been well trained in deception, it wouldn't have worked. However, the fear and uncertainty added together. There's no way I could have done something like that. Apoorva steeled herself. Not without the sect finding out. But they did. Mostly. They still didn't know that the poison had actually reached John. John just stared at her, seeing if she would say more. The food comes directly from the kitchens. I don't work there. John didn't have very much light element, but it was actually better at prompting Apoorva than his darkness was. That little bit of light was hidden within her own, making her more eager to speak. She could have resisted if she realized he was trying to suppress her thoughts and prompt her speech. He would have worn her down eventually, but she could have just chosen to do nothing. None of what John was doing would have worked against someone of similar power, proper training, or good sense. That was probably how she was turned against the sect to begin with. I never mentioned food, John commented. How does the glorious veil contact you? Who? She wasn't so uninformed she wouldn't know about one of the nearby factions. Apoorva was just a bad liar. And yet, a pretty good active sneak. or the kitchens needed to get some better workers. The people who gave you this token, John pulled it out. Remember? The ones who wanted you to kill me? The reason you're going to die? Wait. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. What can you offer? She looked around, desperate for answers. Then she threw herself to the ground in front of him. I'll devote myself to you. I have the same elemental balance as Dash. My wonderful wife that you planned to kill along with me? I'll pass. John wasn't planning to have any more women to begin with, and it certainly wouldn't be someone he didn't fully trust. Tell me why the glorious veil ordered it, and I'll ask for you to be spared. Apoorva raised her head. John's expression should make it quite obvious he wasn't interested. More than that, she shrunk back. Well, why you weren't really the target? Poisoned food made it to my chambers. Or were you after the sect head? It probably wouldn't have worked. She poisoned the meat. It could have been anyone. Apoorva shouted. As long as it would bring trouble to the Great Ice sect. John sighed. This was the most truthful things had been. And it was stupid. And what did they promise you? Darkness element treasures. The remains of the Great Ice sect. This woman had gotten in so far over her head. And yet, it might have worked. Assuming that whoever came to annihilate the sect didn't take everything. Before, the glorious veil. Maybe they planned to make an assault together. What a fool, John said. With decision-making skills like that, it was no wonder her cultivation had stagnated at the late soul expansion phase. John had met plenty of people he would consider fools that had still had great success in cultivation because they possessed surety. Apoorva didn't seem to even understand the one possible vision of future success she had in mind. But I will still keep my word. John saved the guards the trouble of shackling her again. Apoorva didn't even try to resist, not that she could have. John could dedicate literally any single element and overpower her. Even light. John did say he would ask for her life to be spared. He meant it. It wasn't a guarantee, though. He'd ended at an honest attempt. Why? Xianxia asked. Lachlan looked confused as well. John shrugged. Because I promised to ask. Now, of course, a public execution would show that the Great Ice sect will not abide traitors. It would also show that it is possible to bend the minds of your disciples. That would not look good in front of your remaining rivals. Lachlan nodded. What do you suggest, then? You expel her. I doubt she has any secret information. Dump her on some other sect. That was about as far as John was willing to go. Now on to the more important matter. The glorious veil. How strong are they? They rival us in power, Xianxia explained. Ascending soul phase cultivators? John asked. At least two. Early and mid phase. They might have another in the early phase. And of course, they have a solid foundation of consolidated soul phase cultivators as well. I see. Anyone else around here that would want them destroyed? John asked. Perhaps some other darkness sect you'd prefer to have as a neighbor. The Graveshore Society, Xianxia commented. However, they are far weaker. Barely a single ascending soul phase cultivator. Perfect, John said. Then together with them, we can send a message to not mess with us. John let his energy flare dramatically. I don't appreciate people trying to kill me. He was actually slightly madder about them catching Astrid up in things and how they'd made him hurt her. Even if it wasn't his intention, even if it was a small injury, it was something that shouldn't have happened, perpetrated by his own body. And of course those that supplied the poison to begin with. John did realize he was committing to destroying a sect he'd never met, but he did believe Apoorva was influenced by them. He wasn't a fan of any sect that would be happy with arbitrary people being killed to cause trouble. He had already consulted with the others in the fleet on this possibility, and they'd agreed to go along if he found it necessary. At least the continent would be able to make a big impression for their first contact and one solid ally. Even if it did mean more war, it was better to be on the offensive this time. I didn't find anything of note, Astrid reported. Or rather, she didn't seem to have any strong bonds. A few friends, but none that could be used as a hostage against her. John nodded. With the information my interrogation provided, that path did become moot. But I appreciate you looking into it for if it had been relevant. John was pretty firmly convinced that Lachlan had actually discovered Apoorva's actions a bit late, but that was sometimes how things worked. It wasn't unreasonable for him to have noticed something wrong. The man was a capable ascending soul phase cultivator. Any small doubts that remained in John's head were met with the overwhelming, inadvertent confession of Apoorva. "Help me keep eyes and ears open," John commented. Perhaps his promise to try to spare Apoorva was part of the plot all along, though they shouldn't have had any idea about whether he would be merciful. But with that addition, the Great Eye sect could have been responsible. "We won't be moving directly against the glorious veil. Not yet." John needed other perspectives on them to confirm whether it was worth going to war. Besides, this was a local problem. He also wanted to make certain that the Great Eye sect devoted their proper share of risk to the matter. Wiping out rivals wasn't going to be free, even if he had a reason to want to do so. But that was for later. John's face softened as he gently took Astrid's hand. "Her good one. How are you doing?" She smiled. "A physical wound is easily recovered, and I trust you more than you trust yourself." She gripped his hand with both of her hands, including the one that was still healing. "Do not be afraid." John was relieved that the mistake hadn't driven a rift between them, but he wasn't going to let it repeat. He was going to have to improve himself. Energy control, even in difficult circumstances. Perception, pure blood, and advanced body tempering. A cultivator must always be improving, and now he had specific goals aside from a nebulous meandering stride towards the legendary Exalted Soul phase. Chapter 462. It seemed like forever, but it had only been a handful of days on Great Eye Island. To John it felt far longer given the whole assassination attempt and the intrigue from that. He still wasn't entirely certain about the culprits being the glorious veil. Darkness cultivators weren't necessarily more likely to engage in assassinations than light cultivators. There was also the possibility that the Great Eye sect were the perpetrators and intended to fail to place blame on the glorious veil, or they didn't care whether they succeeded or not because of their backup plan. If John had died, the continent would have come to avenge him, unless they happened to wipe out the entirety of the expeditionary fleet. That would be difficult, as it contained many talented water cultivators who could certainly outmaneuver the locals. The fact that they were keeping some of the vessels away from their shores actually made that potential ploy less likely, since it would make their lives harder than simply inviting in the whole fleet. Then again, they might have suspected John and Astrid intended to conquer their sect. Cultivators were known to do such things, and they had only recently met. Ultimately, John wanted to believe in the straightforward nature of Loken and the fruit-loving persona of Xianxia. For that, they had to visit other locals and learn more about the temperament of various sections. John was slightly tempted to immediately return to the continent for backup, but it wasn't such a short trip that they could afford to make it extra times. Besides, they had only seen precisely one occupied island in the Western Seas so far. That wasn't a great survey of the locals, having gained a better understanding of where various islands were. Instead of old low-quality maps that they had scrounged up from various libraries on the continent, they chose their next destination, the Graveshore Society. They would no doubt be biased against the glorious veil, but John could hope to learn something of interest. Besides, they weren't particularly allies of the Great Eye sect either, so they could still provide a fresh perspective. As they moved on, John regretted one aspect of cultivator life that they hadn't experienced. It might be a bit too much for a first introduction of their factions, but an exchange of pointers could be a good way to learn about a sect. Specifically, how they reacted to minor conflict and the way they carried themselves. Obviously, both sides would also get a sense of the other's martial prowess, which would, hopefully, prevent future conflicts, but that didn't always work out. Either way, as a completely new factor in the lives of the locals, John figured that only a single assassination attempt was probably about as good as they could expect for the moment. Proper cooperation would take time. In seas populated by humans, beasts were less likely to attack along common routes. It still happened, of course, but humans tended to wipe out those that caused trouble. There weren't precisely patrolled roads, but under the sea still had its own locales. Swimming beasts didn't simply roam wherever they pleased. They preferred a certain type of environment which might rely on kelp forests, access to the depths, or even nearby islands or reefs. The trip to find the Graveshore Society was rather uneventful, as it only took a few days of travel instead of weeks. It could have been shorter, but they actually preferred to be spotted ahead of time. If they approached too quickly, the sect might have a rash reaction. Once they spotted the island from the crow's nest, John had been able to see it while flying over a day before, They continued about half the distance before only the flagship continued ahead. They wanted the locals to be comfortable enough, but if a conflict erupted, they didn't want backup. 2. Far away. Though if they had packed all of their strongest cultivators together, they might have stood a pretty solid chance of victory based on their understanding of the Graveshore Society's power. Of course, John and Astrid both were on the flagship, the two ascending soul phase cultivators that were part of the expedition. Ahead, John could sense just one, somewhere in the early ascending soul phase, if he judged correctly. Astrid could likely handle that alone, unless they were particularly well trained against light cultivators. She, of course, was well experienced in handling darkness. They made their way towards the docks where a group was already waiting to meet them. Astrid held up her hands to create the borders of a small viewing window as she manipulated the light in front of her. It wasn't a technique with which she had great expertise, but it still provided a properly zoomed-in image of those standing in the distance. A bit less clear than it could have been, but sufficient to make out major details. White hair, Astrid commented, referring to the woman with the ascending soul phase cultivation. She doesn't seem old though, does she? I don't think so, John agreed. It might be related to her cultivation method. There were one or two others with stark white hair like her, while there were more than a handful of elders with white or gray hair. It matches the beaches, Astrid noted, indicating the white sand. Interesting. John didn't have enough information to react more than that. They continued onward, their ship pulling up just short of the docks. John and Astrid moved ahead of the rest, leaping onto the docks, but still keeping some 10 meters of distance from the waiting group. The woman Astrid had noted earlier stood proudly in front of the rest. This is the sovereign territory of the Graveshore Society. Identify yourselves. My name is John Miller, and the expedition with me represents the interests of the continent to the east. Most recently, we have come from Great Eye Island. As more time passed, no doubt word of their presence would spread between sections. Even if they didn't directly send information, as long as they had regular exchanges of any sort they would learn, and it was likely that they would be eager to keep tabs on their neighbors. Then you must know that I am Dina, sect head of the Graveshore Society. What is your business here? We wish to meet our neighbors to stave off potential conflict. With increasing cultivations, many are setting their eye on a wider area. Our sects have more than enough space, but we wouldn't mind an exchange of goods or various resources. I am certain you have some unique darkness element treasures here that would be properly balanced with those from the continent. John emphasized his own darkness element with those words. Is that all? Dina asked. John shrugged. It's an awful long way to go for war, so we'd have to have a good reason. If you are not interested in visitors, we can move on. Perhaps the Glorious Veil would be more interested in receiving us. Dina narrowed her eyes. I doubt it. Not if you truly come from the Great Eye sect. If you did, you would be more cautious about them. John allowed himself a pleasant grin. Is that so? But don't they just sound so nice? Graveshore is a bit intimidating. It is only accurate, Dina declared. The Glorious Veil is more prone to exaggeration. Is that so? John asked. Perhaps you could tell us more about that. Dina looked beyond him. We have insufficient space for all of your vessels, but we can likely accommodate your stay otherwise. Though perhaps some of your disciples would prefer to stay on your ships instead of our lowest accommodations. She turned, her long hair waving behind her. Come, I will introduce you to the elders. She wasn't nice, but she also wasn't unpleasant. Personally, John was fine with an openly disinterested individual, though she likely cared more than she let on. After all, she would not wish to allow any potential advantage to the Glorious Veil when they were already more powerful. As they reached the end of the docks, John casually scanned the island itself. Darkness element came from the island below, far different in its composition than Midnight Island. It had a decent spiritual energy flow, though it wasn't exceptional enough that John would limit himself to a single elemental source. Water and earth were present, but not of notable quantity. Anything alight with light was almost completely missing. The white sands themselves had an odd feeling to them. John couldn't quite pick out what it was, except that it was quite infused with the darkness element. Nothing about the island was particularly dark or hidden. However, Dina had many questions about the continent. At first, she concealed her probing nature. However, when it became clear that John and Astrid were actually open to answering questions, she became more open about it. These shimmering islands, They are all water element. Water and air, Astrid replied. The entire region is suffused with those elements, rather than individual islands possessing their own auras. Part of the reason that they could easily answer such questions was that the information really wasn't that secret, and the continent was feeling secure in their position. They wouldn't be going deep into fighting styles or techniques, certainly not on their first encounter, but mentioning the dominant elements in entire regions was not something relevant to keep secret. How long has the Graveshore Society held its place here? John asked. Dina was clearly hesitant to reveal much about them, but John was trying to get her more comfortable. The Six Elements Crossroads was established somewhere around a handful of decades now. Before that, a strain had little in the way of large sections. John was giving sufficient information to attract interest while avoiding explaining too much, or at least that was his intent. Then, Dina hesitated slightly. How did you come into your unique method of cultivation? I found inspiration early on, John said. Then I tread the path myself, with the aid of my clan. Now, clan affairs are taken care of by my very talented daughter. Dina carefully looked over John, not bothering to hide her spiritual energy investigating him. You must possess great talent. Her eyes turned to Astrid. You made an excellent choice. I was already aware of many of his best qualities before we first met, she said. But I've discovered far better qualities since then. Make sure to find someone that actually cares about you, and not just what you can accomplish. Dina raised an eyebrow, but offered no further comment. Dinner was an exercise in subtlety. It hadn't even been a week since someone tried to poison him, so John was doing his best to inspect his food. He had also been spending more time training pure blood, but a few days wouldn't make much difference on their own. Astrid cleverly disguised her efforts as light naturally pulling away into the surrounding darkness element, fading into nothing. It would be a bit unbelievable for an ascending soul phase cultivator's control of their own energy to be so poor that it sparked a larger explosion, but motes of her energy flickering out of existence was quite believable. Some of them simply happened to be focused on her plate or fork. There wasn't any poison, of course, unless it was particularly subtle as it built up or sudden and virulent. John could rather quickly kill Dina regardless of what happened afterwards. She was 3 ranks behind him, in the early ascending soul phase. Besides, at the moment the Graveshore Society only had things to lose if they came into conflict with the continent, especially with all of their cultivators on the island, ready to fight. Or just relax. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly. John did wonder if he could get Astra to train in some sort of fire element body purification technique, though active. Sensing for poison was highly likely to reveal even the most subtle options. The one they had encountered a handful of days prior simply didn't stand out to passive inspection as it was not imbued with much spiritual energy. Chapter 463. Since Dina hadn't poisoned John and Astrid at their first meal together, she wasn't really going to get an opportunity. Not that John thought she even had a motivation, but it would now be more obvious when something was different. John was paying special attention to her aura, and anyone else would be far too weak to slip something past both him and Astrid. This wasn't a very relaxing honeymoon. Then again, that was just one of John's dreams. The ability to take a proper vacation. Sadly, he was far too important now, and there were too many things to do. At least for the near future. Unlike with Mateo, however, he wasn't letting himself put off important things for later. Like spending time with his wife. They might not do the typical things a couple did, but John honestly didn't even know what those things were in this world. At the moment, they were taking a nice walk along the beach. Astrid gave John a strange look. Why did you take off your shoes? Because I don't want to get sand in them. And who doesn't like to walk barefoot on the beach? They took a few steps on the crunchy sand. People who don't like their feet getting torn to shreds, Astrid said. People should get better feet. Then, John declared, the sand was sharp. That wasn't completely unique, but it was beyond anything John had previously experienced. Then again, humans from Earth weren't likely to go to a beach that was so rough. He couldn't say for certain that there wasn't anything comparable on Earth, but it was pretty harsh. Diamond defense was sufficient, however. He could resist weapons imbued with spiritual energy to some extent, so sand was nothing. This sand is quite special, John commented. Is that so? Astrid asked. Her eyes flickered downward. I've avoided looking too closely so as to not harm their shores. John nodded. How polite of you. However, your investigations don't need to go too far. Here, let me show you. John used just a drop of his spiritual energy to lift a few bits of sand. Normally, he might use earth to control sand, but he didn't want to risk altering it, so he just lifted with darkness. The sand was already infused with that element, so it shouldn't be rapidly altered. John plucked out a few pieces and lay them on Astrid's hand. Take a look. They're not just sharp. Astrid narrowed her eyes. Bones. Indeed. Quite a number of them were fish bones, but John was fairly certain he'd located some human bone. Not that he could recognize which bones they had once been, worn down as they were. The majority weren't sharp at all. There were just enough jagged edges left over. One would presume that eventually it would all be worn down into fine white sand, but either they were in the middle of the process, or there was constantly new material. What do you think? Astrid continued forward, her feet crunching in the sand. I doubt the Graveshore Society has the capacity to murder enough people to line their shores with bone. There was a slight possibility that they'd done so over long ages, but it was doubtful. Not enough fresh material, John commented. Of course, they could have manually broken down bones and scattered them about their shores, but it didn't feel like that. I think the island simply draws them in. Bones called to the darkness. Like a magnet, but for bones. Probably not actual magnetism, though. A self-perpetuating cycle. Then, Astrid commented, as the bones are also the source of darkness. Might there be a backbone of this structure somewhere? Perhaps, John considered. Everything could have formed atop the bones of a great creature. Something akin to a leviathan, perhaps. There isn't anything I would consider as an active aura anymore, but perhaps long ago. As nice as it was to walk along the beach, it would have been nicer were they not under watch. It was perfectly reasonable for the society to keep them in sight, but that was also why they would never be able to properly relax. Ultimately, John was glad to be able to solve one mystery. Though it was certainly rather morose, he didn't find anything particularly wrong with the darkness element it produced. Better to gain something from death than to let things rot away uselessly. It wasn't too difficult to confirm that the Graveshore Society had a negative opinion of both the Glorious Veil sect and the Great Eye sect. However, the reasons were precisely the opposite. The former was a rival, the latter opposed an element. They weren't strictly enemies with the Great Eye sect, but they despised the Glorious Veil. Dina was able to confirm some of the negative things said about the Glorious Veil from a different perspective. It was still possible the two sects were colluding beneath the surface. No, Jayendra had been perfectly willing to collude if it would take down the Glorious Veil. Perhaps they could learn more from a third, disinterested party. John wasn't confident in meeting them directly. Even if they hadn't specifically ordered his assassination, the fact that they had equipped Apoorva to do so was sufficient. They might try something if he showed up in person. John suspected they were smarter than that, but too much would be lost if they only had their current forces. Joining together with the Great Eye sect and the Graveshore Society would be sufficient, but John wasn't prepared to make a move just yet. If they were going to wipe out a sect, it was going to be the right one. The Great Eye wasn't completely off the table just yet. John was disappointed to not be able to observe the Graveshore Society's techniques for himself, but he understood that they weren't at all familiar. It was too much of a risk, compared to simply hosting a strange army from the continent. Too bad, because there were enough darkness cultivators with Tenzing that would benefit from a peaceful exchange. Nobody tried to kill anyone, and a few days later they were moving on. Time to get a third opinion, or perhaps a fourth or fifth. Now that they had made contact, remaining forever in the Western Seas might be a bit much. However, they had to at least meet with a few more sects on their way out. The next location of note that they visited, aside from a few minor islands from lesser sects, was the home of the Drowning Deep. The Great Eye sect didn't get along with them, which was a great place to get a different perspective. John hadn't been expecting to run into someone in the late Ascending Soul phase, though. That little tidbit had been left out of the Great Eye sect's information. Perhaps he should have been more thorough. A small fleet approached, not too dissimilar in size to the expedition. A woman stood at the prow of the flagship as they drew close, their ships settling some distance apart. Visitors. The woman's voice, which no doubt belonged to Vake, their sect head, was barely audible. Not because of the distance, though. John suspected her voice would sound the same standing right next to her. Threatening. John felt as if he could be drawn down to the depths of the ocean. He was prepared for it now, but it almost made him relive the panic of the time. He had the feeling the depths would be far more actively hostile instead of merely dangerous. Peaceful, John said. We come from afar to make contact and seek information. Ask. So they weren't going to be invited in. What do you think of the Great Eye sect? Annoying. How concise. The Glorious Veil? Unpleasant. The Silver Mirror? Tiresome. The Blind Tower? Pleasant. So she didn't just hate everyone. John couldn't say which modifiers were the most negative, though. What about the Graveshore Society? She just shrugged. How embarrassing for them. And the continent? She tilted her head. You? That's right. Strange. Oof. He was the strange one here. John would have wondered how this woman became sect head, but it was obvious on the surface. She had the power. That was enough. Since she didn't seem any closer to offering to let them stay, John asked a few more things to which he got more one-word answers. Well then, he said, we'll be back later. Is there anything you would want to trade in the future? Water, she declared. John wasn't sure if that was what she had, or what she wanted. They were a water element sect, though, so bringing various things from the Shimmering Islands or such would be reasonable. Different resources would be available in different environments. John also wanted to bring along a Leviathan, but that was a bit much. Then again, if they were going to return with an aggressive stance, that might be appropriate. Assuming Nitsa would let Carl come along without her. John wasn't going to ask Turdo to send his daughter off to war, even if she was probably old enough by now. If anyone could be old enough. The Silver Mirror had various things to say about Great Eye Island, but none of it involved them being duplicitous. As a rival, that was about the best endorsement John could hope for. He wasn't planning to become steadfast allies with anyone after just one incident, but he needed to know who was getting exterminated. With help from other locals, preferably. Otherwise, they would just be sparking wider hostilities, which was what they wanted to prevent. Ignoring an assassination attempt wasn't acceptable, though. Eventually, they circled back around towards the eastern end of the islands. There were many factions they hadn't interacted with, but it was sufficient for one journey. There was just one last stop to check out one of the closer occupied islands. The Blind Tower controlled yet another darkness-infused island that seemed more prominent than on the continent, but it wasn't to the point that it was actually strange. John would bet that if they included all the islands they hadn't yet interacted with, they'd find quite a bit more earth and water. The two light sects were already somewhat unexpected. The Blind Tower was surrounded by thick darkness, but even so, John could make out the general shape of the tower itself. It was like a reverse lighthouse. It might even distract people from what they should actually be looking for, threats underwater. Whether or not that was a purposeful result, John sensed quite a bit of troublesome reefs and the remains of sunken ships. Whether they all ran aground on the reefs or possibly were sunk by the locals was a different question, though. Having supernatural abilities helped them get close to the island. But even with trained water cultivators and John's own ability to pierce through the darkness, he was less than enthusiastic about bringing their whole fleet to the island. They dropped a few smaller road vessels that could better maneuver, covering the last of the distance. It became more and more difficult to see as they approached. Astrid actually closed her eyes, taking a meditative posture. John gently placed a hand on her shoulder. The darkness here was far more uncomfortable for her than the Graveshore Society. As they continued on, soon enough, even he couldn't see anything. He wondered how the locals managed it. Except, he actually understood pretty quickly. Unlike some concentrations of darkness element, this seemed to be specifically tuned to vision. Enough to make John's enhanced eyes incapable of sight, which was impressive, but it didn't limit other senses as much as it could have. Somehow, they stumbled into some docks. John had generally been aiming them towards the cultivations he could feel, but just because different senses were less limited didn't mean they were as functional as normal. Welcome. The voice of a man rang clearly through the air. We so rarely get visitors. We're quite happy to receive you. John imagined a man spreading his arms to welcome them, though he couldn't even feel that much. He did sense the man, though. Sect head Emmett of the Blind Tower, I presume? Indeed. You have me at a loss, though. I am John Miller of the Six Elements Crossroads. From the continent to the east. How delightful. Please, tie up on the docks. At least good sailors could probably do that without seeing, assuming everything was standard. If not, they could fumble around and look a bit silly for the locals, presuming they could actually see. John wasn't so sure of that. Chapter 464. though John might use many words to describe different factions that trained the darkness element, and many of them were even positive. Friendly wasn't one he'd had opportunity to use often. Cultivators in general weren't friendly, especially with those they had little experience with, but darkness cultivators tended to have greater caution. It was built into the element, or at least people's general biases about darkness. Emmett had a friendly voice, and since that was the main thing John could discern about him, it affected the picture he built in his head. It was possibly a deception, but a more neutral facade would have been easier to maintain long-term. Even a more subdued friendliness. The man's footsteps were loud upon the paving stones. John imagined it was intentional. It seemed to be the case with other sect members as well, intentionally drawing attention to their location. Of course, it would work to their advantage if they suddenly wished to hide. John doubted they could do enough to concern himself and Astrid, though. If they couldn't sense them, they could forcefully disperse the surrounding darkness, possibly in a violent enough manner to harm people hiding within it. For the moment, John was being cautiously optimistic. The whole journey only had one assassination attempt. If they could finish with that same status, he would be quite satisfied. Walking in darkness he couldn't see through was an interesting experience for John. The last time he hadn't been able to see at all in darkness was in his previous life, plus a very brief period of his current life before Cyritzel had given him the blessing. I'm sure you can infer why we're called the Blind Tower. The sect head chatted as he strode along. Along the central staircase you will find grooves numbering the floor you are on, and along various walls. It wasn't quite Braille-friendly, but it was better than nothing. John wondered if they actually had any blind disciples here. Vision was quite useful, but not actually necessary for a cultivator. It would just be extremely challenging to get accepted by a sect and advance through the first phase or two without sight. Here might be different. Dining is on the second floor. Guest accommodations are on the fourth, Emmett continued. You do intend to stay, do you not? At least for a few days, John agreed. He couldn't help but turn his head towards the man as he talked, but he saw nothing. His senses couldn't extend more than a few meters without great effort, though John noticed that hearing seemed to work perfectly. Excellent. I must say, we don't have any particular accommodations for light cultivators, but the energy here is mild, so your wife will likely find it tolerable. Astrid smiled. John could sense at least that much with her trailing along behind him, clutching his hand. John didn't think she actually needed him to guide her, but he wasn't going to call her out. It would be an advantage if necessary, and he liked holding her hand. Their hands never even got sweaty, courtesy of his body's automatic temperature regulation. Additional sensory deprivation layers are underground, Emmett commented, starting as you step out into the halls. We find them quite useful for training. Please be aware of others. Combat safety formations are available at the peak of the tower. We appreciate your welcome, John commented. They began going upstairs. A wide spiral staircase, circling counterclockwise. It was sufficient for two people to pass each other comfortably. The protocol seemed to place people on the right-hand side. It was a little bit awkward to keep his connection to Astrid, but they could manage that for a short time. Tell me, as we are new to this region, what do you think of the Great Ice Sect? We encountered them first. Emmett thought for a few moments. Xianxia is obsessed with fruit, but Locken will lead them into the future. Of our light element neighbors, they are slightly preferred. How about the Drowning Deep? Vake is unique. We do appreciate her visits. Astrid took the next opportunity. How about the Glorious Veil? They are the strongest darkness element sect around here. That was all he said, but that indicated quite a lot on its own. Have you ever been to Midnight Island? John asked. Not officially, Emmett commented. The Glorious Veil prefers to claim its resources for themselves, and we defer to their position. John suspected that meant the Blind Tower snuck there occasionally to harvest resources without being caught. The Glorious Veil hadn't even directly ordered the assassination attempt on John, but they might have if they knew about their visit. Even if they didn't take everything, the resources wouldn't necessarily have replenished by their next visit. He wondered if the Blind Tower and Graveshore Society would be implicated, but tracing the route of the expeditionary fleet should be easy enough. The Blind Tower were quite open with their training locations, although unlike most they weren't based around concentrating and using spiritual energy. The density of darkness was not bad. Tenzing was quite pleased with it, as well as John. But from everything John could tell, the Blind Tower had a more passive style of training. Emmett had explained it on a base level. though no doubt their actual techniques were more formalized. Ultimately, they were to experience loss of sensory information and learn what they could about darkness from said restrictions. John liked the idea very much. Simply being deprived of sight, even if he didn't need it, was an extraordinary difference from the norm. Cultivators still relied on their eyes in most circumstances, and simply moving around without it, and with diminished spiritual energy senses, was strange. He actually chose to limit his active sensing to go along with the training. He started out simply sitting in their quarters, experiencing everything. Though he couldn't see anything, it actually took a while for John to actively close his eyes. It shouldn't have made a difference, but not trying to see actually relieved quite a large burden on his mind he hadn't been considering. Sound seemed louder. He became more aware of his body and things around his body. His clothing, high-quality materials that were soft where they should be and durable where they needed to be. Normally, it faded into the background. If he wasn't moving, he usually only felt its weight, and even that required conscious thought. Any sort of tolerable material was like that, not just his high-quality clothing. But he could feel it, even if he tuned it out most of the time. There were also things John couldn't feel that he only noticed after a long time in cultivation. Random itches around his body, small annoyances that lasted only a few moments, were a thing of the past. His realization of that made him wonder how many decades it had been. At what point in his cultivation had that happened? It hadn't even been a conscious change. It had certainly been that way since he mastered Diamond Defense, though he asked Astrid about it. And even with her limited body tempering, she had also moved beyond such minor annoyances. John could feel his body, not just with spiritual energy, but just being. Each breath was more real, the beating pulse of his heart. True darkness had revealed to him more than it had hidden. At his point in cultivation, John wasn't going to make any huge leaps forward. Most of his realizations were retreading old grounds or completing thoughts that had been forming over decades. But it was progress. He hadn't even gone anywhere special yet. The blind tower served a meal that was a show. There were trays of glowing crystalline candy that pierced through the darkness, and yet revealed nothing around them. John determined that they were actually absorbing the surrounding darkness element, which was why Astrid was less impressed with them. It just didn't hit the same for someone with her mixture of elements. However, the rest of the meal was still a sensory feast. Various senses were activated by different dishes. There were auditory dishes. John had something rather similar to pop rocks, not just a crunch when chewing, but a chorus. It also included tactile elements, but that didn't seem to be its main purpose. Instead, some rather spiky and sharp dishes kicked off that portion of the meal. John didn't think everything was good, especially with some of the slimy and sticky textures he experienced, but it was all interesting. Smell and taste were, of course, included with the entirety of the meal, though there were portions with particularly strong-smelling dishes, as well as those targeting specific tastes. Sweet, sour, bitter, salty, and savory. But they weren't done with sensations. Far from it. The blind tower clearly didn't restrict themselves to the 5 most prominent senses. The whole meal could have been taken as a test of proprioception, both to find the food and to deliver it to the mouth. Spicy foods could have been taken as a test of the sense of pain, though John was glad that was about as far as they went with that one. Different temperatures were included, including several frozen dishes and some that were so hot that Emmett recommended insulating the throat and stomach for at least a short time during and after consuming them. None of the food was poisoned. That shouldn't have to be said, but John was still cognizant of that point at the moment. In the future, he would probably continue to keep close tabs on it. He liked being alive, and knowing there were some poisons that could slip through passive cultivation senses made it a concern. He did have to accept that he was important enough for people to want to assassinate him, even if he'd prefer a society without intrigue. Maybe in a century or two, if he was lucky enough to still be alive then. His natural lifespan might extend that far, but he was far more likely to reach a violent end. Hopefully not by those around him, though. Astrid's hand was warm, but it was still strange not to feel it. He could tell she thought the lack of traditional tactile sensation was interesting as well. Heat was related to touch to some extent, but not suppressed by the current level they were staying on. Astrid was moving their shared grip back and forth, though they occasionally lost their connection as their fingers disentangled. Visiting the various layers together was partially for practical purposes. John didn't want either of them to be alone, and it was still harder for Astrid to navigate on her own. The surrounding darkness element took more of her attention away as an unintended side effect of her having to protect herself, or at least tell her spiritual energy that it didn't have to protect her, on layers without sound. John realized how much he relied on it to determine what sort of material he was interacting with. He could only rely on how his own body deformed and the impacts with walls and floors. The layer was intentionally filled with various things: soft cloths, hard stone walls, hanging tapestries on those walls, and marble floors. Strangely hard cloth. Chains that alternated between flexible and rigid depending on various factors. Losing smell was the thing John would have noticed the least in normal circumstances. Without being able to see, he still barely noticed. However, he found he was a bit more cautious about what he touched. The blind tower didn't leave anything strange around, but it was interesting for John to find out how he reacted. Then, at the deepest depths, they had two areas with nearly complete sensory deprivation. One was true nothingness, a small chamber that John only experienced for a few moments before he bypassed the small threshold for spiritual energy senses and found his way out. Even with Astrid waiting outside, he still felt unsafe. Perhaps if he had a longer history with the blind tower, he wouldn't worry about someone stabbing him while he was completely alone with his thoughts. The other area was much the same, except the energy was distorted to allow spiritual energy senses to act unrestricted. It was quite fascinating, seeing the world without any human senses. Usually, John was at least referencing sight or something else at the same time. Without trying to sound like a narcissist, John thought he looked beautiful. A mix of different spiritual elements that was nearly perfected with Astrid's presence. John was going to be stealing some ideas from this place for use in a strain. It didn't even have to be darkness element training zones, just unusual places that didn't need all that much ambient spiritual energy, if the cultivator was willing to go along with it. Chapter 465. The various training rooms of the blind tower were extremely thorough in covering the different senses. No doubt their cultivators already recognized how useful even some of their more obscure senses could be. If they ever found themselves in a darkness element area, they would certainly be able to retain sufficient awareness and combat effectiveness even if many traditional senses were blunted. John imagined that they would do quite well on Midnight Island, though it seemed that the Glorious Veil sect tended to hog the resources from there. The blind tower could only sneak around there occasionally, unlike some of the other sects. Even those that were generally welcoming and friendly, the blind tower had shared more knowledge about cultivation. Simply by letting their visitors make use of their facilities revealed much about them. Even without sparring, John could guess much of their combat style would revolve around fooling senses in ways that people wouldn't anticipate. Rather than avoiding affecting their own members, they would simply train to overcome those drawbacks. That would make their offense more potent. John had a few discussions with Emmett, the sect head, about his own cultivation path. I began with darkness, in a clan that practiced such techniques. However, I was drawn to a unique possibility I heard about. Fortunately, my clan trusted me enough to support me. Emmett nodded slowly. I see. Your clan must have been crazy. Thoroughly convinced. It seems you must have had great confidence even when young. Having lived about twice as much as it seemed helped. Plus, not really knowing how difficult things were. John had been a bit reckless, though part of that was related to how well Fortkran had done for his relative lack of effort. John just wanted to prove he could do better than him. Though he also felt special due to his circumstances as a transmigrator. I must admit I had some good fortune, John commented, as do all who reach great heights. And now we might be the good fortune. John pondered for a few moments. What do you mean by that? Your sect will certainly be blessed by your presence, and likely the allies you bring alongside you. You haven't said all that much about the continent, but Emmett looked between John and Astrid. You two are far from the only ascending soul phase cultivators there, aren't you? John shrugged. You are one yourself. Most of the island-controlling sects here seem to have one or two. Facial expressions could only be read with spiritual energy. The blind tower was still fully dark even if John had grown somewhat used to it. When trying to be subtle, John could only feel the larger movements. Probably ones Emmett intentionally displayed. Emmett tipped his head. And how many ascending soul phase cultivators does your sect have, if I might ask? Just two, counting Astrid. Emmett seemed surprised for a moment, but he quickly recovered. And that clan that you left behind? 3. For the moment. Others would follow Kristen soon enough, though they weren't rushing, but rather taking their time to make sure as many were successful as possible. Then, of course, there were Melanthina and Nick. And among your allies and close friends, I suspect there are many more. Emmett paused, clearly considering something. What did the glorious Veil do? Astrid spoke there. Why should you think that they did anything? You cared too much about my answer, as short as it was. John didn't think there was any reason Emmett, with his clear dislike for the sect, couldn't hear. He'd already had his chances to try to poison John and Astrid if he were the sort, so it wasn't as if he would be warned off. They tried to kill me. Right after you appeared? That's pretty extreme, even for them, Emmett commented. Is that so? John asked. They tried to poison me through an agent of theirs. It could have been anyone that would cause trouble. It was still possible that he had things wrong. Except, that's entirely different. If you told me they attacked you publicly, I wouldn't have found it believable. Even if you did steal some of their resources from Midnight Island. John put on a smug face. Surely Emmett could detect at least that much. They didn't even put up a sign. Clearly those resources are free for the taking by any responsible individual. Your poison detection skills must be quite developed, Emmett said. I've heard they have some particularly insidious options available. Indeed, John said. It has rather made the whole trip less pleasant than it ought to be. Astrid very intentionally squeezed John's hand with her own. Her physical wounds were healed. He wanted to believe there were no scars on her heart from his brief lack of control. In truth, it could have gone 100 times worse even without either of them dying. John's favorite group ended up being the Blind Tower. The Great Eye sect was fine, but the circumstances had marred the visit. The fruit wasn't bad, and he would have remembered everything quite fondly if not for that one incident. John hoped that their next visit, or at least the one after that, was more pleasant. Their next visit would come with fleets, and they'd be going off to war. We will be returning soon, John explained to Emmett as they prepared to leave. Not too far into the future. I hope you will support us then. I am not certain I can commit to that, Emmett said. We won't need your military might, John said. Just your influence. We have no intention of going to war with all of these Western islands. We'd rather get along peacefully. Astrid picked up there, but we aren't going to forgive the glorious Veil for trying to kill John. And John wouldn't forgive them to trying to make him kill her, or to die in a mad rampage. Blaming their agent wasn't going to get them out of things. They didn't care who they hit, and thus they needed to suffer the consequences of their carelessness. That didn't necessarily mean they had to be wiped out, but the exact consequences would have to be determined based on how they reacted. Normally, I expect island vacations to involve less violence, John commented, except in a certain genre of movies. They sound quite interesting. Astrid commented about movies in general. I should hope so, John said. Beyond the actors, there are often hundreds of individuals who have devoted a significant portion of their life to making them as entertaining as possible. Too bad most people here specialize in violence. It doesn't have to be that way, Astrid suggested. After all, a society exists on the basis of what people will accept. I don't think this world could exist at all without cultivators, but perhaps it could be more peaceful. John nodded. That's what the Alliance is for. At the very least, we're fighting less among ourselves. The plan was to maintain that even without outside threats. It might be difficult, but this world was already quite different from Earth. People were still people, but among other things, individuals could influence the world longer, for better or for worse. John wanted it to be for the better because he and his loved ones lived there. The journey back to the continent had only a few minor encounters with sea beasts. Because they were aware of precisely where they wanted to go, they were able to move with more confidence. They didn't have to slow down to search for islands, and there was no chance of somehow missing the continent. Soon enough, they were back in familiar seas, familiar to some of those with them, if not necessarily John. He'd spent far more time in the Shimmering Islands than off the continent's western coast. The first thing John wanted to do was consult his allies. He could have told them to show up with themselves and armies, and he could have bet that they would have. However, wisdom came from an abundance of counselors. He shouldn't just react how he wanted to. Some water cultivators broke north along the coast as they hit the continent. Tenzing and the others parted with the expedition before they turned into the Shimmering Islands. They were invited to return in the future, of course, but they might have other duties to attend to after a few months away between the travel and time in the islands. The Shimmering Islands were important as one of the premier seafaring regions among the continent. They were currently responsible for much of the coastal security around the borders, as well as training up new groups to cover such areas in the future. There was a significant difference in efficiency from cultivators that simply knew how to sail and those who were excellent, trained and specialized within their elements. They needed to be able to discover threats approaching and either deal with them or prepare those ashore for any trouble. Previously, the continent hadn't had much in the way of fleets on the external coasts, except some smaller sections. There were traders, of course, and they had ships. However, normally if there were any conflicts, most of them would have preferred landing and making an assault from there rather than proper naval warfare. John sent word to various sects within the Shimmering Islands that they would be needed. Their expeditionary fleet was sizable, but it hadn't been meant for intimidation. On their return to the western seas, some measure of intimidation was warranted. John and Astrid were dropped off at Pearl Landing, taking the main roads back to Lunson. The Six Elements Crossroads was still in the most convenient location, and John would be able to send and receive replies swiftly with the communications network they were building up. John felt very confident with the arrival of Steve and Justina. He didn't have a perfect understanding of the combat prowess of the Glorious Veil, but he was quite confident he could defeat almost anyone with that pair by his side. Renato did come to offer his advice, but he made it clear he wouldn't be able to come along. That was a bit disappointing, but John couldn't expect all of his friends to be available at any moment. If he truly needed them, it would be one thing. But even if the Glorious Veil had 4 or 5 ascending soul phase cultivators, far more than their estimated 2, there were plenty of options to deal with them. John, Astrid, Steve, Justina, and the 2 from the Great Eye sect would outnumber them for certain. But it wasn't enough to just have them, not when faced with the full might of a sect. They could use a solid base of consolidated soul phase cultivators and those of lesser cultivation. They wanted an overwhelming victory, not one where there were losses on both sides. If there were losses, it was better for them to be of the locals. They could deal with their own problems. That was the advice that Deirdre gave, though she wasn't alone in that. Justina had a similar opinion, and even Steve didn't tell John to go in and crush them alone. It makes the most sense if you want them to accept us in the future, Deirdre commented. You must help them. You won't be there to take revenge for yourselves officially. Instead, you'll be helping with a nuisance that has been causing trouble in the region. Justina nodded. After that, you must not show too much favor to any remaining faction, at least not publicly. They will worry about us causing more instability, perhaps rightfully, so we will have to constantly remind them, especially for the early years of our reacquaintance. The specific details were ironed out, but ultimately bringing too many ascending soul phase cultivators would be counterproductive. Just because the continent had many didn't mean they should draw them all in, and of course they had other things to be concerned with. Trouble could come from elsewhere in the time they were gone, should they be careless. John enjoyed his few weeks back home, even if most of the time was spent preparing for war. Hopefully, it wouldn't be anything like their recent troubles, but remaining passive wouldn't do them any good in the future. Chapter 466. John looked out over his first disciples, all once living on the streets of Lunson. Stithulf had been with him on the previous journey, but he and Fulton didn't stand out all that much. It wasn't that they lacked talent. All of John's disciples had worked hard in the decades since the founding of the Six Elements Crossroads, and they had all stepped into the consolidated soul phase at various points. No, they simply chose a more straightforward and less visually distinct path, that of the single element. Ahan, Burricate, and Lyre had all taken upon themselves the less tested path of a cycle of core elements. Each started at a different point, and their styles were certainly quite different, but they now had the full cycle. John suspected they were stronger than he had been at the same rank, though that wasn't some sort of self-deprecation. After all, he had guided them along their path with the knowledge he had gained from his own journey. Furthermore, he hadn't completed his cycle yet. At the consolidated soul phase, John had only a cycle of allied elements and air tied together. He made it work, but that certainly wasn't an optimal state. It worked primarily because none of his foes were expecting to fight any combination of 3 or 4 elements, even one that was imperfectly balanced. It had been a necessary step to get to where he was now, and he was more than pleased with his results. Even if he'd made more than a few mistakes along the way. I am proud of your progress. They should know that already, but sometimes it had to be said. They were practically another set of his children, just without any blood relation. He wasn't quite that close with them, but he had spent quite a lot of effort on his first disciples. Each of you has chosen a path that properly suits yourself. Stidhulf and Fulton were no worse just because they didn't copy him. Not that anyone had precisely followed his path. None were going for the rather more difficult Six Elements path. Even though it was named the Six Elements Crossroads, that still wasn't the most prominent option. John actively discouraged it, not to retain some sort of unique position for himself, but because it truly was unnecessarily hard. Of course, it was quite possible that any of those that had the four core elements could add on a fifth element. It would just be a bit harder to branch into light or darkness. Obviously, the full six-element path hadn't been completed even by John himself, so he couldn't say how possible it was. He knew in his heart it was possible, and simply had to hope that he had the talent, willpower, and luck to succeed. He did still have all of the late ascending soul phase to wrestle with first. You have battled many times before, sometimes even in war. I have faith in your abilities, and I don't think our enemy is beyond our ability to overcome. Even so, I must tell you to keep each other in mind, and to protect yourselves first. Retain your confidence, but there's no need for you to rush to the front lines. Even I will only be moving as a necessary part of the momentum. We're going to be there to support the people of the Western Sea, not the other way around. We don't need to appear domineering or as a threat. Of course, I know all of you behave properly, but it doesn't hurt to have a reminder. He also needed to remind them of how important they were becoming, representing the Six Elements Crossroads. Previously, there had been him, Viriato, and other cultivators that had joined at a higher cultivation. They were no less true members than any other, but having a proper generation of consolidated soul phase cultivators from within the sect was a significant step. John was confident it could survive beyond him, not that he was planning on perishing anytime soon. Certainly not in the upcoming war. He had a justified confidence in that fact, especially with the allies he would have by his side. John wanted to at least test himself against the exalted soul phase, even if he couldn't be certain of his success. That was probably another few decades distant. And if he survived that, he intended to live longer than any human in the current generation. Many members of the fleet were the same as the first expedition. Reliable cultivators were important, and those with a solid knowledge of ships even more so. The best of those were still from the Shimmering Islands, of course. Of special interest to John were a pair he knew well, finding an opportunity to support the goals of the continent. That pair was Harda Mulyani and Amelia. The most important thing as he watched them was that Amelia was happy. She smiled even as her father needled her and Harda about something or other. Maybe he wanted more grandkids, or maybe he was commenting about those they had already made. Amelia had been expected to marry Turdo. It wasn't an arranged marriage like John and Mateo, but it hadn't been far from it. She had taken those expectations seriously, but she had also fallen in love with Turdo. In turn, Turdo loved her, but not quite the same way she loved him. They would have been fine together. Happy. She would have supported him in everything. But at some point, Turdo came to understand that his feeling for Verusha far outmatched the ones he had for Amelia. It wasn't his choice, nor Verusha's. It simply happened. John remembered how tough those times had been for all of them. He could only say he gave the correct advice now, with the full benefit of hindsight. At the time, it had been murky, though John did believe that it wouldn't have been fair to Amelia to go forward how things had been. He had comforted his son, and of course the daughters of his friend. For a while, things had been tense. He had assured Amelia that it was possible to love another, to find someone who would be as good for her as she was for them. John had believed it, but he hadn't known. But now he did. He glanced over at Justina. Should we go save them from him? Be my guest, she smiled. John approached with long strides. And that's why. Steve spoke with such passion that he literally created heat waves around him. The training needs to happen in a volcano. John really wasn't sure who he was referring to. Himself, Harda, or Emilier, or some of their children. Either way, he smirked as he strode up. I think that's enough of that, Lacanus, John said, using his friend's formal name. Why don't you cool off for a second? Steve tilted his head as he turned towards John. Huh. With a smile, John shoved Steve overboard. They weren't that close to the railing, so it took a proper effort involving spiritual energy. A bit of earth for force and some water for flow. John dusted off his hands. That should settle that. Yes, Justina agreed from behind him. Except for one thing. What is dash? John couldn't even turn around before he too was thrown into the ocean. He didn't often experience chill fire, but Justina didn't limit herself to conventional uses of the fire element. She had been a water cultivator in a previous life, after all. John did manage to fling a whip of water around Justina, pulling her in after him instead of stopping his own movement. What followed was a semi-serious battle where parts of the sea boiled, other parts froze, and no side truly came out on top. Justina's excuse to shove John into the sea was of course to protect her husband, but she was just as likely to side against him if he was winning. At least, during a little skirmish like they were having. Sometimes it was nice to just relax a little, to have fun. Even if they were heading towards something serious, keeping dour expressions on their faces all the time would just make them into sad old cultivators one day. The fleet had nothing to fear from seas, not before, and certainly not with their greater numbers. While there might still be beasts of great power deep within the seas, none were foolish enough to challenge them this time. With a better understanding of where they were navigating, they reduced the journey by a few days. Their initial target was the same as where they had previously arrived accidentally, Midnight Island. The reasoning was simple. The glorious veil favored the island. The fleet was fortunate enough to catch some of their ships there, likely drawn by word of the continental travelers visiting it. Perhaps they wanted to inspect their resources. The fleet arrived in the middle of the night, finding a handful of vessels anchored around the island. The island itself was covered in a veil of darkness, but John was familiar enough with how things worked after the previous visit. Before landing, however, they surrounded the anchored ships, capturing those cultivators left behind to watch them. There wasn't much they could do when there was nearly a single ascending soul phase cultivator for each of their vessels, along with the many others the fleet carried. Most of the cultivators were wise enough to surrender swiftly. John led a team onto the island. He left Steve and Justina to watch the fleet. He didn't expect to run into any of the sect's ascending soul phase cultivators with the relatively small complement of vessels, and some quick interrogations confirmed his supposition. It was possible their captured cultivators were lying, but even then it should still be safe with 2 pairs of ascending soul phase cultivators. Once he was upon the island, John was reminded of the feeling he was underwater. Of course, he also remembered that he actually would be underwater in a few hours. The island wasn't so large that they had to be worried about that if they kept moving, but they would be able to handle it regardless. Based on the locations of the ships, they had an idea where those on the island might be. It was actually quite simple to track them down, as they left behind obvious signs. While the Continental expedition had been cautious to take only small samples of various resources, the current visitors were being far more thorough. They left only enough of various plants for them to grow back, tearing up over 90% of mushroom patches and removing spiritual energy-infused soil and rocks. They also chopped down some of the trees that resembled kelp, though perhaps because of how plentiful they were or their lack of utility, it wasn't nearly as many. Do you think they're always this meticulous? John asked Astrid. Perhaps. If they were spooked by word of our previous presence, they might find this is their best chance to secure their resources. On the other hand, if this is the normal cycle they harvest on, she let the word drag on. John nodded. Then they are foolish. If they left twice as much, just a fifth, then many of these resources they grow and harvest would come back twice as fast. That wasn't a perfect measurement. Obviously, there were various factors that could influence things. However, if they left more spread out clusters, they should grow back more swiftly. That additional growth would likely pay off within 2 or 3 harvests. It wasn't long before they spotted one of the crews. Each of the cultivators wore masks, led by a woman at the late consolidated soul phase. Not a significant threat. If they fight, maintain a defensive perimeter, John said. I'd like to observe their style in combat, if we could. Since they would be fighting the glorious veil on their home turf soon enough, it would be best to gain some familiarity. John would prefer to have minimal casualties on their side. He didn't want to have to learn the fundamentals of their style while in combat with one of their ascending soul phase cultivators. They were supposed to be surprised by his style, not the other way around. Chapter 467. The high hopes John had for the glorious veil were shattered as soon as he saw their techniques. especially with the prominence of the glorious veil and how impressed John was with the blind tower. He had expected far more. Instead, he got a number of cultivators blurring their spiritual energy together before splitting up to run in different directions. Running wasn't the wrong choice. Even if they didn't recognize him from intel gathered during his first visit to the region, his method of approach had made his intentions clear enough. That wasn't what he was criticizing. Instead, he was disappointed that their uniforms, masks, and technique were all meant to make them blend together, and they just weren't good enough to make it happen. There was a late consolidated soul phase cultivator among them, so she should at least have been able to keep up her concealment for a few moments. John couldn't imagine that even a mediocre disciple from the blind tower couldn't see through the glorious veil's techniques. How were they the ones to rise to prominence? Simply by having more spiritual energy. Unless John was wrong, and he had been completely fooled, in which case he would be quite embarrassed. But ultimately, he chased after the one he had pegged as the strongest among them. Stop right there, glorious veil. He didn't expect her to stop, of course. He was merely hoping she would yell something back at him so he could make a better judgment about her. It seemed she noticed the perimeter. As she ran along, she rounded a bend before jumping into a pool of water. A strange tactic, because John didn't believe they went anywhere. Nor was she a water cultivator. As John chased after, she rapidly jumped back out, but he let her go. If she properly fooled him, then he would accept his loss, but he still sensed her in the pond. Several of her, in fact, at varying levels of reality. Another figure ran before he reached the edge, then a half-dozen split in all directions. To her credit, she didn't quite pick the direction opposite him. That would have been too obvious. Still, even with the benefit of Midnight Island's darkness element, she just wasn't quite as stealthy as she wanted to appear. John was impressed at how far her clones split from her, though. He was tracking a few of them, and they had already reached a few dozen meters without disappearing. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a dagger infused with light after her. Rather than actually trying to strike her, he detonated it not far from her. He wanted to see how well her connections to her clones held together. Surprisingly, they didn't fall apart immediately. However, they all became significantly less substantial before she ultimately dispersed them. The woman spun around, preparing to face John. She probably didn't expect what he did next. It was a poor technique, really. An improvised copy that primarily relied on other techniques. Even so, John appeared to split into 6 forms, one of each element. All were equal in power. John made use of the principles of diversion to try to lead her to false conclusions. Ultimately, he wanted to see her fight more. As John surrounded the woman, she also created clones of herself. It was a bit harder for John to pick out the true body with his focus on his own technique, but he was fairly certain he observed the moment she stepped forward. She had formed a dozen clones, counting her main body. I know they aren't all real. Are you certain? John's voice came from behind her. The air clone. Does it even matter? The fire clone standing 2 places over spoke next. I still have the power to defeat you, John's darkness clone said. Each held a copy of his sword, and of course his throwing knives. John could feel the woman trying to pick out which one was his true body. Surrender, and you will be given a path to survival. The woman charged forward, all of her bodies forming different sorts of attacks. John was actually impressed at that. If only she were better at hiding which one were real, he would have a tough time responding. Even as it was, he only managed to mutually strike her. She parried his sword with one short blade she held while slicing with another. Her attack revealed the insubstantial nature of his clone, but couldn't disperse it. John's surrounding clones managed to slice out 2 portions of her energy as she pulled away. It only took her a moment to reform new clones. They were extremely low energy, without any attacking power. John's could attack, but they were clearly quite inefficient. It was really just him manipulating a whole lot of spiritual energy all at once. There was a simple trick, though. He wondered if she would figure it out in time. John's light clone went on the offensive, cutting down clones. He knew how to prevent his own energy from annihilating, but she clearly didn't have the same experience. Ultimately, his 6 clones moved in closer. John imagined the woman was used to being on the other side of the equation, surrounding her target either on her own or with her sect. The way she moved certainly indicated that she wasn't prepared to be encircled. After several clashes, she stood still alone looking up into the sky. I am well aware that I cannot defeat an ascending soul phase cultivator. wondering if water has covered the island yet. John asked, "Sorry to say, you can't swim away just yet. Maybe in a few minutes. Until then, if you can figure out my trick, I'll be more merciful." Personally, he thought it was quite obvious. Perhaps she hadn't had enough time observing him. The woman clenched her teeth. "Do I have to wound you? You just need to find what is real." She looked determined, creating more clones. John had to say that the one impressive thing was how little spiritual energy they took. It was a trade-off with the difficult to detect her true body, though. Furthermore, as she launched more attacks, it was obvious to John that she was trying to clash with every one of his clones. After she clashed with fire, she declared, "That has to be the one that is real, because the rest are not." "Oh, so close," John said. "But unfortunately you are wrong. I will still accept your surrender." "Humph. You think to go back on your word then? I solved your conundrum. I shouldn't think that you would keep your word about my surrender." That was when John grabbed her wrists from behind. He twisted her arms behind her back, pointing the daggers in her hands such that they could not threaten him. "So you believe. But I am quite serious." Of course, it wasn't any of the clones. Just his real body. Around John stood 6 figures still. The trick was the light one. "I don't even have a light totem, you know? How could I possibly possess an equal amount of spiritual energy?" It was just a third as much as anything else. John was already quite proud of that accomplishment. Overall, he'd used a bit less than a third of his spiritual energy, keeping some light in reserve and using proportionately less of each other element. Then he just properly concealed his main body. "How? If you'd trained with the blind tower, I'm sure you would have noticed," John said. "Your sect really should have engaged with your neighbors more peacefully. Now then, about that surrender." "I surrender." She dropped her daggers. John pulled out the best shackles he had. It was quite difficult to make any that would restrain ascending soul phase cultivators. But she was just late consolidated soul phase. As long as she didn't come up with any tricks like Ursel, she would be well enough constrained. Well, if she actually advanced to the next phase while shackled, the real issue would be her simply being too strong. "What is your name?" "Zula. You likely already know, but I am John Miller, sect head of the 6 Elements Crossroads." "I am aware. See how easy this can be." John smiled. "Now then, let's go find the rest of your people." Having the strongest of them captured, and all of their ships, really helped with rounding up the rest of the glorious Veil cultivators. Perhaps a few swam away, but that didn't matter. John wasn't expecting to go completely unnoticed. He just needed to get information, and to have some leverage against the glorious Veil. Zula herself should be a good bargaining piece, as they couldn't easily afford to lose one of their top cultivators. Even if they had 2 confirmed ascending soul phase cultivators, she should still be somewhere within the top 10 of their sect. If nothing else, having her out of future conflicts should be sufficient. Obviously, she wasn't a threat to John, but he was mid-ascending soul phase. She could have likely defeated most of his apprentices with her higher cultivation, probably 2 or 3 at once, depending on whether they saw through her technique. She could also be a thorn in his side if he'd had to fight her and any of the ascending soul phase cultivators. Zula had sufficient loyalty to her sect to not immediately give up information, but with the right methods of questioning they eventually came around to a certain detail. She wouldn't even confirm that a Porvo was their spy, at least not verbally, though small changes in expression at the name confirmed it in John's heart. Instead, the ultimate admission that she made was that nobody had been ordered to kill John specifically. That was, in theory, in the best interests of her sect. John believed her words, and it did match what he already knew. It didn't make him want to forgive the glorious Veil, though. Any group that was willing to try to poison anyone to further their goals couldn't be trusted. Ultimately, the point was that he managed to soothe any final suspicions he might have held in his heart. Locke once again met John as he approached Great Eye Island. This time, however, he was expected. The fleet had taken their time approaching for precisely that reason, so that the sect's scouts could become aware of their presence. "You have returned," Locke said, "and with a greater presence." He paid special attention to Steve and Justina. Indeed, with their presence, the Continental forces were a threat to his own sect. Though John would have said that just himself and Astrid might have been enough previously. "I believe you had some matters to settle with the glorious Veil sect. We thought we might assist you in that endeavor." John wasn't simply bringing this up for the first time. It had already been discussed. He was just confirming that was their intention. "The seas will be safer once matters like this are settled." Locke nodded. Come, have your fleet dock. We will need a few days to prepare and to send out missives to our allies in the region. John was pleased, specifically at the show of trust. Previously, only their flagship had been allowed at the docks. Now they returned with greater force, but were still welcomed properly. If John thought he would manage to visit the island without receiving another round of exotic fruit, he was wrong. He didn't mind it, of course. Xianxia was personable enough and truly enthusiastic about the matter. Apparently, Xianxia had just gotten a shipment of a few things they didn't grow. John happily tried them with the sect head, though it was likely that Locke would be taking over that official position soon enough. Xianxia would likely be happy enough as an agriculture elder or some such position. It wasn't necessary to have the highest-ranking cultivator in the sect be the sect head, but as the gap in cultivation between the two grew, which John suspected it would draw more attention. John did think Locke could stand to learn a bit more of his father's friendliness, even if it was merely for diplomatic show. Nobody tried to poison John. He really hoped that fact would never again be notable in the future, but he'd keep training his body just in case. Chapter 468. Even if the Continental forces were the entire reason the motion against the Glorious Veil could go forward, the locals still had to be willing to commit their own forces. Otherwise, John would turn the entire fleet around and have them go home. It would have been a shame if that happened, because there were a number of unique places, and that was just what he had already visited. The Western Islands were more expansive than just what he had seen. The Great Ice Sect chose Locke to represent them. Perhaps this was the opportunity for the Sun to formally take over responsibility, or perhaps they would maintain their current setup, and he was merely the best choice because of his higher cultivation. Either way, the Great Ice Sect was leery of taking away both of their ascending soul phase cultivators, and they didn't really need both to be confident against the Glorious Veil. John considered trying to enlist the Drowning Deep, but he couldn't be certain if their sect head's animosity was greater against them than the Great Ice Sect. Likewise, he didn't know how things would go with the Silver Mirror, but he had the feeling they wouldn't easily make a move. He didn't want to show up with large fleets and intimidate them, nor would he appreciate it if the Great Ice Sect thought the continent would back them against others. That left only one proper choice, the Graveshore Society, but two separate sects moving together was enough to provide some legitimacy in the area, while others would be fine with whoever lost the war. Because a war it was, though it might not be a long one. None of the sects controlled many islands. At most, they had their main island and some that were adjoining. At best, they had a couple resources islands scattered about, like the Glorious Veil claiming Midnight Island, or whatever they called it themselves. John had already informed the Graveshore Society to be ready, though he hadn't been completely explicit about what his intentions were. When the combined fleet sailed out, John made sure they didn't approach too closely. Dina waited for him to approach the island with just a single ship. You bring even more than last time, as well as the Great Ice Sect. That is correct, John confirmed. Have the Glorious Veil continued to be a problem for you? It hasn't been all that long. Merely a month or two. However, Dina shrugged, her stark, white hair moving with her shoulders. They did make another expedition to the island you know as Midnight Island. I am aware, John confirmed. As they passed by, one of our ships disappeared. Is that so? John tilted his head. What did it look like? We may have seen it. Whether she was asking for a ship to be given to her or really had a grievance of that sort, it wouldn't affect how John responded. He was still interested in the truth, however. Indeed, the vessel is named the Twilight Ivory. That one had previous battle damage from before John's fleet had captured it, so it certainly fit. I do believe we may have seen it in their hands. How unfortunate, Dina said. It isn't anymore, but I'm sure you'd still prefer to get revenge, wouldn't you? The continent didn't need extra ships anyway, especially if they belonged to friendly locals. They just took them because it would have been a shame to leave them anchored, and they were a decent place to house the prisoners from the Glorious Veil. With Dina and the Graveshore Society on board, they had completed their final stop before the Glorious Veil. John would have liked to include one or two more local sects, but there was only so much that could be done about that. Perhaps they could have sailed beyond the Glorious Veil on their previous trip, but they had accomplished their initial goals. Besides, John still wasn't feeling particularly charitable. They made him hurt Astrid. It didn't matter that it wasn't a terrible injury. It could have been. They could have also killed him, which annoyed him. And while neither was a targeted attack, that didn't make anything better. The fact that they had agents that would just do that meant they weren't the kind of people he wanted as neighbors. John wouldn't have wanted any of the others he met in the Western Sea to be poisoned on Great Eye Island. They still had over a day until they reached the glorious Vale's domain. Most likely, their arrival was anticipated. Various smaller vessels had been seen, and surely one of them would carry the news of the incoming fleet. If not, then John would be rather confused at the sect's current status if they were so incompetent. "What are you thinking about?" Astrid asked as he stood looking out over the sea. John pondered for a few moments. Truth was always the right answer, but how he worded it still mattered. Whether to annihilate them or to be more moderate. She smiled. "I think it's a bit early for that. You'll have to see how they react. We're not here to slaughter people that made simple mistakes." "Do you think they made a mistake?" "It doesn't matter what I think," Astrid said. She held up a hand to keep John from trying to protest at that. "It matters what we see, along with what we have already seen." "You're right, of course." He could come up with 100 different ways he saw their encounters going, and none would be right. Of course, that didn't mean that his efforts would be worthless, just that he couldn't rely on his expectations to be perfectly fulfilled. Vale Island was covered in a shroud of darkness, but once again in a unique manner. For the darkness did not live on the island itself, but above it. It filled the skies, while the land and seas were otherwise perfectly visible. Though perhaps that was John's own bias with his enhanced eyes. However, the island didn't change much from dim. He focused spiritual energy on his eyes to take in two presences he could feel. Not much was revealed about the two ascending soul phase cultivators by look, except that they too wore masks. Late and mid-ascending soul phase respectively. John guided his voice to Locken, sailing upon the best ship in the Great Eye Sect's fleet. "Are these the two you recognize?" "Yes," the man replied. "Atrus, the sect head, and his wife So. Think we can take them?" John asked Astrid. "Do I? We have an elemental advantage." "Of course we can." Her confidence was well placed, but John knew that respecting the late ascending soul phase was important. Both were higher rank, but they did have a true advantage. Their light would be offensively significant, while at the same time they would resist darkness better than expected. Or rather, it wouldn't be in the slightest advantaged against John and Astrid had the experience to stay on top. Then again, if it was 5 ascending soul phase cultivators versus 2, they wouldn't even have to bother thinking about such things. Not that it was. "You feel that?" John asked Astrid. She grasped his hand, integrating with his energy. Normally, she was far more obvious than him, and if she just did a wide sweep of the area around them, she might give something away. I certainly do." "What do you think this means for our chances of diplomacy?" "They could simply be setting up contingencies," John postulated. He didn't believe that, though. He monitored the hidden individuals. He would have been able to pick them out underwater even before spending time with the blind tower. Now, he found it almost trivial. Then again, it was hard to hide darkness underwater from one with both elements. It was possible, but John was on high alert, and stronger than the other two, at the mid and early ascending soul phase respectively. At some point, Atrus decided they were close enough and spoke. "This is the domain of the glorious Vale sect. Who dares sail with such a fleet?" "The Great Eye sect dares," Locken spoke confidently. "I bring with me our guests who were grievously harmed by your own hand. Debts must be settled." "Is that so?" Atrus's voice echoed. "You speak of something we had no part in. But should your foreign guests be offended, draw closer so that we may apologize." Astrid blinked. How can a darkness cultivator be so bad at deception? Complacency. Want to fall for it anyway. Sounds perfect. John raised his voice. "We will approach, together with Locken, who equally deserves an apology for the incident." Technically, their ships were already approaching. They just let the flagships pull ahead, as the others were at low sail. They weren't crazy enough to anchor anywhere around their current location. John wondered if Locken had already figured it out. It was a bit hard to tell at a distance, but he was a powerful cultivator who had to be able to handle himself. So as John felt one group pass beneath the Continental flagship, he also sensed another heading towards Locken's ship, somewhat ahead of the glorious Vale's vessel. John kept his expression neutral. Sometimes people make bad choices. Mostly, he was referring to those that seemed to be headed for Steve and Justina. They certainly had a lot of consolidated soul phase cultivators mixed in, but that wasn't going to be enough. The glorious Vale would be falling today, it seemed. The flagships were still 50 meters apart when the attacks came. Atrus and Sutta sprang into action at the same moment, rapidly covering the distance between themselves and John and Astrid. They brought along with them most of their ship, blending their darkness, elemental, spiritual energy together. Locken was ready. Before the attacker even surfaces, he had focused light element into the water. Normally, it would have hindered the resulting fire element, but he used the water itself to further enhance his sunlight magnification. The ships were just inside the shadow of Vale Island, but he pulled sunlight from far behind him. A man burst out of the water with a whole complement of others around him, boarding Locken's ship, but John saw a slight bit of smoke rising from the man's forearms. Not a lethal injury, but an excellent start. Better to focus on his own foes, though. He wasn't at all worried about Steve and Justina, not against a single ascending soul phase cultivators, no matter how many consolidated soul there were. The seas might already be boiling around them. John's apprentices took strong defensive stances, prepared to stand against the incoming enemies. More of their fleet would come support them quickly. Now that there was an attack, nobody was going to respect the false formality in place. However, they had to be able to endure for half a minute or so, including against a late ascending soul phase cultivator. Which one first, do you think? John asked Astrid as he calmly took her hand. Weak first, she said. That was a bit harder with this group than Zula had made it seem. Picking out which of the group wasn't as easy as it should have been. John could no longer see the gray hair of Atrus, nor make out the figure of Sadu. Still, he knew how they worked to some extent, and they were completely unfamiliar with him. John had no intention to hide himself or do something strange with improvised clones. Instead, he would take things seriously by sticking to tried and true methods. He wished he knew the Shimmering Islands technique to completely negate surface tension on the water. That could have been a serious disruption for the approaching group. Instead, he was far more boring, using the water as a way to channel lightning. He wouldn't be able to pick a target, so it could choose for him. His 3 core cycle disciples followed the flow of his energy and replicated the attack, without him even having to say anything. Lightning jumped over the side of the ship and into the waters. John knew it wouldn't defeat their foes, but if it could disrupt their coordination for a moment, it would be good enough. Chapter 469. A single ascending soul cultivator along with a full squad of consolidated soul phase cultivators had snuck their way into the backlands of the fleets, though their choice of target was unfortunate. For them, obviously they intended to take out the threats, and they had picked the greatest threat available. It was unfortunate for them that the duo they came for were able to flash boil a section of the ocean while they were still swimming. Obviously, the glorious Vale believed their stealth skills would provide them a better opportunity, but they hadn't expected the readiness of Lacanus and Justina. Perhaps they thought the display their leadership made would have caused a better distraction. Ultimately, the way they disturbed the water tipped of Justina to their presence. A bit of boiling water wouldn't kill cultivators like that, but as they leapt onto the ship, the water chased after them in gouts of steam, guided by Justina. The lot of them landed on the deck, where they far outnumbered their foes. Lacanus and Justina stood alone, with the crew of the ship keeping back. It wasn't because the crew was particularly weak, though they would have some trouble dealing with a large number of consolidated soul phase cultivators, and certainly couldn't handle the woman in the ascending soul phase. They just didn't need to. Lacanus noticed how the auras of the various cultivators blurred together. Which one of them was the ascending soul phase cultivator? The greatest threat needed to be handled more carefully. He gave them a good look as they began to circle around, trying to pick things out. That wasn't really his style. Guard the deck, will you? He asked his wife. The enchantments wouldn't be good enough. He took a deep breath. Normally, he took a bit longer to get heated up, but they knew they were coming into a battle. He was ready enough. Blue flames spewed from his mouth as he spun around, spraying in all directions. He didn't need to know which cultivator was the strongest if he just removed all of the other ones. They didn't fall that easily, as they seemed to practice a combat formation that let them share their spiritual energy. They weren't too uncommon, of course. However, it wasn't perfect. Lacanus spotted a weakness in one cultivator's defense, though he kept that to himself for the moment. Over a dozen consolidated soul phase cultivators stood with daggers at the ready, but they didn't move in. They couldn't. The heat that Lacanus and Justina were radiating meant they couldn't. They shuffled about, obscuring their positions. The whole time, they carried a veil of darkness with them. Too bad they picked specialists in area attacks. They moved as one, though not in precisely the same way. Their coordination allowed them to cut off potential avenues where Lacanus and Justina could dodge. So they didn't. It was as simple as that, meeting deception with strength and finesse. Lacanus focused on no one in particular, instead sweeping a wide arc that opened up more space to move. Meanwhile, Justina targeted one specific cultivator among those left, sharp needles of flame piercing into her target. Shared spiritual energy might have defeated the attack, but only if they had been ready for that level of concentrated power. Unable to complete their assault without risking further casualties, they pulled up short. None among them were brave enough to risk anything further, including their leader. John, of course, expected Steve and Justina to handle their opponents just fine. He'd never been worried about them to begin with. Locke was also doing well enough against a man matched close to his cultivation, subordinates on both sides supporting them. Beams of light threatened to annihilate their targets, and darkness cultivators were no exception. Even if they endured the light element, flames could arise. The great Isect magnified light, so flames were the natural result. Even though they were the same elements that Astrid practiced, it was quite a different method. Even if Loken was doing fine enough, it was still better for the rest of the fleet to provide support. They didn't have to let the glorious Veil pick their own battles. Supporting Steve and Justina might be difficult because of the potential crossfire, but the rest of their fleets weren't just going to hang around. A few ships were monitoring that battle, while the rest were on their way forward to aid the two ships out front. Likewise, the glorious Veil ships were on the move after their initial ambush. Hardomalyani and Emilia angled their ship towards Loken. Soon enough, air and fire would rain down upon that attacking group. Even if they weren't yet ascending soul phase cultivators, John knew their strength. Dina of the Graveshore Society was also on the move with her own vessel. John was also confident in the strength of his disciples. 3 cultivators of the core elements, plus 1 water and 1 darkness. They supported himself and Astrid against Atrus and Sutu and their squad. A bit of lightning in the water hadn't been enough to take them out, but John and Astrid were focusing on light element attacks to disrupt them now that they stood on the flagship's decks. Astrid flung motes of flame around the decks, forming into flaming grass. Then, with the slightest twist of her energy, reversed the process that true firegrass displayed. Fire became light instead of light becoming fire. A simple but effective principle of spiritual energy transformation. The glorious Veil weren't incapable of battling against light cultivators. They were enemies with the great Isect after all, but light was still at an advantage. As they attempted to close the distance, John flung daggers laden with all sorts of spiritual energy to fend them off, sweeping his sword when they approached closer. The mixed aura kept him from being precisely certain which of his foes were the ascending soul phase cultivators, so he kept a mostly defensive stance. For the moment, he and Astrid fought back to back, the 6 elements crossroads disciples keeping their foes arranged in a half-arc instead of allowing full encirclement. Cycling elemental attacks kept their foes on their toes, both from John and the others. They had no opportunity to get used to one method of attack, while the glorious Veil was relatively consistent. Lacanus reached out and grabbed one of the cultivators on a whim. He got a cut along his outstretched arm, but it wasn't terribly deep. He could have declared that he figured out which of their foes was the real threat, but he didn't actually know. So he was just focusing on one at a time and taking them out with his full effort. He'd done it twice before. He probably couldn't keep it up over a dozen times, even with Justina's support. Maybe his intuition had been right, or maybe he got lucky. Either way, the woman he grabbed didn't disintegrate right away. Lacanus shook her around when she tried to make another slash at him, the darkness element around her preventing him from properly grabbing her wrist. He raised his energy, ready to fight through the power of an ascending soul phase cultivator, and she turned to Ash. Yet with his hands on her, he was certain she'd been ascending soul phase. Oh right, early phase. What had it been, 37 or 38? He was teetering on 43 himself, not quite solidly in the late phase. A few ranks was a significant difference, even at higher phases. Enchanted clothing fluttered to the ground, a dagger dropping. Lacanus turned his gaze on the next closest cultivator. That one and the one following were foolish enough to fight. At that point, the remaining half-dozen consolidated soul phase cultivators turned and fled. Lacanus looked towards the approaching fleets. John appeared as if he would be fine. Yeah, there were 2 ascending soul phase cultivators there, but he and Astrid could handle that. More important was preventing them from being overwhelmed by extras. Fortunately, the crew had been sailing them towards the front lines. He wiped his hand along the cut on his arm, searing it closed. He was an expert at recovering from burn wounds, but he could bleed to death. In theory, of course. Obviously, it hadn't happened yet, but he had no reason to believe he wasn't subject to that just like anyone else. He'd died before. Just because he was stronger didn't mean it couldn't happen again. Smoke was coming out of his ears. Xianxia would make certain he didn't fry himself. If she spotted a better target, she'd direct them towards it. Otherwise, he had picked out a ship that didn't need to remain atop the seas, nor did its crew. There was a certain pattern among the glorious veil that allowed John to keep up a solid defense. Even if they covered up their individuality, he could still feel the overall flow of energy. If they hadn't gathered sufficient spiritual energy to make an attack, he didn't need to be concerned. If they did, he just had to figure out the target. Obviously, figuring out which attacker he had to deal with would be even better, but that wasn't always possible. On the surface, John and Astrid were outmatched. She was still in the early ascending soul phase, and even the disciples the sect head and his wife fought alongside outranked most of John's backup. However, nobody would bother cultivating a cycle of the elements if it wasn't at least potentially better. The momentum John and his disciples were building by consecutive conversions of elements improved both their strength and endurance. John also provided the same for Astrid. The battle wasn't easy, but maintaining a neutral state was also fine. Lacanus and Xianxia had already won their battle. Locke appeared to be winning as well. They just had to use what advantages they had to hold on. John misjudged one incoming attack, and Astrid suffered the consequences. A slash on her shoulder, instead of her neck. Nothing serious, except John pressed himself up against her as his sword swept the attacker away. A truce, he thought. The man was soon blending back in with the others as they weaved between each other. John couldn't handle that at the moment. He was manipulating Astrid's blood. He found something. He wasn't quite certain if it was the same poison as before. Not many worked well from wounds and ingestion, but his assumption that they wouldn't resort to poison in just a single case now had merit. The poison was hard to sense, just like the other. Astrid, you're hurt. He made an unnecessarily large movement, sweeping her up into his arms. His free hand rested on her shoulder, not far from her wound. Be careful. As it turned out, grabbing your own allies in the middle of combat wasn't great for them. Astrid easily complied with John's movements, but that still put her in a compromised position. It made their foes a little bit too eager to strike once more. With a slight movement, John produced a throwing dagger from his sleeve. He wasn't sure if the poison would retain its potency when diluted by blood, but it didn't matter. He had picked out his target. When they rushed forward, John threw his dagger, his own light element hidden by Astrid's. His dagger sailed just past the neck of the man rushing towards them as he tilted out of the way. Even if he hadn't registered how much spiritual energy the attack contained, it was still more appropriate to dodge instead of take a hit, especially if a small movement would do it. That opened the way to John's actual target along the same trajectory. The glorious veil hid things in the darkness, and their biggest rivals were straightforward light cultivators. It didn't matter if the poison worked, as the light element did its trick. Unprepared for such a sudden shock, John unraveled defenses and caused just a little bit of spiritual energy annihilation. Sutta wasn't instantly killed, but she was wounded. Meanwhile, Astrid did an excellent job of repelling Atrus as he came for John's back. The leading cultivator who had dodged the throwing knife didn't matter. John casually swept his sword towards the man's wrist to keep him back as he disentangled himself from Astrid. It was useful to appear vulnerable for a single attack, but the trick wouldn't work twice. At least, not precisely the same one. Chapter 470. Sutta became immeasurably easier to track after she was wounded. She had to focus some of her energy on preventing bleeding or otherwise amplify the perception-limiting effects of the group's combined aura. Either left some traces. John also thought that the poison that had been meant for Astrid was at least partially affecting her. No doubt she had planned countermeasures to her own poison, but John's goal had been to make her not even realize she had received the poison, drawing it out of Astrid subtly. So far, it seemed to be working, and his treatment of Astrid seemed to have worked well enough. They just needed to avoid more unpleasant surprises and find another opening to take down either Atrus or Sadu. Alternatively, they could continue wearing down at the numbers of the extra cultivators. The six-element Crossroads disciples had been doing an excellent job of focusing on wide-area attacks that couldn't be handled just by the ascending soul phase cultivators. The elemental balance near Vale Island was of course mostly darkness, but it was still in the ocean and included water element. None were so overwhelming as to completely eliminate other elements, which meant the core element cultivators among the former street kids had excellent endurance. Likewise, Stidhulf and Fulton were pure water and darkness cultivators, so none of them had problems enduring even if they wouldn't necessarily build up momentum from an elemental cycle. Delaying would be to the advantage of the continental forces. Even if the remaining forces of the Glorious Vale were now engaging, it didn't matter because Lacanus and Justina had defeated their opponents. Two free ascending soul phase cultivators were otherwise that highest stage was balanced. The Glorious Vale had already lost, even if they retreated at this very moment. But that wasn't good enough. At least one of Atrus or Sutta needed to face the consequences. A complete annihilation of the sect wasn't necessary, but killing or at least heavily injuring one of those two was. Of course, that was only while avoiding serious casualties themselves. John was monitoring Astrid's condition just as much as she was watching his. He also wouldn't give up any of his direct disciples, if it came down to it. That just meant he had to be good enough, that they had to be good enough. None of them fought alone, neither did their foes, but John felt their coordination was more rigid. It hadn't come about from focused training between individuals, but a set pattern. That wasn't bad, but it did mean there were patterns to pick out. He was starting to get used to them, enough that he could disrupt them with his attacks. Each step he threw people out of position was another flaw in their veil. Astrid found Atrus first. With a sweep of her arm, she created a field of firegrass, focusing on how she used her light element to ward off the area. That left Atrus exposed for a moment, his position revealed as light dominated the surroundings for a moment. He retreated to the far side instead of pressing forward through the bulk of the field for an attack. The Glorious Vale forces were being gradually herded onto the prow of the vessel. John fought his way up the steps on one side as Astrid expanded her field up the other, though she remained physically present with him. Their own disciples walked without fear through the area, pushing their foes back. They weren't completely cut off, of course. They could always leap off the ship into the sea. However, that wasn't the best choice for them when facing up against water cultivators. It wasn't just those of the six elements Crossroads, but also a number from the rest of the fleet. It was enough to force them to make rash decisions. Atrus and Sutto acted simultaneously, coming at John from either side while their companions limited his movement options. Rather than dealing with both, John boldly turned his back to Atrus and imbued his sword with the rest of his light element, slashing towards Sutto. He didn't spare any spiritual energy to cover his back, trusting Astrid would do so. She stepped in behind him, creating a beam of light element that brushed past Atrus. He rapidly shifted his target to her, two daggers sweeping out. That was when he was struck in the back by that same beam of light that previously missed. A straightforward application of the techniques of the combining luster sect. Atrus managed to react in time, but that meant rapidly shifting his spiritual energy to defend himself, which weakened and slowed his attacks sufficiently for Astrid to feel comfortable he wouldn't reach John. Meanwhile, Sutta was staring down at a sword through her ribcage, though there wasn't terribly much of said ribcage remaining. The fact that her body existed at all meant her spiritual energy had prevented most of the damage. John didn't envy her still being conscious, but it wouldn't last long. He finished her off by raising his sword directly upwards, both to prove the finality of his actions and to provide that slightest bit of mercy as he avoided Atrus' staggering attack. It appeared to him that she had thought herself more capable of blocking that attack, likely a result of both the poison affecting her as well as not expecting John to commit so heavily. The shared veil broke instantly. Six Elements Crossroads disciples began cutting down other cultivators. Atrus screamed in rage, a raw and unpleasant sound. John immediately turned to face the man. "You should not have tried to harm my wife." It didn't matter that Atrus didn't directly command the poisoning. He was responsible for the possibility in general. Somewhat predictably, Atrus turned directly on Astrid. She was the weaker of the two, so if he were to launch a suicidal attack, he could cause the most pain and have the highest chance of success with her. It was exactly the sort of logic that maddened cultivators would follow through with. Astrid watched him move and took the best action available to her. She gathered her energy, shielding her front and simultaneously leaping away. She had no reason to engage in a head-on clash with someone at a higher rank. Astrid chased after her in a rage. Darkness cultivators acting in a perfectly straightforward and reckless manner were pretty much worthless. John threw daggers into his side and back, one after another. Each penetrated deeper. The final one pierced into his spine, just below his skull as he was in the process of leaping through one of the ship's sails. That was the last of the ascending soul phase cultivators. Locke had finished the one after him with the support of Dina, Harda, and Amelia. In a single moment, the glorious Veil sect reached their end. Their island remained, but their prominence in the region would never recover, no matter how merciful the Great Eye sect decided to be. Locke didn't push for a total annihilation, and John was glad. While leaving a potential thorn in the side was a risk, it wasn't one John would personally have to deal with. Ultimately, he wanted to let the island sort out the rest on their own. The Graveshore Society would probably make some sort of claim to the island, and they might be willing to accept some lesser disciples that had little loyalty. The rest of the sect would probably be scattered, as one of the requirements for mercy was giving up their wealth. It would be difficult to hold a valuable island without their ascending soul phase cultivators, among other things. John spent some time fussing over Astrid, making sure that all traces of poison had been removed from her body. He had no intention to underestimate how bad such things could be, though he was fairly certain he had removed enough of Astrid's blood to be safe. Still, lingering side effects could be troublesome. Most of the Continental Fleet split off and returned directly. They didn't need to cause any more uncertainty in the region than they already had. The message should be clear and concise. They wouldn't accept anyone acting against them. Otherwise, they were happy to leave the affairs of the Western Seas up to them. John made a special note of peacefully visiting the Silver Mirror and the Drowning Deep. He was not an ally of the Great Eye sect. Their interests had merely aligned. He also made that clear to Locke and Jayendra, though he couldn't help but admit they had grown somewhat closer. Even so, it was best to remain neutral. He would happily see the local sects grow closer to each other and hopefully also the continent. No doubt their conflicts mostly stemmed from competing for resources. At the moment, the Great Eye sect might have an opportunity to control access to Midnight Island as it was closest to them. Opening it up could improve their relations with the Graveshore Society or the Blind Tower. They had little reason to try to monopolize it themselves. As for the other rivalries, they seemed like something that could be overcome. Disagreements that had built up over time, perhaps, but the leadership held no actual malice. If trade flowed in from the continent, the variety of resources available would increase and reduce the pressure for competition. John wasn't sure specifically why the Drowning Deep would be rivals of the Great Eye sect, as they were neither the same nor an opposite element, but they could figure out where they went in the future. It was possible that had all occurred before Vake. On the other hand, the strange sect head might be the cause. Vake was not particularly expressive. John suspected that it would be fairly easy to shift their annoying assessment to something more positive, but he had no way to know for certain. As for their goals, was getting into a war to prevent a war success? John couldn't say that was completely true. However, the casualties hadn't been too bad, and the remaining sects were less likely to cause any trouble with anyone from the continent, let alone the continent as a whole. Even if deeper islands had some sort of conflict, a buffer zone of relatively friendly islands on the closer border would be valuable. Upon returning to the continent, Astrid made her way to the Gloom Desolation. The reason was that Melanthina had invited her. There were good reasons for a light element cultivator to go to a darkness element region, but it certainly wasn't something Astrid did commonly. With the Gloom Desolation's positioning, she hadn't bothered to make the trip on her own. But at the request of Melanthina, how could she refuse? She only wondered why she was asked to come along, but not John. "What is your purpose here?" Astrid asked. Melanthina had only mentioned that it was a matter of great interest to the Gloom Desolation and ultimately for the continent as a whole. Both Melanthina and Nick were waiting for Astrid when she arrived. "I needed someone of a different perspective," Melanthina explained. "And Father needs to do less." "That he does," Astrid agreed. She looked over at Nick. Was your own husband insufficiently different? He was a light cultivator as much as she was. It just happened that his other half was darkness. Melanthina grinned. He's perfect for a great many things. But this time, he might not be enough. Actually, the problem I sensed involved the ground. Astrid had observed the area during her journey. There wasn't much else to do, even when traveling quickly. It's certainly poor quality, but that might be due to the overall lacking spiritual energy in the area. Well, you see, Melanthina grinned. What if that wasn't the case at all? I don't think the climate alone is poor enough for the soil to be like this, Astrid commented. I actually meant the spiritual energy might not be as lacking as it seems. Astrid had some doubts. She lived in a strain now, after all. She was quite proficient in picking out the total amount of elements, even in small concentrations. There was nothing around them but darkness as well as a little bit of water, air, and fire. Though the complete lack of light and earth was certainly a bit odd. Do you feel it? Melanthina asked. I just want you to confirm it independently, in case I'm wrong in my assessment. Astrid thought about it. She couldn't quite say what it could be, but she had an idea. Chapter 471. The gloom desolation wasn't right. That wouldn't be much of a surprise to anyone, Astrid imagined. The locals were aware that almost nothing grew within their territory, and aside from darkness, the spiritual energy was lacking. For them, it was an acceptable situation where they maintained pure darkness cultivators, but they didn't thrive. As for outsiders, it was clear from the first moments that things were not as they should be. At the very least, it would be expected to have more darkness element flora and fauna, but they were just as lacking as everything else. There were occasional patches throughout the region where such things thrived, but the name desolation was not granted casually. All this Astrid felt, and she also thought she determined what should have been there. She had her answer for Melanthina. There should be earth and light elements here, somewhere. She crouched down, tracing her hands across the soil. Buried, perhaps? Do you sense it? Melanthina asked. Astrid shrugged. Vaguely. A decade ago, I don't think I would have. My senses would have been overwhelmed by the darkness. Melanthina nodded. I believe we should bring this discovery to Tenzing. The people of the gloom desolation have a choice to make. There is a significant amount of light element bound beneath the ground, but I think that ultimately it would be better even for their darkness cultivators if it were freed. Nick agreed. Obviously, I find value in light and darkness together. There should be enough insulating elements that the two energies don't annihilate each other. It might be more difficult to access the darkness without the right methods, however. Astrid thought for a few moments. I can't say I fail to see how a proper balance of elements here would help. It would be difficult to judge otherwise, with John. However, the locals might not be so easy to convince. And yet, Melanthina said, it must be done. Unless the continent wishes to subsidize their growth for the sake of defending ourselves from the southern seas. That might not be the worst, Astrid countered. It might even be possible to promote some sort of growth of the land itself with outside resources. You believe that? Melanthina asked. I think we need to consider the option, Astrid said. Not presenting it to the locals would be problematic. Melanthina sighed. I agree, unfortunately. Even if I think unsealing the land somehow would be the correct choice. Nick held no further opinions than what had already been voiced. The three of them and their retinues set out towards Port Dusk, taking the oft-neglected land route. The initial meeting with Tenzing went well enough that he called upon the governors of other ports and some prominent sects in the region. Of course, his deference was expected, as even if all were supposed to be equal, the gloom desolation still had no ascending soul phase cultivators. He was one of the closest, but that still put him decades behind, presuming that he could maintain the same pace as those from other regions. That was an easily disprovably presumption. We do not intend to dictate your path, Astrid said, but we must ask that you choose one after careful consideration. She said more or less the same thing that Melanthina would have, but her position was slightly more prominent. However, she would not discount the prior connections Melanthina had in the area. It was simply that providing her backing legitimized their intentions over a wider area. As far as official positions went, the wife of a prominent sect head was slightly more than that of a daughter that ran her own clan. Whether it should have been wasn't Astrid's business. She was simply able to speak with a broader authority. Along with Tenzing, those they most needed to agree were Shukrat of the Midnight Bolts and Mergem of the Silent Spirit sect. The Dark Shore and Tenzing were naturally most influential along the coast. The other two were prominent in different parts of the Gloom Desolation. It was possible that they would go along with the opinions of the majority, but they could have a great sway. Whatever happened, it was most important that everyone supported the same path. Either one of the two options they had provided, or keeping the status quo. Not that any of the visitors could recommend the latter in the slightest. When I visited previously, Melanthina took an opportunity to speak. I was allowed to peruse some old records. I found little conclusive evidence, but in several unrelated records from different clans and sects, I learned of efforts to seal away something, presumably the light element. While this was expected to be a boon for the local cultivators, it does not appear to have had the intended results. Light might have been naturally eliminated, Nick mentioned, slightly reducing the prominence of the darkness element. However, with Earth being sealed as well, we believe the loss of a supporting element caused more harm than the potential benefits. Furthermore, with recent technique developments, converting that somewhat prominent Earth element into darkness would be more feasible. That's correct, Astrid continued. Any reduction in darkness from interaction with light would be more than offset by the gains. The techniques required are easy enough to learn, with the 6 elements crossroads making them widely available. It may disturb your routines, but ultimately it should be beneficial. Alternatively, a similar or greater effort must be put towards enhancing the region itself. The continent has been providing some resources, of course. It would take more than that to bring the region into a proper state in the near future. Could we not just use those resources to develop our cultivators as we do now? Shukrat asked. You could, Astrid began. You may even raise an ascending soul phase cultivator from among your ranks within a decade or two. However, they would likely be the only one in half a century. In the course of 100 years, you might have a few. If either the unsealing or development options work as planned, you could raise up a younger generation that is full of such cultivators in that same time. And of course, you would no doubt advance yourselves. Merjam pondered for a few moments. Would we not be worthy of more resource investment after producing a single ascending soul phase cultivator? Astrid took a few moments to think through her answer. With all due respect, a single ascending soul phase cultivator is nothing. She gestured to Nick and Melanthina. The Tenebach clan has 3, the same of the Brandel clan. The 6 elements crossroads has but 2 only because we are still on the first generation of disciples. You know how many the Sky Islands once had, and they still have many. We only wish for your region to prosper, Melanthina said. You are part of the continent. Our support will not waver as we have need for you, but I think you would much prefer having no need of it. A transformation as we speak of will be what you need to keep up with the rising age. Tenzing spoke hesitantly. I trust the intentions of the 6 elements crossroads and the Tenebach clan. However, should we really undo the efforts of our ancestors? Melanthina answered confidently. If they were wrong? Absolutely. I doubt this is the result they intended, so either they failed and the sealing must be undone. Alternatively, their vision was incomplete and simply must be finished. Feel free to take some time to think it over. The next day, after consulting among themselves, they returned with questions. Tenzing took the lead. Should the sealing of the land be undone? Presuming that is possible, what ratios of elements could be expected? That was something Melanthina had taken careful consideration of. Astrid had been brought to provide a final opinion. Melanthina had a clear enough answer. Darkness would remain somewhat close to what it is now. Earth would return to being a proper secondary element, prominent above the rest. Water, air, and fire would likely retain their current levels. Perhaps air would diminish slightly. Light would once again be present, but no more than what is naturally occurring in the Darklands. Shukrat looked concerned. Would we not end up with a situation like the Annihilation Strip? Astrid shook her head. That would require a full portion of light element. This was just a small sliver that your ancestors seemed to believe were holding them back. I don't think it would have even been possible to live here if things were anything like that. Even so, Merjam commented, if light element has been sealed for some time, are there not risks of something like that happening? Astrid nodded. That is why you would have to be willing to devote resources to the task beyond simply the time of your cultivators. You would need to take proper precautions about how the energy flows are undone. Or we can develop the darkness, Tenzing said. Why would that not be better for us? It might not work, Melanthina said simply. The soil and climate are different between here, the Darklands, and the Solrop Bog. The coastal regions of the Muted Crags don't have much to offer. It is possible that the Western Islands might have something to contribute. It would set you back a few years if you wanted to wait to see. Or we could just remain as we are, Tenzing commented. It wouldn't be optimal, but we might make it work. Even he didn't believe that, though. He had witnessed too many ascending soul phase cultivators around him. Well, Nick made a face. That might not actually be possible. What do you mean? It's quite possible that the seal will break down. Melanthina and I have been observing things. For the second option, you might actually have to expend some of the resources to maintain that seal while otherwise improving the region. Again, assuming it is possible. So we're left with only one real suggestion, Tenzing said. We will support whatever decision you make, Astrid said. Perhaps you can come up with another alternative. She was quite convinced about the viability of broad element cultivation. However, the 6 elements crossroads weren't the only ones flourishing due to new developments. It was a significant decision, one that the gloom desolation would not take mildly. Astrid spent much of the next several months waiting for results, while also convincing anyone that might need it that the continent would benefit. They were already sending resources to defend their coasts, but seeing said resources put to different purposes might bother some. The person that mattered the most was trivial to convince. John accepted the situation as described with little effort. I thought something was strange. I just never spent long enough to diagnose the whole situation. Good thing Melanthina was looking into it. The continent wouldn't move just based on a single man's opinion, but it wasn't far from that. Harder than getting his agreement about the viability of the plan was convincing him that he didn't have to personally contribute. We can handle the matter ourselves. Astrid would be quite useful for breaking down Earth element seals, and she would easily be able to handle any light that arose. Unlike the locals, Melanthina and Nick together would maintain a proper balance as they figured out the mechanics of how the situation was held together. From what she had heard, it appeared the entire region had been twisted into a large enchantment formation. It did what it was meant for, but didn't necessarily produce the results that were desired. After many centuries, it was time to assess what needed to change. Astrid didn't believe that the gloom desolation would choose to remain as they were. Even if their top cultivators could grow and dominate the others in the region, they would have the rest of the continent to compare themselves to. Just a few people growing wouldn't be enough. They might try to populate the lands with more suitable flora and fauna, but that might not work without the earth element. She hoped they would investigate properly and confirm the same results. Finding a better solution was unlikely, especially with their lacking cultivations. Chapter 472. Reshaping a country required more than just 2 or 3 people. Perhaps if they were exalted soul phase cultivators, it would be a different story, but there were limits on how powerful an individual could be. Astrid brought along with her a number of cultivators from the Summer Sun sect. Even if she had officially handed over the reins to Nicholas, they wouldn't just refuse a simple request from her. Besides, this was a matter that was relevant to the continent as a whole. Melanthina also brought Earth cultivators from around the Tenebach clan along with herself, Nick, and some clan members. All would be compensated for their time, even if the results weren't precisely what was expected. The confidence that Astrid felt wasn't easily overcome, however. She knew that it would work, that it had to work. She trusted in the assessment of her peers, and she personally felt she had something to prove. That was why she hadn't included any members of the 6 Elements Crossroads. They didn't need to be part of everything anyway. Sometimes, it was best to let others be involved, like a vast number of locals. The leading sects of the Gloom Desolation joined them as they traveled around the country one last time. They were looking for points of weakness in the elemental binding that kept spiritual energy sealed. Whether they wanted to actually interact with said weak points was a different question. They might not actually want the unraveling to happen at maximum speed, but instead to guide it to a slower release. Ultimately, they decided to start with other sections with the knowledge that things would likely accelerate once they neared the weaker points of the sealing formation. To that end, some of their cultivators were stationed at key points to help stabilize things. The visitors could only spare 1 or 2 per key point, but the population of the Gloom Desolation was still sufficient for them to have a couple dozen in any particular section. This was a project that affected their entire region. After all, when it was done, They should have more spiritual energy, even if not all of it was precisely the sort they wanted. Having to work against the light element might actually help their development, and Earth as a supporting element was probably the part that had been holding them back the most. Even if they had just a small amount, it would have helped. However, the region should have had a prominent enough Earth element to count as a proper secondary element. Tinzing, Shukrat, and Mergem would be cycling in and out of the main group for the duration of the project, as they wanted to monitor various areas. Overall, they anticipated at least a month of effort to undo the seal. Even if they could move faster than that, they weren't sure they would want to. If they actually had to pass back and forth over every stretch of land, it could increase to several times that much. There was a bit of doubt inside Astrid as they began the project. She, along with others, began pulling upon strands of spiritual energy deep within the ground. It would be impossible to dig down everywhere and draw closer to them, but fortunately, they could be reached, even if they were a bit stubborn. Astrid found herself uncertain if they could actually do it, as the first strands held strong. She also wondered if they should. What if she had made a mistake? Then perhaps she didn't deserve her position. She couldn't really say she had reached the ascending soul phase under her own power. What would John say? Probably something about her learning from her mistakes, and about how nobody reached a high phase on their own. Whether sect or clan, everyone had some support. The ancient legends of loose cultivators reaching the peak all on their own simply weren't feasible. None of the current prominent figures fit into that category, except perhaps Lacanus. Then again, that was only what she had heard about his early exploits. He'd still been tied to John and the Milanovic clan for the majority of his career. The string of energy felt like it was going to snap, but that wasn't what Astrid wanted. She sent her fire element deeper, looking for some sort of end to things. She ran face first into concentrated light element, dazing herself for a moment. She was quite capable of handling it, but it was still unexpected. It took her a moment to unravel the earth element from the light. She let the latter gradually seep out as she held the earth element in check. Her former disciples followed her lead. Eventually, she reached a point where she could stretch things no further. She carefully severed a section of earth element on one end, and she found that it rapidly sprang to the surface. She used her own energy to suppress it. It rose as a puff of dirt instead of an explosion of rocks and soil. Even if the latter wouldn't harm most cultivators, they didn't want to deface the land they were trying to restore. Others around her had mixed success. The local energy was a bit stubborn, even if it wasn't actively resisting. Sometimes, 4 or 5 had to work together to unweave a single section deep beneath the topsoil. The erupting earth was disruptive, but most important was to handle the way light released. It was minimal in any section, but the actual danger was that it was being drawn towards other parts of the elemental seal. It wasn't as if the entire country had never had other earth or light element trickle into it. Obviously, the seal had to reject it or incorporate it in some fashion, or over centuries it would have done little more than nothing. The spiritual energy of Melanthina and Nick ranged far and wide. The former calmed the darkness element, readying it to accept a small portion of light among it. The latter dispersed the light element more or less evenly, such that it didn't concentrate too much. He also helped keep it away from the still sealed area where it might be absorbed. Day by day, the process was much the same. They left behind them areas that Astrid's current view considered much more healthy, even though at some point in her life, she might have made the same mistake about sealing away light. Or if she'd been on the opposite side of things, perhaps she would have been part of the sunfields, sealing away darkness with fire to try to enhance their light. Her style never would have developed, and even if her prospects as a pure light cultivator would have been decent, she would have been so limited. As expected for any large project, the minimum estimate was far too generous. They found that they had to leave behind some of their cultivators along the borders of areas they traversed to keep the freed elements from being resealed further along. A single cultivator could cover a wide area where casually drifting spiritual energy was concerned, but they were talking about the scale of a country. They had unfortunately chosen the longer dimension of the gloom desolation to begin with, so they stretched quite a distance. As they pushed further, pulling apart additional layers, the presence of guardians along the border became ever more important. They considered alternative dimensions. If they continued as they were, they would have a large line to cover for the entire duration of their project. On the other hand, If they tried to include a narrower dimension, the area they had to cover actually increased by more than a quarter, but it would eventually shrink once more, and then they would find themselves dealing with less and less as they pressed onward. Or they could continue as they were with a more or less set distance. The choice was made based on their eventual fatigue. At the end of the project, everyone would be more tired. If they still had to deal with the same border, people could become careless. Mistakes would be worse. Thus it was that they took on more immediate work, cutting in at an angle to slowly work their border along the narrower dimension of the country. If a similar project ever took place, they would be several times more efficient. This time, a simple truth had slipped through their grasp until it was too dangerous. When they came upon cities, they had to change their tactics. It was of course important to not have eruptions of spiritual energy if they could prevent it, but even more so inside of cities where there were structures to destroy. It was a bit more difficult to reach into the ground where worked stone covered it, and they also had to consider how the local formations would react to a sudden presence of light element. As long as they prevented any shock damage, however, anything else could eventually be refactored. They expected some mistakes. That was what one portion of the allocated resources was going towards. Another portion was spiritual elements to help refresh the cultivators working to unseal the region. The last bit was used to create temporary formations that served the same purpose as people standing along the border area, directing the flow of light and earth away from the seal. There was one city that happened to have one of the weak points of the seal at the epicenter. It was within the territory of the Midnight Bolts, but they gathered the leaders of all of the factions together for that portion. Together, they were a greater factor than the few ascending soul phase cultivators. Area coverage was important, after all. Even if the darkness cultivators weren't especially suited to safely extricating the light, they had grown used to the diffuse density over the past weeks as they roamed about. They were also informed about how they should adjust their own darkness element to minimize attraction between the two opposite elements. Nick knew what he was doing, obviously, but Melanthina was more familiar with things from the pure darkness perspective. As soon as they began, Astrid knew that things wouldn't go smoothly. For the most part, she had been casual about the task, as it was an endurance race rather than a sprint. She had adequate time to rest every day, but they never completely ceased their tasks. A half-done project might be worse than doing nothing at all. Astrid was easily able to handle light elements spilling everywhere. When it began to increase in volume, she simply sent it into the sky. Whether some amount of it annihilated with darkness there, or it mixed in with air and stabilized, it didn't matter. No matter what happened, it wasn't going to truly fade away. The locals might even prefer that some portion of light was temporarily lower while they adjusted to the changing environment. Ultimately, the earth element should make up for any inconveniences, but they would still have to adapt. Breaking down earth element with fire was also well within Astrid's capabilities, but she found herself having to accelerate the process more than expected as things began to unravel. She actually spread her energy further to cut off the decay as much as she could. In other places, things began to get out of control. Earth cultivators rushed through the streets, fortifying the foundations of the buildings, and if they had spare capacity, the streets themselves. In some places, freed energy was rapidly absorbed by the next portion of the seal, which only made the results more volatile. Every element was riled up by the event. Ambient air and water rushed around, not controlled by anyone in particular. How strange that the least plentiful and mostly incidental elements would be causing them the most trouble. Astrid had to help handle that. She had no expertise in controlling either, but at least air was an allied element. Conversely, water was dominant against her own fire element, but she'd worked with it before. She couldn't hold the elements within her safely, but she still understood how an elemental balance should come into place. She had dual cultivated with John often enough to get a sense for how it was done, both with him mixing his energy with hers and her with his. He probably would have handled it trivially, but Astrid was still an ascending soul phase cultivator. She spread herself throughout the city, guiding the energy. She let it cycle for a moment in an amplifying direction, then she reversed the flow to calm the spiritual energy. She couldn't hold that, however, so she had to let the cycle oscillate back and forth, but under her control. She just had to continue until the current part of the seal was finished with its fluctuations. Chapter 473. The wild spiritual energy eventually settled throughout into a state of minimal excitation. The city hadn't been completely unharmed despite their best efforts, but cracked streets and a few unstable buildings were an acceptable result. Earth cultivators could handle any pressing issues, but they would mostly be needed for the continuation of the operation. The Gloom Desolation still had quite a large area to cover, and the process would continue in shifts. After dealing with one of the troublesome nodes beneath the city, Astrid was quite pleased to deal with the much easier day-to-day efforts. Even when they did come upon another concentrated node, it was far easier to deal with. It covered an area that would have been farmland if the soil had been at all fertile. However, either due to the lack of earth element in the area or something else, most of the Gloom Desolation was unsuitable for even the most basic farming. In short, it didn't matter if the ground was torn up and some energy went wild, within reason. If handled poorly, Astrid was quite certain that they could accidentally accelerate the decay of the seal beyond their control. On a potent node such as they were, there could also be other troublesome consequences. If it all came out at once, it could be an explosion as powerful as a volcano's eruption. While the Green Sands was always quite prepared to deal with their local specimen, there wasn't really anything the Gloom Desolation could do to prepare. It wouldn't, actually, be a volcanic eruption either, but huge chunks of stone could fly through the sky, propelled by spiritual energy. Astrid didn't want to know what consequences there might be with the light element as well, so they had to be careful, but they could still be a little bit looser than with the city. She had been constantly on her toes, shifting elemental cycles back and forth until excess agitation of spiritual energy had calmed down. Now, she could just let the light element burst forth into the sky in bright beams, concentrated to a narrow line. There actually wasn't much interaction with darkness element that would take place, especially not compared to expanding in a sphere. Eventually, it would settle in with everything else, mixed into the local environment. Even if some of the light element was annihilated, it wouldn't be entrapped again, so some could flow in from the surroundings. There had been some concerns about the border regions. The seal might have been packed with light element at the edges where it absorbed whatever flowed in. But whoever had set up the underground formation to last for centuries obviously thought about things more clearly. Both earth and light were absorbed and, mostly, evenly distributed throughout the land. It was impossible to tell if the concentrated nodes were intentional, a required part of the seal, or if they were merely a result of things breaking down over time. If it was the latter case, it was actually critical that they take active steps to deal with it. It would be impossible to say until a later assessment took place. Row by row, Astrid planted her own spiritual energy, feeding off of the earth element beneath to create stalks of twisting firegrass. The grass was the basis of her cultivation, something with which she was intimately familiar. Creating a reverse process was easy enough. Releasing the light, she filtered out from underground as it was disentangled from the earth element. Others all had their own methods. Simply disturbing the seal was enough in many cases, though it was important to balance their efforts overall. The process was exhausting, day after day of the same thing. Astrid kept up the maximum pace she could maintain, but she missed the stretches of time she would normally spend meditating on her progress. Cultivation took place over the course of many years, but this project had to reach fruition over the course of a month or two. As always, estimations of how long a project would take were only that, estimations. Sometimes things took longer. There were always confounding factors, even if the pace was kept. Concentrated nodes of spiritual energy appearing under cities were one thing, but in some places they were deeper underground. That meant searching for tunnels or digging up the landscape to properly reach the seal. If a particular group had a powerful earth cultivator, they might accelerate some of that trouble, but not every team had a perfect balance at every point. They only had so many cultivators, after all, and some simply had higher cultivation. As one of those, Astrid felt even more inspired to pull her own weight. She had confidence in her own value, of course, but sometimes she felt she didn't deserve her position. Even if she had built up the Summer Sun sect into its current form, paving the way for Nicholas to take over after her, and likely produce more ascending soul phase cultivators, being around certain other individuals made her feel lacking. That included John's children. Not that it was any fault of their own. Of course, they were generally quite humble, or at least they didn't put others down. However, they were rather close to her own age. and her cultivation was lower than theirs. It was a difference of only a rank or two, but such a thing wasn't trivial, especially at the ascending soul phase. She couldn't help but compare to them. Then there was John, not the highest cultivation among his peers, but close to the top. He would soon reach the late ascending soul phase, and he had a unique cultivation path that Astrid couldn't match. Even if she could have, she hadn't made such bold choices early in her cultivation career. Did it make a difference that he was transmigrated? She could only say that it was his good fortune. It still took guts to make the choices he had. Ultimately, Astrid didn't feel special. Not on her own, at least. John did. Make her feel confident about herself. They were a good duo, and he was quite supportive. Astrid knew she was just having a long stretch of mental fatigue, but she was looking forward to having another notable accomplishment that wouldn't be tied to John directly. Obviously, there was Melanthina, but a single step of removal was good enough. When they finally finished their cut across the narrow direction, the total perimeter they had to handle began to narrow day by day. It was a sign of the end of the project, which filled everyone with increased vigor. There were still a few snags, but by the end of the task, they only had the southeastern portion of the gloom desolation along the coast. It was actually easier there, as the nearby water element helped balance things out. After that was over, there were social events to attend. Fortunately for Astrid, everyone was tired, and so her particular fatigue wasn't exceptional. The locals had much to say about the success of the project, comments on the current quality of spiritual energy, speculations about how things might turn out. Astrid listened to them as they all came in one ear and out the other, hopefully with enough lingering to be considered later. She wasn't going to be involved with any planting projects, though she would keep an interested eye on things. The seal's removal would have a large impact on the region in the years to come, but saying precisely what that impact might be was impossible at the current time. Hopefully it was positive, because she had added her reputation to the project. A few days of sleeping and meditating in alternation brought Astrid back to a better mental state. Even though it was far different from her standard training, she felt a significant amount of internal growth. Her rank hadn't advanced, but that was more or less a formality with some time, once she had the proper insights. It was possible to force growth without such insights, but it would be harder to control the necessary spiritual energy. It was somewhat detrimental within a phase, but it was an extreme risk when advancing. Even John had nearly killed himself with imperfect insights advancing to the ascending soul phase. That was in part because of his ambitious haste. He had mentioned an obsession that came about after the death of Mateo, and how pointless it all was. He had only pulled away from his children who remained. They were what truly mattered. The reason he wanted power was to be strong enough to protect them, but he almost lost both them. And the power. She had been aware of some version of those events when she first began courting him, but the details were obviously more sparse. Information about influential cultivators abounded widely, not all of it true. The same was the case for Astrid herself, including some that had come about after her marriage. There were a number of less than flattering descriptions of events, but with a well-rested head on her, Astrid felt quite comfortable ignoring them. John supported her, and she supported him. The current situation was one that didn't work with just one of them alone. It didn't matter that he was the one who taught her how to balance all of the elements, and that he'd initially taken the burden upon himself. The point was that she understood, and they did it together. She was going to support him all the way to the exalted soul phase. She had less hope for reaching it herself, but she could at least do that much. On the journey back, she was eager to meet him. It must have been torturous for Mateo to be away from him for so long during their marriage, especially while they were younger. At her current age, Astrid didn't find a few months or even half a year to be terribly long. But when she was still only 20 or 30 years old, it was quite a different picture. She wondered if he had missed her as much, or if his duties had kept his mind occupied. Was it reasonable to wish your partner suffered without you, even just a little? Perhaps not, but it wasn't. Really. About that part, the first thing that John did when Astrid returned was to sweep her up into his arms and kiss her. She bore a radiant smile as she looked into his eyes. "How was it?" John asked. "I am certain you've heard," Astrid replied. Then she looked beyond him towards a crowd of visiting dignitaries. "Don't you have business to get to?" "They were able to wait weeks to get here. They can wait a few minutes while I greet my wife. Anyway, I'd rather hear about things from you. Or Melanthina." Astrid grinned. I'll hear her version separately. I must admit, I never really thought there was a solution for the way things were. I mostly accepted that the gloom desolation was as it was. John had seen some very strange places. After all, one of their neighbors had constant and almost random lightning. A darkness element region where plants didn't grow wasn't the strangest thing, even if he should have taken greater note of the lacking elements. It was long and boring, Astrid said, interspersed with moments of far too much excitement and effort. Clearly the seal was never meant to be undone. I think it might have happened on its own eventually. They are still assessing the results, but initial thoughts are promising. At the very least, it is expected that they will be able to grow more darkness herbs. I was thinking we might send a few samples from our gardens to motivate the greater sections. They can be encouraged to share with the rest. An excellent idea, John said. Now, I really should get back to listening to complaints about why the rules for some event should be changed to benefit a particular element or to completely eliminate them from the competition. And then I'll talk with the actual Games Commission, who will probably keep things more or less the same and suggest that people punch out their problems in the arena. Relatedly, we might have improved the formations to a point they can support group fights at the Ascending Soul phase. That will be quite a treat for people, I am sure, Astrid said. Then she spun John around to get him walking in the right direction. Though before he even took a step, she couldn't help but hug him from behind. Just for a moment. Chapter 474. The continent was in a time of relative peace. Their borders were well patrolled, ready for intruders from the outside. They would have more warning if there were further attacks, and thus they would be able to provide a well-organized response. They wouldn't give up any of their land just to have to retake it later. They had peaceful relations with their closest neighbors to the east and west. They had suppressed their foes to the south. The sovereign primacy to the north had lost a significant number of powerful cultivators, so they were expected to be handled for some time. However, it was expected that they would likely strike again in greater force. Launching a counterattack would be the standard plan, but the continent hadn't been ready at the time. They didn't have the momentum after simply taking back their land. Furthermore, the only thing they truly knew about the sovereign primacy was their strength. It wouldn't do them good to get into an offensive war where their supply lines and reinforcements were the ones strained. Besides, war wasn't profitable. Though it was certainly the tradition of cultivators, the net results was actually the destruction of resources rather than gaining them. One group might come out ahead, but oftentimes it was simply that sects and clans cut down on their total number of members at any particular stage, and thus there was less competition for said resources. Nobody just sat around on vast stores of unused cultivation resources, though that was all relative to the size of the group. John knew the accounts of the 6 Elements crossroads quite well, and he had previously known those of the Tenebach clan. There was always more than enough resources to elevate a few people, but it wasn't possible to provide that same treatment to the whole group. That said, naturally replenishing spiritual energy was the best resource any sect could have. The Secret Valley, not that it was a true secret anymore, not after so many people had visited, had both traditional cultivation resources and high levels of spiritual energy. Having disciples collect their own resources, even if it was more dangerous and less efficient, was generally seen as more fair. Besides, the danger was valuable in its own way. Cultivators needed practical experience, both to safely advance to higher ranks and to compete against foes that grew stronger with them. It was an unfortunate state of the world that combat had to be considered first and foremost, but this world wasn't safe. John knew that. The continent was safe for now, but that wouldn't last forever. Even then, wild beasts cropped up on occasion. It was impossible for humans to settle everywhere, even if the spiritual energy was high. Except for more extreme sects, they tended to stick to somewhat more convenient locations, like the foot of volcanoes and the peaks of windy mountains. Cultivators certainly had a wider band of what was considered convenient. The glass hills certainly had far more lightning than most would appreciate. The breathless plains were full of deep gorges that could seemingly appear out of nowhere. And yet, these weren't considered dangerous in the same way. Maybe for visitors who were unfamiliar with the area, but the locals needed such things to temper themselves. No, the true danger came from places like the Annihilation Strip. Even Nick wouldn't live there. If for some reason the Tenebach clan became a clan of mixed light and darkness, which it certainly might given Nick and Airily, they still wouldn't move there. At most, they would set up an outpost of some sort. John wondered if he should suggest that, though in that case, it would be best for the Tenebach clan to actually move back into the Darklands. No, they were well established in the stone conglomerate, and Cyaritzel had put in quite a lot of effort with the clan building out the underground. As a darkness clan in an Earth region, they actually had certain advantages that might not have been easily anticipated. Having less darkness element was of course a detriment, but the Tenebach clan had dealt with that long before John's arrival, and the development of a convenient underground instead of a remote cave along with improved techniques for elemental conversion had helped the Tenebach clan rise. The next tournament came and went. It gave people something to train for, gave the continent a way to resolve grievances in far less lethal ways, and kept people sharp for potential conflicts. It was also a good way to redistribute resources, with the various prizes offered mainly supplied by the strongest sects and clans. They accepted the slight expense for the various other benefits. The months around a tournament were a time of great abundance for a strain. Unlike how things had once been, Lunson wasn't desolate at other times, but it was still less popular during off years. Even if one could convert spiritual energy from other elements, not everyone would want to bother separating spiritual elements from each other. John couldn't even recommend in good faith that everyone should do it. They should know how, of course. There were many foreseeable scenarios where people would end up in elemental regions different from their own, where they might have little access to their preferred elements. However, that didn't mean they needed to spend effort day in and day out straining just to get the elements they needed. Unless, of course, their style depended upon it. A cultivator of the core elements needed such ability, even more anyone going for a full cycle. A strain was quite comfortable for John. As a place that had been thought of a wasteland even more useless than the actual gloom desolation, John was quite pleased with his discovery. Surely there had been more multi-element cultivators in the past that had known similar methods to what he had discovered, but for whatever reason, they hadn't made it to the modern age. John could think of many reasons that might have been the case. Not having strong bonds might be one. A strain was quite easy to assault from every direction if the rest of the continent didn't like them. It was a good reminder that he shouldn't get a big head, and that he should have friends from everywhere. John found Astrid in the gardens. They were nice gardens, peaceful and relaxing, even without the abundant spiritual energy, though the two weren't entirely separate. "Do you want to go on a beach vacation?" he asked. "Is this one of your old world traditions?" she asked. "Or just an excuse to go somewhere for training?" "It can be both," John grinned. "I presume you need me." "I might," John shrugged. "But I also want you there. I hope you know that." Astrid took his hands gently. "I do. You make that quite clear." John's smile grew even wider. It may have seemed a simple thing, but there were many layers to be had. Love wasn't always easy, but it helped to have a partner that was committed to working at it. For the long term, in fact. "You know," John said, "I would have been dead now." Astrid made a face at the sudden leap in topic. "What? On Earth? I've been here over 100 years. "Well, you were dead," Astrid pointed out. "True. But even if I hadn't died, even if there were significant medical advances, I would likely be dead, unless I had genes that made me predisposed to living a long time. But I think that wouldn't matter compared to how much I liked burgers." "They are quite tasty," Astrid admitted. "Imagine eating them almost daily while your body is getting older." I don't really understand that, actually." John paused. "Which part?" "My body getting older. I've been cultivating since the cusp of adulthood. I've never ceased to be youthful." "I don't think you have either." John shrugged. "I do have to admit that my mid-20s wasn't old, but I did notice my body being less happy with everything I wanted to do. There was a significant gap between that and soon after supernatural fitness." "Do you want to go back?" Astrid had asked similar things occasionally. John had been rather fond of Earth, after all. It was possible some of that was just nostalgia. John shook his head. "Not alone, but I would love to have the opportunity to show you some things. It was pretty amazing in its own way. But here, we barely even have freezers." "Freezers are great," Astrid said. "Such simple formations provide great benefits." John shrugged. Despite being from Earth, he didn't have the expertise to reproduce technology, nor did he have any particular talent for enchantments in this world. He could only provide ideas and examples of what he meant in more transitory forms. He was quite decent with real-time spiritual energy manipulation, after all. The two of them could have taken an opulent carriage, but John turned the opportunity into something for the sect, and disciples needed to learn not to be lazy. Besides, it was relaxing to walk. Yes, they were going across half a continent, but half of that was across the ocean. They took a boat where required. It was a bit much to travel from island to island without one, but they walked everywhere else. Though John wouldn't have called it walking on Earth. After all, they easily matched the speed of cars. Maybe not highway speeds, but at least surface streets. What was the most impressive accomplishment you heard about? Astrid asked. John had to think about that. Some sort of building? The Great Wall of China was actually something that could easily be replicated here. Skyscrapers might actually be feasible, but the overall population density was still lower in this world. More deaths through violence, among other things. John looked to the skies. Planes? No, wait. Space travel. Even if we only ever made it to the moon. You did mention something about that before, I believe, Astrid commented. You saw some recordings? That's right. Sadly, there wasn't much benefit to it except to confirm some things we pretty much knew. No resources of note. So eventually the missions just stopped. John continued to look up at the sky. You're thinking about it, aren't you? Astrid asked. It's probably too far, but it depends on how much spiritual energy is out there. Maybe we would start from the Sky Islands? The blustering peaks might actually be higher, though. How far? Astrid asked. At this pace? Most of a year. Though, actually, once we got into space, we could accelerate quite fast. We'd have to begin deceleration at the halfway point, though. It was a silly thought. Before any of that, John would have to test how high he could go. Refreshing the air in his lungs should solve one problem, but he might need air density to fly properly. There was a significant area with low air density that still had mostly normal gravity, just a few % off. The exact numbers were long forgotten in notes he might not even have taken in the first place. He could always have just looked it up. As they moved along, they got closer to their destination a little bit at a time. They were headed to the shining coast. They were technically there right now, if one considered the region. But the actual coast was still over 100 kilometers away. It was the only pure light element region John had easy access to. The continent might be on decent terms with the Western Islands, but going to visit the Silver Mirror and asking if he could stay there while he made an advancement was a bit much. Sadly, it wasn't the big one. Not that John had expected to reach that far already. Instead, he was going to advance to the 43rd rank, the late ascending soul phase. It was still a non-trivial step, and John wanted to do it right. He could have taken the easy way, surrounded by all of the elements he had totems for. However, he wanted to prepare himself for the much more difficult task he knew was coming. Astrid would be of great help with his advancement. She could prevent him from making any horrible mistakes, just as he had done for her recently as she advanced to the mid-ascending soul phase. The two of them would support each other and be stronger for it. Chapter 475. Though he knew that he shouldn't show favoritism towards particular sects, John couldn't help but act in ways that were true to himself. He did at least make sure to stop and visit prominent groups in the Shining Coast on his way to the Lunar Island. But his ultimate destination was set from the beginning. The sect was the one that balanced best with his starting darkness element, even if they were technically pure light cultivators. John had several times been to visit, taking advantage of their particular circumstances. He was familiar enough with them to arrive in the evening, which is when the early risers would first be active. There were always a few people awake, either guards or guests of various sorts, but John wanted to arrive when he wouldn't cause too much disturbance. The bay that surrounded the lunar tower began to light up as evening fell. Bioluminescent creatures in the relatively shallow water radiated light, after having absorbed the element all day through the clear waters. The curve of the bay reflected the light of the moon and stars as well as the lights rising from the water onto the tower itself. It wasn't the most intense the light got. At noon, the inside edge of the tower was practically melting, but they were coming upon the time of the best flow. The sect head, Zabina, was waiting for them upon the shore as their group arrived on the prepared boats. Greetings once again. Her eyes briefly lingered on Astrid, then she smiled. And to you. It is a pleasure to have a visit from a light element ascending soul phase cultivator. Those of us from light element regions must do well to stay in contact. Astrid nodded. Though I now reside at the crossroads, I would welcome a visit at any time. and I can assure you that my former sect would be happy to receive you as a guest." The Summer Sun sect had actually been quite welcoming on John's first visit. Most sects at least publicly welcomed visitors, of course, but there were clear differences in the quality of shared information. The Summer Sun sect couldn't exactly hide their origins with the prominence of the firegrass, but they hadn't been obligated to explain in detail. Even before Astrid had decided to take her chance with John, they had been quite open. Of course, at that point the continent had been at peace for some years. The entire purpose of his journey had been making contact with groups like that. The Lunar Tower had also been one of the fruits of that journey. Zabina led them inside, getting people set up with rooms that suited them. This time, John received a room on the inner edge of the tower that he would be sharing with Astrid. It was near the peak of the tower, where some of the most intense light concentrated. The night was mild as John got used to the reflected light. Refamiliarizing himself with the local atmosphere was quite useful. Astrid also did the same, so that she would best be able to guide him in his advancement. He was gradually incorporating more light element with each rank, and stepping into the late ascending soul phase had plenty of opportunities for things to go wrong even if it wasn't a full phase advancement. John began his attempt at noon, when the light was most intense. However, he wasn't in any rush. He filtered spiritual energy deep into his dantian, slowly feeding it into himself. Light went into the skies, but it was drawn to darkness. A perfect balance was necessary, both so that he didn't have to actively maintain his state, and because the tension would actually help empower the other elements. Slowly, the ambient light began to fade as noon passed into evening. John continued to work on his flow, the only awareness he had of himself, the spiritual energy around him, and Astrid in front of him. Even though it was a light element region, just like everywhere else there were other elements to be found. Even darkness. He separated those out from the rest, feeding strands of spiritual energy into himself. He breathed in and out rhythmically. He was in no rush to complete his increase in rank. In fact, he wasn't intending to take anything less than a full day. The flow at night had light element that was only slightly less potent, but far smoother. For a pure light element cultivator, this was no issue. The Lunar Tower reveled in the power it provided them. John, however, found that smoothness was actually more difficult to control. The flow was gentle, but it was still like a wide and shallow river. It could not be stopped, but he couldn't afford to let it go where it pleased. If it eroded away the banks that kept it in the channel, it would be exposed to the darkness within him. If he wasn't ready, it could escalate all at once. Sufficient preparations had been made that there wasn't any significant chance of peril, but things still had to go one step at a time. At midnight, John was less than half done with his increase in rank. He was slowly increasing the relative quantity of spiritual energy he held from a third of the other elements to just under half. At dawn, the flow of energy intensified, perhaps the same quantity of spiritual energy or only slightly more, but in a narrower channel. Light didn't flow quite like water, and it could actually build up in a single point to ever-escalating intensities. John braced himself for the coming noon. At the peak of intensity, he took his final steps. Astrid's hands clutched his, and he didn't need her. Or at least, he didn't need her to fix any screw-ups. He did need her in general. He wouldn't have come this far without Astrid's support day after day. Just because she hadn't had to save him from a sudden and intense death this particular day didn't make her any less important. In the end, John wasn't largely different. He had a bit more light element, which was actually going to make his daily life more difficult. Without a totem to control it, he had to manually guide it into place. Even if he set it up in a practical orbit, he still had to spend more effort than he would have otherwise. Yet without putting in the effort now, he would never be able to attune to a totem later, or he would suddenly find himself drawing in large amounts of light element if he did attune to a totem, and without experience, he might completely fail to balance the elements. It was a terrifying thought, though of a future that was highly unlikely. John currently had more experience with light element compared to any other element he'd had without a bound totem. For others, he'd had something between months and a few years of proper training with any given element. Fire had been the latest, but he couldn't say he seriously trained it for even a decade. Even if it wasn't his sole focus during the last couple of decades, John had still devoted time to light element control for the whole duration. The final element, and then he would reach the exalted soul phase. Of course, he still had several ranks to advance before that time, but he was at least confident at reaching the peak of the ascending soul phase. John wasn't the first of his peers to reach the late ascending soul phase. Renato beat him by a number of years. That said, the Earth cultivator had an advantage being a reincarnator. John had only a normal lifetime worth of cultivation experience, while Renato had at least some memories from his prior lifetime. A few extra decades of experience that had helped smooth out Renato's future. Then there was Steve. He was a transmigrator like John. He was just a genius. Perhaps he was lucky to end up in the body of a fire element cultivator, or perhaps he ended up there because he fit the element. John, Odette, and Steve all suited the elements that Fortkran, Deirdre, and Lacanus had practiced. Was it a coincidence? That was possible. Perhaps they would have swiftly died if they were unsuited, and they would have been among the groups of random cultivators nobody remembered. There could be any number of cultivators that had lived previous lives that simply didn't become notable. It did seem to be the case that they had a higher chance of striking it big, even without prior cultivation experience. A different point of view might be valuable. Or maybe only those with talent transmigrated, or retained memories when they did. If a soul replaced a half-dead cultivator but came with no new memories, would anyone even know? A strange question to which John never expected to find any answers. News came from the east, from the burning delta. It was relayed through the messaging system the continent had set up, currently a strange mix of methods that didn't quite live up to John's vision. Even a proper telegram network would be good. Burying wires would be easy enough, but spiritual energy might distort signals. Ultimately, they had to invent all of the intermediate steps to find out. The message was marked important, but not urgent. That, at least, made John relax slightly. He took a look at what Zdislava, the sect head, had written, though the message wasn't directly penned by her hand. It described conflict in the molten sea. That wasn't really anything new. Even internal conflict happened frequently, but here the scale was larger, and relevantly, not limited to the wide expanse of the molten sea. Instead, it appeared to be an attack by the eastern continent. Northeastern, perhaps. That wasn't that strange, as neighbors often ended up in conflicts. However, what stood out was that it seemed to be a united front from various different elemental regions. John didn't know how to react. He wasn't terribly fond of the molten sea. The burning delta hadn't been part of the assault that led to Mateo's death, and there were other sects he had no real opinion on. However, there were those that had come along with Xianxia, and he had honestly pondered taking them down himself at some point. It was a foolish idea, seeking revenge so long after events. Cultivators could bear long grudges, but if it was possible to put it past them, that was what John wanted for people. He would have gladly responded if they caused another ounce of trouble, though. A single excuse would have doubtless brought up many memories from the encapsulated flow, breathless plains, and sunfields. Of course, the shimmering islands would have wanted revenge as well. John simply wouldn't have had the fortitude to refuse people revenge he also wanted. But here, it sounded like karma was coming for them. Still, it was a situation worth keeping eyes on. John also needed to learn more about the eastern continent, and even the affairs of the molten sea. To that end, he intended to meet with Sitora and Justina. Sitora's rivalry with Xianxia no doubt involved knowledge about the molten sea. As for Justina, she had lived on the eastern continent, in the water element country of Aegler. That was where she had reached the consolidated soul phase before she died. Sitora rarely left the Sky Islands. She was old, even for a cultivator. Somewhere around a century and a half older than John, he thought. Maybe two. Combined with the injuries she sustained during Abert's betrayal, she wasn't much up for flying 10 kilometers down and then back up into the sky. Her subordinates could help her, but the shame might be worse than death. With her strength, she could still do it, but it would be easier to ask to visit. Justina wouldn't mind going. Maybe they could get the whole club together. It didn't have to be an official meeting, but a strategy meeting might be valuable, and there was a lot of overlap with people who would need to hear plans later. Chapter 476. Greater familiarity with the Sky Islands allowed a faster route to reach the peaks. There was no trick to it. It was just faster to sail than to walk across the islands one at a time. Instead of ascending to the first island along the way, they went straight towards the area around the peaks. John liked flying under his own power. It was liberating and reminded him of just how far he was from his life on Earth. He always knew, of course, He'd spent so much more time in this world, even at just the ascending soul phase. But early memories carried a lot of weight, and John didn't want that to change. The perspective they offered was useful, reminding him not to get too wrapped up in himself. If there were two worlds, John imagined they were more. He might never see any of them, not as the same person he was now, but it was inspiring to know there was more. It made him want the best future for what he was already aware of, if that made sense. Or even if it didn't. Carrying more people while flying had gotten easier. That was expected, of course. He was both more proficient with the technique as well as overall more powerful by a number of ranks. John also had more disciples that could fulfill the role of carrying others, with the 6 elements crossroads always growing in power, but for people like Lacanus and Justina, he preferred to do it himself. His friends deserved at least that much. After a brief rest on the island beneath the 5th peak, John and the rest continued further. The connections to the peaks provided less aid with flying than those between the islands, but the distance was far less than coming from the surface of the ocean, so it was rather easy, even as the atmosphere thinned. They were expected, of course. The master of the 5th peak, Alcmene, came to greet John. She had previously been one of Satora's disciples on the 2nd peak. Now she had reached the ascending soul phase and taken up a leadership position. Though there were still different peaks with competition between them, the Sky Islands were more unified than they had once been. Abrit had promoted a form of competition that John didn't think was healthy, either for individuals or the region as a whole. Without her and her minions, things were basically controlled by Satora. However, she was the sort to listen to input from others, and while there was still technically competition for positions of Peak Master, disciples moved more freely between the peaks. They also had greater connections to the rest of the islands, instead of seeing them as beneath them. They literally were both by elevation and cultivation, but they were treated more like part of the same greater entity. With each peak they passed, John gathered the peak masters. They needed to be involved in the discussions as well. Merca came from the 4th peak, Venera from the 3rd peak, and finally Satora on the 2nd peak. The top now? The Sky Islands continued to be run by female cultivators, but it was not as a rule. It was possible there was something about their cultivation techniques or certain pieces of favoritism in training, but ultimately nobody could complain too much about the state of things. Not legitimately, anyway. Obviously, some would be jealous no matter what. John had heard many complaints about himself from people who thought he wouldn't be listening. They were lucky he wasn't the petty sort. There was still plenty he could do within the bounds of the current laws if he wanted to make them regret it. But if he was that kind of person, he might deserve their derision. The time to ascend the peaks wasn't long, if one did not have to undergo the trials. They had official business, but even if they didn't, John himself had already proven his ability to ascend the peaks long before. Satora wasn't looking much better than she had before. Heavy injuries could be difficult for a cultivator to recover from. They could survive more, and thus the damage could be even worse than what normal humans might experience. Being older made things more difficult, though it was all about relative lifespan remaining. John had progressed fast enough to keep his youth. Perhaps Satora had kept hers for a time, but she eventually approached her limits within the ascending soul phase. She did put on a strong front, even if John knew she was weaker beneath the surface. And even a weakened ascending soul phase cultivator wasn't incapable of action. Soon enough, the topic of discussion arrived at their main point, the molten sea and Satora's knowledge of it. She had been rivals with Xianxia, after all. She nodded slowly. Much of what I know is outdated by a century and a half. However, I can provide an overall view of some of the deeper regions and what sects once stood. Xianxia worked with the Flowing Flames as well as the Crimson Temple. All of these were under the banner of the True Sea. Satora shook her head. Not everyone has a good head for names, as you well know. Regardless, Xianxia was not the most prominent individual among them. They matched the Sky Islands quite well long in the past. Unless they've had a particularly poor time recently, one should expect forces at least equivalent to the Island Masters, or what we were previously, with Abrit. Do you think they will be a threat to us? Justina asked. They might, Satora said. However, given that there has not been any more trouble from them in the past few decades, it would likely be for an entirely new reason instead of retribution. John didn't think it could reasonably be called retribution when the attackers' lost people were lost during an invasion, but of course others had different opinions on such things. Cultivators tended to be individualistic or at most tied to their particular groups. The unified continent was rather unusual in that regard, though a good portion of it was out of necessity. It also helped that many of the strongest individuals from around the continent happened to be actual friends. If you wish, Satora continued, I could go over some of the minutiae I remember from the past. However, I imagine it has changed significantly. A scouting mission would be much more accurate and appropriate. It would be necessary to learn about the conflicts in question regardless. During my lifespan, news hasn't made it all the way here about the molten sea and others beyond them in conflict. It might be a grand event, or perhaps it is only due to the recent emphasis on communication. Deirdre thought for a moment. Regardless of the reason we have heard the news, we must consider a wider area than we would have previously. Trouble from afar has been happening all too frequently as of late. We still have little contact with the southern and northern seas. If we could increase peaceful contact to the east, it would be best for us. Quite true, Justina agreed. John thought so as well. Venera looked to Satora. Would the molten sea react poorly to people from the Sky Islands? Or were the conflicts limited in scope to personal business? Those with long memories certainly still would find any intrusion by the Sky Islands as a threat, Satora explained. Even if they would have more trouble reaching us now, they still would cause trouble for our alliance as a whole. Though on occasion, they did circumnavigate the edge of the continent, around the gloom desolation. Did they travel by sea? John asked. Of course. They are half-water cultivators, after all. And yes, they were quite capable of being a threat to us. Even from the seas below, their stronger cultivators threatened the very islands themselves. John considered attacks launched over 10 kilometers upward. How powerful were they? Sidora shook her head. Nothing you should be overly worried about. As long as they don't somehow have exalted soul phase cultivators, of course. But with time, unless we descended to battle them, they could boil a small portion of the seas and create massive geysers that would strike our islands, damaging the base that supports everything. Some of what floats in the Crystal Sea was once part of our islands, though some comes from the same origin as what made our islands, in the depths. John nodded. I suppose it is not that unreasonable. We haven't had much reason to advance our siege techniques, but we could doubtless manage something like that. It would take less power than what you did with the first peak, Satora commented. Ah. John really didn't know how to respond to that. She smiled slightly. Do not worry. I still stand by my opinion that it was justified. There is a reason we have not renamed our peaks, or tried to elevate another. It is a good reminder for those who succeed us that the world is not immutable. We can be cast down by our own arrogance. John hoped he never had to learn that lesson the hard way. He quite liked what had been done with Lunson, and there were quite a lot of nice structures that the Six Elements Crossroads had put up. He was doing his best not to have enemies, though in some ways that had been what allowed Abrit's threat to escalate the way it did. He supposed it was possible to be on both sides of the equation. He could topple the arrogant and thereafter be toppled himself. He tried to be aware of such things, but the problem was that he knew he was strong. He also couldn't help but get involved in major events that would ultimately drag the continent into things, but they really couldn't afford to ignore conflicts near them regardless. Trouble rarely ever stopped at convenient borders. So, who's scouting? Lacanus asked. It was such a Steve thing to go straight into the practical and straightforward part. That might be something you best decide with those on the ground, Satora said. She clearly specifically avoided calling them continentals. The Sky Islands were part of them just as much as the Shimmering Islands, if slightly less surrounded. We in the sky wouldn't refuse to be part of an expedition, but we've already spoken why it may be unwise. I think it should include me and Justina, Lacanus declared. We'll do well on the molten sea. Maybe we should find some water cultivators too. If we brought Turdo and Verusha, it could turn into a family trip, Justina grinned. John did like the idea, but he had to add more. We'll definitely want to include cultivators from other regions. The Boiling Springs might wish to get involved. The Glass Hills would be in as much elemental conflict as the Sky Islands, though that might be valuable for them. We will of course also want to coordinate with the Burning Delta. Ignoring their only real allies in the region would be foolish. Ultimately, they couldn't make any firm decisions atop the Sky Islands. They needed to consult others. John looked down at the lower islands and the sea far below. Even with their current height, the continent was beyond sight. It would be convenient to have faster flying that didn't tire people out. The Sky Islands weren't as connected as they might like to be, and flying elsewhere could also bring the continent together. Sufficiently large beasts weren't easy to tame. Enchanting flying ships might be possible. Airplanes might work, but John didn't have any knowledge of how. Blimps, well, they would be both easier to make and easier to destroy. Hot air balloons wouldn't be fast, but they would be cheap and functional. There weren't many fire cultivators around the southern end of the continent, but something could be figured out. Air cultivators were the actual necessary part for not just drifting along with the winds. Astrid poked John in the side. You were thinking of something unrelated to the conversation, aren't you? John shrugged. Did I miss anything important? Not really. So, hot air balloons, John said. They're so simple even I could probably make one. They wouldn't be fast, but John was looking forward to more progress that wasn't just people with more personal power. He should have thought of it earlier. Then again, neither Steve nor Deirdre had either, though the former probably didn't even try. Chapter 477. The expedition had a wide variety of individuals with them. From the furthest reaches they had Chundra of the emerging bamboo sect and Mandlan of the indestructible Kapok Grove. It wasn't possible to get any further from the molten sea on the continent than the Viridia wildlands. Next was Harda Mulyani from the Shimmering Islands and Ada from the Immolating Heart sect in the Boiling Springs. John, Astrid, and Viriato were of course based out of Astrain and the Six Elements Crossroads. Steve and Justina were representing the Green Sands. And then there was Stislava herself from the Burning Delta. Many of the leaders were ascending soul phase cultivators, though notably Chundra, Ada, Kahind, and Viriato were currently at the peak of the consolidated soul phase. It was a difficult barrier to break through, requiring thorough preparations. Chundra and Ada were young enough, they were doubtless waiting for the best moment for themselves. John wasn't certain about Kahind's reasoning, but he knew Viriato in particular was content with the consolidated soul phase. It was still a prominent cultivation stage, rare in previous generations. The cultivators were chosen for a balance of elements, mainly those that could be comfortable in the molten sea. Their ability to fight against the molten sea cultivators was also taken into account, in case it was necessary. A group with such a powerful leaning would generally not be challenged in previous years, but it was possible to take them as a threat that must be eliminated. Better than a weak group that could be disposed of, perhaps. Cultivators of water and earth together would be balanced against the fire and water of the molten sea. Water and air was actually the greatest threat, since that was a combination that overcame both elements of the molten sea. Ultimately, however, the expedition only came with one hard limitation. No cultivators from the Sky Islands, for the moment. They had to become more familiar with the molten sea as a whole first. Unlike previous visits, the Burning Delta sent some of their lava ships to the shores to pick up the cultivators, as it was simply more convenient. All of them would have been able to reach the sect eventually, but traveling along slowly fading rivers was not the most comfortable journey. The complications of navigating the molten sea were quite different from salty oceans. Weather was far less of a factor. If it existed at all, it was relatively inconsequential compared to everything else. It required more active work, as while the ships were enchanted to dissipate heat on their own, they didn't move under their own power. Unless one wanted to go with the natural currents, which often led to problematic locations like the sinkholes. Bridging over rivers and the like seemed to be mainly relevant in the area of the Burning Delta. Rivers didn't survive further from the shores of the molten sea. However, there were still various obstacles to be concerned about. Hot patches that would overwhelm even the best enchantments a ship had. Powerful currents that would drag them along unless equally powerful cultivators manipulated the lava themselves. Bursting bubbles of lava and more. All had to be considered during their journey. John felt one notable difference from previous times. He wasn't hot. That was actually to be expected, of course, but it was still notable. His fire element body tempering had involved temperature regulation, which was part of it. The rest was simply that he was more comfortable with fire element. He'd had a fire totem when he first visited the Burning Delta, but now he'd had one with him for 7 ranks of cultivation, most of a full phase. What do you think of the climate here? John asked Astrid. I would like your opinion of the molten sea versus other oceans, as a fire-dominant cultivator. Astrid pondered for a few moments. I certainly feel powerful. However, it's too wet. John nodded. An unfortunate side effect of the molten sea. The air is simply saturated with water. And the lava, too. Sweating and evaporation didn't work. Fortunately, cultivators could manage that stuff themselves. John noted that most of the locals tended to waft extra heat upwards. It was actually somewhat cooler away from the lava, even though heat tended to rise. Obviously, being right on the surface was about as hot as it got. The thin stone ships sailed forward with very little in the way of wind power, but instead only the manipulation of the lava around them. It actually appeared quite natural, with the cultivators putting more effort into manipulating the viscosity of the lava around them rather than actually pushing the vessel. With pressure behind the ships and lowered resistance in front, the stone ships almost slid forward on their own. They would never match the fastest ocean vessels, because the limitations of the medium hindered them more than it helped. But the molten sea had made things as efficient as possible. At some point, John found Stislava on her own vessel. They had 3 ships in their little fleet, but they were packed full. It was easy enough for John to fly from one to the other, or he could run on the lava, or potentially jump. So John asked, "Should we expect any attacks by beasts?" She shook her head. The vessels themselves matched the aura of the molten sea. As for anything that would actually swim to the surface and attack us, it should all be more intelligent than to mess with this much power. Of course, there is still a chance. It's quite easy to concentrate the lava around anything with poor control, freezing them in place. Forcing water or air into their lava gills can kill them. There are a few amphibious sorts that wouldn't work for, some that waddle across the surface. However, they are usually easier to pick out. John nodded. What should we expect from this clan we are headed towards? There had been a brief introduction, but they had no reason to delay their departure when they could discuss them on the way. It would take a few days. The molten sea wasn't dense with population, and inhabitable islands were rare even if one stretched that definition. They're the most prominent clan in this section of the molten sea, Stislava explained. However, they tend to focus on personal growth and don't interfere with much. This was still true during the times of conflict with the continent. They did nothing to aid Xianxia, but neither did they dissuade her and the factions with her. Had they wished to, they might have accomplished something. John simply nodded. It had been long enough that his anger had faded. The ones most responsible had already been eliminated, or at least those actively on the front lines. That included Xianxia herself. Perhaps if they had been strong enough half a century ago, it would have been different. He was surprised at how long it had actually been. Half a century was actually short. Yet the pain of his loss still hurt, even if less intensely and less often than it used to. John missed Mateo. He was also glad to have Astrid, not as a replacement, but simply as her. Someone that chose to share his burdens, while he in turn did the same with her. She hadn't lost a husband, but friends and family she loved had still been taken away from her. Life tended to do that, especially for cultivators. John had been rather lucky with how few he had lost, either due to time or violence. Hopefully the latter was less of a factor for the continent going forward, but of course they still ended up in conflicts. Even when they had gone to the Western Ocean to meet the islands there, they ended up in battle. Hopefully, their losses then would mitigate far more that might have come from a less intentional approach. John could hardly imagine what it would have been like if the goal hadn't been peace. It was so easy to screw things up. Some might have blamed the Great Eye sect for what happened, but attacking the first sect they encountered wouldn't have been good for their overall reputation in the region. John rarely had an opportunity to train with such intense fire element as the molten sea had everywhere. That didn't necessarily make their cultivators stronger. In the early stages, they would actually spend more effort overcoming the excessive nature of the spiritual energy rather than greedily absorbing it. It was a balancing act, and having more gradual degrees of power was often best. Half of cultivation was learning to draw from a wider area. At least, that was how John had taken his steps forward. Areas where dense spiritual energy were great, like Cyritzel and the layer beneath the Tenebach clan or specialized training rooms. But ultimately, absorbing spiritual energy wasn't the only thing a cultivator had to do. They needed to be able to control more, not just have more. Stuffing yourself full of spiritual energy without a plan was a good way to die. That wasn't quite what Fortkran had done, but it wasn't completely inaccurate either. His talent had been decent enough to pick out a suitable totem. He'd just been impatient. John had learned from that and mostly managed to avoid killing himself, except for one particular situation. Fire element was dominant, but ignoring the water element would have been a mistake. It was only slightly less powerful, even if it was less obvious. It was ubiquitous within the atmosphere as well as occasionally contained in highly pressurized systems beneath the surface. John occasionally saw massive geysers in the distance. Their ships avoided such due to the experience of the locals. No doubt the water was superheated, far more than what could naturally happen. Pressure would do that, though John suspected he could achieve the same through other methods as well. Fire-empowered water. Even if it wasn't a natural phenomenon here, John could use fire element to aid in active freezing as well. It was more than withdrawing heat, though explaining exactly what he was doing by the basics of chemistry and physics was a bit beyond John in that particular area. Trying to understand was still important though. Most wouldn't have noticed the diffuse air and earth. Light and darkness were both minimal, but still present. Extracting them from the local area was excellent practice for John. Mostly, he focused on the core elements. He wanted to build towards the last two ranks of the ascending soul phase. He was confident in maintaining his stability as he approached the peak. He'd have to give himself a thorough assessment about the exalted soul phase once he was at the limit. Viriato was thriving in the molten sea. John could see it. While his first two elements were the most difficult combination, requiring astounding luck and talent to balance light and darkness, he had added water and fire to stabilize himself. If he had been planning to push his cultivation higher, this would have been a prime opportunity. But John knew there were ways he could advance without increasing his raw power. The merchant, for that was what he was first and foremost, worked with the crew to learn their techniques for controlling the ships. He didn't instantly become an expert, but adding to his previous experience could only be a good thing. The molten sea was volatile. John could tell that combat would be very centered around the terrain. That was often the case, but manipulating a wave to crash over a boat wasn't as significant as manipulating a wave of lava. Viriato lobbed globules of lava around with glee. He wasn't practicing any particular technique, but he was still well within the proper structure of the six elements crossroads. It was important to seek out what you liked about your elements, to find those things that were interesting and fun, not just what was strong. Power came with control, and if some cultivators ultimately stopped advancing because they were happy with their position, that was fine. Good, even. John wanted people to feel safe. That was what he wanted for his friends, his children, for Astrid, and most of all for himself. He certainly felt safer than he had in the past, but there was so much work left to do. Hopefully, talking to more of the molten sea would achieve that result. Chapter 478. The Kellerman clan was focused on the fire part of the molten sea, and to John's understanding, they focused around channeling heat from their surroundings. Of course, they could create flames of their own, but that was quite unnecessary in the surroundings they traditionally maintained. John knew a few more things about them, but he was really interested in learning the details firsthand. Studying how they actually acted was important for knowing if they could cooperate in the future. If not, the continent would prefer to ignore them. As long as they would stay out of the way of any future conflict as they had done previously, the diplomatic expedition could accept the results. Allying with them would be better, though. If they were half as influential as Dislava said, they could be a significant buffer against any future conflicts coming from the Molten Sea. The Burning Delta was friendly, but insufficient to make any real impact on a large-scale war. One ascending soul phase cultivator in the form of their sect had still put them ahead of most sects on the continent, but it wasn't enough for them to face a few sects or clans together, especially if any of those had one of their own. These days, they seemed quite common, and Xianxia had of course been in the ascending soul phase during the first incident. Developing no others around her with more than half a century would have been quite strange, and likely had at least one or two before that. Just like the Sky Islands had several when John first visited. The Molten Sea had a much broader population than the Sky Islands, which were quite concentrated into the little space they had. The Molten Sea had so much more area, but not all that much of it was inhabitable. Travel between islands was difficult, more so than the Shimmering Islands, which were under constant threat of storms. Any random human could survive a few moments in the ocean if they fell overboard, but the molten sea required at least a foundation phase cultivation, and that was for specialists. All of the locals would fit, of course, but that was the requirement merely for surviving a short time. Lava was hot. Fortunately, it was also dense and viscous. Not so good if you actually got buried in it, but most people didn't sink. Not quickly, and not very deep. So all they had to deal with was intense heat trying to consume them. Simple enough. Vessels from the Kellerman clan met them near the edge of their territory, seemingly at some agreed-upon landmark. There were occasional obsidian pillars that broke up what would otherwise be a flat landscape. John found that they appeared more often near islands of stability, where the heat was somewhat less intense. Enough that some portion of the ground wasn't molten. The ship design was quite similar to that of the burning delta, but not quite the same. John couldn't say how much mechanical difference there was between slightly wider or slightly longer vessels, but all were thinner than the seafaring ships he was used to. There were few rivers of any sort that they had to cross. However, there were similar obstacles. John would have termed them sandbars or reefs, perhaps, but they were really just patches of solid ground. Most of the time they went around them, but they passed over instead for the last layer before the actual island. Perhaps it was impassable otherwise, or maybe it was merely inconvenient to go all the way around to an opening. Either way, they employed a similar lava bridge technique. Despite being more or less pure fire cultivators, they still had control of the lava. They had to, for their ships to move, but John wondered how things were different. Perhaps they would be less agile, without the water element influences. It was certainly functional enough for large-scale movements. It was still a novel experience to sail up and over an arc. High waves on watery oceans produced something similar, but they were moving while the lava bridges were over stationary points, so the overall feeling was quite different. John wondered how long ago cultivators had settled the molten sea. Obviously, they had to be cultivators before they managed it. The shimmering islands could be navigated with a bit of technique and a bit of luck, looking out for storms and avoiding them by going around the long way. Merely having a ship that held together in the molten sea took enchantments, especially one that had a deck that wouldn't kill the people atop it. The land of the burning delta was quite modest, with few large buildings and a rather small population. The Kellerman clan was anything but, with a grand obsidian spire as the center point of this primary island, structures built up around it sloping away from it. As they reached the city gates, John approached the man he knew to be Tihamir Kellerman, the clan head and a late ascending soul phase cultivator. John was glad for his recent advancement, as while his rank was still lower, being in the same part of the phase would bring him more respect. Zdislava spoke up to introduce them, as she was the sole connection between them for the moment. Tihamir Kellerman, head of the Kellerman clan, and John Miller, sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads. The man stood tall and proud, relatively young. His hair was kept short, which made sense given the environment. It wouldn't do to have to constantly shield long hair from ignition. "What a wondrous city you have built here," John said after she finished the official introduction. A compliment like that was something he was glad to give, because he really meant it. It had clearly taken a lot of time and care to design and build. It wasn't just a bunch of expensive materials slapped together into the tallest gates and walls they could build. There doubtless were expensive materials, but simply covering things with gold or rubies was rather tasteless. Though for cultivators to care, it had to be elementally imbued gold. Common metals weren't seen as particularly valuable, and gold was common. Not much good for anything, but looking pretty either, unless this world began to develop electrical wiring. Maybe they would. John might not know much about it, but perhaps some other transmigrator with the right knowledge would. Though letting the world develop on their own basis, while solving the problems they faced, seemed more appropriate. John had ideas, and many others helped find methods that worked. He didn't consider himself an innovator, though. Tihamir smiled pleasantly, which was a good start. At least he could put up a front of civility. John was surprised at how many theoretical leaders were so bad at such a thing. It would be even more preferable if he was at least somewhat genuine, but John could work with either. "We rarely have opportunity to welcome those from outside the molten sea. It is a difficult journey for those who are not prepared." John nodded. "We wouldn't have made it far without the aid of the burning delta." He could have had someone construct some ships that would work in the molten sea and trained up people to pilot the vessels, but it would have been a significant ordeal. I understand it is also quite a significant journey for you to meet your neighbors. Fortunately, most of the time they come to us. Tyhamir grinned. There are some perks to be had for holding an elevated position. Come, let us enter the city. It appears the temperature does not bother you, but it should be more tolerable for some of the other guests. Chandra breathed a sigh of relief. Mandlin kept his expression neutral, but John knew the man was sweaty. The current group leaned towards fire element cultivators, but that didn't mean all of them were equally comfortable in the current heat. Green Sands cultivators were fine, but even Ada from the boiling springs clearly wasn't used to such pervasive heat. It was generally much more localized there. Astrid was constantly circulating her energy to keep cool. She also found a lot of excuses to grab onto John's hand, since he was cooler. Astrid had expressed her interest in body tempering techniques, but the first one always took the longest to learn. Meanwhile, John had been training them off and on since he first had spare resources for diamond defense. Back when his kids were still kids, and when Ursel stole some of those resources. Good memories. John subtly wicked away some of the moisture on Astrid's hand. It would make both of them more comfortable. As for holding her hand, he didn't mind publicly displaying affection for his wife. He thought those that couldn't actually showed some insecurity. The temperature did rapidly decrease, but John didn't let go of Astrid's hand. Interestingly enough, while obsidian was clearly used for highlights, John found that what he considered normal stone was displayed more prominently along the walkway. It wasn't just because it was durable, it was also clearly on display in some of the nicer buildings. He supposed getting actual granite here might be more difficult than things he would consider more exotic. But obsidian still looked awesome. He was glad they hadn't forgotten that. Tyhamir took them on a roundabout path that doubtless displayed some of the best angles of the city. And it was a proper city with bustling trade in the merchants' quarters, even if it was all ultimately under the control of the Kellerman clan. Some things were just necessary, and it wasn't like they could just go to a nearby city. The next island of any size was probably at least a day by lava ship, which wasn't a casual jaunt. The Kellerman clan has stood strong since the time of my grandfather's grandfather, 500 years ago, Tyhamir bragged. In truth, it wasn't all that much older than the Tenebach clan, though they hadn't had to flee their home and set down roots in an elemental region that was merely allied with their primary element. John could sense a few other ascending soul phase cultivators around, and it was possible more were away or concealing their spiritual energy, so they probably still held a stronger position than the Tenebach clan. But John didn't know if the Molten Sea had as much recent growth as the continent. John gave replies when appropriate. He didn't have much of a read on Tyhamir just yet, but simply not being on the difficult side of diplomatic interaction put him above average in John's book. There were some people on the continent that had taken a frustrating number of encounters to accept that maybe cooperation could be beneficial to everyone instead of trying to kill each other for anything they could grab. They were given a guest wing within the central palace. That was a typical setup, where they could both feel secure in their position together while also being contained just in case there was some sort of threat. It didn't mean anything negative, of course. In the end, it was just the most convenient option than trying to figure out various disconnected rooms for people to fit in. And any good clan obviously had a guest wing or two. It didn't seem that they would get any real negotiating in the first day, but John thought that was acceptable. He wasn't really in the mood for going over the history of those around the Kellerman clan either. While his body tempering allowed him to regulate his own temperature, it still used energy. He still got tired from long journeys, even if he wasn't physically exerting himself. It was just how long car rides or taking an airplane could make someone tired even after having done no work. Humans weren't made to be on the move all day, at least not in that way. Walking was actually less tiring in many cases. Though for a cultivator, what could be constituted a walking pace sometimes got up to highway speeds, at least if you were at a certain level of cultivation. Chapter 479. Tyhamir Kellerman explained about many factions in the same general area of the Molten Sea as them. That included the central region, where the Jessine and the True Sea had their banner. That also included the Crimson Temple and the Flowing Flames. Some notable mentions that John wasn't already familiar with were the Searing Sarcophagus and the Blistering Crest. Keeping all of the various sects straight in his head would require remembering precisely which form of fiery death they prescribed. Even those Molten Sea cultivators that were the most water-focused still had a strong core of fire element in their style. It was rather difficult not to. The searing sarcophagus were more aligned with the true sea, while the blistering crest were generally against them. As had been the case for some time, the Kellerman clan kept an official position of neutrality, only acting when their particular affairs were interfered with. John couldn't say he was fully behind such an attitude, but it was one he understood well enough, and at least he was fairly confident that they should not end up as enemies. Figuring out who to reach out to next would take some time. While in theory the blistering crest might be more aligned with the interests of the continent against certain groups, merely contacting them would be an active step towards potential conflict. They were here to fend off as much trouble as possible from the recent activities, not to cause more. The Kellerman clan didn't have the full picture of what was causing a stir in the molten sea, but they knew enough. From the far side, there was a certain empire of elements gaining momentum. If one were to ask what elements were involved, the answer would be yes. All of them. Perhaps that was to be expected of a proper empire, as they weren't just a single sect. Indeed, at least on the surface, they weren't too different from what was going on with the Western continent, a grouping of various elemental regions. It didn't seem that the Empire of Elements had quite as much voluntary participation. Even so, as far as cultivators went, it was fairly par for the course. The molten sea was only in a frenzy because of how it affected them. It seemed that they had also caused trouble with this other continent sometime in the past, and some old grudges were coming into play. As an empire, of course, they must have an emperor at the head, or an empress, in this particular case. The details on her were sparse, but it was known that Empress Aldera was an ascending soul phase cultivator of 5 elements, just like John. Except she appeared to have light and not darkness. It wasn't so strange that someone like her attained such a position. The path of a full elemental cycle was difficult, but should one be successful? John himself could attest to the power it held. He was still one step short of a full cycle. But even upon completion of the minor allied cycle or the cycle of core elements, John could sense how much his potential output grew. If this Aldera had not been wildly successful, she would have no doubt fallen into obscurity early on. Nobody could agree whether she was early or mid-ascending soul phase, which indicated to John that either she had recently advanced or was known for rapidly advancing. That fit with the other details, which indicated she might even be younger than John himself. He wasn't the fastest-growing cultivator on the continent, but he was among them, and he had only recently reached the late ascending soul phase. John had a lot to ponder about, and thus it was that Astrid found him doing so in the small courtyard attached to some of the rooms their diplomatic team shared. The courtyard was quite tolerable in terms of temperature, removed from much of the extreme fire element, and even shaded from the sun. It wasn't cool, but it was far better for relaxation than the majority of the sect. When he wanted to train, John would go elsewhere, but for the moment he was just contemplating. "What do you plan to do?" Astrid asked. She knew he wanted to do something, but unfortunately, John didn't have a good answer for her. "I don't know. Perhaps nothing." She sat down on a bench next to him. "Is that the correct move?" John shrugged. "I'm quite inclined to let this empire of elements take down our enemies. Determining if they intend to sweep all the way through the molten sea and include us next is of course another matter. What we have been told already does indicate this is based off of some grudge. I shouldn't imagine that anyone alive has any conflict between the continents." "They might," Astrid commented. "Justina could have, for example." That gave John a moment of pause. Indeed, she could have been filled with a desire for vengeance to take down those who killed her. Was it so strange that there might be something similar? Reincarnated individuals were not that uncommon. In terms of in-world reincarnations, John was aware of Renato, Justina, and Jessine. He had some suspicions about Mandlin, who was also along with them. "I suppose it is worth considering," John admitted. "I can say, at least, there shouldn't be much of anyone who would hold a grudge with me." Astrid raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain? You must have made plenty of enemies in your time." "Only a few sects and clans, really," John said. "I suppose there are a few that would have sufficient timing to grow relatively powerful, assuming reincarnation is a rapid process. But beyond the Society of Midnight, there aren't terribly many enemies that I would be concerned about having a revival. That said, nobody has to hate me to cause trouble for the continent. There have no doubt been countless individuals killed by those who are now under our banner. We couldn't just give anyone up because someone said they have a grudge with someone from a former life. Or they might just do it anyway." Astrid shrugged. "Empires tend to wish to expand." John thought about that for a moment. My initial instinct is to resist with all of our might. But, but that would depend on how the Empire actually operates and how strong they are. I can't say that I have any actual interest with joining up with such a group, but that might be mainly because I currently hold a position of power. Astrid shrugged. But you could also leverage your current position to maintain a high position under their rule. Hypothetically, she leaned against him. I think we're plenty strong, and I suspect it would rankle you to take such a position. Have I become so proud? John asked. I didn't mind being beneath others once. She chuckled slightly. I don't think that's the issue. You just care too much about what happens to people. More than the traditional cultivation leaders. You have a few friends with similar temperaments. Perhaps this is the morality of your earth leaking through. Or the idealized version of it, John commented. Because things were far from perfect there. I just didn't have any way to do anything about it, so it was easier to ignore it. Subconsciously. Well, Astrid shrugged. In case this empire of elements turns out to be a big, evil empire, I guess we have to continue to do what we were going to do anyway. Train and grow strong. Tyamir was kind enough to spar with John personally, and John barely even regretted it at all. He was reminded of some old memories. He felt like when he had first visited the Green Sands. The Furnace Sect. Yes, that was an apt comparison to how the Timusin clan did things. Though it was obviously biased, he couldn't really reject an arena that was an unshielded region in the center of the island, an arena of lava. Was it unfair that he, a darkness earth air water fire cultivator, had to face off against a cultivator in a water and fire element arena? Certainly, parts of it were bad for parts of him, and none were strictly negative for Timusin, but John should expect something similar wherever he went. Lava was just a bit more extreme than the norm. They were both ascending soul phase cultivators, though, and it was a sign of proper respect that Tyhamir wasn't trying to go easy on John. It was hot, obviously, but it rapidly became hotter. In some places, the red-orange glow escalated to bright yellows or even white. That was about as far as visual distinctions could go, but his spiritual energy could sense the differences where it was hotter. John hadn't just let Timusin heat up the arena without doing anything. Half of it had happened almost immediately, with a rush of energy. The rest Timusin managed while John chased him around the arena, throwing daggers and slashing with his sword. Timusin himself carried a bow, concentrating fire element spiritual energy around some sort of metallic arrows with extreme melting points and shooting at John. Even the fletching was supernaturally heat-resistant. Phoenix feathers, perhaps? There were a number of things that cultivators might call a phoenix. A spirit beast like Qarn with a bias towards fire instead of light would be sufficient. Mostly, John's avoidance of the arrows, which left their heat behind in the lava where they landed, suggested to him that he might need to increase the level of expense he spent on his throwing daggers. He wasn't using cheap steel or anything, but there were materials that were quite receptive to spiritual energy that John had access to. It would hurt every time he lost a throwing dagger, but if he could be 10 or 20% more expensive, it was only reasonable that he did so. Water element coated his sword as he deflected another arrow, trying to knock it upwards so that it wouldn't land within the arena. The formations around the arena would strip it of any excess heat and spiritual energy when the arrow hit the barrier. If John allowed his weapon to be heated and cooled with water element, he knew the thermal shock would destroy it. That was why he had to prevent the infiltration of heat regardless. It was easier to block just the spiritual energy, but he had to focus. He also didn't want to allow Timusin to keep raising the temperature. It wasn't so bad with John having his own fire totem, but it would still advantage his opponent. He no doubt had attack forms based around having extreme temperatures around, even if he hadn't displayed them yet. To that end, John called upon a particular one of his elements to draw away the heat. He couldn't use earth to transfer the temperature deeper into the ground. He found no point in pushing the temperature a few centimeters deeper at great effort. The problem was that the lava was already hot. Instead, he made use of what he could to draw the temperature upward with air element. He created something like a constant updraft, which was actually to his advantage against the arrows Timusin fired, drawing them off course. It wasn't impossible to wrestle them back towards their target, but it was a battle of efficiency and technique. There was one weakness Timusin had, which was that the Kellerman clan didn't practice the water element. He couldn't expect them to be weak to it like traditional fire cultivators, but their options were limited. John began to play around with various forms of attack to see if he could find any weaknesses. Timyson didn't easily sink into the ground when John loosened the lava. It would have been rather embarrassing to fall to such a basic manipulation, but John still had to try. He occasionally scooped up a lump of lava and flung it towards Timyson. Usually the man avoided them. Sometimes he siphoned off some of the heat as he did so, adding it to his current attack. And occasionally, John caused them to explode in the air when they got close. Their first spar ended with neither claiming a victory. Having worn down their spiritual energy beyond a certain point, it wasn't safe to continue. The formations of the arena couldn't perfectly protect them from attacks, even if both parties wished for things to be safe. That was always true, but the risks were several times as high when they were fatigued. John wondered if he should incorporate more light element into the spar next time. It might not actually help him win, but if he was considering his growth, that might be optimal. Chapter 480. Next on the list after the Kellerman clan was the Blistering Crest. The sect would generally be more on the side of the continent, if only because they had shared enemies at various points. Even so, John's ultimate intention was to meet with some group aligned with the true sea peacefully. The Searing Sarcophagus might be that, both because they were geographically convenient and not overly powerful. While at first traveling the molten sea had been novel, the lack of variety made it rather boring. So he found himself walking atop the lava. It took far less spiritual energy to prevent himself from sinking compared to water given the viscosity and density, and far more to protect himself, obviously. The net result was many times more energy used, but he was also several phases past when he'd first tried something similar with water. He'd been effectively powerless at the time. Astrid hopped down after him. "Training for the Searing Sarcophagus?" she asked. John shook his head. "Not really. I just thought it was pretty neat to be able to do this." This was so far out of the realm of possibility for most of my lived experience. Though John didn't really try to hide it, he also wasn't planning to advertise his transmigrated status to everyone in earshot. "Not for long," Astrid commented. "You've been strong for a while, after all." John nodded. He supposed he could have done something similar in the consolidated soul phase, though it wouldn't have been in such a relaxed manner. He walked along with Astrid, weaving through the ships. He couldn't quite manage what he was doing indefinitely, and in battle he would certainly find it inefficient, but he also didn't have to give up stomping around on lava for quite a while. Perhaps that same energy could have been used to make one of the ships faster, but they weren't in a rush and the burning delta was managing that. And of course, just because his walking speed could keep up with the vessels didn't mean they were slow. Instead, his steps carried him much further than one would expect. "Can you take me flying?" Astrid requested after they returned to the ship. John nodded, reaching out for her hand. Flying took an entirely different type of spiritual energy, and he wasn't exactly tired yet. It was also fun. Whatever fear of heights John had once had, reasonable fears, had long faded. Heights would never be a danger to him except as a consequence of something else happening. Even if he had no air element to fly, it would only take a tiny portion of his energy to protect himself from a fall. The molten sea was beautiful. Deadly, of course. A harsh environment where very few managed to survive, even as cultivators. Yet it wasn't completely devoid of life. John hadn't seen any fire lotus, but he imagined they would grow quite well in the molten sea, though maybe the particular balance of the Phoenix forest was better for them. Likewise, beasts were rare, but not completely lacking. There were even fish and birds, not all of which were smart enough to not attack flying humans. Or perhaps the one that chose to cause them trouble was simply confident. Either way, as John sensed it approaching, he intended to get out of its way so as not to bother it, but its path continued to turn towards him. He could drop down, but he and Astrid didn't have all that much practical battle experience while flying. Much of John's experience was alone. The beast had a wingspan of 6 or 7 meters. If John remembered correctly, it should be called an obsidian hawk. Like many beasts, it used spiritual energy to temper its body rather than focusing on techniques. But it wouldn't be completely devoid of them either. It screeched as it rushed towards them. It flew in a very predictable trajectory, and Astrid took advantage of that. One by one, motes of fire struck its wings, chest, and back as they bloomed into firegrass, then exploded. It was of course fire-resistant, but Astrid had fought creatures that were attuned to fire before. A sustained flame was useless, but the concussive force of an explosion could be valuable. She didn't manage to do much more than harm a few feathers with her first volley, though that included tearing away some spiritual energy defenses. At the last moment before it reached them, John flew directly upward. That was something it was difficult for a bird to handle, especially one that relied mainly on its body to fly. Even with such a massive wingspan, the powerful updrafts from the heat below still weren't enough to keep it aloft without a little bit of a boost. Once above, John instantly transformed some of his active air element from flight into lightning. It was so much easier to let it mostly go where it wanted, which was down. With the obsidian hawk taking up so much space, there really weren't many options for where the lightning went that didn't involve going through it. The hawk may have never experienced lightning before. It wasn't too hard to redirect it with energy, but it was far less efficient to block it. The difference was the former made a better path for it to follow, which would usually require the attacker to push harder to aim where they wanted. But instead it just blocked, and the lack of control lightning had also came with a similar increase in power. A hole was pierced in one wing. Not big enough to take it down, but Astrid was immediately on top of her reaction. The hawk flipped over spraying feathers, only some of which had already been dislodged in the attacks. Even as it did so, she focused beams of light on the vulnerable part of the creature's wing, keeping its spiritual energy at bay and preparing her attacks. John blocked the incoming feathers with some earth element, another uncommon element for the region. It was normally disadvantaged against fire, but the obsidian hawk seemed to rely more on physical prowess than elemental superiority. It twisted back around to keep Astrid from holding her target, powerful beats of its wings sending it higher as it swooped back around, claws outstretched. Astrid and John joined together, creating an intertwined beam of light and darkness. They relinquished their control of the two elements where they touched the creature, the elements detonating. The obsidian hawk tried to force itself forward for one final swipe, but they dodged the claws. Then it fell. Upon impacting the lava, it made a small crater that slowly filled back up. Its body didn't appear like it would catch on fire. John swooped down to make certain it was dead and retrieve the body. Something like this was valuable, and maybe some local sects would know what to do with it. John didn't particularly like killing beasts when it wasn't necessary, but those that attacked humans were dangerous to leave around. It could easily have gone for someone more vulnerable. Perhaps it had only picked him out because he was in an unusual position instead of near the sea, or perhaps the next ship passing by would have had to deal with it. Either way, John wouldn't be spending too much time thinking about the situation. The blistering crest was quite on a different end of the spectrum from the Kellerman clan, in terms of their elemental usage. From what John could see, they were mixed element cultivators, but none had more than a single fire totem. That included their sole ascending soul phase cultivator, the sect head Samuel Vrebeck. Though John couldn't tell precisely what his 5 totems were, it was obvious that most of them were water element related. He didn't hide it. "Welcome," Samuel said with a boisterous voice. His head was shaved, not uncommon for the Molten Sea. "We so rarely get visitors from beyond the Molten Sea, and recommended by the Kellerman clan no less." He also turned to Zdislava and bowed. "And the Burning Delta. You are about as far as one can get on this side of things. It has been quite some time." Zdislava bowed in return. "We meet once again, but this time I serve mainly as a captain of vessels." John smiled. "We wouldn't have made it far without her, of course. I could probably pilot one of those ships straight into a sinkhole, but little more. If I was lucky, I wouldn't pick the worst currents." Samuel nodded seriously. "One must be aware of the flow of the Molten Sea to truly master it. Would you like me to show you?" Were they sparring already? John wouldn't mind. But it didn't seem that was what Samuel had in mind. "Observe." Samuel gathered spiritual energy around both hands, then reached out beyond the docks. He created 2 separate waves, but one was half again as tall and twice as fast. John didn't see any difference in technique or effort, but there was such a large difference. "You have to know the flow." "Well, it just so happens that there is a vortex I made use of, so the difference isn't usually that dramatic. One side was pushing against me, and another with." "It was still an excellent demonstration," John said. "You must have a good eye for the currents. It takes practice, and more practice, plus the right totems." "Well, I can't say I have the latter," John commented. "But I am familiar with waves." "Is that so?" Samuel asked. "I suppose I should expect you to be experienced with most things, given your elemental makeup." Astrid leaned against John. His first wife was a water cultivator, though she was lost in the war with Xianxia and her portion of the true sea. Ah, my condolences, Samuel commented. Truthfully, the same happened to myself and the Crimson Temple. They took a moment to silently share in their loss. But cultivators must move on. That does not mean I wouldn't take an opportunity for revenge, of course. He looked at John almost hopefully. I would really prefer to avoid further wars, if possible, John admitted. I can't say I'd be willing to forgive them, exactly, but Xianxia was the largest perpetrator, and she lost her life. The only good thing I can say about her is that at least when she fell, she took down with her many of her allies with great potential. But of course, I still have to worry about many ascending soul phase cultivators, even though I was fortunate enough to reach it myself. Ah, he turned, waving to a woman walking closer. Jolana, dear, meet John and Astrid. And of course you knows Dislava from last time. Unlike her husband, Jolana had long flowing hair. No doubt there was some risk associated with that, but many cultivators were partial to some particular vanity. Keeping hair even when it could be at risk was relatively minor as such things went. In the worst case, if it caught on fire, it would be easy to simply let it burn while protecting the scalp. It would grow back later. Jolana smiled. Pleased to meet you. I had not anticipated your strength. She spoke to both John and Astrid. I hope to reach the ascending soul phase in the near future myself, but for the moment, she shrugged. I wait until our energy can flow together with the sea. Now then, I think we shouldn't keep them standing on the docks. We can get them settled in. She looked back over her shoulder. I think you will find our sect more comfortable for those of you that are not fire cultivators. There are even moments when it gets cool at night. John supposed he had expected water-focused cultivators to just deal with the heat. It was easy enough for them to overcome with their dominant element, in theory. In practice, it would be exhausting to do all day. Setting up their sect grounds to provide comfortable locations only made sense. Chapter 481. The first thing John had to do was make it very clear to the blistering crest that the continent wasn't planning to go to war with any part of the Molten Sea in the near future. Rather than something that would worry them, it was more that he didn't want to get their hopes up. They certainly wanted backing to go against the true sea, and they wouldn't mind gaining it from outsiders. But it would be better to avoid wars as much as possible, and not just because their opponents were theoretically powerful. No matter what else happened in war, people would die on both sides. At the very least, John didn't think the people on his side deserved to die, and many of those that he had fought against had conflicts that came about because of the warrior tradition of cultivators. At least the regular citizens were generally left out of the conflicts, though that was mostly because people tended to think of them as irrelevant, as if no powerful cultivators ever came from within the common populace. It was true that they more commonly came from clans or were born into sects. There were significant advantages held by those in such positions. It was also true that some of the most prominent individuals that fit that mold also happened to be reincarnation or transmigrators, but the common populace was large enough to produce many with talent. Plus, that was where all of John's first-generation apprentices came from. In fact, they might have even been considered below the common folk. Not all had quite the same talent, but they were willing to work hard and had all reached at least the consolidated soul phase, which was a cycle of core elements for those that chose that path. A century before, they would have been highly respected individuals who could run a large group. Even now, there weren't so many ascending soul phase cultivators that people at the consolidated soul phase could just be sidelined. Samuel Vreebeck wasn't really disappointed, but he did put on a bit of a show. Alas, it seems that we will not be destroying our ancient enemies anytime soon. He did seem quite pleased at the potential for mutual defense. However, it would certainly take a significant amount of effort for the continent to aid the defense of any part of the Molten Sea, but it was actually better than fighting in their own land if there was a threat that might eventually reach them. With the recent troubles, they couldn't be certain how far they would spread. Sometimes empires constantly expanded. Other times they found pockets of stability. If Aldera had some sort of grudge against part of the Molten Sea, she very well might cease the advance of the Empire of Elements. But perhaps it was merely an excuse to seek after greater ambitions. Sparring was important to cultivators. Nominally, it allowed them to learn. John took it seriously for that purpose, but that wasn't the only one. Sometimes it was used as a show of dominance. In this case, it was meant to display competence. If the blistering crest was going to rely on the continent to support them, at the very least they needed powerful cultivators. The arena was located on the edge of the island, including some portion of the molten sea itself. That appeared to be fairly standard. In some places John expected it to be entirely on lava. The blistering crest seemed to appreciate having solid land to stand on while still having access to the molten sea. Various spars began with lower phase cultivators, eventually working their way up to the peak of the consolidated soul phase. The Battle of Ada from the Boiling Springs, Kahind Abiadin from the Glass Hills, and of course Viriato from his own sect all displayed very different aspects as they matched up against the blistering crest. In reverse order, Viriato was nearly incomprehensible to them. On the surface, his water and fire elements would be familiar to them, but the way he made use of them was foreign to the molten sea. His water totem was that of a mirrored surface, and his fire totem was dancing flames and shadows. Misdirection wasn't unheard of in the molten sea. It simply usually came through other routes. Then, of course, there were Viriato's direct light and darkness elements. Nobody was ever ready for those the first time. His opponent raised waves of lava from the nearby area, sweeping them across Viriato, or at least where Viriato appeared to be. Then he would actually be somewhere else, their energy wasted. It culminated in Viriato managing to confuse his opponent about the man's own location, causing him to flow lava over himself. He had the defenses to handle it, of course, but it was a huge waste of energy. The moment he disentangled himself from that mess, twisted beams of light and darkness struck him in the chest, detonating, though not with the full force they could have. It was a simple reminder that he was beaten, like a blade held to the throat. He properly surrendered a few moments later. Next was Kahind. He had an elemental advantage, being in air cultivators against primary water cultivators, though it was easy to forget that the blistering crest was made up of water cultivators as they shuffled around waves of lava. But they were, and quite proficient at their chosen techniques. John noticed how they tended to build up momentum, but then let the lava continue on its own while they directed another patch of lava. It saved them energy and allowed them to confound their opponents, forcing them to be constantly aware of their surroundings and on the move. But Kahind had lightning, and that meant his foe couldn't stand still either. She had to dodge lightning that came from the sky or occasionally from the ground. It wasn't just the reverse bolt of standard lightning either, but instead a reverse of the normal flow as conductivity was manipulated by Kahind. He could strike wherever he wanted, and water element defenses were particularly vulnerable to being a target. Even if his opponent could redirect the lightning around herself a few times, she didn't have the expertise of a Shimmering Islands cultivator. Kahind eventually wore her down while successfully avoiding enough incoming attacks to protect himself. Ada was the most elementally aligned with the region. Their techniques were still unfamiliar, but throughout the journey he had familiarized himself with lava to some extent. Thus, both he and his opponent raised waves of lava at each other. Ada preferred to ride the wave, surmounting the incoming lava, while his opponent simply divided the flow around himself. Ada's control was insufficient to stop the man from doing so, especially when he was closer to the source itself. Ada did have one good trick, though. He took advantage of the habits of his opponent, adding a special flair to a particular wave. John thought it was pretty clever to hold pressurized steam within the lava, and his opponent was quite surprised. But that was all. As it burst out, the man's defenses held. Even if it wasn't expected in an attack, it still wasn't unfamiliar to the molten sea. There were lava geysers around, after all. Ada's ultimate defeat didn't mean that the boiling springs were inferior somehow. It wasn't as harsh of an environment, but their cultivators still had skill. If the arena had been more balanced, one without lava, either forcing the other man to make his own lava or rely on alternative techniques, then things might have gone differently. If nothing else, Ada wouldn't have been using so many unfamiliar attack styles. Hopefully he learned a significant amount from his battle. With Samuel being the only ascending soul phase cultivator in the sect, they couldn't exactly have a proper series of matches. It would either be a lot of the visiting group fighting each other or the sect head would rapidly exhaust himself. With John's position in the group and their relatively similar cultivation ranks, John being one ahead and officially in the late ascending soul phase, the two of them would have the first match. Samuel would likely end up sparring with others in coming days, as they would be excellent learning opportunities, but that would depend on his condition afterwards. It was John's intention to exhaust him, but not too much. Defeat without embarrassment, something from which he could recover quickly. Knowing that air should be the weakness of Samuel, his first thought was to suffocate the man. Not a particularly nice method of combat, but it was quite reasonable. The only issue was that if Samuel did pass out and the formations didn't activate properly, he could be burned by the lava. The chances of that were fairly low, but John didn't want risk. Instead, he used his air element to carry thrown blades. That was fairly standard, but the difference this time was that John waited to be concealed by waves of lava cresting towards him. Then his throwing daggers surfed over the waves, riding the water element, controlling them down the backside, and skirting the ground towards their target. Meanwhile, John cut apart the incoming waves with his sword, mainly using his own water element. He did his best to demonstrate all 6 elements, as it would be rather insulting not to use the best of his capabilities. Occasionally, he rallied his own waves of lava, using earth to empower fire to enhance their heat. Even if Samuel could overcome his control to route it around himself, he wouldn't go entirely unharmed. Or at least his spiritual energy defenses wouldn't. Once things got to actual bodily injuries, battles were often over. There were a few exceptions, of course, but it was rare to get only a tiny portion of spiritual energy through, and anything more than that could kill most people. Except when they had enhanced bodies. The battle finished with an unexpected flare. Samuel was riding the top of one of John's waves of lava. John caused it to burst upward, but the water element he had imbued it with wasn't just for movement. Instead, it was for temperature change. He could have made it hotter, burning away Samuel's energy. Instead, he froze the lava, turning it into solid rock. It was probably still quite hot by relative standards, but solid. An ascending soul phase cultivator could absolutely break rock, no matter their elemental origin. However, Samuel still accepted his defeat. Most likely, he judged he couldn't do it fast enough. John had further attacks on the way, and he'd have to take them head-on, or rely on superhuman dodging moves. Except John could just aim for his legs. Marvelous. Samuel grinned widely. I should incorporate that technique into my own style. Perhaps I have focused too much on liquid control. I forgot one of the pillars of the water element. John did hope he had actually gained a great inspiration. As long as they would become allies in the future, that was for the best. And even if they didn't, it was unlikely that they would be enemies. The blistering crest had little to gain from the continent. Then again, Xianxia shouldn't have either. The Leviathan was a bit unique, but she shouldn't have even been able to get close. The Shimmering Islands had more Leviathans now, though they were a number of centuries short of them being anywhere close to the same size. Not a low number of centuries either. Carl was big, but at something around 70 years old, he wasn't much bigger than a large sailing vessel. That wasn't even close to the vast number of kilometers that the original Leviathan had covered. Carl's blood vessels, even if they mostly carried seawater, were still reasonably sized, instead of a handful of meters across. The Leviathan had been more like a small region than an actual beast. It was also mostly unconscious until the end. It never actively used its energy until Mateo guided it at the end at the cost of her own life. John liked to think there could have been another way to take down Xianxia, but they hadn't found it. And it was impossible to change the past. At most, they could change the future, becoming strong enough to prevent such situations to begin with. Chapter 482. When the time finally came to visit the searing sarcophagus, their lineup of ascending soul phase cultivators was a bit intimidating. However, they did ultimately manage to get their entire group accepted. That was a good sign, as it meant that the searing sarcophagus were serious about opening up diplomatic relations. John learned as much as he could about the sect before going, though the focus wasn't on their martial ability. That was relevant, but as they had recently lost their sect head, their power had dipped significantly. At the moment, only their new sect head was in the ascending soul phase, and while they still had a significant complement of consolidated soul phase cultivators at their disposal, they weren't an immediate threat. The True Sea hadn't made any moves against the continent in a long time, so there hopefully weren't any immediate threats. But this would be the first group actually aligned with them that they would be interacting with since the war. Zdislava apparently had a decent impression of Tajana from some limited prior interactions. Having a starting point was good enough. It was important to note that the searing sarcophagus had not participated in the attack on the continent. Perhaps not because they wouldn't have in different circumstances, but they had been occupied with other matters. Besides, only a small portion of the sects of the many aligned under the banner of the True Sea had actually participated in the invasion. That had been sufficient to occupy land all the way to the heart of the continent, though. The sect grounds of the searing sarcophagus were boldly arranged. That was John's most charitable word for what he experienced as they approached. He had heard about it at a distance, but it was far more unusual in person. When he had been told that the sect was below sea level, he had pictured walls surrounding a wide area, keeping the molten sea at bay. In the middle of those walls would of course be normal buildings, invisible on the horizon. But they didn't appear to have walls at all. Their docks were the most prominent feature, arranged in a wheel-spoke pattern throughout the area. All of the docks led to the central location, a building that John supposed could be called a gatehouse. Nothing else was immediately visible, though John did sense things beneath the lava. At the current level of tides, they were somewhere around 5 meters below the surface, leaving plenty of room for ships to sail above them. John's main thought was that the buildings must have been a nightmare to construct. Tajana awaited them at the gatehouse. Her head was shaved, though the rest of the sect did not appear to follow the same standard. He had heard it was due to some personal mourning, officially due to the former sect head, but it hadn't been mandated or even encouraged for others as far as John could tell. She didn't immediately greet them as they approached. Instead, she looked over their diverse group. John thought she spent slightly longer on him, but that could have been just what it felt like. Strange times we are in, to see the world in such a state. Tajana didn't elaborate on what that meant. John supposed he ought to respond somehow. Perhaps every generation experiences extraordinary events, but they may not always be seen as such. At no point did Tajana actually welcome them. At some point she just turned about. Come, we should enter. John supposed that being a sect head didn't actually require social skills, or at least, not in the short term. He wasn't always quite as diplomatic as he felt like he should be, but Tajana was quite odd. He wondered if this was her normal state, or if it was related to her mourning. Inside the large gatehouse, there were numerous guards, not sufficient to stop their current group, but if they tried to force anything, the conflict wouldn't be subtle. The gatehouse led to a wide spiral staircase leading downward, sufficient for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side. In only a few moments they were below the lava level, though it was actually cooler in the central area than outside on the docks. If only just. John wondered if this was the searing sarcophagus. He supposed it could be multiple things. Their fighting style also fit their sect grounds from what he had heard. Presumably that had been developed before they made this place, but the truth might have been lost to time. Many of the cultivators among them were uncomfortable with the depth of the fire element around them, though none were weak enough that they couldn't handle it. They did their best not to show it, but it could easily be assumed by their hosts. The spiral staircase eventually opened up into a grand hall with towering pillars. The room was circular, with hallways leading out in 8 directions, though John believed they were rotationally offset from the docks above. He couldn't be certain, because the surface was now quite far. The buildings he had sensed would have to be accessed by going back upwards. That likely meant access through further staircases. The chamber was lit with a dull light that John couldn't quite find the source of at first, but then he spotted recessed segments of the wall where it appeared to have some sort of translucent material that let in the glow of the surrounding lava, while at the same time shifting it to a more comfortable hue. John couldn't say it felt like natural light, but it was fairly comfortable, though he personally would have been fine without any source of light. Tajana began pointing in various directions. Sleeping quarters, banquet hall, external access, and sparring grounds. Some of the local cultivators seemed rather tense at her actions. Perhaps this wasn't her normal status, or maybe they just recognized how things might appear. Well, if anyone got lost, they could certainly ask a disciple. How does the external access work? John asked. Perhaps they use some sort of airlock. Tajana just waved him along as she began to stride in that direction. He wondered if it was difficult to explain or actually interesting enough to see directly. The rest of the group sort of awkwardly followed after. Bypassing another spiral staircase, they came to a far chamber that looked as if it had a well. Then Tajana jumped into it. You just swim out. She disappeared downward out of sight. It was rather interesting. John thought the well was enchanted with some sort of functionality that kept the lava pressure from pushing it inside. Though perhaps it also worked naturally, like undersea caves that had air. It seemed a little bit risky as any mistake could probably flood the entire sect, but they were probably prepared to deal with lava if there were any issues. Seeing that Tajana wasn't coming back, John followed after her. Swimming in lava wasn't easy, or at least not by default. After all, it was too viscous and dense for people to even sink, let alone swim. But John had felt the sect head manipulating the lava, and while he couldn't do it with the same expertise, he had some experience with it from previous visits to the molten sea. He obviously couldn't see anything, but once outside, his spiritual energy senses picked out large pillars dropping deep down into the molten sea. Normally, sects were built on naturally solid islands, but it seemed here they had to support their structure all the way down to bedrock. Obviously, they used materials with higher melting points than the normal makeup of the sea. John followed his sense of Tajana. If she actually tried to conceal herself, it might have been more difficult, but a cultivator of lava still felt different than the material itself. He approached her, off to the side, and she gestured. Her voice was transmitted to him through spiritual energy, because otherwise it wouldn't have traveled very far though lava. Though if John recalled old lessons on sound and density, it would have traveled quickly for however far it reached. The sparring grounds, she said along with the gesture. John could feel a barrier of sorts, but it wasn't like he might normally expect. It didn't seem to prevent access to the sect, nor was it as sturdy as normal barriers around sparring grounds. It also didn't isolate the area from lava. As far as John could tell, it would just prevent too many shockwaves from reaching the sect itself. He wondered if there were any considerations for safety. He couldn't be certain, but there didn't seem to be. "Shall we spar?" she asked. "Later," John said. He didn't want to leave the rest of the group awkwardly standing around or swimming around, though Steve and Justina seemed just fine with their little aquatic excursion. John's senses didn't stretch very far through the lava, at least not relative to what he was used to. They were still functional for a few meters easily, more if he put in effort, but that was in comparison to tens or hundreds of meters depending on the circumstances. He would likely find it difficult to sense most ascending soul phase cultivators on the surface, or from the surface, if they were in this sect below. This would be a perfect place for an ambush. John almost expected it, but it was quite possible the molten sea thought far less about the continent than the continent had about them. Though doubtless there were some actually aligned with Jessine who would want vengeance for her death, propagating the cycle of violence. Though John could say fairly simply that if they intended to start it again, he would finish it. The Empire of Elements must be stopped, Tajana expressed. That was the most energetic statement John had heard from her since they were introduced. They will cause only pain and suffering for all. In principle, John agreed that any group seeking to constantly expand their borders through violence was a danger. In practice, there were far too many of those for John to divert the continent's focus towards one threat that happened to be the most distant at the moment. The sovereign primacy still had more or less direct access to the northern shores of the continent, and the southern seas could once again be in conflict at any time. "It is difficult for us to act," John commented, "with them being so distant. But we are still interested to hear about your conflicts." Their mission was to determine if the Empire of Elements was a threat to them, and how soon if they would be. Plus, opening up diplomatic relations with the Molten Sea would hopefully help secure another border of the continent. The Burning Delta didn't control all access to and from the Molten Sea, just a small portion. Tefik was killed by them, Tajana explained. He was powerful, but he, along with many others, have fallen to them. John understood that all to be true, with Tefik being the previous sect head. Yet, he didn't believe that was everything. Wars bring death to many, but they come and go. We are not yet allies, if we ever can be. He wanted Tajana to explain further, but she didn't seem to have anything specific to say except a general disdain for Empress Aldera. When the topic turned to other matters of the Molten Sea, Tajana never seemed to be entirely focused. John thought that maybe he should agree to that spar. It might help clear her head, or perhaps she was just like this. But at least if they could have some vaguely friendly interactions, there might be hope for lasting peace between the Molten Sea and the continent. Committing to any sort of defensive alliance against the Empire of Elements was far too soon when there were many that still considered them hated enemies. But the hope was that a process of reconciliation might begin. Or maybe their journey would only end up providing useful military information for later, should there be further conflicts. As long as they tried for peace, John could accept whatever came after. Chapter 483. There hadn't been many previous opportunities for John to battle while completely submerged in lava. Tajana would be much more familiar with it, giving her a tactical advantage. However, that would likely serve to make the match something closer to fair. After all, John was in the late phase while she was at the peak of the early phase. 4 ranks of cultivation difference was quite significant. Hopefully, they would both learn something of value. John was well aware that each side would be holding back certain tricks. However, the chance that they might once again be enemies was high enough that they couldn't be fully serious. The moment the spar began, Tajana made her move. Her spiritual energy rushed forward ahead of her outstretched arm, spreading around John. Immediately, she forced control of the lava around him, nearly solidifying it. John responded not by resisting her efforts, but by enhancing them. In a way, he used his water element to draw out the heat inside the shell she was forming, taking control of his own position in space. If they directly struggled against each other, he would win the battle of spiritual energy. Tajana must have realized that, but she still remained on the offensive. She swiftly redirected her energy to one side of John, forcing her way through his barrier and causing the lava to flow over his left arm. But her energy immediately left the area as she solidified the lava. It was still deadly hot, but not quite molten. John pretty quickly formed his picture of her fighting style. She would keep locking down parts of him, where she would eventually fully encapsulate him. Against most of her surrounding cultivators, it would be a battle of skill and endurance. Whoever could be most efficient with their moves would come out on top. Some might not do well with the lava being solidified, melting it in inefficient ways while having to deal with the heat. But John wasn't a fire cultivator, nor was he primarily a water cultivator. With the lava solidified, Earth was quite happy to crack it apart, freeing his arm in an instant. He swept his sword to fend off Tajana, using principles of fighting underwater to bypass the heavy weight of the lava. John's next plan was to hide among the lava. A bit of darkness and fire mixed together, and he would feel like any patch of lava. But he had a sudden inspiration that he just had to try out. Nobody could see right now, but he had light, elemental, spiritual energy for a reason. And there was theoretically quite a lot of light to call upon due to the incandescence of the lava. It might be better than being in direct sunlight. The one problem? Lava didn't let light pass through. But John thought he could handle that. Just a little bit of manipulation to make the lava glassy and transparent, and then he never got that far. The task was harder than he imagined. And while he often improvised new abilities, he had no light totem, which made it quite a bit more difficult. As he tried to blast Tajana with light, the woman continued to swim around him, taking control of swirling trails of lava that tightened in on him like a noose. John was glad that his body regulated heat quite well, or he would have had to spend far more spiritual energy on that task. His light attack was rather pathetic, causing Tajana little trouble as she moved around him. He disentangled himself from the lava in much the same way as before, solidifying it completely and using earth to break it into pieces, which he then pulled away from. Tajana wasn't able to constantly oppress his movements, not without directly clashing with his energy. However, John could sense she had something more than gradually building up a sort of cage around him. He didn't plan to let her achieve her tactics. This time, he manipulated just a small amount of lava in front of his eyes to make sure he was actually making the lava transparent. He spent a few moments making sure he could see as he swam around, keeping away from Tajana. She was certainly faster in lava, regardless of their relative cultivations, but as long as he kept moving, it was difficult for her to pin him down. He only needed to last long enough to figure out his next trick. Anyway, it didn't look much different from what he was already doing. But as he put on a burst of speed to pull directly away from her, he used various elements to manipulate the lava behind him. He didn't quite need to make it solid, just stable for a moment. Then he focused light from all around with his own spiritual energy, shooting it along the trail that Tajana was following after. It was quite effective. The other cultivator managed to block it, but she had to sustain a barrier against the assault. John used up most of his light element, but that was something close to 1/12 of his total reserves, while she used far more. He couldn't use light again, but he might as well make use of other elements she wasn't used to while also taking advantage of the properties of the molten sea. When people first looked at it, all they saw was fire, but it was still a proper sea with high water element. That meant that air, and specifically lightning, would flow well. He had to create a path, or it would simply blast in all directions uselessly, but it was fairly simple. The first strike, John managed to hit Tajena with some lightning. He slightly lamented his inability to use his throwing daggers, or he might have been even more effective in guiding his air element. Controlling the lava was fine, but it was a bit ambitious to throw something through it. The second strike of lightning Tajena created a solid barrier to resist. The third, she manipulated the lava's properties and redirected it, wasting John's third attack with very little gain on his part. They came out fairly even in the exchange, but she couldn't afford even. Tajana's attack patterns didn't have much variety. Where she might attack from was harder to predict, but she always got close to John and manipulated the lava directly. Occasionally, she enhanced its heat in a wave, but most of the time, she simply tried to cover him and hold him in place. The next time she created something solid, John punched it. Spikes of earth shot outward, but with far less force than he would have liked. He was inhibited by the fire element weakening earth. It was too bad, but John wasn't going to win with a disfavored element, even if he thought he was being clever. The battle dragged on for a while, but it was clear that Tajana's best hope had been locking him down immediately and keeping him that way. Perhaps she had some other techniques she chose not to display, but for the moment she was unable to achieve victory. After the spar, they were able to talk back inside the sect. It was far more comfortable than projecting sound through lava, and much cooler. Even though it was still far hotter than walking around in the heat of the green sands in most of the searing sarcophagus grounds. Your battle style was quite enlightening, Tajena commented. It is a good thing I will never be facing against the Empress, if she is of similar flexibility. It would be difficult to say. I only know my own sect, and there are very few attempting the full cycle. But I do suspect that such a foe would be difficult to handle. Even John didn't know quite what he would do. He had trained with his own disciples, of course, but none of his peers were full-cycle cultivators. If he were going to fight himself, how would he do it? That was a question he didn't really have an answer to, though there was one thing he would prioritize. Specifically, making sure his foe didn't reach the exalted soul phase. A completed cycle would certainly be far stronger, nearly impossible for anyone to deal with. Then again, it wasn't like anyone was prepared for an exalted soul phase cultivator. In all the lands John was aware of, they were merely legends. A potential but perhaps unreachable goal, at least in other ages. He would certainly see how difficult it was to continue soon enough. Just a decade or two, he imagined. The journey back from the molten sea took them through many of the same destinations in reverse. From the searing sarcophagus, they briefly visited the blistering crest, then the Kellerman clan. They only briefly stopped by the burning delta, because everyone was eager to be somewhere with a tolerable temperature. The encapsulated flow was a perfect place to spend some time, just meandering along the rivers. Even John, with his self-regulating temperature, grew tired of the heat. You have to teach me how to do that, Astrid demanded. I'm not doing that again without it. John nodded. It's about time I formalized more of the body tempering techniques I developed, John said. He'd already done the same for some, though of course the most famous wasn't one he invented to begin with. Diamond defense was quite popular among any cultivators who had earth element in the sect. John had contributed methods to make the training less expensive by substituting more common but still worthy elemental components. It was an investment in people's future, and passive defense was extremely valuable for a cultivator. It could save their lives if they lost consciousness or allow them to push a bit further. Some were reckless because of it, but they likely would have made the same mistake with other methods. Very few people earned a sense of invincibility like Ursula had, and she never actually claimed it. Time continued to flow. To continue to develop relations, John invited some cultivators from the Molten Sea to be part of the tournament. Only those with who they already had established relations. Hopefully, they would speak highly of the event when they returned. A few people might still want revenge against the Molten Sea, but if they pressed on that topic, John would point out they'd pretty much slaughtered everyone who caused trouble long ago. Not everyone responsible, but at least the actual perpetrators. Taking a look at the events, John was glad he had gradually begun to direct management of the tournament away from himself. There were so many alternative categories besides battle. Numerous team sports as well as individual competition. Each decade there were more events, with some of the less popular ones being shuffled out. John had to say that permanent infrastructure was probably a better financial investment long-term than the way things had been done for the Olympics on Earth. Then again, a strain was conveniently located. But if the eventual goal was managing worldwide relations between powers, perhaps they might adopt something similar. If it actually made sense. Given that they barely had any positive connections outside of the continent, that was just a dream for the near future. Not the foreseeable future, but only because John had already lived more than a human lifetime. He would likely live to at least 200, unless he was killed, of course. He didn't have too many enemies currently, but it was always possible to end up with new ones. There were various threats around, and he wouldn't hesitate to face them himself. With allies by his side, of course. He didn't intend to be some sort of sacrificial hero. John noticed something interesting among tournament participants. All were cultivators, of course. Spiritual energy was far too valuable, such that even those that would be participating in events where it wasn't used still needed it, for the purposes of body tempering. John didn't know what the consequences of a new generation of individuals developing their bodies for specific events might be, but there were still far too many people focused on battle. It would be great if someday they could afford to not have that focus. It was a nice idea, at least. Chapter 484. Reports. There were so many reports that came to Lunson. Some were merely passing through, but keeping a central repository of information relevant to the continent meant ultimately getting copies of most information. John didn't need to pay personal attention to most of them, but even with just what he needed to pay attention to and a few things that caught his attention, he was quite busy. The gloom desolation was transforming into something quite different than it had once been. With the seals undone, it was returning to being a region of earth and darkness, a combination that the continent had been missing. Not every sensible combination of elements had to exist. However, it would open up some interesting opportunities. It seemed that most portions of the continent were developing nicely. Rather than just single sects or clans building up their own grounds with cities interspersed throughout the region, people were building together. The part that John most commonly interacted with was the communications network. At the current moment, a message could be sent from any part of the continent to any other, arriving in at most a few days, depending on the complexity. Actual physical delivery was slower, but more or less guaranteed to arrive. John tried to make sure he visited every part of the continent frequently, at least every few years, though not always in one long tour. He even visited the Sky Islands regularly, the extra difficulty of reaching them being outweighed by the benefits. It wasn't just for his own benefit and cultivation growth that he traveled, but also to keep the continent united. He wasn't the only one working towards that task. Some of the reports he got were from other members of the club, as well as others who were working towards the same ends. But John trusted his oldest friends first and foremost, with many of them happening to be reborn individuals in some regard. The Viridia Wildlands and Shining Coast had little but good things to say about the trade opportunities opened up with the Western Seas. Worries about troubles from that direction, at least, were extremely minimal. Yet the continent was still surrounded by trouble. Every time ships approached the continent from either the north or south, it was a matter of concern. Even if there wasn't an attack, they had to take any intrusion into territorial waters seriously. Most of the time, they actually encountered ships outside of what the continent would reasonably deem theirs. Rather than start a conflict unnecessarily, they left alone any ships further out than a certain point. In some ways, even though they were likely scouts that would return with information, it was valuable for them to be spotted. That way, they would know that the continent was properly defending their shores and think twice about things. To the east, the situation with the molten sea wasn't getting any better. The Empire of Elements continued to steadily make progress. It appeared they were winning the majority of their engagements, though the specific details were unclear. Perhaps they simply had more resources to make use of, including people. The Molten Sea wasn't small, but its population was limited to specific sects given that it was inhospitable for normal life. Without a larger civilian population to draw from, the search for talented cultivators tended to be more limited. The question of what should be done remained. None of those that were currently in a dangerous position were friends or allies of the continent, and many were enemies. However, that had already been known when they first set out to visit the Molten Sea. The power of the Empire of Elements continued to be an issue that would have to be dealt with eventually. Perhaps they would choose to stop their expansion once they reached a certain portion of the Molten Sea, but that wasn't something that should be bet on. If they were going to be a threat, then the continent needed to back up the molten sea while they still had the capability to fight. Waiting too long would leave them to their own devices, and while their continent was strong, clearly, so was the Empire of Elements. There was much speculation, but it seemed that some of it could be resolved in a very simple manner, by simply asking. Or if that didn't seem likely to produce results, at least experiencing the Empire of Elements themselves. Thus it was that several ships were sent to navigate around the molten sea. As inconvenient as it was with no known locations to resupply, it was still possible. Some went from the north, starting out from the muted crags. Others went around the south, moving beyond the gloom desolation. If all went well, it was time for the first of them to begin returning. But so far, John hadn't heard any news. John didn't find silence to be very encouraging. To continue his cultivation, John had to train in rather more extreme areas. Lightning storms in the Shimmering Islands and the Glass Hills weren't of much use. The Sky Islands occasionally had something worthwhile, but it wasn't a constant state. The massive beasts of the Viridio wildlands were rarely a challenge, unless John chose to fight foolishly. And even Old Zolvolge wasn't much of a challenge at the Ascending Soul phase. It was just a volcano. It had more condensed power than the Molten Sea, but it was limited in scope. The Crystal Caverns and Prism Underfields weren't somewhere he could gain useful training anymore. He still attended with various disciples. The latter was especially useful for the Six Elements crossroads. They had their hidden valley, but they had to be careful with the resources. The greatest dangers had also been culled, which was good for training up early cultivators, but not much good for John's advancement. With totems of 5 elements, there wasn't much that could challenge John. The number of light element regions on the continent was also limited, and the majority of them were too tame for any sort of special training. The 6 elements crossroads could replicate most of the conditions without John having to travel. There was just one place of sufficient threat that it was still worth attending individually. More relevantly, the elemental balance, there was one John didn't get anywhere else, and the intensity was quite high. That place, of course, was the Annihilation Strip, where the Darklands and the light element that escaped the Prism Underfields met. Light and darkness were constantly at war. John had been there before, though he never stayed long. Perhaps his longest trip before had been when he was searching for Nick. The at the time young man had been willing to subject himself to intense danger for the sake of Melanthina. It was quite lovely, and while he might have made it back on his own, John had managed to find him and help him out after his successful advancement. Astrid came along with John, of course. Together, the two of them had primary totems that dealt directly with the elements there. "I'm not sure what we should do here," she admitted. "Do we stop them from mixing? Reduce the danger?" John shrugged as they entered the area. "We should do what makes sense. Certainly, sometimes optimizing our safety will be required. And I don't intend to emulate this place." "Oh, why not?" Astrid gestured towards the blasted wasteland ahead of them. "It's so charming." John chuckled. "I'm just not sure if I want that to constantly live inside me. Then again, it probably wouldn't be a constant storm inside of him. No, John imagined it would be fairly transient. It would just kill him and unravel. He only had so much spiritual energy, after all. The two of them were taking the long route from the Wuthering Steppes to the Solrot Bog. They had the option to slip out either side into the Dead Fields or Darklands if necessary, but the intention was to endure as much as possible. One would imagine that with the pairing of light and darkness cultivators, the Annihilation Strip might be peaceful, but it was quite the opposite. Instead of merely seeking out opposite elements and exploding, the local spiritual energy saw the two of them as beacons to target. Darkness sought out Astrid, and to some extent John, when he let his own portion of light element become visible, and light wanted to interact with John's darkness. For a short time they could absorb the incoming compatible elements, but they were quickly full. Unable to safely carry more, they had to interact with their surroundings. Creating a shell of darkness was asking for a rush of light to be drawn in and explode all at once. Light preferred to be radiated away, but it was still drawn to the largest remaining pockets of darkness inside John. There was only so long that John or Astrid could push it away without becoming fatigued. The actual intention was to bind light and darkness together safely. Astrid did her best to minimize the incoming elements while John focused on that task. He had seen it function inside several individuals, and he had a cycle of core elements. In theory, it would be easy. In practice, it was not. In some ways, their aid with balance was counteracted by John only having a single darkness totem and no light totem. He didn't have the focused control that Nick and Melanthina had. Airily had successfully controlled both very early on, but the only other option for her was to die. John could just give up. He didn't plan to, but he could reach the peak of the ascending soul phase, and he would still be the strongest person he knew. Maybe with a couple exceptions, but they were allies who would be of a similar cultivation. There might not actually be anyone in the exalted soul phase that John would have to compete against, though even then it would be better to reach it, since dominating those in a lower phase was far better. Ultimately, it would just be a waste to have come all this way only to fail to complete the full cycle of elements at the last moment. And there was one problem with giving up. It was unlikely that Aldera would. The Empress of the Empire of Elements was said to dominate the battlefield, already defeating cultivators several ranks ahead of her in the ascending soul phase. If it came down to facing her, John needed to be as strong as possible. Even if he could rely on his allies, Empress Aldera wouldn't fight alone. John couldn't bet on anything more in his favor than a fair fight, and perhaps they wouldn't be enemies in the end. But it was nearly certain that their borders would meet with the way things were going. Having the strength to garner proper respect for himself and the continent would be key. An explosion sent John staggering back. He could handle anything from the annihilation strip itself. Any spiritual energy in the area was blatantly obvious in its approach. This explosion had been due to his own failure, but there was a reason he was combining elements externally. His defenses properly kept him safe. If that happened inside his body, it wasn't something he liked to think about, especially since he'd more or less experienced something similar, and he doubted he would be lucky enough to retain any semblance of life and physicality if it happened again. He could be his own worst enemy, twisting strands together, weaving them over each other. Not just light and darkness, but air, water, fire, and earth. Each of the 6 elements working together in harmony was what he wanted. The only way he knew to make that true was to have diminished amounts of all of them, as in a strain. With all 6 elements, the total quantity of spiritual energy wasn't bad, but they were individually low. That was good enough for a passive background. It was not good enough for a cultivator. The density of spiritual energy he needed to maintain his state as an ascending soul phase cultivator was many times greater than even training rooms in a strain with element gathering formations. He also couldn't have his energy be passive like that. He could, perhaps, make a perfect mixture along the same lines, but he wouldn't be able to access it rapidly, which would weaken his fighting capabilities. He couldn't afford to spend a few minutes disentangling energy when someone was trying to cut off his head. He tried many different patterns, flowing his energy through a full cycle, transforming and bolstering elements. But always light and darkness were drawn together. If he spent more effort keeping them apart than the power they provided, there was no point. But he was certain there was a method, even if he didn't quite have it down yet. He just had to keep going. Chapter 485. Something about John's fusion of light and darkness was imperfect, and he really couldn't afford anything else. If he was taking a normal cultivation path, then adding one more totem wouldn't be a big deal. He would only require sufficient insights to properly stabilize himself with a nice balance of elements. A 6th fire totem wasn't much different than 5 as far as pure cultivators were concerned, so being able to withstand the pressure of the sea of spiritual totems as well as, generally, being prepared for the exalted soul phase should be sufficient. There was a chance that the totem would solve all of John's problems. In theory, 6 elements would be perfectly balanced. In practice, John had nearly killed himself when completing the core cycle as he advanced to the ascending soul phase, which should have also been more balanced than the previous step. He wasn't really keen on gambling his existence. He needed sufficient control to get past some sort of turbulent period. It might last only a few moments, but that could be too much. He intended to be as prepared as one possibly could. If he sensed that it was too risky, beyond the limits of his talent, then he would most likely give up. But that would depend on the threats of the current time. Some things were worth risking one's life for. Gaining ground in the molten sea was not an easy task, but the Empire of Elements was doing so rather steadily. Strangely, they didn't seem to be in a hurry. It appeared they were fine with years going by with little progress. However, Once they captured a position, they seemed quite unlikely to give it up. Then again, cultivators never liked to give up on their claims. People didn't. The war continued, and soon enough the searing sarcophagus fell. That resulted in John's second journey deeper into the molten sea, though he didn't plan to go as far as the first time, just as far as the Kellerman clan. Normally, petitioners would have come to him, to the core of the Western continent. However, what could be done remotely had already been done. The molten sea was loath to send their strongest cultivators, their leadership, away. They didn't have precisely the same complement as before. They were meeting groups in which they had at least some trust, so they didn't bring quite as much combat power, but it was also a matter of people being busy with various duties. Furthermore, those that John trusted the most were also the ones he most wanted in their own regions maintaining stability. He didn't expect the Continental Alliance to fall apart suddenly, but it was better to keep on top of everything. Among the notable groups present this time were some parties very much interested in the potential threats from the molten sea, all of those places closest. This included the encapsulated flow, from which the winding river sect sent Sekar, with whom John was long acquainted. The Frozen Heights sent a group from the Lone Spire John didn't know. The Breathless Plain sent Preshaw from Silver Breeze Gorge. Finally, the Gloom Desolation was the next most likely to be affected and sent Shukrat of the Midnight Bolts. Seeing Tajano again, even if John didn't know her well, he found himself sympathetic. In the current circumstances, they were potentially aligned, and any reasons they had to be opposed were quickly fading. That was because much of the molten sea was falling. In other circumstances, John might have celebrated. "I see you survived," John commented. He didn't know what else today. Tajana turned her face down. Rather embarrassing, is it not? For a sect head to survive the fall of her sect, after the previous sect head held the line. John thought that was rather unfair. Clearly, the threat of the Empire of Elements was significant. Sects can be reconstructed or moved. If all of their people die, they are truly dead. The clan in which I was born had to uproot to an entirely different elemental region, but we still grew strong over time, John commented. Did it help the Tenebach clan that their departure from the Darklands came with Cyritzel? Absolutely. But the point still remained true to some extent. I fear we shall not have an opportunity to resettle. Tajana shook her head. How much have you heard? John shrugged. The grip the True Sea has on their military information is sufficient for us to only get an approximation. The Crimson Temple will fall soon. Other great sects have already fallen. Before the year is out, the Empire of Elements will control half of the Molten Sea, and they will be able to narrow their focus as they continue on. John wanted to say they would help push them back, but he actually couldn't promise that at this stage. Not on his own, and not with the circumstances. In some ways, they should be thanking the Empire of Elements. At the very least, they had to make some contact with them before committing to anything much. Ships sailing on the oceans hadn't returned, so there wasn't much chance of their response being anything but killing the messengers, but John could hope. Samuel was glaring at Tajana, two cultivators with shaved heads seemingly ready to come to blows at any moment. But both had to respect Tyamir Kellerman with his cultivation in the late ascending soul phase, especially because the negotiations were taking place within the territory of the Kellerman clan. The Continentals would also be incentivized to prevent an actual battle. The Bright Trinity have nearly overwhelmed the Crimson Temple, Tajana explained. Samuel looked as if he wished to celebrate that, but kept himself in check. The searing sarcophagus being more closely positioned, they will be cut off from most forms of aid. So you want us to join them? Samuel said. Tajana shook her head. I don't have the authority to speak on their behalf. I merely speak for what I believe to be the best interests of all of us present, as well as the stated goals of the continent. Regaining the searing sarcophagus would be a sound tactical move. John couldn't fault her for desiring that, and she laid out a decent case for it. The Crimson Temple will still fall, Tajana said, but it would take longer. They would bleed the Empire of Elements. But if they hold the searing sarcophagus, they can attack not only the blistering crest, but likely reach as far as the Kellerman clan. Various questions were asked, estimates on how long it might take people to reach the continent. The main answer being that if the local sects and clans didn't stop them, they could sail over in a very short time. But using the terrain of the Molten Sea to their advantage, the local groups could hold them off with sufficient aid. Of course, The main draw was that they did not have to risk their own lands. Their cultivators would still be on the battlefield, but it was possible for them to retreat safely without truly caring about what they left behind. It all made sense to John. Perhaps they should even have committed earlier. We have to support them. Zdislava spoke more on behalf of the continent than as a member of the Molten Sea. At least, that was what John believed, though officially we referred to other Molten Sea sects. She turned to grin at Sekar. Your lands are far too cool for our tastes. The encapsulated flow directly bordered the Molten Sea. They had the most risk. Sekar really didn't need much convincing, except that they would likely also be expected to send more cultivators. But that was what the Continental Alliance was for, sharing the load. John could promise a certain amount of support without negotiating with the other groups, and he was confident in obtaining a certain amount. The Six Elements Crossroads will personally support efforts to retake the searing sarcophagus, he said finally. They could have been enemies. John didn't know if he could have brought himself to support others from the True Sea. However, you would have to break your alliance. What good did it do us? Tajana shook her head. We supported those ahead of us. We lost Tefik, and none bothered to come to our aid. The True Sea won't mean anything soon enough, so I fear no retribution. They'd have to survive that long anyway. Samuel wasn't happy, but Jolana had his ear. His wife said a few things that at least calmed him down enough, possibly mentioning that they would still take the brunt of the damage and that they might get wiped out regardless. John didn't actually pry, but he could still guess. It took a month to return, an extremely long month packed full of diplomatic meetings when they weren't traveling. It was quite inconvenient that they didn't have good locations for people from the continent to gather. Outside of a strain, people had grown too used to the central location that they were hesitant to journey elsewhere. At least they had been able to bypass some of the waiting with swift messages. And now John was leading a moderately sized army into the Molten Sea. Though it had a similar number of ascending soul phase cultivators, they had far more lower phase cultivators. That was necessary for proper battles. The Burning Delta was only responsible for a small number of the ships in the fleet. The Kellerman clan were providing the rest. Each ship was about half filled with their cultivators and half with Continentals. They certainly seemed to believe the threat was significant. John saw signs that they were also moving to support other sects and clans as the threat continued to move towards them. From what John understood, the searing sarcophagus was occupied by the Bright Trinity, with a smattering of other cultivators from the Empire of Elements. Information indicated that it was the origin sect of Aldera, the Empress. They did not practice full-cycle cultivation, but they were tri-element cultivators, the allied cycle of light, specifically light, air, and fire. Not something John saw much on his continent, but perhaps they had precisely the right balance for that to rise to prominence. They approached cautiously. From what he could see, at least the surface of the searing sarcophagus seemed to be in good condition. Then again, without the docks it really wouldn't be a functional location at all. Perhaps they could anchor ships on some of the lower sections of the sect, but that would be more than awkward, especially for foreigners. John expected them to remain mainly on their ships, but they were fire cultivators. Perhaps the Molten Sea wouldn't be so bad for them. Feel that? John leaned towards Astrid. She nodded. Peak ascending soul phase. The question is, why isn't that their leader? Maybe Aldera is a figurehead, John suggested. Or she's able to fight many ranks ahead. Like yourself. It's not unreasonable for a cultivator nearing a full cycle. John frowned. We don't have much data for that. Barely 1.5 instances. Perhaps less than half, for how thin our information is on this Empress. We should just ask him, then. The man in question stood tall and prominent on the bow of a ship as it fearlessly began to approach their armies, alone. John thought that was a bit much. Confidence could bring a cultivator far, but John and Astrid alone could certainly handle the man. Then he wouldn't have much in the way of backup, except of course, he wasn't intending to fight. His voice boomed from afar. I recognize some of you by energy. The searing sarcophagus returns to their home. Others, I know not. Might we be introduced? I am Roy, Elder of the Bright Trinity. John Miller, of the Six Elements Crossroads. He might also be interested in others, but there was only so much people could conveniently shout at a distance, even with spiritual energy helping transmit words. My keen intuition tells me you are not a native of the molten sea, but of the continent beyond. The mirth in Roy's voice indicated he was joking, of course. It was rather obvious that John didn't fit, as well as many of the rest. We have no quarrel with you. Not yet, so you say? But the continent is still quite interested in halting your conquest. Soon, they would be close enough to engage in battle. Though if this elder was willing, John would at least try to speak more before they came to blows. It would likely depend on what happened within the next minute or two. Chapter 486. For the first time, John met an elder of the Bright Trinity. No, any person from the Eastern continent. In a few moments they would likely try to kill each other, and it wouldn't be the first time John fought someone he'd just met. It was fairly standard for cultivators. Really, what is your purpose here? The man asked. Elder Roy was his name, and he was a peak ascending soul phase cultivator, right on the threshold of the exalted soul phase. Though that didn't mean he was close to successfully completing that step. Indeed, he may have already given up. John's fleet faced him at a distance from the searing sarcophagus. Their voices carried over a further distance with the aid of spiritual energy. The Empire of Elements might know that already, if things had gone differently, John commented. Perhaps they already did know. We have sent numerous vessels to try to contact you. There was no particular reaction from Roy, which didn't mean anything either way. Surprise could have been faked. Stoicism was expected from cultivators to begin with. We are concerned the Empire of Elements will not stop their conquest with the molten sea, and we don't intend to allow our borders to be threatened. An understandable goal, the man said. This was where John expected him to declare he couldn't give up his position. However, we cannot give up all of our progress here. However, we do not yet need to push beyond the searing sarcophagus. We shall return this location to your erstwhile allies. Expect us to contact you at this location in the near future. Just like that, John hadn't even asked them to give it up, though of course the flea he had with him had clear implications. And how long would this near future be? No more than 2 months, Elder Roy declared. But there is quite a distance that our messages must cover. Not wishing to argue himself out of generous concessions, John had to agree. I don't know what authority someone like you could possibly lack to engage in diplomacy yourself, but we will wait for you to reach out. Roy nodded. Then we shall depart forthwith. Look forward to our next meeting. John kind of did. If things could be resolved without war, John would much prefer that. Tajana, on the other hand, seemed less pleased. We could have easily defeated them and weakened their base. Do you think they have many peak ascending soul phase cultivators lying around? Now they will simply gather together for a more dangerous assault. Do you really wish to fight them with the defensive fortifications of your own sect? John asked. We would not be at such a significant disadvantage as you might think, she commented. But I must admit I would prefer we regain control above all else. Do you think they are preparing to battle? It doesn't feel like it, John commented. It would be a bit odd to take their vessels to the far docks and to let us draw up here safely. At that very moment, they were able to depart, though John much preferred to keep some distance to let the Empire of Elements cultivators do as they pleased. Within reason, of course. If they intended to scuttle the structure, that would be something different, but he didn't sense any large fluctuations of energy. He could clearly feel the light, air, and fire of Roy himself, moving throughout the structure below. It soon became quite clear they were actually departing. Tajana sighed. I suppose I'm not strong enough to get this sort of respect. Is it just your cultivation, or your backing? I'm sure it takes both to get this sort of reaction, John said. Though you'd be surprised at how often people don't seem to care about either. It was a flaw any cultivator could fall into, that they were the strongest. Even John's internal assertion that he and Astrid could take down Roy together was speculation. The man had 2 ranks more than John, and doubtless significant combat experience. Possessing a minor cycle of elements, he hadn't simply coasted forward with the easiest path available. The Bright Trinity likely had to reach the soul expansion phase to truly secure their advantages. If they could reach the exalted soul phase with 2 totems for each of their elements, John imagined they would stand above the average power at that threshold, though it was impossible to say what such average would actually be. The average of those with great talent and fortune was more difficult to judge. Perhaps one had to have an exceptional style to merely cross that threshold, and Roy hadn't quite managed it just yet. John had enough of complaining about the heat, so he was looking for other things to say. I feel like that was too easy. John commented to Astrid. He might have accidentally stumbled onto the root of the problem. Our forces were superior. It is also to their advantage to keep us out of the war for the moment. But I wouldn't be surprised about people showing you respect. Even so, John said, I would have expected more negotiations. No, maybe I should have pushed for more. Astrid shook her head. What more could you have asked for? Tajana mentioned that they didn't even completely drain the treasury. She rubbed his hair as his head rested in her lap. That's already plenty of respect. They're not just going to give up other locations you haven't been to. She was right, of course. But John had been alive too long to believe that things would continue peacefully, regardless of the truth. He had hope, of course, but his preparations were all based around things going wrong. Sometimes, he would rather not be right. Ships were incoming, and more than a few. There were a handful of ascending soul phase cultivators among them, though mostly the early phase. Even so, it was not at the level of a proper diplomatic outreach. There was some sense in trying to balance the sides, but it was possible to go too far. And Roy wasn't among them. In some ways, that could have been a relief. He was clearly powerful, after all. Yet the forces that had been sent should be a decent challenge regardless. John didn't have to give any specific orders for everyone to prepare themselves. It was the searing sarcophagus themselves that had more lower-ranking members that needed to be organized. The rest of the force was mostly consolidated soul phase or stronger, far fewer numbers than the hundreds of members the sect had, even in its current state. There was just one thing that had to be answered. Are we fighting? Preshal asked. That's up to them, John said. If we are, we're fighting to win. We'll take all of them down. John closed his eyes for a moment. They mainly appear to be from the Bright Trinity, though there's one relevant pure water cultivator. Think you can handle that? Preshal took a moment to fully consider. I have the elemental advantage. I believe I'm a rank behind, though. I can at least hold whoever it is at bay. Good. Astrid and I will go after whoever appears to be calling the shots. Assuming they aren't actually here to talk. John took in the presence of the enemies once more. The only one I would have expected to hold a higher position than Roy would be the Empress herself. None of these could possibly be Aldera. He would have also expected Roy to return either way, for negotiations or battle. But it was clear in John's mind that there wasn't a full-cycle cultivator among this group, and certainly not an exceptional one, like the Empress was said to be. John wasn't certain that he alone would have been a sufficient reason for the Empress to attend herself, but what he represented certainly should be. One continent and another should be somewhat equal, he hoped. Ultimately, John wasn't afraid of the incoming enemies. He was just concerned what it meant for them to seemingly casually send numerous ascending soul phase cultivators. By the will of the Empire of Elements, you will be exterminated. Well, that certainly put a damper on potential negotiations. They weren't even trying to hide it if that was the first thing they said as they approached. At least their combat preparations would get some use. Is this what negotiations from your empire looks like? John asked. I expected more of Roy. Silence. Your insults will not be tolerated. John was going to ask more about that, but they clearly weren't in the mood to do anything but fight. The woman speaking hadn't even introduced herself, but her spiritual energy was raring for battle even at a distance. Her attack reminded him of his ideas for light-based advanced body tempering. Arcing up into the sky and back down, the woman launched a bolt of lightning with a brilliant flash. John and Astrid stood at the front of the pack, drawing upon the spiritual energy of others to form a barrier that absorbed the attack. But the flash was still very real, and even diminished it ruined John's sight for a few moments. A worthy demonstration for the name of the Bright Trinity. John suspected it would catch anything it struck on fire with ease. Do not think we are timid children able to be walked over. John said, if you insist on this path, then today you die. A great uproar from those around him. People had been wanting to fight for a while. And of course the searing sarcophagus was interested in revenge for their many losses in the war. Not just their former sect head, but also the losses that forced them out of their sect. John wondered why they'd gotten it back so easily. It was a decent defensive position. The incoming fleet couldn't easily make use of numbers because they would be facing all of the strongest defenders together at the choke points. And the searing sarcophagus was already preparing to ambush them from below. The native molten sea cultivators were also quite interested in taking down the enemy's ships so they couldn't escape. John's disappointment turned to anger. Why had he even bothered to wait for a response if they were just going to fight? He should have killed Roy when he had the chance. Clearly, the Empire of Elements had no intention of stopping their expansion after the Molten Sea. They would regret how they underestimated others. Perhaps they would end up more powerful than the Western continent. But John swore that he wouldn't make things easy for them. He and Aldera held their position on the docks. John could have probably sunk a ship or two with his throwing daggers. Their power came not from their mass, but the spiritual energy he charged them with. But the cultivators would still have reached them to fight regardless. Unless they sent an assault force that couldn't handle the native terrain of the region. But John seriously doubted they could get this far with such incompetence. Their water cultivator tried to flood the docks with lava. John wondered what sect he was from. Would he be from Aegler, where Xianxia had reincarnated from? Surely they must have other notable water element regions, but that was the main one John was aware of. Additionally, John could think of nothing more from his energy than a calm lake, one that very calmly threatened to turn to ash himself and his allies. John and Astrid split the wave. The docks would have been fine. They lived in lava, after all, but forcing every individual cultivator to shield themselves from the lava would have worn down the defenders unnecessarily. Presha moved fearlessly forward, and instead of fighting back against the waves allowed them to push her up. Then she floated into the sky. Even if Silver Breeze Gorge weren't known for their aerial combat, she was still capable of such at her level. No, even when John had first met her a handful of ranks weaker, she could fly with ease when she wished to. It had been too long since he got to see her serious. She participated in the tournaments on occasion, but Presha could do so much more where it mattered. Slingstones shot down from the skies, earth augmented by wind for great power. Her opponent had to dodge. Blocking was a terrible idea, especially with an elemental disadvantage, for the man was a water cultivator. Weak against air, not strong against earth. Presha had more direct attacks as well, creating blades of wind. She swapped between high-pressure air and vacuum with ease, while she easily avoided any lava lobbed at her with water element techniques. John carefully observed the combat techniques of his own foes, as he knew he would be fighting the Bright Trinity again in the future. They used long weapons, staves, spears, and various polearms. Light was used for rapid light attacks as well as to disable people with bright flashes. Air was used to enhance maneuverability and for lightning strikes. Fire came from that very lightning or was used directly. An allied cycle wasn't quite as powerful in how the elements fed into each other as the core cycle of elements, but it was far simpler. Clearly, they were experts with their techniques. John was going to learn how to counter as many of them as possible, while not risking the lives of their own cultivators by delaying too much. Chapter 487. Conflicting thoughts filled John's head, like if he should bother to ask the name of the man he was about to kill. It would be useful to have for context if people complained about it later, but when would it even matter? If the Empire of Elements betrayed the first opportunity they had for negotiations, surely they would do the same for all others. No, it was safe to assume that they had slain those on the various ships they sent through the normal seas as well. At the very least, John couldn't expect any serious efforts to negotiate until they were on the back foot. And then he was going to push them 3 steps further for all the trouble. But as for today, nobody had to survive. What a waste of time, effort, and lives. That was lives on both sides. In a large battle, it was impossible for any group to have no casualties unless one side was massively overwhelming. At least against human opponents that wouldn't easily allow people to swap out when they got tired. I've seen enough of their techniques, John commented to Astrid. How about you? The water cultivators are nothing exceptional, she commented. Only the Bright Trinity have anything unique going for them. I think I've seen as much as we can safely observe. John nodded. Right then, let's finish this. The man who stood against them, with numerous subordinates protecting him, narrowed his brow. You know I can hear you, right? It won't be so easy. Oh, is that so? John began to gather his spiritual energy, Astrid as well, and he internally prompted her to gather more light element. She would be able to intuit which technique he wanted based on his own balance. She threw weak darts of flame, which the man easily blocked, but that wasn't their purpose. Nor was the light element in the sudden blooms of sungrass meant to actually blind the man. Instead, it was meant for John, who tossed a throwing dagger into the mix, charged with darkness. Together their elements erupted, sending the man staggering back. Another dagger followed behind, which the man dodged. However, it didn't matter if he did. The trail of darkness it carried wrapped around him, drawing his attention as it was supposed to. For elements carried John forward with great speed, the molten sea and the skies above pushing him forward. His sword stabbed towards the man, who tried to parry with his quarterstaff. If the man hadn't focused on the light element John was displaying as a feint, he might have gotten the actual attack trajectory correct. John's sword stabbed through one of his lungs. Wait. Why? John gave the man half a moment to supply a reason. Yet he stood there stunned, as if merely asking should have been sufficient. He certainly wasn't going to give a duplicitous bunch a chance to pull one over on him. He charged his sword with the three opposite elements. While they more or less balanced out, unfortunately for the man who was about to die, that was only reasonable if the clash was happening outside of his chest cavity. With a look of confusion and rage on his face, the bright Trinity cultivator died. Did he expect special treatment because he was a little bit stronger than others? His subordinates had been dying all battle, and he hadn't begged for any of their lives. John wasn't inclined to try for ransoms when it would just result in them sending another organized group for an assault. He flicked the blood off his sword and turned to the next ascending soul phase cultivator. Presha had the water cultivator well handled. The only reason she hadn't won her battle yet was the numerous subordinates holding her back. But she would win, especially with the tides turning against them. John and Astrid moved in on another. The Empire of Elements apparently had plenty to spare, or they wouldn't have sent these people to die. Unless Roy just didn't like them. Though if the Empire of Elements had such petty infighting, they probably wouldn't last long. The woman tried to run. Subordinates even tried to block for her, but it wouldn't have done any good. John seriously doubted most people would get far in the molten sea without a ship. She would have worn herself out flying or protecting herself from the sea itself if John and Astrid hadn't cut her down after the handful of consolidated soul phase cultivators. At least she died with dignity. A tactical retreat was the reasonable option, and she at least didn't look surprised that she wasn't going to live. It was their fault, of course. If they had wanted peace, they would have had peace. But they came in with a declaration of war, and so they would get war. The spoils of war we claimed will go to those who sent the ships, John declared. That excluded the portions the searing sarcophagus to help with fortifying their position, including calling on the support of others in the molten sea. They weren't at a critical location, but they were one of the closest. That declaration did mean that the 6 Elements crossroads had to cover the costs of some continentals who had died, but it was worth such minor expenses to begin getting everyone on board. The Empire of Elements doesn't intend to cease their conquest. John continued to address the gathered leaders of the continent. If he was trying to get the whole continent to go to war, without their territory being clearly intruded upon, he needed to be as convincing as possible. No small groups. Instead, they filled a section of the arena like an amphitheater. They have no honor to speak of. If we wish to stop them, we must gain a dominant position and force an end to things. Many people wanted to comment, but only one could speak at a time. John was able to direct things with his position, but he still chose a number of random individuals he couldn't predict the words of. Why shouldn't we just claim their territory? Asked a cultivator from the Darklands. A moderately sized sect that wasn't terribly important, but still had late consolidated soul phase cultivators due to the current cultivation boom. Logistics, John said. The continents aren't conveniently located. A defensive war is to our advantage, with the support of the molten sea. And if we try to exert lasting influence over what is left of the molten sea, John shook his head. He didn't have any specific negatives to state, so he left it to speculation. It's simply not practical. Plus, he wasn't really into the whole conquering empire thing. But there were plenty of people with older ideas in their head that would need to be convinced through other methods. How will we distribute the future spoils of war? Asked a man from the Sunfields. By contribution, of course. Those immediately involved will receive the largest share. Those on the front lines will receive a portion even if they aren't required to be active. And a smaller portion will be distributed among those who help maintain our border security here. We can't forget about other dangers, after all. He could make a number of declarations himself, but ultimately John needed the support of the whole continent. He had great sway when including the various sect and clans with which he had close ties, but it wasn't complete. He needed people to be motivated to fight, yet not feel excluded if they didn't. Some would opt for easy jobs like defending the shorelines. They wouldn't be paid much, nor would they grow much since they lacked ambition. Not that John expected everyone to throw themselves onto the front lines. Half of his friends and some of his family might be doing that, but he didn't expect it of people. It was perfectly reasonable to stick to supporting the molten sea, but of course cultivators like their rewards and practical experience both. Most of the important details had already been worked out among those who mattered more, but they still needed the support of people in general. The Western continent wasn't an empire where he could just do whatever he wanted. It would have been a terrible idea, right? Right. Even if he had been interested in the idea, he wasn't strong enough yet. Certainly, there weren't that many late-stage ascending soul phase cultivators and fewer that weren't his close allies. But as could be seen with Abrid, a stage advantage wasn't everything. The downside of being in a centralized location was that everyone could move against him and the six elements crossroads together if they wanted to, or take out his various allies individually, which was why it was important that the continent as a whole got along. For the same reason, he didn't want the Western continent to hurt itself with infighting. They had to stand against the empire of elements. More people would die if they didn't, and they would also be people he cared about. It seemed strangely true that there was always a stronger threat. John imagined he could kill this empress if they fought. Wasn't she lower cultivation? But of course he wouldn't even have an opportunity. And if he did, he wouldn't be planning for a fair fight. Fair fights where one had a good chance of dying. John didn't think he could get away with many more even odds and survive. Obviously, he was willing to take chances if he had to. But if he didn't, then even a handful of 10% odds wasn't great. Battle wasn't actually random, but it was always possible to overestimate oneself or underestimate an enemy. John knew that well, because he often made use of that to surprise his enemies. He was the one that yet lived, so it was clearly feasible. Many questions came about precise distributions of money. Everyone wanted to optimize things for themselves, to draw a little bit more. John said the details weren't quite worked out yet, but they would be fair. The latter part was true as far as he could make it. Perhaps biased towards those that were already strong, but they would be the ones taking on the main risks. Besides, that was just how a cultivation world worked. As long as they didn't intentionally exclude weaker cultivators from opportunities, John believed things were better off than previous generations. He wasn't going to get everything perfect in just one lifetime. That was because John, as well as all of his good friends, were imperfect. Just because he thought they were the best didn't mean he needed to get a big head and forget that they had flaws. That was a good way to suffer negative consequences, which he intended to be there to experience. Lifetimes were long in a world of cultivation, and John quite liked being alive. The Six Elements Crossroads had a number of reliable individuals watching over it. Physical dangers weren't the biggest threats given its position. Instead, it was economic or social threats. John was unconcerned about leaving that in the hands of Viriato and his primary disciples, though soon enough, some of the latter might be reaching the ascending soul phase. The core cycle cultivators had serious choices to make with their progression, but all the information the crossroads had was available for them. Some might choose to double up on two elements, or get mixed totems to try to maximize their core cycle. But John knew some wanted a full cycle of 6 elements, so they'd have to choose light or darkness. From his perspective, it seemed easier to have started with one of those choices. Of course, his start had been rough, and so had reaching the ascending soul phase. And the exalted soul phase might kill him, but wasn't that just cultivation? He was leaving to participate in the war. Not on the front lines at all times, but at least near them to help coordinate things between the molten sea and the continent. When he was needed, if they had sufficient forewarning, he could join as reinforcements. The same was true of many others, though some would be constantly involved with such things. Ursel, for example. She didn't have a clan tying her down, and she very much thrived in conflict. The molten sea wasn't the easiest location for an earth cultivator like her to act, but that just made it better training. Even at a disadvantage, she was among the strongest people they had. Lucanus and Justina would of course be superior, with their primary element being the most intense part of the local environment. Ursul's armor was good, but she had neither endless stamina nor an invulnerable body. The molten sea was far more intense than simple arena formations. Though the crossroads might be working towards some more satisfying arena setups for ascending soul phase cultivators. Remaining on the defensive, Deirdre would be monitoring the shores of the molten sea with numerous others, just in case the Empire of Elements tried to slip past the sects of the molten sea instead of continuing their conquest as expected. On the watery shores, there would be numerous patrols of ships already looking for islanders. Turdo would be involved with some of those ships, and Melanthina was helping secure the Gloom Desolation's shorelines. Though perhaps their name wasn't going to remain appropriate for long. Gloom, perhaps, as the area was still strongly dark element, but desolate it was not, with the earth element returned. John didn't know whether to hope for a short war or a long on. Short wars likely meant more cultivators dying in a compressed time span, but long wars could have more total deaths. The only thing that was certain was that war was happening, and they had to win. Chapter 488. Though John preferred to constantly have Astrid by his side, he was aware that they couldn't always be. The Empire of Elements was keeping constant pressure on the front lines of the war, and sometimes people were needed in multiple locations. Ascending soul phase cultivators were at the top of the totem pole and were almost required for a proper fighting force. They did still spend the majority of their time together, and even if it was in the context of a war, John was just glad for the time. This time he was the one going off, while she remained to keep one of their locations secure. The battle lines were drawn all across the midline of the Molten Sea, and the support of the other Molten Sea cultivators and the continent kept the lines pushing back and forth in various places. Nobody was making any great progress, though John hoped. They were wearing down the enemy forces. It was difficult to say, as they were dealing with another entire continent. The northeastern end of the Molten Sea met with traditional seas in rather violent ways. For the most part, various forms of igneous rock formed a barrier between the two, but such a barrier was always collapsing and reforming. Sometimes the Molten Sea would spearhead out into the salty ocean, and other times the waters would break into the lava, generally building up beneath before superheated steam burst out in large bubbles. These were dangers that could be found in other portions of the Molten Sea, but somewhat more frequent on the shores. Different vessels were required to traverse water seas, and there were others assigned to dealing with any foes that might go past by traditional water routes. What John was watching for was passage through the Molten Sea, where they would try to sneak around and flank defenses. John's monitoring of incoming ships involved a lot of flying. Each time he flew above the Molten Sea, John was reminded that spiritual energy didn't necessarily follow the laws of physics. Things were hottest near the sea itself, and he would have expected a gradual fall-off as the heat dissipated, but that was not so. Instead, while the temperature did dip for a certain distance, it then rose once more until it hit a peak below the cloud level, regardless of whether there were any actual clouds present at the moment. Fire elemental spiritual energy built up there before the atmosphere rapidly began to thin. John idly wondered if there was any utility to it. It would actually make hot air balloons harder to use, as they took advantage of the differences between internal and external temperatures. Not that the continent had much of that, despite the recent design work. The point was, it made it hard for John to do anything but fly himself. It would have been highly unpleasant if he didn't have a fire totem. As it was, it felt like exercising on a day that was just a bit too hot. Unpleasant and muggy, instead of nearly deadly. No, perhaps it would be. Actually, deadly without both spiritual energy control and his body tempering to regulate temperature. He had gotten rather far removed from what was normal, and he didn't have convenient temperature comparisons to work from. The only thing he was certain of was that the temperature in the sky was lower than that of boiling water, which wasn't a terribly comforting threshold. His eyes scanned the horizon for ships. He did so frequently. Several times a month, he went out on a scouting mission, usually after receiving reports of ships in a particular area. Depending on the situation, they could attack enemy ships, go support a local fort that might fall under attack, or call for reinforcements. Of course, there were also situations where there was just nothing. Either the ships turned back or had otherwise been misidentified. People also try to hide their vessels. Light and darkness were the most common stealth-related elements. But in the Molten Sea, almost anything could be used. Air could capture the common wisps of steam to create a haze. Fire and water were, of course, the dominant elements in the region. So while they could alter the visual feedback through means of mirages, they were the best at simply hiding from cultivators. Earth was perhaps the only one with no value, at least while actively moving. If they were anchored somewhere, a small shell of stone could obscure the signs of a ship. John had seen many such tricks, and he didn't rely on any one sense. Obviously, if there were obvious signs, he focused on those first, but he didn't discount the possibility that two fleets might be sailing alongside each other, one hidden. It was not beyond the empire of elements to conceal a modest fleet for days, and they certainly didn't have any limitations based on the type of element they were using. Some low clouds passed in front of John's vision. He carefully dispersed them. He didn't want to alert anyone below of his presence. He had his own ways of hiding himself, but a backdrop of clouds was actually better for him than the skies of the molten sea. Mostly blue skies, but tinged by the local elements. John could rather easily replicate the light of clouds close behind him, but it was more difficult with distant skies. John spotted his quarry, and after determining with reasonable certainty that there weren't any other fleets within a few dozen kilometers, he slowly descended, lowering himself gently down. Not revealing himself through excessive spiritual energy usage was even more important than visually hiding himself. Of course, there might be times he wanted to reveal himself as a deterrent, but for the moment, he was looking forward to opportunities to hit enemy forces. When he landed, he directed the ships in the right direction. Consolidated Soul Phase cultivators were tasked with their own stealth methods as they sought out the diverse enemy fleet. The Empire of Elements sometimes only had one or two sects together, while other units were fully mixed between elements. Unlike the six elements crossroads, however, they were clearly still distinct groups, merely trained to work together. Unsurprisingly, with an empress like Aldera, mixing elements was understood to be beneficial. It was a shame that they didn't go for single elements more often, because it allowed the Western continent a chance to pick a dominant element ahead of time. Not that they always had access to whatever forces they pleased. John felt the familiar distortion of a heat haze hiding their ships as they approached. The point wasn't to be completely invisible, just to not show up immediately as they crested the horizon. They wanted to get a jump on their foes, but they couldn't reasonably expect to actually reach the enemy fleet before they were noticed. Though John himself could actually do a pretty decent job of blending into the background without using much of his own spiritual energy. To most, even elements appeared as nothing. Against a background of water and fire, he merely had to adjust what elements displayed themselves. The advantage here was that the enemy wouldn't flee too quickly if they didn't realize he was around. With no ascending soul phase cultivator among this fleet, they wouldn't stand and fight if they knew he was present. It wasn't anything about John in particular, but what any ascending soul phase cultivator could do to the balance of a battlefield. They were spotted a couple hundred meters away, but that was close enough that they might as well have met. Ships that could maneuver the molten sea weren't precisely known for their ability to make tight turns, and it was also a distance that cultivators could cross in a handful of seconds. They did begin to turn their vessels, but that also allowed them to bring more of their cultivators to bear at once. Ships didn't tend to have cannons, but why would anyone need them when they had control over elemental forces? Actual cannons would be great if they weren't subject to a single tiny spark blowing up your own ship. Doing anything similar with fancy enchantments was quite expensive, especially when you could put that same money into a mighty spear that would see more use. John didn't discount the possibility, of course. He just found he could follow the general logic that this world used, and he didn't necessarily have the capacity to invent a functional version of things all on his own. Balls of lava were flung at John's fleet. They were neither fast nor slow, as they had to be deflected regardless. Otherwise, they would land on the decks of the ships. While they were somewhat resistant to heat, only the outer hull was completely resistant to the power of the molten sea. Besides, cultivators could boost their own attacks. Fountains of water struck down flying lava, both slowing the momentum and cooling the attacks. They dropped down towards the sea as a counterattack was launched, lightning bolts from air cultivators and spears of stone from the solidified blobs of stone that had been lava moments before. Longer-range battles rarely lasted long. Few cultivators were efficient at such a long range, but it kept people occupied for the approach and could cause injuries or otherwise tire out foes if one was more efficient. As their ships just about caught up, John revealed his presence with a flash. Light was his weakest element, thus nobody expected it from him. He didn't know how far details about him in particular had spread, but he wanted to be as disruptive as possible, and his surface resemblance to their empress should be sufficiently effective. John joined his allies in a melee assault, leaping between vessels and cutting down those around him. He sought out his opponents according to the cycle of elements, as much as possible. If he couldn't find someone weak to the next step in the chain, he at least could find someone with a neutral element. His cultivation advantage would carry him far. He could fight 2 or 3 consolidated soul phase cultivators easily. 4 or more became a bit troublesome as they might surround him, and John wished to avoid that as much as possible. He had no intention of dying to recklessness when he had perfectly good subordinates to rely upon. He couldn't take all of the burden onto himself. He wouldn't. There were people waiting for him to return. After all, it wasn't long before their foes began to retreat. Their furthest ships had completely turned about, and their fighters abandoned the front half of the fleet. John could have ordered his own fleet to chase after them. But as the lava-splitting ships were empowered by the cultivators aboard, they would have to expend their own spiritual energy to chase the tail ends of the ships. Complete annihilation wasn't necessary. They could be happy with those that they had killed and the ships they seized. This was just one battle of many. The enemy would lose sufficient morale from their failure, and the war would continue regardless. 1 year wasn't long so far, but John could foresee things dragging on. He wasn't sure if he should be happy that his personal cultivation was advancing due to the hardship, but since the war was happening anyway, he wasn't going to complain. Some days he had more worthy opponents, but even facing multiple individual foes revealed flaws within himself, even if they didn't notice or failed to take advantage of such things. John's cycle of elements was still imperfect, that he knew. He continued to spend time in the sea of spiritual totems, hunting down the perfect light element totem, or perhaps creating it in his own mind. Either way, he needed to be able to access it comfortably for his advancement, whenever that came about. He would reach the 44th rank soon. The 45th was the peak of the ascending soul phase. But of course, that wasn't sufficient. Just the bare minimum requirement to advance. He needed to be the best version of himself to reach the exalted soul phase, or acknowledge his limits. Chapter 489. The invasion of the Molten Sea had been ongoing for many years by the time the Western continent got involved. Unsurprisingly, the war didn't simply end upon their inclusion. The majority of the Molten Sea had already been defeated. Only dregs of the so-called True Sea remained, trying desperately to reclaim their territory with the aid of the Kellerman clan, smaller Molten Sea sects, and the Continental Alliance. John and Astrid were gathered together with Ursel, Steve, and Justina. There were often other ascending soul phase arriving and departing the battlefront, but most of them were consistently present on the front lines. You know, Ursel commented, I kind of expected to be fighting against the Molten Sea if it came down to it. John nodded. I must admit to thinking the same. At the moment, they were gathered near the eastern battlefront, more to the southeast, with the lines of conflict generally stretching from northwest to southeast due to how the continents neighbored the Molten Sea. The fighting had grown more intense in that region, with the Empire of Elements pushing to capture more territory. For the most part, things had seemed vaguely even with both sides losing and gaining ground just as in the beginning. However, it appeared the Empress Aldera was involving herself in more battles. Even though she was just one ascending soul phase cultivator, wherever she went tended to see significantly greater victories on the side of the Empire. At least the True Sea are still pulling their own weight, Steve commented. If they expected us to get their land back for them, I don't know if I would even bother. None of us are fond of them, Astrid agreed. I've seen firsthand what they did to the Sunfields as Jessine carved a path through our land. But we have no reason to believe the Empire of Elements would be better. John sighed. He had hoped. He wasn't sure quite what he had hoped, but if they could have at least had some sort of peaceful negotiations, they wouldn't have had to have this war. He was perfectly willing to enforce some sort of deal where they got the half of the Molten Sea they had already conquered. It wasn't fair, of course, but that was the sort of thing that happened when you didn't like some of those involved in the negotiations. There hadn't even been an opportunity to entertain or reject offers of varying reasonableness. They just tried to kill him, and all of the continent's previous attempts clearly hadn't gotten through to them. So now they met on the battlefield, experiencing casualties on both sides. Are we winning? John asked. With territory gained and lost, it seemed as if they were at a stalemate, but territory wasn't important. They were only holding it for tactical reasons. The far bigger deal was the cultivators that were injured or killed. Clearly, the Empire of Elements had ascending soul phase cultivators in great abundance, but they couldn't be endless. Likewise, each region of the Western continent had at least a few, but they still had less than 100. Each one that fell was a significant blow. Injuries were one thing if they could be healed. Sometimes a limb was lost which was nearly impossible to recover from. And of course, there were deaths. Charlotte of the Firepine Palace had been the one that hit John the hardest. They were friends, having fought alongside each other in various campaigns. There were other losses that were probably worse for the continent overall. Cultivators of higher ranks instead of an old woman only in the early ascending soul phase. But that was the one that bothered him. It wasn't something he could have done anything about, but he had to wonder if he could have somehow prevented the war. It didn't matter if the thought made sense. His mind kept coming back to it. He had lost people before and he knew he would again in the future, but that didn't mean he had to accept it. "We'll win," Ursel said confidently. "Just look at us. You've got me, of course. And these two are a terror to the Empire of Elements. I hear they have crazy high bounties, but even the Empress herself wouldn't be able to collect. And then there's you and Astrid. Together, you can probably beat anyone like. You're a great team. You're almost an exalted soul phase cultivator yourself." It was true that John had been growing rapidly. Years of war were worth several times as much progress as standard cultivation, maybe up to 10 times. He had already reached the 44th rank and was close to the 45th. He still wasn't at the peak of the ascending soul phase, but he would reach it. "If only my growth were comforting," John said. "But their Empress appears to have reached the late ascending soul phase." "That's still less than you," Ursel said. "And these two, and barely ahead of me, as if a single rank matters." "Our first news of her was in the early ascending soul phase," John pointed out. "If we assumed that she was already as far advanced as she could be there, she gained 4 ranks in barely a handful of years. She's dangerous. Unfortunately, she's not easy to pin down, so we can't just try to take her out. And I doubt she would respond to a politely worded letter. Navigating the molten sea was a pain. Specifically, it was that information traveled slowly, far slower than in most other regions. In peaceful times, it wasn't a problem, as there would be frequent merchant ships going from place to place. However, if an outlying island was lost, there might not be a scrap of news, and gaining information about a lost island might cause more casualties. Air cultivators could scout at a greater distance, but they couldn't be alone. That was because the Empire of Elements could match them. It prevented both sides from sending lone scouts unless they were confident they were the fastest, but everyone needed at least a full squad of backup, which could end up slowing them down. There wasn't any natural terrain that allowed for better vantage points, either. The molten sea was mostly flat except for some of its islands. A few volcanoes, though not as many as one might expect. With molten activity literally everywhere, there was seldom an opportunity for anything to build up inside a solid shell. "We can take out more guys if you need us to," Steve offered. Justina gave her husband a look, but nodded. "Indeed. We are able to operate effectively in this environment. If you are able to put together a few more strike teams, we might gain the upper hand." John had to think about it. Maybe he should have had his conclusion immediately, but he was in a tough position. "You shouldn't risk yourselves," he said. "Eventually, the Empire of Elements will overextend. If we can get a few decisive victories, they'll have to give up eventually." John didn't want to consider the other option, the war dragging on, and the sovereign primacy or some people from the windswept sea taking the opportunity to attack the continent. They had defensive measures in place, of course, but staying on alert long-term was a toll on their people. They also couldn't guarantee that their forces were enough to cover everything. As for the problem of Eldera, maybe John was being foolish. They had taken out single powerful cultivators before. Chances were, he could kill her himself. Not that he intended to try. He wouldn't want to die because he thought he was stronger than he actually was. There was a reason he had strong allies. Pressure. Pressure was good for some things. It all very much depended on the situation. In certain machines, pressure was mandatory for them to function. It could drive a cultivator to grow. And too much pressure could cause things to explode, both machines and people. Cultivators could take such things more literally. The war in the Molten Sea was a problem. John had led the continent into the war, so it was his responsibility. It didn't matter if it was necessary and the war was inevitable or if it hadn't been. This is where they were now, so they had to win. They had to have victories. But John was neither a great strategist nor a great tactician. He was passable in such areas, and so were those he trusted as advisors. It didn't seem that the Empire of Elements had anyone of astounding merit in those regards, but that just meant that they fought and fought. Even battles were far worse for both sides. If neither side had a serious advantage, both would have great casualties. If one side was dominant, they could force the other to flee. Indeed, they might drive off an enemy force without ever engaging. While this meant no reduction in enemy forces, it also allowed them to claim certain locations. Despite there being a war, the Molten Sea was still a constant source of various useful cultivation resources. Spirit fire and spirit water in various forms were constantly building up, and of course the general density of spiritual energy allowed many cultivators to train, even those that had elements that were at a disadvantage. A few cultivators were growing stronger, while others died. John was one of the fortunate few growing strong, but he could easily find himself in the other bucket. The lack of success was straining the continent's bonds. While many regions were held together by mutual interest, there were some factions only concerned about strength. A lack of victories, even against a powerful opponent, appeared as weakness. John was growing worried about what was happening back home. Viriato seemed to have things well in hand inside a strain, but the situation couldn't continue forever. Perhaps John displayed too much of his concerns. He wasn't worried about enemies getting word of it. There was no real communication with the Empire of Elements. Spies would be obvious in either direction. However, those who care about John wanted to help, and not all of them were prone to making the wisest decisions. Two incidents happened back to back. First, Steve and Xianxia returned, battered and bruised. John sensed them coming from many kilometers off, and their auras were simply wrong. Far too weak for the people he knew. Nothing would have been able to stop him from flying out to meet them. He wanted to snatch them both up, but they looked as if they might break if he touched them. What happened? John asked. Ran into some storm cultivators, Steve grunted. I've never seen so much lightning before. Notably, they were quite adept at channeling their lightning through lava, Xianxia said. John gingerly picked them up with his energy, lifting them from the sea itself. And your squads? Steve shook his head. Didn't bring any. We wanted to move fast. There was an opportunity, and we flubbed it. I flubbed it. I agreed to the plan, Xianxia said. I know you. We are equally at fault for how things turned out. I'm afraid we won't be able to rejoin the battlefield for at least a few months. Winds swirled around them as John rushed them towards the base he had come from. They needed proper medics. They were already talking about recovery as if it was guaranteed they would survive, but John wasn't sure about that with the way things were. A million thoughts danced through his mind. He could have reminded them that they agreed to be cautious. He could have joined them. They could have brought others. No doubt they had considered those options and decided their route was best. Either way, it was already done. No doubt the Empire of Elements would have registered their defeats and would be pushing harder to take advantage of their absence. The two were a famous pair, after all. That situation was bad enough. But when Ursula arrived less than a day later without a scrap of her armor, it didn't matter to John that her wounds were relatively minor in comparison. He could sense from her stance how close she had come to death. How could it be any different, with her nearly invulnerable armor destroyed? Chapter 490. She wrecked me. Ursula spoke sullenly. It was barely even a fight. I barely even saw her face, and then I was flooded with light and flame and my armor melted. That was continent steel. That sky woman couldn't even dent my mountain steel armor. And this stuff was so much better, and it just melted. The fact that Ursula could barely even summon her usual spirit spoke to John about how serious the situation was. Ursula didn't say who she was, but it was rather easy to make a presumption. Aldera? John asked. Unless they have another one like her. Ursula shook her head. We didn't talk much, obviously. John had to think for a moment. Astrid asked a proper question before he could really mull over the situation. Do you think she will remain in her position? We could launch a strike team. No. Ursula spoke the single word with such conviction that John knew it wasn't an answer to the first question, but to the follow-up. That wouldn't. She doesn't fight alone. Not that she needed any help to take us out. John didn't want to push his daughter, but she was the one who had most directly experienced Aldera. Many of those in the same assault force with her hadn't returned at all. Is there anything functional that you can tell us? Ursula shook her head. Just that she knows what she's doing. Not that I would expect anything different from someone who managed to reach 5 elements. An important question, Justina joined in. But would it have been the same against your father? Well, Ursel hesitated for a moment. I suppose so. I do know some of his habits, but he could probably have undone my armor just the same. Right. John nodded. Without sufficient active effort, I could certainly undo it. After all, both iterations of your armor were created with the aid of an elemental cycle. Perhaps she recognized that flaw on sight. Or more likely, reports about it reached her, and she came with a specific plan. Ursel didn't look pleased at that answer. How would she know I was coming? Perhaps their scouts are better than we believe. Or it could have been a coincidence of timing, and she happens to have plans for all of us. That one John could certainly believe. After all, we have gathered as much information on their ascending soul phase cultivators as possible. You've engaged in many battles already, haven't you? Yeah. Ursul's lack of enthusiasm was understandable. Her confidence was shaken, and confidence was one of her best features. Ursul was used to taking on opponents of higher rank and coming out on top, or at the very least fighting them to a standstill. A loss was a huge blow to that, and John didn't have anything to say that could change that in the moment, especially with the loss of her armor. It wasn't simple to replicate, and John should know as he'd been part of the original process and the upgraded version. The materials required wouldn't be too cumbersome to obtain most of the time, but during an active war it was far more difficult. The situation was eye-opening for everyone. They would have to change their tactics if Empress Aldera was directly involved on the front lines. Of course, they would always want to seek out an opportunity to take her down. The problem would be if that wasn't a victory condition, they might be drawn into an even deeper war. But so far, all negotiation attempts had failed. They could only hope to get some sort of superiority and force capitulation in some manner. The risks of being too harsh were actually less than the risks of appearing too soft. If the Empire of Elements thought them weaklings, even if they agreed to some sort of ceasefire for the moment, they would be looking for more opportunities. They need to snag some serious victories, even if that didn't include the defeat of the Empress. But if it could, that would be best. For the moment, however, it appeared as if the best official policy was to minimize engagements. If even Ursel could lose so soundly, chances were she could easily slay most of their ascending soul phase cultivators. They had perhaps a handful or two that might match up, including John himself, but it was impossible to actually know without a deadly test. John sensed her from afar, the Empress. It wasn't difficult. In turn, he had no doubt she was aware of him, not least because she soon began moving towards him. John didn't have to observe the forces around her to know that was not something he was prepared for. Not this day. She might think him a coward for refusing to face her. If she approached alone, it would be a different story, but ultimately he was aware of his current supporting forces. If she had even a pair of ascending soul phase cultivators with her, John would be outmatched. History indicated that she never had fewer than 3 or 4 others, plus of course numerous other cultivators to fill out their ranks. Tactically, no matter how this influenced her perception, he couldn't afford to engage. Not this time. If he could get some solid backup, things would be different. Empress Aldera had been a menace to their forces. That wasn't just continental cultivators, of course. They weren't foolish enough to take all of the hits for the remains of the Molten Sea. The Kellerman clan held the center, around the searing sarcophagus, and they were frequently met with attacks. The continental forces merely filled in the gaps, staying mobile and seeking advantages where they could. John had been looking to take over a small outpost. There was an outcropping of solid land, not large enough to host a proper sect, but perfect for use in the war. Either the Empress had anticipated the move, or she had another objective in the region. As John accelerated the ship he rode upon, he considered what other targets might be nearby. He might be able to send a fast ship to warn them. If they could secure their defenses properly, Empress Aldera might not attack at all. She was strong, yes, but not reckless. Whenever they got word of her and properly fortified a location, she tended to strike elsewhere. A sound strategy. Unfortunately, they couldn't afford to do anything but consolidate their forces where she was involved. Other ascending soul phase cultivators could more or less match the average, but she was far from it. John almost wanted to fight her. He knew it would be necessary, of course, but aside from that, something was calling to him. Her cycle of elements was the opposite of his. Or, from another perspective, they were both a single step from completion. Not opposite, just different starting points. Witnessing firsthand how she fused her light element with air and fire would greatly benefit John. Other members of the Bright Trinity were insufficient. They were solidly in the category of triple element cultivators. An allied cycle was barely like a full cycle. Maybe Roy would be sufficient if John encountered him again. To John's understanding, he was her top lieutenant. Late ascending soul phase, he would be a true challenge for John. Even if he wasn't a full cycle cultivator, there would be something to learn. But Aldera would be best. John just had to survive the battle. He was quite confident in his own power, but not so confident that he thought he could defeat the Empress and an outmatched number of ascending soul phase cultivators. The opportunity would come again. She seemed to be constantly on the front lines these days, much like John himself. He couldn't always attach himself to larger forces simply for his personal gratification. Some missions needed to hit hard and fast, and John had the power to aid that. He had to do what was best for their mission as a whole, but he would be back to face her on something resembling even ground. That he promised himself. Ursel. She was a problem. Her stubbornness was a boon for her most of the time. She had the unyielding nature of a mountain. No, a proper continent. That was the right term for an ascending soul phase earth cultivator. The loss had hit her hard. However, she also refused to pull back from the front line. For the last few months, she had been fighting completely unarmored. John himself had only light armor, but it was enchanted. Ursel, meanwhile, had been taking hits directly, without the benefit of armor or even much defensive energy. She came back beaten and bruised, often with deep gashes and broken limbs as well as frequent burns. Without diamond defense, she would be dead. Of course, that also was the case for her advanced body tempering. Even without her armor, she should have been nearly unbreakable if she properly rallied her defensive energy. But she was stubborn. Eventually, it came to the point that John accosted her in her room. She had been avoiding conversations lately, but she couldn't run now. She actually couldn't, with one leg broken and the opposite ankle shattered. John didn't doubt that she might try, though. That was why he made sure to properly seal the room with his spiritual energy. Ursel, why are you doing this to yourself? You should know, Dad. Ursel grunted as she looked for exits. Training. Is it training or slow suicide? Ursel spat out her next words. Really? You think I'm that dumb? Maybe I have been taking things to a slight extreme. But it is training. In many ways, people are stronger than mighty beasts. She gestured down to her leg, though John noticed she winced even at that. An untreated shoulder injury, perhaps. Once this heals up, I'll be stronger. And the burns? John asked. Fire dominates Earth. Can you even recover properly from those? Metal is forged in flames, Ursel said. I do have to manually rebuild things here and there, but I know what I'm doing. John sighed. Why won't you let me help you make new armor? Because it has to be mine, Ursel declared. I can't. That armor was nearly indestructible, until it just fell apart. She could likely unravel pure earth element armor, if it was left without your active defense, John commented. And that's why, Ursel emphasized, I'm going to turn my bones to steel and my skin to diamond. That sounds terrible, John said. I'm not being literal. Quite. I'm testing out different configurations. What could John say? Aside from don't do this, it's stupid, which he didn't expect to be helpful. He formulated an answer after a few moments. Just make sure you don't skip any steps, John said. Can I take a look? He held out his hand. Ursel grunted. Sure. Just don't change anything. I'd like to think myself better than that, John said as he approached closer. It didn't take his spiritual energy long to pick up the various clearly different concentrations of earth element inside of Ursel. Not free spiritual energy, but instead it was locked into place to form the basis of her advanced body tempering. John had made numerous modifications to himself, but he'd never taken anything so far, nor made so many trials at once. Usually he would change a small part of him, a patch of skin or the like, and see if it was comfortable for a few weeks. Ursel radically altered whole bones, sometimes with drastic differences within the same limb. One of her hands had at least 20 different configurations just for the bone, ignoring what she was doing with her muscles and tendons. It went deep. So deep, in fact, that John almost couldn't find the end of it. He didn't dare to make any changes at a certain level, even if it had been his own body. However, he could sense some amount of the detail Ursel had gotten into. Have you studied molecular structures? John asked. Because I'm going to say right now, as the head of the alliance, that you can't continue this sort of experimentation without proper proficiency. But yes, I know you learn better by taking practical steps, John said. But you at the very least need to know about carbon structures. Like diamonds, right? Ursula asked. I told you, I'm not literally making myself diamond. How about something flexible and harder than diamond? John asked. He could see the curiosity in her eyes. I'll admit I can't remember how much of this is in the libraries, but the structures are pretty simple at a base. Graphene was literally just a complete mesh of connected carbon. Hard to go wrong there, but it involved working at the level of single atoms. The same with carbon nanotubes, which might flex better. John hadn't done much experimentation with either because the materials he had access to were better for what he needed. Graphene wouldn't make a good sword, for example. He also didn't expect it to make good bones. But knowing what she was doing would help Ursula in the end, and maybe slow her down a little. It would mean pulling her away from the front line, but she could be replaced by bringing in a few others. The continent didn't have a glut of volunteers, but they could draw a sufficient number of people in times such as this. Though he did have to be careful of how the war affected politics back home. Chapter 491. The official policy of the Continental Alliance was to avoid Empress Aldera, though that wasn't always possible nor practical. Some locations simply had to be defended, though to do so they had to bring an excess of powerful cultivators from other locations, potentially weakening their positions. This essentially meant that every move the Empress made brought some advantage to her side, either a direct victory from her actions or an indirect one from merely the threat of her. They couldn't continue like that long term. However, she had proven extremely difficult to chase down. John had taken Astrid, Lacanus, Justina, and a number of others after her several times, but they never managed to catch more than a distant glimpse of her. Her sense of incoming cultivators was on par with John's, picking out small, elemental differences from the native spiritual energy. Any attempts to bait her into attacking a well-defended position, usually with a similar complement of individuals, had also failed. In short, while she won every battle that she took, Empress Aldera also avoided a comparable number of battles. She wasn't invincible, and they shouldn't think of her that way, though underestimating her danger always led to getting ascending soul phase cultivators killed. Not that the combined Molten Sea and Continental forces never achieved the same. Their victories tended to be more widely distributed, however. Much of the Empire of Element's power seemed to be concentrated around the Empress, which is what made her a great danger, but also a point of weakness, potentially. But only if they could actually draw her into a battle where they had the advantage. John looked down on a strange sect of cultivators. Upon the first encounter, they hadn't been recognized as a single sect. They had among them light, fire, and water cultivators, as well as pairings of fire with either light or water. They could have easily been 5 separate sects, but sufficient contact had confirmed the similar cultivation styles and their official recognition of being within the same sect, the magnified Mirage. After returning to the ships, John consulted with Astrid and Presha, the latter of which had also been scouting in the air. I counted 5 ascending soul phase cultivators. A decent complement of consolidated soul phase as well. Presha nodded. Yes, 2 light, fire, water, and the last 2 paired. I should be reasonably effective against this group. Astrid thought for a few moments. Can you handle the 2 water cultivators? What is their relative strength? About equal, John commented. Mid-ascending soul phase. Of course, he let her answer for herself whether she could actually accomplish the task. Presha didn't hesitate. I can handle them. Even if they have familiarity with their cultivators, they likely won't fare well against my style. Of course, against 2 I can't last forever. The 2 of us can handle the remaining 3, Astrid said with confidence. We shouldn't take too long. Technically, she was speaking for John, but her assessment wasn't any different from his own. They had been together long enough that her understanding of his capabilities combined with her own were well known. We should be able to take out one of the light cultivators in a reasonable time, John confirmed. If they continue to press after that point, we'll take out the other. Then our numbers will be even. Even if John and Astrid might be fatigued at that point, their endurance should be higher than their foes because of John's cycle of elements. Though ultimately that was balanced with his high potential for spiritual energy output. The location they were preparing to assault was at the center of a number of currents, allowing for rapid arrival and departure for the vessels that sailed the molten sea. It was a highly contested area and had recently been claimed from the side of the western continent. They intended to take it back before it could be well secured. Among other things, with the walls still full of holes, it should be easier to manage. Just because cultivators could surpass most walls in a few moments didn't mean they didn't provide any purpose. Even slightly slowing a portion of enemies could give an advantage, and with enchantments they could be made into proper hazards. The assault team approached stealthily, with John leading the efforts to camouflage their vessels with the background spiritual energy and visuals of the molten sea. That made their approach take longer, but unprepared opponents were easier to deal with. Work had barely begun on the walls to patch the holes. Without the right type of cultivators, it could take a significant amount of time. They had to ship both materials and proficient workers from more secure locations. Over 100 cultivators departed several smaller ships, breaking through the hasty repairs and spreading onto the walls to take down the guards there, while others headed deeper into the outpost. John was at the head of the assault formation, and even though their presence was recognized, he still minimized the flow of spiritual energy that was coming from them, so as to hamper the Empire's coordination. Presham managed to catch the mixed water and fire cultivator off guard with an attack. Gusts of wind combined with sudden vacuum that could cut like a blade. She wasn't fortunate enough to instantly finish off her foe, but she did manage to pierce the woman's defensive energy in the first exchange, scarring her light armor. Presham did manage to draw away 2 cultivators, but she didn't manage to engage both water cultivators as intended. With the enemy's numerical advantage, it was inevitable. Instead, she was facing the mixed element cultivator and the pure fire cultivator. Neither had an elemental advantage, but her elemental advantage was also minimized compared to her intentions. That left John and Astrid facing 2 light cultivators and a water cultivator. That was the worst combination for them because of Astrid's fire element, but it was one they were more than capable of overcoming. Seeing Presham's early successes, John had tried to ambush one of the light cultivators, but the man was prepared to react. He was wise enough to keep his defenses well removed from his body, so when the interplay of light and darkness occurred, the explosions didn't harm him directly. The other 2 joined against the pair in short order. John and Astrid fought together, rarely more than a step apart. Quite often, they even joined free hands to optimize the flow of energy between them. It did create a point of weakness, but it was a worthwhile risk, and it could also be used to try to entrap their enemies who wanted to take advantage of their movement being limited. The light cultivator they had attacked carried a bow as his weapon. The other light cultivator wielded a spear, and the water cultivator an axe. It appeared the weaponry of this sect was just as diverse as their elements. John found it quite difficult to continually assault the more vulnerable archer, with the other 2 providing a defensive line. An axe chopped down between John and Astrid, meant to force them apart or sever their hands. It was unlikely the water cultivator cared which result she got, but John easily parried the axe, even though his sword was on the far side of the intended target. That was because the swing wasn't actually where it appeared to be. John would have contemplated Astrid's light distortion if they weren't in the middle of battle. Even if their opponents identified the technique after seeing it, it was better to leave some uncertainty. Speaking of which, it appeared the light element cultivators had much the same abilities. It was fairly common for light cultivators to redirect light, and a sect with Mirage in the name should be specialized in it. That didn't mean they could immediately see through Astrid's deceptions, however, especially not with John adding just a bit of darkness and uncertainty to everything the pair were doing. A spear stabbed towards John. No, 2 spears as multiple images of the woman appeared. Even relying on his spiritual energy didn't get a proper reading. She at least made good shells of power. John picked out one, swinging his sword to parry as he dodged in the same direction. In the worst case, he expected to waste a little effort. He didn't anticipate an attack sliding along his ribs in a 3rd location he never sensed. Without diamond defense, he could have been seriously wounded. As it was, the damage wasn't enough to hamper his movements, though he found he needed to be more cautious. He could have sworn there wasn't any light element there, and he kept a cautious distance as Astrid fended off their enemies. Her darts exploded in light and fire, creating terrain on the battlefield to hinder their opponents, though it would be even better if she got a direct hit. An arrow incoming. John sensed just one, but the path was too obvious. It should have been aimed for Astrid, but the path was too obvious. She shouldn't even have to dodge. Except, John released some of his air element, boosting their speed for a moment. As he moved, Astrid followed, even if it appeared to bring her closer to danger. The sudden movement should have thrown off the attack, but it actually revealed something even greater as John felt spiritual energy disperse. Then the true angle of the attack became clear as the angle distorted. It hadn't been light element, but water. John had a sudden understanding of what was going on. Water element for refraction of light. Heat haze was the main components of mirages, so fire also made sense. And of course, direct light control. That was how all three fit into a single sect, focused on specific elements, but a particular style. John thought it was great. They also did an excellent job of hiding their own spiritual energy, otherwise it wouldn't matter how much the visuals changed. He exchanged a few blows with the front line before squeezing Astrid's hand, prompting her own energy with his flow. He ducked underneath an arrow. It tried to duck down towards him, controlled by the man's spiritual energy. John suspected it might try to come up behind them in a moment as the connection remained, but that was a perfect time for their attack. Astrid pulled him closer, pointing their combined grip at the spear cultivator. Another trick, of course. Her light shot out at a different angle, carrying along with it a plentiful helping of darkness from John. It didn't even matter that the archer had been displaying a false location the whole time. He wasn't far enough from the resulting explosion. At the same time, John stomped the ground, releasing lightning towards the water cultivator. Astrid threw a following dart at the spearwoman a moment later, keeping her off guard after the feint. The archer appeared to have died to the explosion. It could have been a trick, and John had one way to find out. He briefly released Astrid's hand, dancing in front of her and throwing a dagger. Then another. In quick succession, he threw 6, one of each element except for darkness. All of them carried that, to draw them towards the light, wherever it was. The other man managed to divert all but light and earth, but those were enough. He hadn't recovered from the previous assault, and his defenses were insufficient. This time, John was able to confirm the sort of spiritual energy reaction he expected from true death. It wasn't an immediate cessation of energy flow, nor was it organized. It was messy and wild, often damaging the body. One down. John looked at the other two, while also checking the situation with Presha. She didn't have a full advantage like she had wanted, but she was definitely holding her own. But it was the other battles that were the deciding factor. Continental forces below the ascending soul phase were pulling ahead, giving them an advantage there. At the highest level, it had gone from 5 against 3 to merely 4, with John and Astrid looking little the worse for wear. John gave his foes a moment to make a choice. It also helped to stabilize his own energy after that complicated attack. Controlling 5 daggers at once, with a proper complement of spiritual energy, had been a bit much. The two women backed away. John was inclined to let them run, in large part because cornered cultivators were particularly dangerous. They didn't turn their backs until they were over 20 meters away. As they turned to run, the married pair matched their movements, while staying on their own side of the battlefield. The two were headed towards Presha and her opponents, and they certainly couldn't let that situation become a 4 against 1 for even a single instant. The official call to retreat came a few moments later. Rather than trying to ready a proper number of vessels, the Empire of Elements cultivators only secured the one that was most ready on the far side of the island. Meanwhile, the opposing continent gathered their forces together, prepared to renew the assault should they turn back. But the single vessel sailed off at a quick sea. Not that sails actually did much in the molten sea, with elemental cultivators providing the bulk of the propulsion. Chapter 492. Someday, a battle to the death would go against John. That was simply inevitable. He didn't believe himself to be the strongest person in the world, as that would be quite arrogant. He hadn't even dared to face Empress Aldera, though her individual capacity wasn't as much of a concern as her entourage. It was tricky to catch wind of her and have forces available. Otherwise, the Continental Alliance would have likely had some success against her. An even conflict might not have resulted in her defeat, but it would have been better than what they had encountered so far. Because John happened to like his new life, he was doing his very best to keep it, while also living it. He had to admit that constantly being on the forefront of a war was not his idea of the best possible life, but it wasn't as bad as it seemed. Astrid was always present. At most they were apart for a few days at a time. Not for half the year, as things had been with Mateo. John did regularly get to interact with some of his friends, even if it was also within the context of the war. And his children? Not quite as frequently as he would like, but it was probably better that they weren't constantly on the battlefield. They were called upon from time to time, and Ursel always wanted to test out her new training. Even if she had been away from the front lines for a time, she didn't seem able to stay away. Once they won the war, John was spending at least a couple months with each of his children. Or maybe he could convince all three to stay somewhere with their families for a while. They had responsibilities, of course, but John also knew that the two clans would run just fine without them for a while. But first they had to win, and for that John had to be stronger. Fire and water were drawn from the surrounding environment, after which John moved the two varieties of spiritual energy through the cycle of elements in inverse directions. Water became air and fire became earth. Then each of those apportioned some of the energy to become light and darkness. Converting elements was the norm for John, as he always wanted. Every element, and very rarely was in the perfect environment for that. Inside his dantions, the islands he had created were teeming with at least some semblance of life. It wasn't real, but it certainly resembled flora and fauna, and at least a basic cycle of existence. It was more raw, pure elements representing his totems, but it was all there. And there was something more, a trace of spiritual energy from Astrid. She had two totems, each focused on fire and light, with her fifth totem also being fire, but with an emphasis on supporting earth. Even though fire was the dominant element, it was still a functional totem. More proof that totems could be anything, as long as a cultivator could conceive of it. Of course, just because a cultivator could think of something didn't mean it would be stable. Incompatible desires were one of the causes of failed advancements and death. If cultivation insights were insufficient or just plain wrong, then a totem simply couldn't work. At best, it would be far weaker than intended, leading a cultivator to a dead end in their growth. John let himself sink deeper, beyond where his spiritual energy lay into the sea of spiritual totems. The sixth layer was familiar to him now. All of his totems had grown with him throughout the ascending soul phase, and they were nearly comparable to sixth-tier totems now. Surrounded by light element totems, John didn't find himself straining as much as he used to. He carried more light element now, and training with Astrid had helped significantly. He wasn't ready to attune a totem, of course. He still needed more growth. Attempting it before reaching the peak of the ascending soul phase was a great way to beg for death. Still, John could observe. He wanted every element, but the totem had to have a core of light. He kept his thoughts flexible, but he always kept coming back to a prism. What could better represent what he needed than that? Though there was one issue. Prisms didn't represent darkness. That was the biggest hurdle he had to overcome, and so he had observed a number of totems that matched light and darkness. The other elements would handle themselves once that was set. At least, that was the idea. Once he felt the strain, John withdrew back into himself and continued to let his energy flow, gathering more and developing himself. The culmination of years of work allowed him to confidently stride into the 45th rank, the final step of the ascending soul phase. Nothing momentous happened along with it, which was honestly a relief. He still had to reach the peak of the ascending soul phase, almost a full rank ahead still. Though gathering the necessary spiritual energy and stabilizing it inside of him was almost a secondary concern compared to the necessary insights and control. "Congratulations," Astrid said once he finished his meditations. Your talent is exceptional." John had to accept the compliment. Humility was good, but excess humility was pointless. "Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without you." He truly meant it. Astrid had previously advanced to the 42nd rank, and it might not be long before she was in the late ascending soul phase. She also had talent, and the two of them together acted as stabilizing forces so they could both grow more smoothly. If Mateo had been around after the first war with the Molten Sea, John wouldn't have nearly killed himself cultivating for multiple reasons. But even if he had tried to advance at the same pace, he could have been successful. Astrid was much the same. She was a different person who filled a different part of him. Any comparisons were unnecessary. "Thank you for showing me I don't have to remain alone," John said. Astrid smiled. "I will admit I was a little bit selfish in my motives. but you are very welcome. The confidence John felt upon reaching the highest rank of cultivation he had ever witnessed was significant, but he was reminded that Abrit had held that same rank when she died. Furthermore, she had at least an extra century of experience. That was confidence-boosting because he had been instrumental to her defeat, but it also reminded him that nothing was absolute, especially when facing talented foes. He hoped that it was merely false rumors at first, but several sightings of the Empress Aldera had resulted in reports of continued growth. Where she once appeared to be in the early ascending soul phase, or perhaps the mid, she was now almost certainly in the late ascending soul phase. If she could keep growing like that, might she reach the exalted soul phase? John was uncertain himself. There was something missing still, aside from the necessary spiritual energy. He wasn't going to bet on Aldera not having that. Something. Nor was the alliance between half of the Molten Sea and the Western continent. However, the more people they committed to the fight, the more the Empire of Elements countered with their seemingly limitless forces. Even if they were just matching one for one, it was still worrisome. The war simply couldn't drag on for another decade. Even half a decade might weaken the alliance too much. There were other enemies about, and they might splinter internally before that. Without a continental alliance, they would be completely at the mercy of any of their slightly strong neighbors. 3 years. No more, and preferably far less. That was what they could afford. They didn't need to. Defeat the Empire of Elements. Just make them realize that it wasn't worth their time. Even if it only got them a reprieve of a decade or two, small change by cultivator standards, it would be worthwhile. Unfortunately, all attempts at negotiation had repeatedly failed, whether by those of the Continental Alliance or the Molten Sea. Maybe the Empire of Elements really did want to conquer the whole world, but if so, they should. Probably. Also want a ceasefire to prepare themselves. It was frustrating to have no points of contact. At least with the Molten Sea, they had managed to communicate with the Burning Delta after the war and through them more of the area, even if it was only a small portion. But even now, they had no idea of the internal state of the Empire of Elements except for old records that listed the various elemental regions. Those were generally lower quality than Justina's recall, though every once in a while they managed to capture individuals willing to share such information. Sadly, they couldn't even negotiate for prisoner exchanges, though it did appear that the Empire of Elements often took prisoners upon their victory in particular areas. Not always, but frequently enough. Successfully rescuing them was much more rare. Threats were constant in the Molten Sea. Once again, John received word of a threat to a nearby outpost. The only catch was that the message came from a ship that had fled in the opposite direction towards them. That meant the incoming attack could have already arrived. Either way, their current outpost couldn't spare many people. Along with John, the leading pair of the Blistering Crest, Samuel and Jolana. There were no current threats, but diminishing their forces too much was a risk. The three of them discussed the situation. It might be too late to provide assistance, though there were various factors involved. Ultimately, they needed to know what happened with that nearby force and their neighboring outpost. The longer they waited, the more problems could arise. "I'll go," John said. "It's close enough I can get there and back on my own. I'll be the fastest, and we'll still need to keep a presence here." If he waited until Astrid was back from her own mission, they could. Guarantee. There was no help for their neighbors. If John arrived and was too late, or found the threat to himself to be unacceptably large, then he could flee. Power and speed weren't entirely equivalent, but they were correlated. John also had the endurance to travel long distances, and he could be faster than a ship as long as his target was within a couple days of travel. Eventually, he would have to sleep, but being awake more than 24 hours wasn't as big of a deal for a well-developed cultivator. "I don't know that we would be any faster," Samuel admitted. "Do take care. Be safe. We can't afford to lose you, especially since you're holding the alliance together." John truly hoped that it would stand without him, but he had to admit a lack of certainty. Some parts of it would surely hold together, and it was quite possible that someone else would take over the central position for their own purposes, but it might also fall apart. Unfortunately, his own strength couldn't be discounted. Unlike in wars on Earth, individual leaders here were a significant military threat. It made certain risks much greater, but John didn't expect a scouting mission to be an issue. If necessary, he would preserve his own life, abandoning others. He didn't like it. But John had understood that it was foolish to try to win every engagement. People died in war, and of course avoiding it when possible was the best outcome. However, he'd been in many wars throughout his new life, fortunately a long one. Death was inevitable, and he wouldn't sacrifice himself for those he barely even knew. Friends and family were different, but sacrificing himself for a tactical advantage wasn't something that interested him, especially since his death would hit harder than a single fort. John couldn't help but feel something ominous as he left. Gut feelings of cultivators didn't always mean anything, but occasionally they could tap into something greater that not even they consistently understood. John decided he had better be fast, even at the cost of arriving a bit more tired. Chapter 493. It was unusual to encounter a lone darkness sect on the front lines of the Molten Sea War. Not unheard of course, but John was still surprised to encounter them. It was even more unusual that they had been spotted before their assault began. Indeed, even with time for reinforcements to be called. Though it was just John. Land was a precious commodity in the Molten Sea, so every outpost was a valuable place to rest. Even the natives needed some time away from their ships. If possible, they didn't want to let the Empire of Elements expand their foothold. John arrived after the battle had already begun. If it had been another hour before word arrived or he had taken his time, flying over their victory would have been assured. As it was, John would have to make a major impact on the battle to turn things around. He could do that best by approaching a cluster of consolidated soul phase cultivators. They appeared to be the strongest among the bunch. At a glance, John didn't actually know how the Empire of Elements were winning. The defenders seemed like they should have had the advantage, even with their current forces. Some light cultivators from a minor sect on the continent, as well as fire cultivators from the Molten Sea. Obviously, battles weren't a pure match of cultivations, but it was suspicious. John angled his approach for maximum damage. He almost diverted at the last moment, but he stuck to his target. He came out of the sky like a bolt of lightning, almost literally, slicing one of the cultivators in half. That was what the difference of an entire phase could do, plus a bit of surprise. Though the man likely couldn't have blocked John with all of his power. The battle suddenly shifted, both sides instantly recognizing the effect John would have on the battle. Taking out one of the top 5 cultivators in an instant obviously helped. Foes instantly converged on him, while a single pair of darkness cultivators held off a handful of locals. John couldn't quite make out how, as they used unusual darkness techniques. He didn't have the luxury of time to focus on that with a half-dozen people attacking him. Their attacks appeared clumsy, and John easily avoided them. Or at least he should have, but he felt connections that made no sense. Had he fallen for some grand illusion? Were the hits the illusion, or the position of his foes? A burst of light element was his best reaction, clearing out the area around him for a moment. His foes were precisely where he had thought, but he was also certain that they had struck his defenses. That was a bit of a problem, especially considering one of them was actually a late ascending soul phase cultivator. The man was pretty good at hiding his cultivation, but John had still noticed, paying him special attention. He was the reason John had almost pulled back. A momentary reprieve was all John could achieve, and soon he found himself being attacked again. Yet his opponents didn't even try to hit him. Their attacks went wide, and even so, his defensive energy was still torn. A few even managed to pierce through to his body. John felt blood dripping down his arm. That attack had hit a wall. Others even hit the ground. Sloppy attacks that made no sense. Yet John was fully certain that it wasn't an illusion. He felt darkness element doing something, but he couldn't quite say what. An outside perspective would have revealed things in an instant, but he was currently in battle. He still wasn't certain how to avoid the incoming attacks, but at least his own strikes were accurate as he threw his daggers. He couldn't always land a lethal blow, as he was facing multiple opponents. He couldn't afford to simply overpower each of his foes, especially not after the flight here. The ascending soul phase cultivator who was pretending not to be stayed behind his subordinates, wielding a bow. The majority of John's focus was on that man, watching his arrows. John directly avoided an attack and felt an arrow piercing into his forearm. He simply couldn't redirect his defensive energy to the right place without knowledge of how he was getting hit. If he didn't have a cultivation advantage in diamond defense, he might have fallen already. John spun around, momentarily glancing at the sun. His eyes wouldn't so easily go into shock, and he used some of the rays towards his opponents. There wasn't enough concentrated power there to blind any cultivator of worth for more than a fraction of a second, but it was efficient enough. It also gave John an idea. He flew into the sky to test his theory. His opponents gave chase, but only half-heartedly. Yet their desire for battle clearly hadn't stopped. It was his primary target glancing away for an instant that confirmed his theory. There was simply no reason to look away, and not at that angle. Unless they were doing something strange, and they were. Even as several arrows flew towards him, John angled his sword. He wasn't going to throw it, obviously. It was an expensive sword, and he'd rather not have it snatched. Or broken once it was out of his control, which would be easy enough. He angled it in a particular way to try to confirm his theories. He looked down at his foe as he avoided the arrow. He kept his eyes focused forward and down, putting little effort into tracking the arrow with his spiritual energy once it was behind him. That was not because he was being careless, but because he could already see where the arrow was going. It left a shadow, after all. The moment it was going to intersect with his, he made a sweep with his sword. He felt a clash of energy, and was at least glad to learn that he could block things. Sadly, it didn't appear that the others on the ground that were trying to stab his shadow were vulnerable to him in turn. Most likely their technique only made them interact for a single moment. A mysterious technique indeed. Tough to deal with if you weren't suspecting it. For John, he was glad that he had been living in this world as long as he could. His instinct was always to first analyze things according to physics, and cultivation simply didn't always work like that. The ascending soul phase cultivator noticed John figuring things out and quickly made an attack. Instead of shooting towards John, he took the shorter route with his arrow going directly across John's shadow. Finding the right angle and timing to block wasn't natural for John, but he had an alternative option. The arrow passed, along with numerous lesser attacks. Nothing happened. After all, nobody could strike a shadow that wasn't there. Completely erasing his shadow would have required John to go invisible, not a technique he was specialized in. He was familiar enough if he was using darkness, but he doubted it would be any good against his current foes. Using light, he would have a much harder time. But he didn't actually have to erase his shadow, just redirect it. It became a blob behind him, far away from those he was fighting. Not an elegant solution, but he didn't need elegant. Especially not in the current circumstances. He just needed something he could maintain. John pretended to keep his distance for a moment, throwing a few daggers from above. The archer was looking desperately for his shadow, but it was on the other side of some buildings. He might be able to follow the traces of spiritual energy, but John was actually pretty good at hiding his own techniques. He could call this shadow manipulation a mix of light and darkness, though the two never actually interacted. Most of the daggers were insignificant, at most enough to injure one of the consolidated soul phase cultivators and not kill them. One was charged with light element, but it wasn't meant to blow up the ascending soul phase cultivator. John still tried, but he was actually counting on the secondary effect if the man blocked or dodged it. A momentary flash of spiritual energy to hide his approach. The man was capable enough to not die, so that was what John got. The archer reacted well to John's approach, blocking the incoming sword swing with his bow. His spiritual energy prevented it from being severed, but it didn't matter. John used his offhand to get a solid grip on the string, forcing the man to abandon his bow and attack with his gauntlets. Enchanted, of course. John was fully willing to meet fist with fist. His own gloves were slightly enchanted, and his body was strong. Furthermore, he struck with a cycle of core elements instead of the light and darkness he had been mainly displaying. It didn't matter if the man understood what was coming. He simply wasn't strong enough. He was the one blown back. Meanwhile, the other cultivators tried to surround John, but that was also to his advantage. If they couldn't target his shadow, which was actually redirected up into the sky at the moment, then they had to engage directly. His sword cut them down one by one. The outpost defenders were managing to overcome the pair set to hold them back. No doubt the archer had expected to win this engagement rather sooner, but instead he would lose. John wasn't late ascending soul phase with a cycle of core elements for nothing. He was so close to being a full cycle cultivator, or perhaps a massive ocean away. But either way, the difficult path he'd trod provided power in turn. The archer had to return to melee, because John had tossed his bow away. He wasn't able to get around it, instead trying to coordinate with his subordinates. But without their special shadow techniques, John found they were little more than standard darkness cultivators, even a little clumsy. By the time any of them had an inkling where his shadow was going, they might have been able to strike it even with his shadow going to the sky. He had cut down most of the consolidated soul phase cultivators. Then with some moves he had been training since he first transmigrated, John slipped past the ascending soul phase cultivator's defenses, driving his sword into the man's chest. A tiny bit of light and darkness, both from John, exploded together inside of him. John was exhausted after the battle, and then he had to fly back. He could actually recover some spiritual energy while flying, but he wasn't quite as fast as he would like. Sometimes, he actually landed and ran across the lava. The heat was a bit more intense directly at that level, so it was a question of how he wanted to expend his energy. His body could only regulate its temperature so much even with advanced body tempering. He still had to actively resist actual lava. A little bit of fire to protect himself on the ground, or air to fly. Splitting up his elemental usage was ultimately more efficient and might make him faster overall. He didn't need to hurry back, but he still couldn't shake that negative feeling. No, it was only growing worse since he'd won the engagement. John had been prepared to run to save his own life, but it was increasingly clear his premonition wasn't about himself. It was possible it was nothing, but he wouldn't bet anyone's life on that. So he ignored the fact that he hadn't slept in a couple days and returned as quickly as he could. Back to Astrid, but when he arrived at the previous base, he didn't find her. Chapter 494. Nothing was left except the signs of battle. Lingering remnants of spiritual energy, but no force holding the position. John approached at a reckless speed, heedless of a potential ambush. He landed on the docks, where a few vessels remained. The same ships that had been present before, as far as John could tell. The others departed in the days he had been gone, or perhaps sunk. There were a few of those, and he could sense spiritual energy lingering from whatever had brought them down. No, it wasn't whatever. The most prominent spiritual energy John sensed was someone he had encountered before, if only at a distance. She had extremely recognizable energy, even if it had not been for the mixture of elements. Empress Aldera. She shouldn't have been here. Not anywhere nearby. They were tracking her location as much as possible, based on the timelines. John thought she should have been close enough for him to sense when he departed. Or perhaps it was just close to it. He walked inward, wary of what he might find, or perhaps wanting to not find it at all. But he was the only one left. The Bright Trinity had been here, supporting Aldera. It was no surprise. John even sensed Roy, the first of them he had met. The man had been the best chance for diplomacy, but it appeared to have all been a ruse. John's eyes scanned the surroundings. There was a problem. Not enough bodies. Oh, there were far more bodies than he wanted to see, but not as many as he expected. It wasn't just enemies. It appeared they had taken away their own dead, but also his own allies. There had been a full complement of defenders here, sufficient to take on most forces the Empire of Elements could send. 3 ascending soul phase cultivators, of which John sensed the remnants of 2. The first was Samuel. His body was in pieces, shattered like ice, no doubt. That was what the lingering elements told John. The actual ice that had suffused him had long decayed. John prayed with all of his heart to whatever gods might exist in such a world as this, but it didn't change who the other was. It could have been Jolana. It would have been a loss to their alliance, but one they could recover from. Personally, he wouldn't have been that upset. She was a decent woman, but they were never friends. He already felt the energy before he saw her. He knew that it was already too late. Astrid was slumped against a wall, her midsection annihilated. Not by an attacker, but by her own energy. A self-detonation. Around her, Aldera's energy. The missing people were likely captives. John would have gladly had Astrid give up every secret the Continental Alliance held if there was any chance of her survival, but that was just him. He kneeled on the ground in front of her. Her body was barely recognizable, but the energy couldn't be mistaken. He reached out, gathering what tiny fragments remained. He accepted the light and fire into himself, a familiar feeling. Anger could have overtaken him, but all he felt was emptiness. Why did he go? Everyone agreed at the time, but maybe they were wrong. How did they miss Aldera? Why did she appear at such a time? Why did it happen again? His heart ached. Old wounds opened once more, both physical and mental. It would have been enough to break him once. He had broken before, but now he was stronger, if only just. John managed to stand, though he did not know how long it had been. A million questions with answers he could never obtain were pushed aside. The past couldn't be changed. Not everything had a reason. What mattered was what happened, and what he was going to do about it. The answer was that he was going to kill the Empress. When Mateo died, she took down her enemies with her. John had a target remaining, and Astrid was no less important to him than his first wife. Comparing them wasn't fair, but it was inevitable. Ultimately, it didn't matter. He'd loved them, and they'd been taken away by this world. In his current state, John was just short of the recklessness of chasing after Aldera alone. It was close, but his exhaustion held him back. If he couldn't even catch up to her, what was the point? He couldn't die fighting her if he never got to her. And it really wouldn't be fair to die. They would want him to live, even if John wasn't sure if he wanted to. He was an entire phase ahead, but emotionally he was only a little bit stronger. John almost wished he'd never met Astrid, but that was just foolishness talking. It could have been someone else he cared about, and without Astrid he would have been weaker. He wouldn't sully their time together by pretending it would be better not to have it. He tried to stabilize his energy. John thought it should have worked, but he still felt unbalanced no matter what he did. The 4 core elements should have regulated themselves, so light and darkness were all he needed. A half portion of light was his limit without another totem. He tried to adjust from there, but no matter what he still felt off. But maybe he shouldn't be so focused on totems. If he couldn't already properly withstand light, he would never make it to the exalted soul phase. He likely wouldn't anyway, but it seemed reasonable to carry a full portion of light. His consciousness was hazy as he gathered and refined energy. Elements were converted until he achieved something akin to a balance of all 6, though it was not natural. It gave him something to focus on. However, John didn't miraculously advance to the next phase, nor was he so reckless as to try. He knew he was missing something. Maybe it was Astrid. Possibly, some insight he would never spot. Either way, he found at least a day had passed on the battlefield, the former outpost. John gathered together the remains around the island. It was a morbid task, but everyone deserved the dignity. The bodies were preserved, all biological processes ended by John's spiritual energy. No further decay. They each were placed in a single remaining vessel, which John oriented towards an inner location, away from the front lines. Somewhere they could be properly cared for. Beneath him, the molten sea flowed. Perhaps John had bad luck with seas, or maybe he was a curse for those around him. But despite such depressing thoughts, he knew it was really just that the world was not a kind one. Earth hadn't been either. Death would have come for all those he knew and also himself some time before, even if it hadn't been through violence. John should have been glad for his extended lifespan, but of course in the moment he had no appreciation for such things. The prow of the vessel split apart lava. Its viscosity lessened as John pulled it around the vessel. From behind, he pushed it forward. It wasn't a perfect molten sea technique, but it was good enough. He needed the extra days to think, regardless. When he grew tired, he meditated on his 6 elements. Stability was still difficult to achieve. Perhaps he would recover in a few weeks, or he might never again find his spiritual energy rested cleanly inside of him. There was no way to know how well he would recover. Those from the molten sea were sent off on a ship, one that would eventually become part of the sea itself. It was a beautiful ceremony that John couldn't fully appreciate. There wasn't time to let people recover, and he certainly wasn't the one most impacted by those deaths. He accompanied Astrid back to the continent. As much as he fully intended to hunt down and kill the Empress, he couldn't do so alone. Certainly not in his current condition. He knew he was bad, and he very much needed the opinions of others to guide him lest he cause 2 tragedies. John still had family and friends. This time, at least, he was doing his best to remember that. He didn't wish to cause grief to them just to try to rid himself of his own. It seemed selfish. He didn't return to the 6 elements crossroads. It wouldn't be good for his sect to see him as he was, and nobody he needed was there. Instead, he visited the Sunfields. There, he first went to the Golden Tomb Guardians. They were closer than the Summer Sun sect. Deirdre provided what words of comfort she could. John appreciated them, even if he barely even heard them. He needed them regardless of whether he could repeat them at a later time. Huarn was surprisingly more in tune with John's particular desires at the moment. Were I a great phoenix, I would fly with you to the molten sea and burn your foes to ashes. Perhaps I shall come with you regardless. We might need everyone we can get, John admitted. You carry with you a full portion of light. Have you perfected your insights? John shook his head. Far from it, still. Good. If you thought yourself perfect, perhaps you would do something foolish. You won't, will you? Empress Aldera is not an exalted soul phase cultivator. I don't need that to kill her. I just need to reach her. And you shall. This war cannot continue as we are, or our foundations will be shaken. John nodded. Surely the Molten Sea would think the same upon the loss of another sect head. They had to take the fight directly to Aldera, forcing an engagement no matter what. But not just yet. John had another stop in the Sunfields. Nicholas, who had been trained by Astrid to replace him as sect head, was distraught. Not in precisely the same way as John, but he wasn't going to say the pain of a disciple was any less real than a husband. Just different. I wish to join you. You may, John said. But it is also important to protect the legacy she helped grow. Astrid hadn't founded the sect, but she had been the first to reach the ascending soul phase. She had shared all of her most important insights with Nicholas, and he certainly hadn't had the time to raise a viable successor, not just yet. Even if he had, losing him as well would set the sect back more than a generation. I plan to return within 2 months at the latest. Have you answer then. Astrid's body was burned upon a pyre of the local grass, flames lit by the light of the sun. John watched until long after the stars were out. Steve didn't say anything. That was probably the best reaction he could have given. They shared a hug, the sort they both might have been ashamed of when they were young for no good reason. But of course, they had many decades of maturity now. Even if Steve often appeared to have the recklessness of youth, he truly knew what he was doing. Justina and Steve had been cycled away from the front lines. They should have had another few months of time off at least, but both pledged to come with him. John didn't even ask. It wasn't even necessarily his intention. But he wouldn't refuse. He would need all the help he could get, including those individuals that were trying to hold the positions of his staunchest allies. Chapter 495. John was glad to catch Melanthina up among the Tenebach clan, as it saved him a trip to the gloom desolation. He only allotted himself so much time, and he didn't want to go that far out of his way if he didn't have to. Airily was the first to spot him. Or perhaps nobody else felt motivated to rush away from the sect grounds to greet him. She took in the situation quickly, considering who was present and who was not. The news might have already reached her, even if John hadn't exactly made it public. But rather than comment on any of that, Airily commented on him. You carry a full portion of light now. I do, John confirmed. Are you close? She would be able to feel his cultivation rank, since he wasn't particularly hiding it. However, the final step between phases wasn't merely a matter of rank and spiritual energy gathered. John shook his head. I wouldn't say so. There was still something missing. Something more than Astrid, though he believed his connection to her had been one of the factors that propelled him this far, to the peak of the ascending soul phase. If he could find the missing piece, he could reach the exalted soul phase and crush the empire of elements. But just because he wanted it didn't mean he could find it. Cultivation wasn't usually that simple, especially untrod ground. John wasn't certain anyone had reached the exalted soul phase. Certainly not in many generations, even if one counted the entire world. 2 mighty continents at least, and much more besides. I came to speak to your parents as well, John commented. Certainly. They will be glad to receive you. Part of John's intentions were to let people know that he was all right. Well, as much as anyone could be after the death of a spouse. He was not fine, but he wasn't spiraling like he had after the death of Mateo. He could still function well enough. Seeking revenge against the Empress might seem reckless, but John also had reasons to believe that it was necessary. She was a weak point in what they had. Without her, the Empire of Elements would likely fall apart. Meanwhile, their own alliance would probably withstand John's death. If he'd done enough right. The war can't continue like this, John said simply. The Continental Alliance couldn't afford to fight forever, losing people a few at a time. Neither could the Empire of Elements. Melanthina didn't even hesitate to respond. Where do you need us? Anywhere you think you would do best. Steve and Justina would be fighting alongside him. The two of you might be best at causing pressure on the Empire, forcing the Empress to reveal herself. We just need one opportunity. Then it would all be over. John wasn't going to think about the consequences if they lost. He intended to be victorious. Firepine Palace seemed empty without Charlotte. Still, John thought it might be taken as a snub if he merely passed them by, given their long relations. John wasn't planning on taking a full continental tour again, but he did have to pass through the area as he turned back north. His ultimate destination was the northern seas, where Turdo and Verusha were. Just tell us what you need, Father. Turdo inclined his head. We will do our utmost. We'll help you burn anyone, Verusha said, giving a nod to her own father. It was clear that she took more after Steve than Justina, though she had somewhat calmed down after being with Turdo, and he had become more energetic in turn, though he didn't always show it. I believe we need to increase the pressure as much as possible, John said. The two of you fight well in the Molten Sea itself, so I was hoping you would join me. I've already called in some favors to get replacements here. The northern seas still mattered. It wouldn't do any good for the continent to defeat the Empire of Elements only to immediately suffer losses against the sovereign primacy. It was best that they never even appear vulnerable. Peace. Despite everything, John felt a fairly strong internal peace. Or at least calm, to balance out the anger and hatred. He wasn't entirely certain he wanted calm, but he wouldn't have made it far without it. He couldn't be too calm, though. If he acted robotically, it would be just as bad as overflowing emotions. He would probably break himself before the enemy got to him. He needed some amount of passion and determination to follow through on what needed to be done. Focusing on reliable allies, he made preparations as quickly as he could. He wasn't getting any stronger, but Aldera might be. She'd already reached the late ascending soul phase when the first reports had her in the early ascending soul phase. In a few years, where might she be? John was confident in his strength, but he wasn't actually looking for a fair battle. He wanted to win. His revenge didn't need anything close, nor was it worth risking the safety of those around him for some sort of satisfying match. John didn't know if he was actually all right, but if he was going to break down, it would be after accomplishing what he needed to. No ill-advised attempts to break through to the next phase without even a target in mind, and no troubling his family with his actions. He didn't like risking their safety, but it would be insulting to not call upon them when combat force was necessary. If he coddled his adult children, he wouldn't be treating them right. They were nearly as strong as him. In pairs, they might be. Ursula was strong on her own, and in the right circumstances, she could dominate the battlefield. She wouldn't be facing Aldera, though. Not alone, preferably not at all. The people around her, however, were prime targets. They just had to track her down. Maintaining a relatively small force, much like Empress Aldera herself, allowed John and the others to be more mobile. They had a dozen ascending soul phase cultivators all told, and several times as many consolidated soul phase cultivators. They represented a significant portion of the continent's power, though it was nowhere close to the majority. They couldn't give up their other positions forever, but for a time they could hunt down the Empress, preferably without her knowing about it before they encountered her. John led their forces. Steve and Justina were those closest to him, ready to deal with surrounding threats. Turdo and Verusha would deal with those on the periphery. Deirdre and Presha were also part of the mobile force. And of course there was Ursula, who was equipped with new body tempering results, with armor that appeared similar but John knew followed a different forging method. She wasn't intending to face Aldera either way, but it was best not to make things too easy for her if it came down to it. Tracking down Aldera took months. They did their best to minimize the presence of their strike team, much like Aldera was doing with her own army. They were constantly following in her shadow, visiting locations their foes had been, or sometimes places it seemed they had been. Sometimes it was other forces from the Empire of Elements that acted in a similar manner, but if there were no survivors to report, it wasn't always clear. The chase could have gone on much longer, but they were fortunate enough to catch her. It appeared that Aldera had become more active recently for whatever reason, so they only had to be close behind for a short time, and then predict where her next target was a single time. They actually ended up near the Kielman clan's territory, in an area that could have been considered firmly under the Alliance's control. It was possible to circumvent the various islands. They didn't create physical barriers, but it was risky. It could allow people to get surrounded. But the Empress had sufficient confidence in her team, well placed, based on previous successes, that it wasn't unreasonable she would choose to strike deeper. Indeed, by the time they arrived, she had more or less successfully subdued the outpost. John concealed the incoming group, but he could only do so much. Less than a kilometer from the island, Aldera's senses passed over them, then snapped back to their location. Then again, without John, they likely would have been noticed from many kilometers away. When Aldera wasn't putting in much effort, he could sense her beyond the horizon, and a few other ascending soul phase cultivators were close. She made no move to retreat, instead forming up on the shores. It would provide a slight disadvantage to the attackers, which was sometimes all that was necessary to swing the tides of battle. John hoped to neutralize that issue as soon as possible. John Smith. Aldera spoke, her voice amplified to cover the 100 meters remaining between them. I have been looking for you. I don't believe you come here by accident, either. Of course not, John said. You killed Astrid. For that, and so much more, you will die. Is that so? Aldera asked. John felt her 5 elements flare. No, 6 elements. She still only had 5 totems, but like him, she carried the final element within her. He lacked a light totem, and she darkness. That is not quite how it happened, but I doubt semantic nitpicking would be persuasive. Nor will I deny my own responsibility. Then, we shall battle. She waved her hands, causing those around her to step back. You claim no title of emperor, yet you fulfill the same role. It is inevitable we face each other, since we appear unable to negotiate in peace. John was already walking towards her ahead of the ship, across the molten sea. The others with him naturally remained at a distance, but they were clearly ready to spring into action. John took the time to take in the forces around her. He spotted Roy, the elder of the bright trinity that he had met at the searing sarcophagus. With him and the other forces around her, John thought the sides were fairly evenly matched. He could bet on his own side's synergy being greater, but he couldn't help but want to do things directly. We gave you an opportunity to do so, and look where that got us. Your empire will have another opportunity after you are slain. They were 20 meters apart. For cultivators of their level, that was practically touching. The battle had already begun, even though the two of them had barely even raised their weapons. John kept his usual style, with a sword in free hand. Aldera carried a spear and shield. Beneath the surface, John was boiling in anger. His desire for vengeance was high, but he wouldn't let himself do something foolish. He needed to fight with the best of his ability. Her rank was somehow a match for him, a meteoric rise in power. Perhaps they had already waited too long to hunt her down, but she had also been cautious earlier in the war. They had certainly tried. Neither of them could be said to have made the first move. They moved as one, equal and opposite cultivations that would inevitably just become equal should either of them manage to take another step. They started on opposite ends of the same road, only to meet in the middle. Or perhaps they had already passed each other and were now looking back. John created a wave in the lava to propel himself forward. Aldera thrust her spear into the lava just beyond the shore, creating a perfect counterforce that canceled out John's extra propulsion when he was barely short of the shore. That forced him to change his target, as approaching too slowly would leave him open. He instead landed to her side. The two of them arranged parallel to the edge of the island, lava lapping at the dark stone. They had barely clashed, but John already felt something profound beneath the surface. Was this his opportunity? It seemed foolish, and yet perhaps it might be the same for her. Either way, they would have to determine who was the better among them. Chapter 496. Nothing existed but the duel. John simply had to believe his allies would protect him if there was some form of interference. He had reasons to believe the Empire of Elements might be so underhanded, though they hadn't made any sort of official agreement to begin with. From the very first exchange of blows, John felt something strange about Aldera. Aside from her very existence, of course, a full cycle of elements had been referenced only as a theoretical cultivation path, and a risky one. After all, to do so properly, one had to place themselves in an unbalanced state by the soul expansion phase. She didn't fight like John's disciples. A number of them were core cycle cultivators. Any on the path of the full cycle hadn't reached prominence yet. John was willing to support them, but he tried to steer people away from it. It had been a foolish choice, but by the time he understood cultivation well enough, it was already too late for him. He was lucky that he seemed to have some level of talent, and of course sufficient support as he started out. Every element John used in his attacks Aldera could counter with a dominant element, but she didn't always do so. Sometimes she matched him with the same elements. Every once in a while, she coated her spear in an allied element, air or fire, water or earth, and light and darkness with those same pairings. Her moves always made sense, but John was most surprised when she used a weak element. His sword slashed with the power of air. Not just gusts of wind, but also trails of vacuum like the breathless plains techniques. Air was dominant over water, Yet Aldera deflected his attacks with her spear and shield without seeming to be concerned over the issue. That told John she was extremely familiar with all combinations of elements, as any full-cycle cultivator would have to be. They had to erase every weakness from their style, or they would never make it to the end of the path. The Exalted Soul phase was a dream even for single-element cultivators with a straightforward style. Was there any point in attempting a full cycle if you never reached it? John imagined he would be stronger if he only cultivated a core cycle or allied cycle. Even now, with a full portion of light inside him, he was slightly off balance. Except, as they fought, John found his flow of energy improving. That wasn't unreasonable in different circumstances. Cultivators would spar with others to learn. In a battle to death, a few insights might be gained in the moment. The rest would be meditated upon later by the victor. Yet each time John's sword brushed past Aldera's hair or her spear came for his throat, he felt just a little bit stronger. One would have presumed that if his feelings were true, he would be victorious in a short time, overcoming her skill. Yet Aldera continued to match him. It didn't make sense. Surely she couldn't be growing at the same rate. But the only other option was that she was holding back from the beginning. Even though he knew instinctively that it was not true, the thought that she might be holding back infuriated him even more. Yet his anger didn't control him. Astrid's death was a perfect reason to kill Empress Aldera already, more than enough to drive him mad. And yet, his mind focused on the task at hand. Every emotion was pushed away, the battle becoming a pure test of cultivation. Waves of lava crashed towards him from the right as part of the island came from his left. Aldera stood with her spear in the middle, light and darkness swirling around her. John never even considered withdrawing in the opposite direction, but instead moved to meet her directly. Starting on his left, fire. It swirled clockwise around him until it became water after it passed by Aldera. With that, he suppressed earth and fire, but it continued. Air matched air. It had been propelling the rolling earth from inland. Then earth crashed against water, which was all that remained of the molten sea incoming. Light and darkness clashed, John's sword sliding off of Aldera's raised shield. He grabbed the hilt with his left hand as well, turning the thrust into a twist that caught the incoming spear, raising it above his head. Mutually destructive elements dispersed harmlessly as both cultivators flawlessly controlled the area around them. Once before, John had been close enough to Aldera to sense her energy. Her presence had been obvious, but he wasn't surrounded by the right group to face her. But maybe he should have done so anyway. Astrid would be alive, but such dark thoughts faded rapidly. John didn't really think about much of anything for long. Instead, he just fought. In turn, Empress Aldera did the same. Their eyes were locked on each other. Her expression was unreadable for the most part, but John sensed at least one thing. Frustration. Confusion. No doubt she expected to have one already. John was the same. There was something more. Something John didn't want to acknowledge. Familiarity. So he didn't, instead redoubling his attempts to kill her. But any time he seized an advantage, her defensive measures would prove superior. Yet when Empress Aldera tried to kill him, John found it perfectly natural to resist her attacks. He understood the flow of the elements. They both fought with it. Neither was any better than the other. Perhaps this battle would last forever, or at least until they exhausted each other's spiritual energy. In that case, John might have the advantage of a slightly stronger body, unless she too had undergone advanced body tempering. Considering she was said to be one of the great prodigies of the Empire of Elements, going back many generations, John wouldn't be surprised anymore. They could fight until they were out of spiritual energy, and then anyone in the surroundings could kill either or both of them. Or at least, that is how it should have been. Yet John wasn't feeling tired, but rather invigorated. Perhaps it was a mistaken feeling, but Aldera appeared the same. As they continued to clash, the world disappeared from John's eyes for a moment. A technique? No. Aldera had hesitated at the same moment. She came back into focus similarly off balance. John stepped in, swinging his sword. He slashed down, and she retreated half a step. His sword rebounded, but her shield was ready. Her spear stabbed towards his heart, but his free hand reached out to grab it behind the head. It wasn't even clear what sort of spiritual energy they were using anymore. Elements blurred together into indistinct masses. Light and darkness mixed with the core elements, creating a harmony that could have been immensely destructive, but under their control was also the perfect defense. Their energy mixed together, and John felt himself falling. But she came with him. He was disoriented for a moment, arriving in a world without his body. Yet he couldn't fail to recognize somewhere so familiar. The sea of spiritual totems. But he wasn't alone. Aldera was there. If she had eyes, perhaps she would have been looking at him. Either way, their perceptions crossed. John didn't know why they would have fallen into the sea of spiritual totems, except it was instinct. He felt it calling to him, his chosen totem. But he wasn't ready. No, he hadn't been ready. Yet over the course of the battle, that had changed. He had more flashes of insight in that single battle than he'd had in the last decade of war. Most likely, it had been the same for Aldera. They split apart, going in opposite directions, yet they were never further from each other. Instead, it was more like they stood across from each other as the sea of spiritual totems moved around them. John was blinded by the totem behind Aldera for a moment, until his eyes adjusted. Then he felt the weight of darkness as she covered the light. An all-encompassing shadow. Darkness from light. John turned. If such a thing had any meaning in a place without bodies and without true direction. He focused on his own chosen totem. So long had he thought about light totems, trying to pick out what was perfect. Growth might still matter, even starting at the 6th rank. Mostly, it needed to be able to balance light and darkness. John hadn't actually been planning to advance. Not for a long time yet. But his choice had been rather grandiose. The exalted soul phase deserved it. The totem she chose wasn't just light casting shadow, even if that was its core. John might have hesitated more for his own choice if she wasn't already bonding with her totem. He should leave the sea of spiritual totems behind. John looked at the black hole in front of him. It was just a representation, perhaps only as strong as his own imagination and insights. But it drew him in. He couldn't leave if he wanted to. He would just die, and he didn't want to. This was his chance. He reached towards the black hole, and the theoretical object paired with it. A white hole, where no matter could stay. John had no idea if it was an accurate appearance. To him, it appeared much like an orb of pure light, as if such a thing could exist. He reached for it too. Regardless of what it was, the pairing was a single totem that John knew fit him. And he couldn't delay, or he would be struck down by an exalted soul phase cultivator without even fighting back. The power was heavy, but it naturally sank into him just as easily as he sank into it. It was placed inside his dantian, infinitely far from everything else. A constant source of light and darkness, keeping them in balance. Spiritual energy nearly exploded out of him as he felt the changes it brought. He returned to his body just in time to deflect a spear. Spiritual energy exploded from that point, blasting away the dirt of the shore and the lava of the sea. For a single moment, John was aware of the observers as they overlapped with his spiritual energy. They were withdrawing further from the duel. John felt amazing. Yet at the same time, he wasn't able to relax. He still had to kill Aldera. His eyes locked onto her. She furrowed her brow. "What is my name?" she asked. "Aldera," John said. His sword slashed horizontally. She leapt over the wave of destruction. At this point, John wasn't sure he could even say what elements he used. He just used everything. He barely even thought about it and achieved a perfect harmony. His sword strike cut down a watchtower on the corner of the island. Aldera flew high into the air, only to drop down like a meteor. Her spear blasted apart a section of the island as John withdrew. "That's not it. Empress Aldera, if we're being formal." "But you're not my empress," John commented. The space between them was a whirling storm of spiritual energy. They picked up the material around them without doing so consciously. John had thought part of an island and a huge mass of the sea would be heavier, but it was light as a feather. "Still not it," Aldera commented. "What is your name?" Was she trying to be annoying now? This wasn't a time to talk, but to fight. He threw a dagger that cut through air, land, and sea. He couldn't actually see his target with everything in between them, but he could sense her presence. It was far too familiar. "You already know my name. John Miller. You killed my wife." Aldera apparently wasn't planning to stop fighting either. She blocked the dagger with her shield, energy spraying everywhere. She raised lava beneath her, riding it forward. "Yes. Do you have another name?" How did she know? No, it wasn't that strange. He hadn't hit it. "But Fortkran Tenebach," John said. His sword shattered her shield, but she caught it between her fingers. Meanwhile, her spear was clasped firmly in his hand as he looked her dead in the eye. He had never seen these eyes before today, but he recognized them nonetheless. That's it too. What is my name? No wonder she felt familiar. John had no idea how to react, so he didn't. He just shut down, except for one final word. Mateo. She nodded slowly. That sounds correct. I thought you seemed familiar. That is why I sent Roy to contact you, and why I tried to chase you down. Her expression was no better than his, a mess of confusion. Perhaps less anger, but more sadness. That, at least, he could feel. Chapter 497. The battle had halted for the moment. John had advanced to the exalted soul phase, yet despite that he felt no elation. He looked at the woman in front of him. His eyes told her she was Aldera, of the Empire of Elements. His senses told him, after clashing with her spiritual energy, that she was Mateo, his first wife. Or at least, some of Mateo. She looked at him with clear eyes. Even if none of the physical details were the same, John felt familiarity in that moment. Do you still wish to kill me? John lowered his blade slightly. I am uncertain. Aldera nodded slowly. It was easier for John to think of her by that name, at least at the moment. I do not believe we will have a productive conversation at this moment. Interpreting your words, I have caused you great distress, and it seems our mutual attempts to reach out to each other have failed. John looked over at Roy, the elder of the bright trinity that John had first met. Indeed, John made certain his words reached more than just the two of them. We have sent many ships around the molten sea, and following my meeting with Roy, I awaited further connections. What I experienced was only members of the bright trinity declaring we were to be exterminated. I never even learned their leader's name. Aldera turned to him. Well, he immediately prostrated himself towards the two of them. I have failed in my responsibilities. I only wish that you give me an opportunity to make up for my grievous errors. As far as John could tell, he sounded sincere, though he didn't know the man well enough to know if it was merely because of fear. You know the reports we received, Empress? I do, she nodded. Aldera looked at John. Sufficient vengeance has come upon the molten sea from my perspective. Do as you will with the rest. It appears we have some internal matters to settle. Afterwards, I will return to settle our accounts. Was that a threat of some sort? John sensed no further hostility, but the mannerisms of Aldera weren't quite the same. Then again, if he understood correctly, she hadn't reincarnated with full memories. Aldera appeared to be waiting for something. Just go, John said. She nodded. Some of her subordinates looked slightly offended at John giving her an order of sorts, but they couldn't complain if she didn't. Especially with John's current level of power. All of those from the Empire of Elements boarded their own vessels and sailed off. There was no formal agreement of any sort, but it appeared there wouldn't be any further hostilities for the moment. What the hell was that? Steve asked. His tone wasn't accusatory. He was quite reasonably confused by everything that had happened, especially since not all of the conversation had been shared with others. Ursula was staring off into the distance. Was that? Despite everyone being gathered to fight, only John had ended up in battle. Turdo stood with Verusha, his brow furrowed. There were many things to be surprised about. Preshaw focused on what was most obvious to those less connected. A twinned advancement. Were the two of you fated rivals? John didn't believe in fate. What little he might have before he stomped into nothingness. Surely fate could not be so cruel as to do that. Or if it existed, he would find a way to slay fate itself. He shook away such grandiose and absurd thoughts, seeking the simpler explanations. Empress Aldera shares the same soul as Mateo of the Brandel clan. A reincarnation, though seemingly imperfect. John himself was uncertain of how things came to be. Obviously, reincarnation was known previously, but none had been able to predict it so far as he knew. It was her, Ursula said sullenly. Mom owes me new armor. Turdo crossed his arms. I am uncertain that she was our mother. Not truly. She did forget some things, Ursula agreed. But, she shrugged, some things was it. She didn't even properly remember her own name until John brought it up, though she clearly recognized their connection. If only. John actually couldn't think of a scenario where things could have gone well. Just less poorly. Astrid, the smoldering anger inside of him wouldn't stay lit. Maybe that made John a terrible person. Or maybe it just meant he was so emotionally drained, he couldn't feel anything. It appears they will withdraw from this side of the molten sea. We must take care to confirm that. Would Mateo lie to him? John didn't believe so. But Aldera might. And she had lived more years as Aldera. Nearly twice as many, with incomplete memories besides. Saying she was the same person was difficult, even though in certain ways, she inarguably was. John had somewhat underestimated the response of the Empire of Elements. They weren't pulling back to their side of the molten sea. They completely abandoned it over the course of the next month. Spreading out to fill what remained would be nearly impossible for the current inhabitants of the molten sea, with less than half of their former population remaining. However, they were quite eager to take over certain more valuable positions. Maybe they would spread themselves too thin and open them up to further attacks. John didn't think the Empire of Elements was going to suddenly make further assaults, but he also didn't care. He was done with the war, whether it was actually finished or not. If Aldera continued to seek battle, he would have to face her, but otherwise he would have nothing to do with it. Having 6 elements might make his mind more stable. Or perhaps John was just broken still. How was he supposed to respond to his first beloved wife killing his second wife, who had helped him fully accept the loss of the first? There wasn't a way people were supposed to respond to such things. He recalled Aldera's words. She might not have directly killed Astrid, but the results were the same. He hadn't recovered from Astrid's death before the battle. Clearly not, with the rage that had filled him. Revealing what would have in any other moment been 2 pieces of fantastic news didn't make him feel any better. Before he departed from his companions, he sparred with each of them. He couldn't just ignore them, but he couldn't communicate in any other way. He had no way to say anything of value to his friends and family, nor did they try to force anything in his obvious confusion. John was strong. He had attained heights he never truly expected to reach, and he didn't care, but others might, and he could at least try to help them obtain relevant insights. Obviously, none of the other would get quite the same results as he had from his battle, but they could still experience a full cycle through him. Their alliance would be far stronger for it, regardless of whether it was sufficient for them to reach the exalted soul phase. He won every battle, of course. Normally, a small number of ranks could be overcome with a bit of luck or strategy, but the single rank that made up the next phase was much more difficult. Not impossible, but combined with John's full cycle of elements, he hadn't merely taken a normal step forward. If achieving the highest phase theorized to exist could ever be considered a normal step, John didn't have 6 different elements inside him anymore. He could create fire, but it was more than just fire. His water element was more than just water, and his earth wasn't merely dirt and stone. Not that most cultivators had plain elements, but ultimately John was closer to a single-element cultivator than he'd been since the very start of his journey. It was more like a new element than simply picking and choosing between 6. John was certain his opinions would evolve with time. However, Steve only lasted for a few moments. John was able to overpower him and Justina easily. Ursel he defeated without even considering her armor. She seemed to enjoy being blasted dozens of meters into the molten sea rather than him using some sort of finesse. Turdo and Verusha fought together. Even if John had lost, he wouldn't have minded. But together all they managed was a slightly longer battle before they exhausted themselves. Deirdre had the worst time of things. She was trained to fight against darkness, of course, but with his cycle of elements complete, John had a full light totem. He wasn't weak to light in the slightest, while she was still subject to the dangers of darkness even with training. John just hoped the way he used his spiritual elements brought sparks of insight to her. Presham managed to draw out the battle longest, but that was mainly by staying on the defensive, maneuvering in flight around John. Her attacks weren't able to break through his defenses, despite her special techniques. The others might or might not have learned something. Ascending soul phase cultivators had the best chance of gaining useful insights. Consolidated soul phase. John tried to show them something valuable before defeating them, but he couldn't guarantee any of them were ready. He arrived back in Lunson without any fanfare, at his own request. He slipped into the city. People would know his return was imminent, but he might get a few days of relaxation. Or so he thought, but he had to meet Viriato. "Congratulations on your advancement," he said. It was both expected and polite, but John couldn't really appreciate it at the moment. Not everyone believes you reached the exalted soul phase. They say you must have hit the highest peak of the ascending soul phase. The man smiled. But they won't be able to mistake it if they observe you in person. "I could fake it," John said, "but I don't really have the will. From what else I have heard, I understand." Viriato kindly didn't mention Mateo, or Aldera, or whoever she was. "However, I must give you a report on local issues." John sighed. Is it that bad? Viriato shook his head. Few have respect for a merely consolidated soul phase cultivator like myself. Let me tell you about certain issues that have arisen. John sipped his soup. It was poisoned. He'd noticed that before taking his first spoonful, but he was hungry. Besides, he wanted to look for whose expression was one of shock. He was hosting a feast for people from the wider continent. A victory feast, more or less. To feed so many people, they had to call upon many outside cooks. It wasn't a surprise that someone managed to slip something in, though their poisoning techniques weren't as good as what he had experienced in the Western Seas. With just this much, John doubted he would even get indigestion later. Pure blood was already purifying what went into him. This particular poison did nothing to suppress his energy or otherwise weaken him, so he could have also consciously filtered it out. But he figured some practical testing of his advanced body tempering was worthwhile. He wasn't crazy, of course. He was using his energy, just not to filter things. Instead, he was looking for more insidious things, in his own soup or in the dishes of his guests. But it seemed he was the only target. Someone was afraid of his new power, which meant someone in the ascending soul phase. Nobody weaker would be concerned about his advancement. Surveying thousands of people was quite a challenge. There was no banquet hall that could support this many people, but instead the feast spilled out into various courtyards and even onto the streets. John could be quite subtle about his probing, though. After all, his spiritual energy felt just like the normal background of a strain, an even mix of all 6 elements. Many people couldn't even feel that, so as long as he didn't go over a certain quantity of spiritual energy, they likely wouldn't notice. And with both light and darkness, he could diminish his own presence while also distracting people with some of his more overt uses of spiritual energy. What was the point of being strong if he couldn't show off a little bit? He had to take what minor amusements he could. He doubted they would actually make him feel more, but he could hope. Chapter 498. As he lay weakly in bed, John wondered who might have poisoned him. Unfortunately, the list of those who might have poisoned him was far too long to parse. He did have a list of those he absolutely trusted, but beyond that number he couldn't be certain. The world still revolved around power, personal power, and political power. John had both, and thus if he could be removed, opportunities would open up for many people. As for actual expectations of plots, John actually didn't have any strong suspicions. Otherwise, things probably wouldn't have gotten to the point where he was poisoned. He generally preferred to fend off trouble before that point. It was possible that he had missed something due to his emotional state. He was still emotionally devastated after Astrid's death, and learning of the reincarnation of Mateo into Aldera didn't make that any easier. No, it only complicated things further. He could have easily missed some signs, or whoever did it might have simply been a good liar. The chance of actual foreign agents infiltrating the continent all the way to the core were minimal. It would be easier for someone local to do the work. John wished he had caught them in the banquet hall, but nobody had displayed any signs while he was there. Nor did anyone seem to have remnants on them. He had intentionally shown signs of discomfort at the end, but nobody had reacted in a particularly suspicious manner. Now he'd not appeared for a few days, and he was hoping someone might make a move. He did have people looking into how poison had gotten to him to begin with subtly. It wouldn't be too big of an issue if they were noticed, since he wasn't trying to hide what had happened from any conspirator. It was simply that being too open would send them running, and the only prevention for that would be locking down Lunson entirely. Perhaps his poisoner was already gone, having slipped out just at the end of the feast, but there were still quite a number of people around. It wouldn't be odd to have a full month of victory celebrations after such a war. Humans did love their parties. John made an uncomfortable face. They were taking far too long to try to sneak in and finish him off. All that, and he'd already gone and relaxed security. At least he got to rest, though. It was a shame that it took such an extreme situation for him to finally get a break, and he really would have preferred to manage it a different way. But wallowing around in his own rooms for a few days was fine, except for how empty they felt. Couldn't someone just come try to kill him? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait much longer. He already sensed a disciple approaching with his next meal. John had placed himself at a reclined position on one of the couches by the time she knocked on the door. "Come in." "Your meal, sect head," the woman bowed. "The chefs have prepared a meal that is especially nutritious to aid your recovery." She emphasized particular words in a way that John thought was rather unsubtle, but she did have to get her point across. John already knew it was poisoned. but he was relieved that she properly passed the message along. He really didn't want to have to investigate internal issues. The fact that it had been properly flagged before it got to him would make their next investigations much easier. John took a bite of the bison burger, as he had been the one to popularize the dish. Though he couldn't really claim to have invented meat and cheese on a bun even in this world, it was still one of his favorite comfort foods. It was too bad the poison was bitter. John decided that whoever was poisoning things wasn't very good at it, because it was so obvious. "Good job," John said. "Make sure to ask the chefs where they got the ingredients." The disciple nodded. "They have already anticipated that you would wish to know. I am sure they will be prepared to answer you in a short time." John wondered if he could turn off his bitter receptors. Probably not quickly, and not as conveniently as he would like. Rather than attempt that, he made sure to analyze the meal for other poisons. There was no reason there should be just one obvious one, was there? It was a huge disappointment. They really were just that bad at poisoning people. Whoever this was could have learned a lot from the Glorious Veil sect, if they had still existed. John ate everything and gave himself slight indigestion. He mostly monitored the situation while making certain that his body was properly taking care of it. He also thought about what sort of light element advanced body tempering he should do, because it only seemed correct to have one of everything. He was still considering polarization of some sort. Even non-light cultivators tried to use the sun and similar light sources to their advantage. Finally, the time came and John didn't have to wait any longer. He didn't know if he could have managed a few more days. Slipping past all of the conveniently placed guards, flowing with the wind, came an intruder. Strangely, John's balcony door had been left open. What a blunder. He had to admit his target was pretty stealthy for a cultivator that trained neither light nor darkness. His current senses were better than before as his cultivation had increased, but he was going to have to interview the guards as to whether or not they noticed anything. She was within the level of subtle they were supposed to let pass, but he still had to know. John had to admit her assassination method was actually pretty good. She didn't even touch him. She was only using a small amount of spiritual energy, so she wouldn't leave any major traces. What she did was slowly draw both oxygen and carbon dioxide out of the area around him, letting other gases flow in. It was ingenious. He wouldn't even try to breathe hard because he wouldn't have too high of carbon dioxide levels inside of him. If he was asleep, he might just not wake up. Well, he would have woken up from her presence, but some theoretical him with worse senses might not have. John let his spiritual energy slowly appear to fade before suddenly grabbing the woman. He forced his own spiritual energy to replace hers. He wasn't overly gentle, merely enough that she would survive the process. He did have energy-suppressing shackles ready, but they worked better when the target was already weak. "Zelma Mazder, I thought you were wiser than this." She struggled to speak, but couldn't with his hand clenching her windpipe. "You were a bit incurious, though. I feel like you could have paid more attention to my thoughts on body tempering. Now, tell me who you were working with." He let air pass once more. "I was working alone," she said firmly. John sighed. "You really think I'm that stupid?" As he spoke, he was searching through her storage bag. She had some restrictions meant to prevent that sort of thing, but she was only an ascending soul phase cultivator. John was amazed that he could even think that phrase, but that was how things had turned out. He'd gotten far more than his portion of luck and survived long enough to experience a significant amount of tragedy. She didn't have containers of poison, but John still felt traces of the various poisons inside the bag. It wasn't something that would stand up in court, but that wasn't really necessary. If he wanted to bring a case against her, he didn't need to prove that she poisoned him and try to suffocate him. One was sufficient. Or he could skip the trial and go straight to an execution, and literally nobody would blink. After it was clear she wasn't going to easily give anything up, John knocked her out and had her sent to the dungeons. Then he prepared himself mentally for a long flight. He needed to beat out any communications that might be sent by co-conspirators to her clan. If they knew he was coming, they could destroy evidence. What he had to do would be far easier if he had some physical evidence. Even if he could just go around killing people, it was a bad look given the morals he'd been trying to observe, and he also needed to know who to kill. John sat down atop Zolvolge for a short break. The volcano was conveniently located about halfway between Estrain and the Glass Hills, where the Mazder clan was located. Not too many people hung out on top of the volcano at any given moment. Even if they did, the chances that they would immediately rush to report about it were pretty minimal. If he visited the Milanovic clan, it would be a different thing entirely. His presence there would be noted, and those on the periphery might have sufficient association to pass on information. They did have ways to communicate faster than John could fly. That was his fault, and he had to deal with the consequences. Flying over the glass hills was a thrilling task. Lightning was a common occurrence, and if he was the only thing to pass through, he could easily be struck by lightning. Unless he was less conductive than air. John had trained with lightning before, but he found no value in doing so at the moment. Thus, he just focused on adjusting the area around him. He didn't need to block lightning if it simply never got near him to begin with. He was already using air element to fly, but he added a bit more of that mixed with earth and some other elements, because as it turned out, all spiritual energy had value for any task. He recognized that long in the past, but it was even more clear to him upon reaching the exalted soul phase. Lightning still struck around him, but it didn't react to him in any meaningful way. At most, it would slightly deflect around his position, not enough to give him away if anyone happened to be staring directly at the lightning. Even if they did see something, it would just be a blurry section of sky. Full invisibility was more work than John needed to undergo at the moment, but he could get close enough with a tenth of the effort. Observing the Mazda clan, John was fairly certain he could have killed everyone there. By himself, of course. Obviously, he could have everyone killed. That was fairly easy. It was almost certainly the wrong answer, as it was unlikely the entire clan was involved with treachery. Obviously, some of those from this world would still do it, but John both didn't want to kill a bunch of innocent children or worry about them growing up planning to extract vengeance on him. Taking down a select portion of the clan would be the best way to go. It wasn't going to just be Zelma herself, but he would figure out the details once he had more information. Once he found it, he was having a little bit of trouble with that. Not because he couldn't find their records, but because they were organized like garbage. Obviously, he didn't expect them to have a section labeled criminal conspiracies or treason, but he at least expected their finances to be bundled together. But they weren't. It was a good thing he could read in the dark. And if someone came in during the day, maybe he would snatch them and make them help him look for stuff. He was fairly certain there weren't any more secret records. He'd searched a couple dozen meters beneath the ground for secret tunnels and such, but he was thinking he might have to do things the violent way, which was easy, but likely wouldn't be as effective. Chapter 499. Trying to find a middle ground between burying himself in records and forcing random members of the Mazda clan to help him search for wrongdoings of their own family was a difficult task. At some point, John stopped being gentle with the various records, though he also wasn't going to let them be damaged. He had sufficient spiritual energy to destroy the clan. He could certainly prevent a few scrolls from being damaged. He just stopped concerning himself with the wrappings or whether they remained organized in the same fashion. He just tossed them in a pile if they weren't useful, though he did at least protect the physical writings. John wasn't really in a mood to be charitable, though. Someone trying to kill him had merely been the last straw and wasn't even close to the largest factor in his current mental state. If he wasn't able to handle people trying to kill him, he wouldn't have made it this far in his second life. Finally, he found the first tidbit. Along with the general lack of organization, the Mazda clan wasn't good at secret bookkeeping. They had scraped out a few layers of the parchment and written over it, mentioning recent finances that came from the Crystal Sea. Except traces of the original word remained beneath that, ink that soaked through further layers actually mentioned the windswept sea. All John had to do was narrow his energy senses significantly, but it wasn't even close to the complexity of trying to rewire his own body. The reason it had stood out was because there weren't any sects in the Crystal Sea. They should have gone for something more remote. The Sky Islands would have been mentioned directly, and indeed they had been in other documents. That made him take a second glance to notice the slightly thinner parchment that had been altered, and finally the faint remains of the original text underneath. It wasn't perfect as evidence, but that wasn't what John needed. He just needed some confirmation for himself. The main question he still had to resolve was how much of the clan was involved. Certainly whoever had written the cover-up. Obviously that included the clan head Zelma herself, as she'd been the one who made the attempt. Other clan members who had come along with her to the feast had been captured as well, but their guilt or innocence would still be being assessed. Rather than looking for specific words, John actually found it easier to look for especially thin parchment. Quite a few of the instances were just mistakes by the scribe, Scraping away a couple layers of parchment was effectively the only way to erase. At least, without techniques that would be uncommon for air cultivators. Earth or water cultivators would likely be the best options for extracting ink from a page. John was intimately aware that any aspect of spiritual energy could accomplish any task, but some were still more efficient. He finally found more actual concealments. Some on financial records, which were probably just for cheating on taxes, though it would have been better for them to never write down the correct values. He made sure to keep those records too, even if those wouldn't be relevant to his current task. Finally, John found records of journeys. Only a few entries were redacted, with some seemingly mislabeled from the beginning. The amounts of supplies and travel time simply didn't match up, and John knew that because he'd gone back and forth across the continent multiple times, most of the business was normal. A decently sized clan should travel around for business. In the current climate, they shouldn't have to conceal any dealings either. That was how he took stock of several specific names that seemed to match up with Zelma herself. Was that the end of things? Likely not. But John just needed to get those most responsible. Anyone tangentially involved in working with the windswept sea could be ignored. With the majority of the clan remaining intact, they might hold a grudge against him, or they might appreciate how many opportunities for advancement he opened up. It was also likely that at least a few of the leaders in the clan might be directly opposed to working with outsiders, or at least trying to kill him, especially once they were convinced he was in the exalted soul phase, which he was going to prove right now. John revealed himself in the air over the clan. Maybe a few people would have an inkling he had been around for longer, but it ultimately didn't matter. He twisted his spiritual energy so that each individual element was most prominently displayed, instead of fading together into something that didn't feel as grand to those with overly focused senses. Monster Clan. Your clan head Zelma has made terrible choices that implicate your clan as a whole, including the elders Bronson, Pearl, and Sarah. As he spoke, John twisted small strands of spiritual energy around the individuals in question. Nothing actually restrictive, but sufficient to indicate he knew where they were for both their sake and that of the rest of the clan. An assassination plot with sects of the windswept sea, sworn enemies of the continent. What proof do you have? Pearl responded strongly. Her phrasing, however, was indicative of her having just woken up. Otherwise, she might have declared that such a thing couldn't be instead of indicating that he could have proof. Plus, he did have it. Hundreds of witnesses from within Lunson itself, John said. And of course your own records, damn you. How was your visit with the Stormy Sea sect? John increased the pressure around her as she started to brush away that single strand. He used the weight of earth to hold Elder Pearl in place, nearly knocking her to the ground. John floated the relevant documents around him, smiling down at them. Most people wouldn't see his face well, but the strongest individuals would. His smirk got exactly the reaction he wanted. Elder Bronson shot up as an actual bolt of lightning, hand extended like a spear. He directly struck one of the pages, but it was his hand that shattered. John grabbed him around the throat with his free hand. I guess you volunteered to be the first to die? The two of you might get a lesser punishment if you are cooperative. John wanted them to be certain. He was in the exalted soul phase, so he made sure to flex all of his totems as his spiritual energy bore down on Bronson. He didn't even use a proper technique. His actions were extremely wasteful as he ripped apart the man's spiritual energy. Finally, John's fingers squeezed together, leaving little but the man's spine intact. John tossed him downward. Pearl caught the man to at least partially preserve his body. She shared a look with Sarah. John prepared for them to attack together, but clearly they thought better of it. They then looked to the rest of the clan for support. Perhaps they would declare their innocence, how this was all a setup. The problem was, even if that had been true, which it wasn't, and even if they could kill John with their entire clan, which they couldn't unless he fought stupidly, they would still get erased from the face of the earth. We will cooperate, Sarah said firmly. She was livid. Cultivators hated to look weak. However, many of them preferred to be alive if it came down to a conflict, especially when there really wasn't much other choice. Flying with 3 people was barely different from flying alone. He did have to carry 3 times as much weight, but the actual limitations were how well he could split the air ahead of him to increase their speed. If he held the 2 elders properly, They barely created any extra drag. Contrary to how he had been on the way over, John made sure he revealed himself on the way back. He flew low enough over various clans and sects for them to take a good look at his captives. He had obtained sufficient evidence, and if he could get either of the two women to snitch, that would greatly help the situation. He was thinking about the future on the return trip. They were literally just celebrating the end of a war, and it seemed like they'd have to get into another one in short order. Or maybe that was just what John wanted to distract himself. He supposed he should go along with the opinion of his trusted allies who were in a better mental state. Zelma was so angry about something. Maybe the fact that she screwed up. Honestly, John didn't give her words much weight. There was a lot of yelling and screaming even as she headed towards execution, but he saw what she did. He had no personal doubts about her guilt, and he knew what needed to be done. For crimes against the Continental Alliance, John finished a short speech. You, Zelma Mazder, are sentenced to death. What do you have to say for yourself? You just want to found your own empire. John looked around. He was fairly certain he would have sufficient support if he tried that. Actually, he might be sufficient by himself, at least as far as public recognition went. There weren't a lot of exalted soul phase cultivators floating around. I'll pass. Sounds awful. Since she clearly didn't have anything useful to say, he chopped off her head. Sarah was also executed. She hadn't cooperated enough. Maybe she thought if she stayed quiet she wouldn't incriminate herself, but that just wasn't the case. Her association was already sufficient, and Pearl's son like a bird in a way that John assessed was mostly truthful. She might have pushed away some personal responsibility, but John really didn't care except what he could expect from her in the future. Of the people he could confide in, Viriato might be one of the best choices remaining in the Six Elements crossroads. He trusted his longtime friend and ally with quite a lot, and without Astrid, friends were what he had. The rest didn't live in the same city, though he could visit them fairly quickly, especially now. I'm glad we didn't have to eradicate the whole clan, John said. But is it really a good result? Viriato shrugged. As much as it can be. Yes, circumstances don't allow for perfect results. You would have been well within the norm to annihilate them entirely, but you were able to show some mercy without appearing weak. Not that anyone could claim you are actually weak anymore. John nodded. But if I refuse to act, they won't care how much martial prowess I have. John was done with that topic. He wanted to think about positive things. I know you have long given up on the ascending soul phase, but I have new insights to share. If they change your confidence level, the Six Elements Crossroads will support you with any resources you need. Viriato had enough personal wealth to manage that sort of advancement, but having the sect pay for it was actually good for their reputation. Also, what else would they do with their money? Plate things in gold. Gold wasn't even that nice of a color, certainly not in quantity. The best use of wealth in this world was to make people stronger. Though, John did have to keep in mind that common people existed. Making sure cultivators didn't completely oppress those weaker than them was already a huge advancement in how the world operated. But John knew there were more improvements he could make. Most of his best disciples were orphans he took off the street, so John supposed that he was probably doing all right. It was just a shame he didn't have someone with him to make sure he knew that. The continent didn't go to war, not immediately, at least. That was for the best, because otherwise John might not have been present for Aldera flying into a strain. Their time apart hadn't made him much more prepared to face her than the first time. It wasn't about combat. There was no way she was strong enough to take on a city. And John. No, it was just her presence, because there were some parts of her that John knew were Mateo. John loved Mateo, even so many decades after her death. But he also hated Aldera. Not a great mix for stability. Chapter 500. At first, John thought that Aldera had come completely alone. However, she happened to be carrying someone, and she had a follower. Specifically, Huarn appeared to be following behind her. The spirit beast kept her distance, but must have pursued her across the whole region. Aldera was still the only relevant intruder. The woman she carried had her cultivation bound and was covered in wounds, though not to the point it appeared she was likely to die in the near future. John took note of Aldera's rate of approach, then flew upwards to meet her before she approached the barrier over the city. She might be able to break through on her own, though John sincerely hoped not, but making her try would be a problem. Huarn remained at a distance, though it was clear the Bird of Light was prepared to act at any moment. Once John could properly look upon the second woman, he was certain he didn't recognize her. Then again, Empress Aldera's face and physical form had also faded from his mind. His spiritual energy senses had kept telling him that she was Mateo, and that memory was stronger. But looking at her new body, there was barely any similarity, except for how she carried herself. Confidence radiated from the woman in front of him. Who is this? John gestured to the chained prisoner. Mostly, he could tell she had the aura of the Bright Trinity, Aldera's origin sect. The short explanation is she is responsible for much of how communication between our empires continually failed. This isn't an empire, John commented. Aldera tilted her head. Perhaps it should be. Anyway, this is area. Aldera tossed the woman towards John. He didn't bother to catch her, and Aldera's eyes followed her motion as the woman bounced off of the barrier and rolled outside the walls of the city. John didn't look away from her for a moment. You didn't want that. For what? John asked. A public execution, maybe. And to hear a confession. John shrugged. She didn't seem to be in a state to speak truthfully. Aldera frowned. I'm sure you could have managed it. Her eyes settled on his face once more. You still hate me. John didn't think his expression was that obvious. But on the other hand, Mateo had been able to pick up on his most subtle expressions. Perhaps it was the flow of his spiritual energy. Was it too steady? Well, it didn't matter. He hadn't been exactly hiding it. But open hostilities wasn't good for their continued coexistence. It's not so easy to forget about you killing my wife. Aldera nodded. You shouldn't. The results aren't any different, but we did not kill her with our own hands. If you wish to hear about her final moments, he really didn't. But he should. Tell me. We were looking for you, Aldera said, having received word of your presence. She took some time to formulate her words. We tried to capture those of high status. We failed with the Molten Sea cultivator. I still only hoped that you were you. But I didn't want to cause any pain. After I captured Astrid, I began to ask her about your location. She was quite stubborn in her resistance. And perhaps seeing no way out, she chose to take her own life. Restraints can only do so much. That story matched the remains John had witnessed. He didn't think it made him feel any better. You didn't have to capture anybody, John commented. You could have just talked. Nobody was particularly eager to speak to a foreign empress, Aldera said. However, he could feel her shrinking away. He hated that it reminded him of Mateo when she realized her actions weren't the best. She had grown up steeped in the culture of cultivators. Violence was paramount. Now, she had done so twice. The partial memories of her previous life hadn't been sufficient to change things. Aldera looked down at the body. This was all I came for. And to tell you that we will be sending an envoy. I will personally escort her and her team to wherever you please. We can properly negotiate. Would she have more authority than the Empress? We can speak directly. Aldera just gave John a look. No, we can't. She was right about that. He was about half a step away from either trying to kill her again or breaking down crying with the whole city watching. Or both. The location will be the Burning Delta. Give us 3 months to spread the news to the people of the Molten Sea. They wouldn't be able to stop us. That's the point, John said. He didn't know whether he wanted to join with them to kill her or to warn them so they weren't hurt. Of course, it was probably both still. Aldera considered, closing her eyes for a few moments. Very well. 3 months from now it shall be. She made no mention of Qarn, even as she set back across the skies with the spirit bird following her. It was probably best that Aldera have an escort like that, though mostly for the sake of any fools who might try to attack her. It didn't take 3 months to spread information across the continent. And though the Molten Sea was lacking in certain convenient structural elements, they still had ways to communicate. Sometimes sending a ship was the fastest option. Other times they made use of various homing birds. There had been some success with taming various creatures that lived beneath the lava sea, but the extra effort required to keep a message safe meant they weren't a viable option. During the time of waiting, John was flooded with visitors, mostly unrelated to contact with the Empire of Elements. There were a few groups that wanted reparations from specific sects or whatnot, and John diligently took notes. He didn't overpromise on what might be delivered. Peace with the Empire of Elements was more important than getting any particular group paid. However, some sort of concessions might be helpful. The Molten Sea, however, had already received a significant boon indirectly. Since the Empire had withdrawn from the Molten Sea entirely, they had all of the resources for approximately half as many factions and less than half as many people. The rest were there to congratulate John on reaching the Exalted Soul phase. Many people were afraid of him, usually those who were less familiar with him. However, there were also a few that had been troublesome, leveraging their own power frequently. Now John was practically a unique entity, the increase in his strength obvious, even if people didn't know exactly how many times stronger he was. John didn't either. The battle with Aldera had revealed a lot, but that was with the two of them advancing mid-battle. Now they were more stable, and probably at least another step stronger. This world respected power. No, that was always the case. On Earth it had often been more tied to money and political connections. John had ended up with both of those things, but he was also effectively the military of a small nation all by himself. He wasn't actually certain that small was a correct qualifier either. It was no surprise that everyone was sucking up to John once more, but he would always remember how people had acted along the way. He wasn't interested in stirring up trouble for old insults or anything like that, but he also didn't have to give any useful insights to people he didn't care for. Obviously, friends and family got the best explanations he could manage, without even needing to ask. John would have been quite pleased if specific others around him could reach the Exalted Soul phase. However, not for lack of talent. It didn't seem like most of them were any closer than he had been before encountering Aldera. That had been a special occurrence that wasn't replicable. So many factors came together. Opposite direction full cycles was one thing, but being his reincarnated first wife was a unique factor that couldn't quite be accounted for. John's best advice was that elements were more strongly tied together than anyone had believed. Not just for him. He was certain of that, but even for those that didn't practice a full cycle of elements. It might not be necessary for them to view the world quite like him, but it would certainly aid their advancement to the Exalted Soul phase. Being more than a full phase ahead of them, John was also able to provide excellent advice to his disciples. Those with the best talent had reached the peak of the Consolidated Soul phase over the course of the war, and he would be able to give them more concrete advice other than picking hybrid totems. He might even be able to guide some people how to step towards light or darkness if they were feeling wild, though he didn't intend to proactively bring that option up. It wasn't that John was going to intentionally keep anyone in the dark. He certainly wasn't trying to limit their growth so nobody could match him. It was just dangerous. Even if he was certain he could train someone with proper talent 5 phases into a full cycle from the beginning. And there were a few people who had taken that path starting by folding in light or darkness early on. He still wasn't certain about the Exalted Soul phase. He had some insights, but there were things he simply didn't have the words for. How did light and earth go together? He couldn't explain it. Nor could John truly explain any of the connections between elements across the allied divides, except as it related to the cycle of dominance and weaknesses. He knew that water overcame fire, but he couldn't precisely explain how water was fire. John didn't think it was something so base as everything being made of molecules with the same fundamental building blocks. That wasn't right, especially since spiritual energy wasn't physical and didn't even always act on physical things. Perhaps it was a similar idea. Maybe someday he would think of the words. Maybe he would have to invent them. But for the moment, he was merely an early Exalted Soul phase cultivator. Oh yes, there were additional ranks within the Exalted Soul phase. John couldn't see a path beyond it to a next phase, and he usually had up to that point. But whether that meant there was nothing beyond, or he simply couldn't fathom it was an open question. In the last few weeks before Aldera's theoretical arrival, John couldn't determine precisely how fast she would travel across the Molten Sea without knowing how large of a retinue the envoy was bringing. He was actually focused on another issue, one that hadn't been completely resolved, specifically the Windswept Sea. Just because he'd killed Zelma and some other Mazda clan members didn't mean the problem was suddenly gone. Even if he'd eradicated every issue from that clan, the continent could easily have more traitors. No, it would. They needed to be rooted out and destroyed. Then he needed to make a move against the Windswept Sea. For that, he would have to learn more about which specific groups were involved. It wouldn't be a short task, but at least he could rely on his allies to help investigate. And any uninvolved parties that wanted to get on his good side. though John made it very clear that people shouldn't act against their neighbors without very solid evidence. As for infiltrating each other and spying, they were doing that already anyway. They simply might be doing it more after the incident. Then came the time that Aldera should be approaching. John wanted to be there to meet her, in case she was going to cause trouble, maybe. And if they truly wanted to open up diplomatic relations, it was only appropriate that he be there personally to make certain the envoy made it through their territory unscathed. There would doubtless be some people who weren't happy about such a presence regardless of whether they were technically traitors or not.